December 7th, 1989. In a quiet corner of Tokyo aglow with city lights, there stood a secluded residence belonging to the Zen'in clan. Master! Master! A man dressed in traditional samurai robes burst into the room, his face stricken with anxiety. My child! My child! Fan, at your age, how can you still get so worked up? Calm yourself. The elderly man with a bushy mustache chided him as he tipped his head back for a swig of sake. Unless your child has awakened one of our clan's 10 shadow techniques, there's no need. My son has summoned the Jade Hounds. The Jade Hounds? That's hardly. Zen'in stopped mid-sentence, suddenly sitting bolt upright, as if struck by a revelation. What did you say? The Jade Hounds? Take me to him at once. The two men dashed for the birthing room with all the speed they could muster, moving so swiftly they seemed to blur. Inside, my mother cradled me, a newborn infant with jet black hair and eyes, peacefully dozing in her arms. What truly astonished Zen'in, however, were the two wolf-like spirit beasts, black and white, standing guard beside the midwife. Yes, Zen'in was nearly trembling with excitement. This is truly one of the 10 shadow techniques of our clan. Wonderful! With great care, he lifted me from my mother's arms and raised me high above his head. This is heaven's blessing upon the Zen'in family. Perhaps his exuberance roused me, for I blinked awake in a daze, and in that instant, the two Jade Hounds faded away. It seems the child's cursed energy is still too weak to maintain the Jade Hounds for long. Yet joy never left Zen'in's face. From this moment on, he shall be the 27th head of the Zen'in clan. It seems this child's cursed energy isn't strong enough yet. He can't keep the Jade Hounds summoned for long, Zen'in exclaimed, his face alight with joy. From this moment on, he shall be the 27th head of the Zen'in clan. On the surface, Zen'in suppressed his excitement, but inwardly he was already plotting. This was the perfect opportunity for him to become clan head. Doing his best to maintain composure, he asked, Clan head, is this really true? Nobito ignored him completely, gazing at me with boundless affection. Since this is a blessing from the heavens, his name shall be Zen. I was still an infant, unable to speak, but I clapped my hands in delight. Keep this news strictly within the clan. No one is to leak it outside. Protect Zen'in at all costs. At the same time, on the other side of Tokyo stood a mansion even grander than the Zen'in estate. Unlike the Zen'in's traditional solemnity, this place was brimming with modernity. High-tech marvels dazzled the eye at every turn. The Six Eyes. After 100 years, the Six Eyes have finally appeared again. A group of elders cheered wildly, as if possessed. At last, the Gojo clan can reclaim its place at the summit of the jujitsu world. A young man stepped up to the Grand Elder and whispered, Grand Elder, we have intelligence that the Zen'in clan has just produced a 10 Shadows bearer. What? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock, and he muttered under his breath, how could this coincidence happen? Is this the inevitable fate between the Six Eyes and the 10 Shadows? Are they destined to decide a victor? Such talk of destiny quickly spread through the Gojo household, but the ruling elders swiftly stamped it out, issuing a stern command. All information about the 10 Shadows must be sealed immediately. Time flowed on, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Uchiha Sasuke template. Due to the environment of your current world, you can only activate Sasuke's full abilities when your life is in danger. For now, your powers are limited. Will my life really be in danger here? I scoffed and curled my lip in disbelief. Currently available abilities: Curse of Lightning, Curse of Fire, Amenodajikara. You can use the power of fire and lightning curses to perform a variety of Uchiha Sasuke's jutsu. This time, the system is being generous. It's given me Amenodajikara right away. Lie under a great tree, I grinned foolishly. To be born with immense curse energy and awaken my technique so early is already unbelievably lucky. I had hair as black and spiky as a hedgehog, pale skin, a trace of disdain at the corner of my mouth, and eyes as red as fresh blood, striking and a little frightening. It looks like I'll be able to reach 3 Tomo at most for now, but it seems I can already use some of the Rinnegan's power ahead of time. My name is Zen'in. In my previous life, I was standing at the entrance of my company, watching the latest episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. I made a few offhand complaints about my boss, and as fate would have it, he cursed me. That's how I ended up crossing over into this world. Thinking back, that boss of mine was probably no ordinary person. Yadagarasu. I formed a hand sign and made a movement that resembled spreading wings. From the shadow of my feet, an orange, masked owl emerged, gliding silently to appear before me. Let's see if I can do what Sukuna did. Load Shikigami's power into my own body. I muttered under my breath, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in my palm, crackling as it raced up my arm, accompanied by a chorus of birds that seemed to fill the air with their cries. "Ha ha, I did it!" I exclaimed, elated. "Next time that bull-headed guy charges at me, I'll greet him with a chidori." Throwing my head back, hands on my hips, I laughed aloud, and with a thought, the wings of the Shikigami news spread wide on the white jade dog. It seemed I had finally grasped the basics of the 10 Shadows technique. My laughter echoed through the mountain forest, waking Zen'in Toji, who had been napping on a tree branch. Frowning, he grumbled, "Can't you quiet down, kid? You're ruining my nap." All right, I squinted up at the muscle-bound man. "Sensei, you really need to teach me more. I still don't know much of anything." "Shut up," Toji barked from above. "You've only been learning for 2 years. If I keep teaching you, you'll steal all my skills. If we ever end up as enemies, I won't stand chance. You're a real monster, you know that." "No way." I looked away, feeling a bit guilty, unable to meet his gaze. "My respect for you is from the heart, Sensei. Cut the flattery and get lost. This time, you're subduing the bull yourself. Last time I helped you with the elephant, I was dead tired. Come on, Sensei. I swear, I'll stop eyeing your soul release blade, all right?" "Nice try." So much for my plan to get Toji's help. Seems that's not happening. I formed a hand seal for the bull. Gyukyu. The ritual for subduing the bull had officially begun. No sooner had the words left my lips than a massive bull charged straight at me. The 10 Shadows bull. The longer its charge, the greater its power. What a tricky opponent. Well then, let's try this. Toe. 2 toads leaped out from my shadow, their long tongues lashing out to snare the bull's horns, forcibly slowing its momentum. Chidori. Gathering the lightning in my hand, I let the Sharingan's insight guide me and darted in front of the bull in a flash. As I brought the lightning down, the bull dissolved into shadow and slipped into my shadow realm. Sensing the new presence of the bull in my shadow space, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I felt like a gamer who'd been stuck on the bull boss fight for months. Finally, I'd beaten it. Up in the tree, Toji looked down at me in astonishment. He actually pulled it off, and I wasn't even 10 years old yet. Well, I beamed up at Toji, grinning. "Aren't I amazing?" He jumped down from the tree, giving me a once-over. "Sometimes I just can't figure you out. You're still a child, but every now and then you act so grown-up and composed." I rolled my eyes and said coolly, "In a family like this, growing up fast is perfectly normal." He nodded, as if resigned to the fact. Toji Zen'in waved his hand dismissively, unfazed. He knew full well that the situation before him was of his own making. After all, 2 years ago, it was. He who, out of curiosity, had sought out this so-called 10 Shadows child. Ever since then, I had followed him like a shadow, day in and day out. "You can begin the summoning." "All right," I whispered, "Shikigami." In Roku, with Zen'in Zei's incantation, a divine stag with 4 eyes appeared behind him. In Roku can attack. Toji scrutinized the mystical stag, his face expressionless as he drew the soul-cleaving blade and charged forward without hesitation. His blade struck in Roku, but before long, the wound healed visibly, knitting itself together at a speed you could see with the naked eye. The level of reverse curse technique is impressive. This could be troublesome. Toji took a step back, fixing his gaze on the towering divine stag, already rethinking his strategy. "Sensei, watch me." Zen'in Zei swiftly formed a string of Shikigami hand signs, summoning every Shikigami he could call forth at once. Then, with a flourish, he wove a sign so unique that even Toji had never witnessed it before. He began to merge all his Shikigami, just as during the Shinjuku battle, Sukuna had fused his creatures and Maharaga to fight Satoru Gojo. This was a technique expansion based on the 10 Shadows method. Historically, it seemed only Sukuna had managed to merge multiple Shikigami in such a way. The process was swift, and the fusion was complete in no time. Chimera Beast. The inky shadows gradually faded away. A colossal monster, towering 5 meters tall, appeared at Zen'in Zei's side. It had absorbed all the abilities of the toad, the great serpent, the black and white jade dogs, Nu, the elephant, and the bull, 6 Shikigami in total. The fused Chimera Beast now possessed power that could even surpass Zen'in Zei himself. A surge of cursed energy burst from the Chimera Beast, so intense that even Toji felt an inexplicable thrill. The 10 Shadows technique can be used like this? Toji stood there, stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. But in that instant, he finally realized the extent of this boy's talent and potential. With this Chimera Beast alone, he might already have the strength of a special grade sorcerer. Toji gazed at Zen'in Zei, a wry smile tugging at his lips. As expected, sometimes talent really does trump effort. Without another word, he raised the soul-cleaving blade again and charged at Enroka once more. Zen'in Zei watched Toji's movements in silence, making no move to intervene. At that moment, he was fully embracing the philosophy of let the teacher do the heavy lifting. After all, if someone else was willing to do the work, why bother stepping in himself? He was also intentionally concealing his true strength. Until the Sasuke template was fully formed, he would continue to develop the 10 Shadows technique. This constant accumulation would offer Zen'in immense support in the final showdown, but that is a story yet to come. For now, Toji seemed possessed by the spirit of a war god. The Soul Liberation Blade danced relentlessly against Enka, while the monstrous, sandbag-sized fists of the fused beast pounded down in relentless succession. In no time at all, Zen'in watched the utterly one-sided battle before him, the corners of his lips curving up ever so slightly. "Hey kid," Toji shot Zen'in a glance. "That's enough for today. I'm heading down the mountain." With that, Toji stretched his body, hefted the Soul Liberation Blade onto his shoulder, and strode away down the mountain path. Zen'in gave no reply, merely summoning Enka once more. He swiftly mastered the reverse technique, learning it almost in an instant. Is Toji with Zay again today? Zen'in cast a frosty look at the servant beside him, clear annoyance in his eyes. That guy really doesn't know his place. The servant instantly picked up on his meaning and whispered, "My lord, do you wish for us to take action against him?" "Fool," Zen'in snapped. "Even if he has no cursed energy, he's not someone we can deal with easily. As long as we can ostracize him from the Zen'in clan, that will be enough." His gaze grew wintry. He knew perfectly well that Zen'in was the key to his claim for the clan head position. Understood. Zen'in then made his way to Zen'in main quarters, already plotting the best way to drive Toji out of the family. "Zen'in." Toji blocked his path, his expression dark. "Where do you think you're going?" Zen'in instinctively avoided Toji's gaze, his voice unsteady. "It's nothing, really. I just wanted to discuss something with the clan head." Toji's eyes turned icy. "Don't think I haven't noticed you sending people to spy on me. I suggest you behave yourself, or else. When you go to sleep at night, don't get too comfortable." With those words, Toji slid his hand into his kimono, casting a dismissive glance at the trembling Zen'in, his lips curling in contempt. "I'm strong, much stronger than you. That's why I have the right to teach him, and you do not." Without another word, Toji turned and strode away from the entrance to Nabito's quarters, making it clear that every word was meant for Zen'in to hear. Nabito pushed open the door, his voice tinged with disappointment as he looked at the still-shaking Zen'in. "You ought to know by now, schemes and tricks are useless here. In fact, in this household, Toji is the strongest." Zen'in stared venomously at Toji's departing back, his heart churning with envy and hatred. His nails dug deep into his palms, and he could barely restrain himself from rushing forward for a life-and-death struggle with Toji. "Mother!" Zen'in walked up to a woman dressed in a kimono and greeted her with a gentle smile. "Zay, you're here," his mother replied softly, her voice warm and gentle, with no trace of the woman who would one day harbor hostility toward Miyamaki. "Father seems to have just been scolded by Toji." Zay studied his mother's face, searching for a hint of worry in her expression, but found nothing at all. She maintained her placid, gentle look. "Is that so? Perhaps it's what he deserves." Maybe, he thought, she truly had changed. At that moment, Zay finally let down his guard. Perhaps it was still possible to change the way his mother saw things. "Mother, if one day you gave birth to a child without cursed energy, would you still love them as you do now?" His mother couldn't help but laugh at the question. What a thing to ask. "My dear, why would you say that? I've always been myself." What mother could ever not love her own child? Just then, the door slid open. Why are you home so early today?" Zen'in, dressed in the garb of a samurai with a sword at his waist, strode into the room. His face was calm and composed, betraying no sign of the man who had moments ago been trembling with anger at Toji. "Father, I came home today to try and talk some sense into you." Zay looked at his father, a wave of distaste rising unbidden within him. "Talk some sense into me." Zen'in let out a short, mirthless laugh. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He suddenly stopped, eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Have you been watching me?" Zay didn't answer, but simply nodded. "You ungrateful child." Zen'in's hand shot up, as if meaning to strike Zay. But remembering his position as clan head, he forced himself to rein in his rage, huffing coldly instead. "Father, I mean what I say." She met his gaze calmly. "Teacher Toji bears no ill will. Even though he has no cursed energy, that doesn't diminish his strength. I truly don't want to see this animosity between you any longer. I'm afraid you won't convince me." Fan's tone was icy. "That's enough for today, Zay. I know I can't change your mind, but I hope you'll think carefully before you act." She spoke quietly. "What if Teacher Toji could help me tame Mahoraga and become the first in history to do so?" Zay asked suddenly. What? Fan's eyes widened in shock. You mean that Shikigami that's never been subdued? But it doesn't matter anymore. Zay's face turned cold in an instant, the three tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly as lightning crackled in his palm. I can also use my Chidori to show you my resolve. Do you want to fight me? Or are you planning to challenge Toji? Zen'in Fan could sense the murderous aura and the surge of electrical, cursed energy radiating from Zen'in Zay. A flicker of fear rose within him. His own son's power had already surpassed his own. Yet at the same time, he began to calculate. If he could leverage Zay's influence within the clan, combined with his own status as head of the family, it shouldn't be difficult to rally a group of supporters. That's enough. I have no wish to bear the sin of patricide. Seeing that his father made no further move, Zen'in Zay turned away with a sneer, taking his mother, whose face was filled with worry, and leading her out of the room. Just before leaving, he glanced back coldly and said, "You'd best watch yourself." Zen'in Fan stared after them with a dark, chilling gaze, his fists clenched tight in frustration. He could have used his son's standing to gain even greater power, but instead, he had chosen to compete with him for the position of clan head. Tokyo, within the Zen'in household. Sensei. Zen'in Zay's calm voice reached Toji's ears. Take me out for a bit, will you? You little rascal, do you really think those stubborn elders would just agree to that? Toji felt a headache coming on. This kid clung to him nearly every day, wanted him to tag along for everything. Was he supposed to be the boy's babysitter? But then he recalled the chimeric beast from a few days before, and his lips twitched in spite of himself. Oh well, this child's talent truly is worth my extra effort. In fact, Zen'in Toji had originally just wanted to enjoy a peaceful nap under the tree, but today, his mood was lighter than usual. He wasn't as stern and distant as he tended to be. It's fine. I'll just put on a little show in front of the old man later. Zen'in Zay replied with a confident smile, his eyes gleaming. I'll use Chidori with one hand and summon a chimeric beast with the other. Do you really think he'd refuse after seeing that? Zen'in Zay had deep feelings for the clan leader, Zen'in Nobito. Ever since he was a child, Nobito had taken special care of him. Though it started because of his unique talents, Zay never forgot the kindness Nobito had shown him. To love fiercely and hate without regret. That was the true spirit of Sasuke Uchiha. You make it sound so easy. Toji sighed, rubbing his forehead. It's not even certain you can beat me, you know. As long as you don't destroy my Shikigami, I'm confident I'll win. But right now, my strongest move is the 8-in-1 Chimeric Beast. If you destroy that, my 10 Shadows technique will be out of commission. Zen'in Zay deliberately concealed his true strength. In reality, he now stood at the very pinnacle of the jujitsu world. That's true. Toji didn't notice Zen'in Zay's little ploy. Stroking his chin, he seemed to be thinking it over seriously. After all, you are my disciple in name. It would be embarrassing if you lost too badly. But don't get too full of yourself. Toji suddenly changed his tone, lowering his voice with dramatic intensity to mimic a classic character. You've got a long way to go before you can catch up to me. Huh? Zen'in Zay's smile stiffened for a moment, surprised at how his teacher's voice suddenly sounded just like that famous Egyptian old man. Going up against you is definitely tough, Zen'in Zay admitted, but then he raised an eyebrow and grinned. Still, I'm sure I'll win in the end. You really dare to say that, kid? Toji laughed as well, clearly unconvinced that this boy could ever beat him. Back when he stirred up chaos in the Zen'in clan, Zen'in Zay hadn't even been born yet. Watching Toji's confident expression, Zen'in Zay's mind involuntarily conjured that iconic image, Aura versus Muda. At this moment, he glanced inward at his own Sasuke template. Sharingan, 50% unlocked. Lightning style Jujitsu, 30% developed. Secret technique, unknown. Fire style Jujitsu, 20% developed. Secret technique, unknown. Heavenly hand power, 100% developed. Swordsmanship, 80% developed. So lightning style is only at 30%. Zen'in Zay recalled using Chidori, channeling the Shikigami news lightning into his palm. As for fire style, he'd learned to convert his cursed energy into flames, using his system-bestowed talent to shape his attacks in various forms. He couldn't help but feel curious and excited about the ultimate secrets behind lightning and fire style. Lost in thought for a long while, Zen'in Zay's silence made Toji a little suspicious. He finally asked, "What's got you spacing out? Are you that happy just thinking about going out to play?" "I was just wondering how I want to live my life from now on," Zen'in Zay replied, a faint smile on his lips. "After all, I don't plan to carry all the burdens myself." Those words gave Toji a slight jolt. By then, I'll probably have left the Zen'in clan together with her. Toji glanced at Zen'in Zay out of the corner of his eye, thinking that maybe spending time with such a bright child wasn't so bad after all. Neither of them could have imagined that, 10 years later, they would be drawn into a battle that would decide the future of the jiu-jitsu world. But over time, Zen'in seemed to grow more withdrawn and somber. Not long after, Zen'in found Zen'in. "Hey, old man," Zen'in greeted the elderly man who was drinking. "I want to go out for a walk." "No way." Zen'in's beard bristled as he spoke sternly. "There are too many curse users out there. Don't you know the Six Eyes has already been marked with a bounty? The bounty is in the billions of yen." That much, Zen'in recalled a scene from the original story. "How about I just take care of Gojo Satoru right now?" He remembered that in the original, there were indeed people bold enough to attempt to assassinate the young Gojo Satoru, only to be frightened off by a single look from him. "Don't even think about it." Zen'in stood up, his gaze unwavering. "Unless you can defeat me, you're not leaving." "Is that so?" Excitement flickered in Zen'in's eyes. "You said it, old man. Don't go back on your word." "Ridiculous. The word of the clan head is absolute." Zen'in immediately summoned his own chimera beast, its overwhelming presence bearing down on Zen'in in an instant. You've already tamed 9 Shikigami." Zen'in exclaimed in astonishment. "Yeah." A hint of regret crept into Zen'in's expression. "It's just a shame I can't get my hands on a nuclear bomb. Otherwise, I would have blasted Maharaga ages ago and captured the last Shikigami already." Zen'in's mouth twitched subtly. In the current state of the country, where could anyone possibly find a nuclear bomb? He quickly waved a hand, adopting an open-minded attitude. Forget it, do as you please." As the fastest sorcerer of his generation, his vision and magnanimity far surpassed the ordinary. He accepted reality swiftly. After all, even he now felt powerless before this chimera beast. Not to mention, he was never particularly skilled at Rika's reversed curse technique. A subtle feeling stirred in Zen'in's heart. Thinking of the old man's eventual fate, he couldn't help but feel a trace of reluctance. "I will protect the Zen'in clan." Soon after, he agreed that easily. Toji looked at Zen'in in mild surprise. Didn't expect the old man to have become so open-minded over the years. "In this stubborn family, I thought you were the only one with any sense left." "Sensei, let's go. Let's see what the outside world has to offer," Zen'in said excitedly. This would be his first time truly stepping beyond his home's gates. "No, you have to go alone. There's someone I need to meet." "Who?" "Your teacher's wife." Toji's lips curled into a faint smile. Showing off your affection is just asking for trouble. If I don't put you in your place, you'll get even more out of hand, won't you?" "Teacher, you wouldn't be able to beat me now," Zen'in said with a faint smile. Toji was silent. Tokyo, Shinjuku. A white-haired boy in a blue jacket walked alone down the street, hands tucked into his pockets. His features were handsome, his skin fair, and his deep blue eyes shone with a calm, unwavering light. He looked no older than 7 or 8. This world is truly dull. The people around him held no interest for him. Neither the members of his family nor the children his own age could spark even a flicker of curiosity. The boy's eyes regarded everything around him with a godlike detachment. He could see the cursed spirits lurking among the crowd, living each day in a monotonous cycle of exorcism. "So this is the Six Eyes?" On the rooftop of a building in the distance, a man kept a watchful gaze on the boy below. He's so young, yet there's already 100 million yen bounty on his head. Asagasa Jiru's eyes lit up with the greed of someone who had just spotted a priceless treasure. "I never wanted to kill a child. But if anyone's to blame, it's that you were born into such a family. This world was never fair to begin with." Meanwhile, downstairs in a cafe, an old woman who called herself Granny Oigami lifted her cup and took a delicate sip of coffee. She spoke in a low, measured tone. "Old man, don't let a guard down. He may be just a child. You've killed far more people than I have. As curse users, are we really supposed to fear this kind of opponent?" True enough, Granny Oigami set her cup down and stood, her aura of malice dissipating in an instant. At the same moment, Asagasa Jiru, up on the rooftop, let his own killing intent surge forth without restraint. The white-haired boy suddenly halted, turning his head to look back. Under his icy gaze, Asagasa Jiru ducked behind the wall in a panic, sweat dripping from his brow and spattering onto the floor. Inside the cafe, a cup filled to the brim with coffee trembled ever so slightly. Granny Oigami, who had been standing by the window, had quietly slipped away from view. "What are you looking at?" The boy shot a cold glance behind him, then turned away and continued down the street. Soon, his gaze landed on a young man with spiky black hair. "That guy, Den Shadow Technique, a member of the Zen'in clan?" The two curse users remained rooted to the spot, trembling in fear. On this day, a single thought echoed in their minds. "That day, in our old age, we lost our freedom. Not bad at all. Zen'in looked over the bustling crowd with an appreciative eye. My first time out in the city. I wonder what interesting things I'll encounter today. With these words, he stopped in front of a bookstore. He patted the coins in his pocket and walked in with quiet confidence. It seems there are no manga from my original world here. Zen'in's crimson eyes swept over the shelves of comic books. I was hoping to find some inspiration from the high martial arts worlds I used to know, maybe develop a new technique or two. Looks like that's not happening. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice sounded right by his ear, startling Zen'in. He spun around abruptly, exclaiming in surprise, Gojo Satoru? What are you doing here? Huh? Gojo Satoru looked at him, puzzled. That's a strange thing to ask. This is a bookstore. Why wouldn't I be here? Do you know me? Well, I suppose it's not that strange to know you, is it? Zen'in felt a bit awkward. He had just left the Zen'in clan, still thinking about ways to deal with Gojo Satoru. Did you just take care of those two curse users outside? I didn't do anything. I just glanced back at them, and they froze in terror. Gojo's tone was casual, almost dismissive. They really are cowards. Zen'in was silent for a moment, looking at Gojo, then spoke evenly. Did you notice that this bookstore is already surrounded by a barrier? So you noticed too? Gojo's interest was piqued. Do you know something about barrier techniques? I have some understanding, yes. Zen'in looked at Gojo with a hint of resignation. This barrier seems to be just restricting ordinary people from entering or leaving. No problem. They can't hurt me. Gojo replied confidently. So far, no one has ever been my match. 6 eyes, 100 million bounty on your head. A thin man, holding a dagger, eyed Gojo with a sly smile. You dare to walk around alone. Haven't you thought you might get yourself killed? Foolish. Gojo strode toward the man. If you can break through my limitless, then we'll talk about killing me. You think I came unprepared? The man burst out laughing and then suddenly lunged at Gojo with a blindingly fast strike. My technique is speed. Don't think your limitless means you're untouchable. This time, the man's attack was so swift that Gojo couldn't react in time. Damn! Gojo was, after all, still in the body of a 6- or 7-year-old child. His reflexes and coordination hadn't reached their peak. He quickly turned his head to dodge. Though he avoided a fatal blow, the dagger still left a shallow cut across his face. How tedious! Gojo felt the sting on his cheek, his voice full of disdain. Every single day, someone tries to assassinate me like this. When will you all finally accept the difference in our strength and just give up already? Zen'in watched Satoru Gojo with keen interest, his temperament still relatively calm at this moment. Doesn't matter. The man, thrilled to see he had wounded Gojo, grinned wildly. As long as I get paid, killing people means nothing to me. He burst into raucous laughter. Then show me what you've got. Gojo sneered, finally dropping any pretense of holding back his cursed energy. His innate reserves were already immense, and with the 6 eyes, his control was nothing short of exquisite. Gojo began to walk forward, each step radiating invisible pressure. The curse user across from him broke into a cold sweat, desperately, maintaining a facade of composure as he gripped his cursed dagger tightly and shouted, You're just a kid. Don't let it go to your head. Is that so? Just a kid, am I? Gojo stroked his chin, his azure eyes narrowing, a playful smirk on his lips. Tell me, how long do you think it'll take for a kid like me to finish you off? With that, Gojo extended one hand, and brilliant blue, cursed energy gathered in his palm. Technique Reversal Azur. With those words, a surge of overwhelming power exploded through the area where Zen'in, Gojo, and the curse user stood, tearing it apart in an instant, sending sheets of paper fluttering everywhere. To the ordinary people nearby, the spectacle of brilliant blue energy remained unseen. All they noticed was the sudden collapse of the bookstore. Did an earthquake just hit? A passerby asked in confusion. Gojo stared coldly at the curse user, whose limbs were now shattered, and spat at him in contempt. Now do you understand the gap between us? Without another glance, he strode out of the comic book shop. He'd originally wanted to toy with that spiky-haired kid a bit longer, but this meddling curse user had ruined the mood. Now, he found it all rather dull. Hands in his pockets, Zen'in sauntered over to the fallen curse user, eyeing him with a touch of curiosity. Not a bad bit of firepower for a technique. He called after Gojo's retreating figure. Aren't you going to finish him off? Gojo simply waved a hand, utterly indifferent. Then I'll do it myself. Let's see what it feels like to kill a curse user. Zay's lips curled into a slight grin, his crimson eyes locking onto the curse user. The pressure from his Sharingan was, in that moment, even more terrifying than Gojo's 6 eyes. Chidori. With that, Zen'in unleashed Chidori, channeling crackling lightning-infused cursed energy. No, please, I'll pay you. Anything, as much as you want, the man wailed in agony. In your next life, don't become a curse user. Kana. Before he could finish, Chidori pierced straight through the man's skull. Even though this was the first time Zen'in killed someone, he felt no guilt at all. Gazing at the corpse on the ground, he muttered to himself, "I'm not the soft-hearted type." Just then, the system's voice echoed in Zen'in's mind once more. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke template synchronization increased by 20%. As Sasuke's memories surged into him, Zen'in's personality was quietly beginning to change. At that moment, Gojo Satoru turned back and saw Zen'in, expressionless, taking lives without hesitation. He realized that this person seemed completely unfazed by killing. And that lightning technique, what exactly was it? Why did his 6 eyes tell him this person possessed 10 different abilities? To confirm his suspicions, Gojo Satoru walked up to Zen'in. "Is your surname Zen'in?" Zen'in withdrew the lightning from his hand, deactivated his Sharingan, and replied coolly, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zen'in. The Zen'in clan, then?" In that instant, Gojo Satoru understood why this guy was so powerful. The 10 Shadow Techniques. A legendary power passed down through generations of the Zen'in clan, strong enough to rival the limitless techniques of the Gojo family. In fact, 400 years ago, the heads of the Gojo and Zen'in clans once perished together in a fateful duel. Back then, the Gojo family wielded Limitless and 6 Eyes, while the Zen'in head commanded the 10 Shadow Techniques. Just as he suspected, Gojo Satoru looked at the black-haired boy before him, appear his own age, and spoke. "My name is Gojo Satoru." The 2 boys, so close in age, simply stared at each other in silence. "Did you know Gojo?" Zen'in looked at Gojo Satoru and thought quietly to himself. "The one I always admired was the you who aspired to change the decaying world of jujitsu, not the you who was cut in half in Shinjuku, obsessed only with strength." At this moment, Gojo Satoru seemed unusually content. For the first time, he had finally found someone his own age who could stand as his equal, not just in power, but in spirit. All his life, his limitless technique had been an insurmountable wall, a barrier no one could cross, isolating him in loneliness and indifference. But today, things seem to be changing. Maybe this guy is actually pretty great. Zen'in, Gojo, a plain-looking man with a stitched scar across his head, was watching the 2 boys with a cold, chilling gaze. At this moment, he regarded Zen'in with a new sense of caution, though just a touch more respect. "10 Shadow Technique? Ooh." The man recalled that great battle 4 centuries ago. Could they be the descendants of those 2 men once again? Zen'in Shin. "But my real target is you, 6 Eyes." It had been 3 months since Zen'in last met Satoru Gojo. Now, December 7th had arrived. Thick snowflakes drifted down, blanketing the grounds of the Gojo estate. Satoru Gojo strolled leisurely along the stone path, a blue haori adorned with dragonfly patterns draped over his shoulders. He walked beneath the protection of his mother's red umbrella. In the outer courtyard, snow danced in the wind, and a hush had settled over everything. Yet, in his mind, the memory from 3 months ago echoed vividly. In that moment, he had suddenly felt the world grow far more intriguing. He had found something, a rare adversary and a friend. Suddenly, Satoru sensed someone watching him from behind. He turned to look, only to spot a burly man in a black kimono. Strangely, Satoru could not sense the slightest trace of cursed energy from him. It was as if the man were nothing more than a tree or a stone by the roadside. Satoru paid him little mind, gave him a cursory glance, and turned away. To him, the man was of no particular interest. That man, however, was none other than Toji Zen'in. At the gathering of the 3 great families held at the Gojo estate, Toji kept his distance, quietly observing the so-called child of God, Satoru Gojo. Gradually, he began to understand why the birth of 6 Eyes was seen as the key to shifting the balance of the world. But from my perspective, the real force capable of changing the world's balance isn't you. Toji quietly retreated to the inner courtyard, glancing towards Zen'in, who stood not far away beside Nobito Zen'in. He smiled to himself, then turned and slipped out through the main gate. He had no desire to get tangled in the feuds of the 3 great families. Zen'in weaved through the crowd, uncertain of what might unfold at this gathering. After all, the original story revealed little about Satoru Gojo's childhood, and many details remain a mystery. Suddenly, felt a chill crawl up his spine, as if someone were watching him from the shadows. Instantly, he activated his Sharingan, scanning the crowd with heightened vigilance for any suspicious presence. But with the constant flow of people in the hall, maintaining the 3-tomo Sharingan was a tremendous burden for a 6 or 7-year-old body. Before long, he gave up the search. After all, Those who only dared to lurk in the shadows weren't worth too much concern. What surprised Zei was that the stranger's gaze was not fixed solely on him. It also followed Satoru Gojo. With a trace of doubt, Zei returned to the center of the hall. A curiosity arose in his heart. The Gojo estate was so lively now, yet in the original story, after Satoru grew up, almost no other members of the Gojo family ever appeared. Why was that? It doesn't quite add up. Just then, Naobito Zen'in approached him and asked, "Finish your stroll around the Gojo estate? How does it feel?" "I think their family leans more towards a modern style," Zen'in Zei said with a slight pout. "Our family, on the other hand, is more like some relic from the past. We don't even have any proper modern appliances." Zen'in Naobito burst into hearty laughter. "That's exactly why we need someone like you, little one, to take over as the future head of the Zen'in clan and bring some fresh energy into our old house." Ever since Zen'in Zei was born, Zen'in Naobito realized he'd been happier these past few years than he had been in decades. He was convinced that, at last, the Zen'in family would have a steady pillar to rely on for the future. Even if Zei didn't want to become the head of the family, the Zen'in clan would still have its place in the world of jujitsu in the years to come. "What are you thinking about now?" Zei shot a sideways glance at Naobito, who was still grinning foolishly and couldn't help but tease. "If there ever comes a day when I can tame Mahoraga, maybe then, on a whim, I'll consider being the head." All right, Naobito muttered under his breath. This stubborn kid. "If you don't want the job, just say so. Always talking about taming Mahoraga. When the time comes, it might not be up to you." Just then, Satoru Gojo stepped out from the crowd and, for once, greeted a peer. "Hey, Hedgehog Head. Long time no see." Zen'in was speechless. Honestly, if he could use domain expansion or summon Mahoraga right now, he'd really like to teach this guy a lesson. Looking at Gojo's face, Zei felt an urge to come up with a nickname for him, but couldn't quite find the right words to describe his looks. After all, it was his own hair that truly resembled a hedgehog. He was, after all, modeled after Sasuke. Nearly everyone in the Zen'in family used the same shampoo, leaving only the future Megumi Fushiguro and Zei himself with hair spiked up like a hedgehog. "Call me whatever you like," Zei said, narrowing his eyes with a casual tone. "Just pray I never crack your limitless technique." Gojo shook his head. "Limitless is unbeatable. Unless you master a domain, you're no threat to me. And what if I have a cursed tool?" "Shapresht." Gojo just laughed. "That would be cheating. Weapons are part of your strength," Zei retorted. "Don't talk nonsense," Gojo shot back. As the two were bickering, a voice rang out from the center of the hall. "Welcome, everyone, to my son's 7th birthday party. Please forgive us if the hospitality falls short." Standing in the middle of the hall was a handsome middle-aged man, his face alight with confidence. After all, not only had he become the family head, but he also had such an outstanding son. "So that's Satoru Gojo's father?" Zei looked on with curiosity. He never appeared in the original story, but he really does resemble an older version of Satoru, just with more years behind him. The Gojo family has arrived, and so has the Zen'in family. But where's the Kamo family? Zen'in Zei looked around and noticed a group of people holding glasses of red wine. He guessed they must be from the Kamo family. Although the Kamo family was one of the 3 great sorcerer clans in the original story, their presence often felt insubstantial. For such a prestigious house, at the top of the jiu-jitsu world, the number of members who actually appeared could be counted on one hand, and later, they were all wiped out by Kinjaku alone. If one truly wanted to change the world of jiu-jitsu, perhaps the place to start was with the leadership of these ancient families. At that moment, a middle-aged man strolled over to Zen'in Zei. With a genial smile, he addressed Zen'in Naobito. "Old master, it's been almost 10 years since we last met. I must say, you still look as hale and hearty as ever." Zen'in Naobito replied with a touch of chill in his voice. "Back then, you were just a brat." "That's true, but things are different now. The future of the jiu-jitsu world is standing with us." "That remains to be seen. How long has it been since anyone in the Zen'in family wielded the 10 Shadows technique? 10 years? 20? Or perhaps 400? Do you truly have a successor now?" "That's enough." Zen'in Naobito fixed his gaze coldly on the man. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The middle-aged man simply smiled. "All I'm saying is, no matter what happens, the 3 great families will ultimately stand together, won't we?" With those words, he casually tousled Satoru Gojo's hair, then walked away. "You didn't tell your family about my technique?" Zen'in Zei looked at Satoru Gojo in surprise. "You actually kept it secret from me?" "Don't be ridiculous." Gojo shot him a contemptuous look. "Do I look like the sort of person who'd sell out a friend just for the sake of the family's interests?" "I suppose not. Judging by your face, no one paid you off either." "I have nothing but disdain for you. Right back at you." "Zei, come here for a moment. There's something I need to tell you." Zen'in Naobito suddenly called out, beckoning to Zei. This concerns both of you. Ah. Zay looked at the old man in confusion. It was the first time he'd ever seen him so serious. You as well, 6 eyes. Gojo blinked in surprise. Though he hadn't expected this, seeing that Zay trusted this elder, he followed them over. What I'm about to say concerns the battle from 400 years ago. 400 years ago. Gojo quickly sifted through related memories, trying to piece together the truth. Could it be that incident? That's right. Zen'in Nabito nodded gravely. I know you've probably heard a thing or two from your elders in the Gojo family, but what's been passed down in the Zen'in family is... It's actually a completely different version. What? Zen'in Zay was visibly flustered now, as if he hadn't been born into the Zen'in clan at all. Wasn't it that an ancestor of the Zen'in family, in a fit of anger, forcibly dragged the Gojo clan's head into the subjugation ritual? You brat. Zen'in Nabito raised his hand and gave Zay a firm punch. How could you speak of our ancestors like that? But isn't that what happened? Zay muttered under his breath. Ignoring his grumbling, Nabito continued recounting what was recorded in the family archives. According to our records, back then, the Zen'in and Gojo families were actually very close. What? Zay's heart skipped a beat. How could that be? For centuries, the two families have been bitter rivals. Did I end up in the wrong world? Is this some kind of fake jujitsu society? Zay was plunged into deep confusion. Zay, let me finish. Nabito seemed to see right through his doubts. He shot him a glare and went on. The head of the family at that time was an exceptionally talented person, about your age, maybe even a year younger. By then, he had already subdued 9 Shikigami. He was believed to be the most promising successor of the 10 Shadows technique, the one most likely to tame Mahoraga. What? Now was Gojo Satoru's turn to be stunned. It seemed today they were destined to be shocked in turns. If that's the case, why did he end up like that spiky-haired guy, choosing to perish together in the end? That's exactly what I wanted to explain. Nabito sighed. Those two were once the closest of friends. Yet, during the duel before the elders, they suddenly became mortal enemies. The head of the Zen'in clan actually went so far as to risk mutual destruction, dragging the Gojo clan's leader into the ritual to subdue Mahoraga together. At the time, some in the family suspected there was someone working behind the scenes, trying to sow discord between the two clans. Yet, as the Zen'in clan continued their investigation, rumors began to spread in the Gojo clan, saying the Zen'in head acted out of jealousy. As time went by, the relationship between the two clans only grew worse, right up to the present day. Who would have thought there was such a hidden story behind it all? Zen'in Zay narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that those two had once been the closest of friends. Even if they appeared to be only friends on the surface, being willing to risk their lives for each other. Such a choice wasn't something a clan leader could make lightly or in a short time. At that moment, a name surfaced in Zen'in Zay's mind, Kinjaku. This sorcerer, who had lived for 1,000 years, would hardly be above fanning the flames from the shadows. Perhaps his goal at the time was simply to use the opportunity to remove the strongest assets of both the Zen'in and Gojo clans. He might have orchestrated a scheme, planting suspicion between the two, all to reach his own ends. Even though Zay had his suspicions, he kept them to himself. After all, a story about someone living for 1,000 years was a bit too much to believe. This is exactly what I wanted to warn you both about. Zen'in Nabito looked gravely at Zen'in Zay and Gojo Satoru. You two are the key to the Zen'in and Gojo families reconciling in the future, no matter what happens. You must never let things escalate to the point of fighting with your lives on the line. Zen'in Zay smiled, just about to reassure the old man, but Gojo Satoru spoke up first. Don't worry, old man. After all, I am the strongest. Zen'in shi... Just you wait, Gojo. One day, I'll subdue Mahoraga myself. Then you'll see what I can do. Gojo Satoru grinned confidently, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if someone was watching him intently. After a few more words, the three of them melted back into the crowd, as if their conversation had never happened. Satoru, come here for a moment. At that moment, an elder called Gojo Satoru over. Why are you always mingling with the Zen'in clan? What does that look like? Elder, I was just passing by to take a look, that's all. In any case, there's nothing good about the Zen'in clan. Don't get too close to them. With that, the elder led Gojo Satoru to the center of attention, as the next event was about to begin, a sparring session between sorcerers. In truth, this had been deliberately arranged by the Gojo clan, meant to showcase the power of their 6 eyes to the entire jujitsu world. For the first match, Gojo Satoru faced off against a boy from the Kumo family. My technique is blood manipulation. Blood manipulation, right from the start? That's quick. Zen'in Zay couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the butterfly effect was. The inherited techniques of the big 3 clans were all being revealed today, right here in the modest hall of the Gojo family. The boy's name was Komomori. He was the same age as Zen'in and the others. Come at me then. Gojo Satoru's tone was calm. Compared to 3 months ago, he had now mastered one aspect of the limitless technique. The curse technique reversal, blue. Komomori's gaze sharpened. He brought his hands together, aiming at Gojo Satoru, and a swift pillar of blood shot out at incredible speed. Gojo Satoru raised his hand and effortlessly blocked it, keeping the blood pillar outside his protective barrier as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Komomori wasn't about to give up that easily. He already knew about the Gojo family's limitless technique, so in addition to relying on his red blood manipulation, he drew inspiration from an African sorcerer who had once taught him. From a cursed tool called Black Rope, he had devised a method that could subtly disrupt an opponent's technique. He named this move True Flow. Behind Komomori, several droplets of blood gathered and, empowered by cursed energy, shot toward Gojo Satoru in unison. Coming again? Gojo Satoru said with a hint of exasperation. The Kumo family's inherited technique seems a bit too repetitive, don't you think? What Gojo Satoru hadn't expected was that this time, the blood didn't target him directly, but the floor beneath his feet. The blood pierced cleanly through the floorboards, sending up a cloud of dust that quickly enveloped Gojo Satoru. Trying to mess with my vision? Gojo Satoru remained unmoved. He activated 6 eyes, heightening his perception of Komomori's cursed energy to its absolute limit. Just as he suspected, Komomori, fist brimming with cursed energy, appeared behind him. This was one of the abilities of his red blood. Manipulation, Crimson Scale Leap. By controlling the flow of blood throughout his body, he had greatly increased his mobility and speed. At this point, Komomori had abandoned straightforward technique-based attacks. Instead, he used True Flow to disrupt the limitless technique, aiming a blow at Gojo Satoru's waist to further interfere with his cursed energy control. Not a bad strategy. Gojo Satoru seemed to see right through him. But if you think limitless is all I've got, then you're underestimating me. Technique reversal, maximum output, blue. As his words rang out, a tremendous force of attraction suddenly filled the room. Komomori lost his footing, his body pulled irresistibly toward Blue's center. Gojo Satoru seized the moment, landed a punch on Komomori, and sent him flying clear out of the arena. I lost. Komomori got up, a little disheveled, and brushed the dust from his face. You're really strong. Satoru Gojo remained calm, his face betraying no hint of pride. At least among the people I know, you'd be ranked second. Only second? Komomori gave a wry smile. Then who's first? Satoru Gojo didn't respond right away. Instead, he looked over at Zen'in. After seeing him give a nod, he continued. It's the Zen'in clan's 10 Shadows technique. The 10 Shadows, huh? Again, a faint smile flickered across Komomori's lips. He hadn't expected that, in this generation, all 3 of the great house's signature techniques would appear together. Komomori cast a glance at Satoru Gojo, then turned to walk toward his own clan members. Sorry, I lost. It's all right. The head of the Kumo family didn't scold him. Instead, he gently ruffled Mori's hair. Losing to someone with the 6 eyes isn't exactly disgraceful. Yet deep inside, a tempest of emotions raged. He hadn't anticipated that the Zen'in clan's inherited technique would be revealed as well. Well then, through Gojo's gaze swept around the room. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Zen'in Abido looked toward Zen'in, clearly hoping he would step forward. I'll go. Zen'in smiled as he walked up to the stage. He was eager to personally test through Gojo's strength, and it was the perfect chance to warm up. At last, Satoru Gojo watched Zen'in approach, unable to hide his excitement. This was the only person so far who could stand as his equal in a true contest. Did you know? Satoru Gojo didn't rush to attack. The first time I saw you, I wanted to fight you because I'd never seen anyone with such overwhelming cursed energy. Is that so? Zen'in replied with a slight smile, settling into a fighting stance. Come on, show me what you can do. Off stage, Komomori stared at the 2 figures on the platform, his heart brimming with envy. It seems I'm living in an extraordinary era, surrounded by such formidable rivals. I will surpass them. Komomori made a silent vow, clenching his fists tightly. Satoru Gojo was the first to strike. Using the pull of blue, he instantly shifted to Zen'in's side and threw a left punch. Trying to match me in hand-to-hand combat? Zen'in couldn't help but grin. He recalled all those days training under Toji. Those years of being beaten weren't for nothing. Zen'in swiftly raised his arm to block Gojo's blow, then countered with a quick kick, his hands forming the rabbit madra in a flash. His side kick was stopped by Gojo's limitless technique, But in the next instant, a swarm of escaping rabbits burst from Zay's shadow, leaping straight toward Gojo. Trying to distract me with these? Gojo said confidently, breaking into a smile. A blue orb of cursed energy materialized, drawing all the rampaging rabbits toward it. But to Satoru Gojo's surprise, in the very next instant, his position and Zen'in Zay's were suddenly swapped. It was that technique capable of switching places. Gojo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately gathered his cursed energy again, and a second azure took shape in the blink of an eye. It was as if Zen'in Zay had predicted his move. Lightning-infused cursed energy surged in his hands. Chidori Spear. A bolt of lightning pierced straight through the gravity sphere that Gojo had created. Without pause, Zen'in Zay called forth his inner fire release, shouting loudly, "Grand Fireball!" A massive fireball erupted from Zen'in Zay's mouth, roaring across the arena, heading straight for Gojo. How does this guy have so many ways to attack? Gojo was stunned by the sudden, relentless assault. He'd once thought the blood manipulation technique was too one-dimensional, but now he realized Zen'in Zay was a whole different breed. Before Gojo could block the Grand Fireball with his limitless technique, a colossal elephant Shikigami appeared behind Zen'in Zay. Torrents of water gushed from its trunk, colliding with the fireball midair. The clash unleashed a surge of steam, and in seconds, thick white mist engulfed the entire arena. Obscuring my vision again, Gojo quickly adjusted the perception of his 6 eyes, his senses on high alert. This guy is nothing like Kamo Noritoshi. I can't use the same tactics against him. Yet, just as Gojo recalibrated, Zen'in Zay made his move as if it had all been premeditated. He teleported behind Gojo, swiftly forming hand signs, and summoned a giant, bizarre Shikigami that swung its massive fist straight at him. What is this thing? Gojo raised his hand, using the limitless technique to block the Chimera Beast's attack, secretly astonished. He hadn't imagined the 10 Shadows technique could be wielded in such a way. Without hesitation, Gojo shaped another azure in his palm, ready to counterattack. Phoenix Fire Claw Crimson. Taking advantage of the lingering mist, Zen'in Zay quickly drew several shuriken from the 10 Shadows space, shrouded them in flames, and hurled them at Gojo. Gojo pushed his 6 eyes to the limit, letting a torrent of information flood his mind. Soon, he sensed the fiery assault coming from above, and raised his hand to shield himself with the limitless technique, fending off the Phoenix Fire Claw Crimson. It's not over yet. Zen'in Zay's eyes flashed scarlet, his Sharingan evolving into 3 Tomo. With the system-granted heavenly hand power activating once more, he instantly appeared behind Gojo. Lion Barrage. This was a move Sasuke once copied from Rock Lee via the Sharingan before the Chunin exams. Zen'in Zay kicked Gojo skyward, then followed closely, spinning through the air, and finally gathered strength for a powerful kick that sent Gojo crashing heavily to the ground. This guy's just too strong. Satoru Gojo stood up again, touching his face. For the first time in his life, he had been wounded by someone his own age. Gojo gathered cursed energy in his hand once more, ready to use gravity to sweep away the lingering smoke in the arena. He felt as though he had completely lost control of the battlefield, and that unfamiliar feeling unsettled him. You're thinking too slowly, Satoru. Zen'in Zay's hands flashed through a series of hand signs, unleashing another great fireball. But this time, he didn't pause. His fingers continued weaving new seals. As the fireball roared forth, Zen'in Zay moved in a blur, suddenly appearing behind Gojo. In his hand, he summoned a surge of crackling, lightning energy. Chidori. Gojo Satoru raised one hand to shield himself, while his other hand blocked the Chidori in Zen'in Zay's grasp. But in the very spot he hadn't noticed, his blind spot, a massive bull suddenly charged toward him. It was the Charge Bull, summoned by the 10 Shadows technique. At that moment, the Charge Bull had already finished its sprint, heading straight for Gojo Satoru's side. This time, Gojo Satoru's in real danger. He was already hard-pressed to defend himself, beset on all sides by the Chimera Beast and Zen'in Zay's relentless attacks, and now the Charge Bull was almost upon him. In that split second, with everything hanging by a thread, Gojo Satoru's mind raced. He used the attraction of blue to instantly break free from the encirclement. At the same time, Zen'in Zay's left eye flickered, and he too appeared at Gojo Satoru's side in an instant. His hand was already at Gojo Satoru's throat. With a smile, he asked, "So how was that, Satoru?" "I lost." Gojo Satoru sighed in resignation, raising both hands. "Not only are you a master of hand-to-hand combat, but you can also merge 10 different Shikigami into that kind of monster?" "That's right." Zen'in nodded slightly. "It's an extension of my technique. By fusing Shikigami, not only can I combine their strengths, I can also retain each of their original abilities. In fact, I noticed something when you used your flame technique. Zen'in looked at Gojo Satoru and continued. I first used max elephant water to put out your flames before your fireball could ignite, creating a cloud of steam. That made you think I was just trying to obscure your vision. But the next time you used fireball, you didn't just form the fire hand seals. You also shaped the charge bowl seals, didn't you? You were actually imitating Kamo Noritoshi, teleporting behind me, betting that my attention would stay on you the whole time. Your teleportation is as fast as mine, and you've come up with all sorts of new tricks. You're practically invincible, aren't you? Gojo Satoru seemed to understand now, and with a smile he teased Zen'in. So that's how it is. I admit defeat. Zen'in shook his head. If you'd mastered the automatic limitless, this move wouldn't have worked on you. Automatic limitless, huh? Gojo Satoru muttered under his breath, smiling ruefully. I haven't even learned reversed curse technique yet. That's all right. You'll get there. Zen'in thought of their teacher, Toji, and smiled mysteriously. Someone will teach you. Maybe you'll figure out automatic limitless on your own. But as for the reverse curse technique, he'll definitely be your teacher. Who? Who is it? Gojo Satoru pressed, full of curiosity. I can't tell you just yet. Zen'in stepped down from the stage, still shrouded in mystery. You'll know when the time comes. Spiky head, you're so stingy, Gojo Satoru grumbled. As their banter ended, the previously silent crowd finally erupted in a roar. He's the heir of the Zen'in clan. He actually managed to defeat Satoru Gojo, the bearer of the 6 eyes. I never imagined that the 6 eyes and the 10 shadows would once again appear in the same era. As the battle came to an end, time quietly slipped by. The reputation of the 6 eyes continued to soar, while the title Divine Child of the 10 Shadows gradually spread throughout the world of jujitsu. Even Zen'in was added to the bounty list, his strength now seemingly closing in on Satoru Gojo's own. It seems the time has come to set my plan in motion. A man with stitches across his forehead muttered under his breath, the very millennia-old sorcerer Zen'in had mentioned. Kinjaku. At this moment, he was lurking amidst a meeting of the big 3 clans. Having lived for 1,000 years, he knew all too well the latent power of these families, especially the Gojo clan. At just 7 years old, he's already mastered limitless and curse technique reversal, blue. Satoru Gojo, you truly are the one destined to shatter the balance of this world. But the divine child of the 10 shadows? Kinjaku sneered, the corners of his mouth curling with disdain. Didn't I personally dispose of that one 4 centuries ago? Even if one can merge Shikigami, it's nothing more than a motley crew. That individual tried the same trick back then. He even attempted to tame Maharaga with it. As Kinjaku dwelled on the past, not a trace of pride appeared on his face. Through the generations, not a single 10 Shadows user has ever subdued Maharaga. They're nothing to be feared. Your arsenal of attacks may be varied, but in the end, it's all just for show. Recalling those seemingly harmless fireballs and bolts of lightning, Kinjaku couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A cold, sinister smile crept onto his face. The last sorcerer he sent out was merely a probe. He glanced down, watching the slender hand of his watch crawl forward, second by second. Kinjaku's wariness of Satoru Gojo grew ever sharper, but his vigilance towards Zen'in was no longer what it once was. And that, in time, would become the decision he most regretted. If only at this very moment, he had resolved to hunt Zen'in down without mercy. Today marked a special day for Zen'in, though it was tinged with regret. A certain unfortunate event had finally come to pass. Huh? Zen'in's eyes widened in confusion. Sensei, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? Toji stared at the boy coldly. I said I'm leaving. Did you hear me? What? What? Zen'in struggled to comprehend. In the original story, Toji left the Zen'in clan out of utter disappointment with his family. But now that himself was here, why would Toji still make the same choice? I found someone who matters to me, a person worth everything I have. For the first time, a rare, gentle smile flickered across Toji's stern face. Someone I'd give up anything for. Could it be Megumi Fushigiro's mother? Zen'in had actually guessed it long ago. He had even considered bringing Fushigiro's mother into the Zen'in family, thinking that perhaps doing so could spare her from tragedy. However, Toji Zen'in had refused the invitation with pride. The Zen'in clan had always valued men over women and prized cursed energy above all else. He himself had already suffered unfair treatment here. If he brought the woman he loved into this family, he couldn't imagine the kind of discrimination she would face. Gazed at Toji in silence. To be honest, he was truly reluctant to part with his teacher. In the entire Zen'in family, aside from the family head and his mother, Toji had spent the most time with him. A long, weary sigh escaped him. Do you really have to go? Zay asked. Toji nodded. Yeah. Toji narrowed his eyes, a note of exhaustion in his voice. I'm completely disillusioned with this family. Hearing this, Zay realized he could no longer persuade Toji to stay. All he could do was offer a few words of advice. Sensei, if you can, please remember to take your wife for regular checkups at the hospital. And when your son is born, make sure to give him a good name. Kid, do you have to meddle in everything? Toji ruffled Zay's hair with a firm hand, even though it might be a long time before we meet again after this farewell. But you know, even though I'm terrible at remembering men's faces in the future, as your teacher, maybe I'll still recognize you. The most annoying kid I've ever taught. Really? Zay suddenly asked. What if someday we end up on opposite sides and have to fight? No problem. Toji smiled. When that time comes, I'll just beat up my disobedient pupil, and then I'll laugh at you as much as I want. Oh, is that so? Zay replied with a light chuckle. Sensei, just don't go off to the star plasma vessel before I get there. Kid, what kind of strange things are you saying again? Toji muttered helplessly, scratching his head. Then from who knows where, he produced a massive sword from behind his back. For once, Toji actually looked a bit awkward, almost shy as he spoke. This is for you. Consider it your graduation present for me. Zay looked at Toji with a spark of curiosity. He never expected that this man, known for his strength and toughness, would have such a side to him. Then I'll gladly accept it, Zay said without hesitation, taking the large sword. Looking closely, he realized it was none other than Toji's signature weapon. The special grade curse tool, Soul Liberation Blade. It was shaped like a cleaver, with a handle wrapped in a layer of soft, white fur that gave it a strangely cute appearance. But despite its looks, the blade could slice through the soul itself, ignoring the hardness of any object. Even true experts would marvel at the sight of it. Teacher, you're really willing to give this to me this time? Zen'in looked at Toji with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I never thought you'd do that. You little brat, take it if you want it. If not, I'll just take it back. Toji scolded with a playful grin, pretending to snatch the soul-releasing blade from Zay's hands. Hey wait, I never said I didn't want it. The two bickered for a while, their voices echoing with a familiar warmth, before falling into a comfortable silence. Toji was the first to break it. I have to go. Men. Zay answered softly. Partings between men are often like this. At the moment of farewell, sometimes there's nothing left to say, for all their words are stored up for the day they'll meet again. Toji had only taken a few steps when Zay suddenly called out, Sensei, I know you probably won't listen, but I still have to say it. Whatever you do, don't try to take Satoru Gojo's attacks head on. Satoru Gojo? Toji chuckled. Idiot, like I'd ever pick a fight with that guy. I'm out of here. He waved, his figure gradually fading from Zay's sight. Teacher, let's meet again in 10 years. Meanwhile, within the Zen'in estate, Zen'in fan sat cross-legged on a floor cushion. Sensing something, he suddenly burst out laughing. He's finally gone. Toji Zen'in. The threat that had weighed on his mind for so long had finally left the Zen'in household. From now on, he no longer had to worry about that man jeopardizing his own status. As for the threat posed by Toji's relationship with Zay, Fan had never paid it much thought. To him, it had always been a matter of mutual advantage. Zen'in Fan. He was determined to become the next head of the Zen'in family. Fan stood up and walked into the courtyard, his gaze settling on a black-haired youth. In a cool tone, he asked, Naoya, how's your projection sorcery coming along? The boy addressed, as Naoya replied slowly, It's not quite on father's level yet, but I think I'm doing pretty well. Good. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Fan's heart. The current head of the family, Zen'in Nobito, was constantly occupied with clan affairs and had no time to personally oversee his son's training. Thus, most of Naoya's tutelage had fallen to Fan and Zen'in Junichi. Zen'in Naoya and Zen'in Zay. These two were his key assets in the struggle for the position of clan head. Yet, Naoya had ideas of his own, and Zay had never felt any attachment to this father. Fan simply hadn't noticed, at least, not yet. Uncle, Naoya said coolly to Fan, is cousin with Toji right now. Naoya had met Toji before, and had sensed a power in him unlike any sorcerer's. Since then, Toji had become his idol. Since birth, Zen'in Zay had been hailed as the divine child of 10 shadows. Although Naoya had never met him, he always dismissed the rumors. But ever since word spread that Zen'in Zay had defeated the Six Eyes, yes, they're at the back mountain. At the mention of Toji, Zen'in Sen's expression darkened once again. But that guy Toji should have already left. Naoya ignored Zen'in Sen's advice and strode directly toward the back mountain. Today, he had to see for himself what set this so-called divine child of 10 shadows apart from the rest. Not long after, behind the Zen'in estate, a young man with hair spiked like a hedgehog stood silently, calmly watching as Naoya approached, brimming with hostility. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong, Cousin Naoya? Did you need something from me? A tremendous surge of cursed energy erupted from Zen'in, his overwhelming pressure threatening to swallow Naoya whole. What made Naoya's fear spike even more was this. Zen'in's eyes suddenly shifted from black to a striking crimson, 3-tomo, slowly spinning within his gaze. Naoya felt as if invisible hands were tightening around his throat, leaving him utterly helpless. In the next instant, Zen'in lifted the illusion and stepped forward, offering a calm smile as he helped Naoya to his feet. His voice was gentle. What's wrong, cousin? Naoya gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground. For a moment there, he truly believed he would die here. Looking up at Zen'in's face, he finally understood why the clan had chosen him as the next head. This power was nothing like Toji's. It was a force of absolute dominance, so crushing that even the thought of resistance withered before it. Zen'in sat beneath a towering tree on the back mountain, gazing absent-mindedly down at the estate below. For a while, he said nothing. His teacher was gone now, and he'd left so decisively, not even giving him a chance to beg him stay. A tangled rush of emotions welled up in Zay's heart. He shook his head and murmured softly. 3 years together, day in and day out, yet he left without a second thought. Teacher, you really are heartless. At that moment, a cool, detached voice echoed through the air. Zen'in, what are you thinking about? Looking up, Zen'in saw that Satoru Gojo had appeared at the Zen'in family home without him noticing. What brings you here? And so brazenly at that? Zen'in didn't seem the least bit surprised by Gojo's sudden arrival. You think those mediocre guards could ever spot me? The short-haired Gojo gave a dismissive smirk, then turned to Zen'in. Zen'in, I found a few interesting curse exorcism missions. Come with me. No. Zen'in lay back on the grass, completely uninterested. Don't be like that. If you won't come with me, I'll just keep pestering you. Their voices echoed across the hillside behind the house. And just like that, 10 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Mid-April 2005. Today marked the beginning of the school year for first-year students at the Jiu-Jitsu Technical College. Zen'in stood at the school gate, looking down at his new student ID. A first-grade sorcerer in this so-called technical college. He chuckled scornfully, thinking these titles were nothing but empty labels. He walked slowly onto campus, taking in the scenery around him. The sight stirred memories of his own university days back in China. Wearing an indifferent expression, hands tucked into his pockets, Zen'in made his way alone through the college grounds. There weren't many students at the college. Most had been recruited from among ordinary people. Gojo had chosen to enroll because of his rebellious streak, while Zen'in himself had only agreed to come after Gojo had persistently talked him into it over the past few days. Zenpai? A languid voice called out behind him. Turning around in mild surprise, Zen'in saw a girl with short brown hair and a beauty mark just below her left eye standing there. Is there something you need? Zen'in asked in a flat tone. If you're lost, I can show you the way. Thank you, senpai. The girl didn't sense anything unusual. She just followed behind him, sneaking glances at Zen'in as she walked. He seemed so aloof. My name's Shoko Yeri. Nice to meet you. I'm Zen'in. Without looking back, Zen'in kept his gaze forward. He had a rough idea who the girl was, but at the moment, she didn't concern him. Zen'in. Shoko softly repeated the name. It sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Senpai, do you know how many first years there are this year? Zen'in glanced at Shoko Yeri and replied curtly. There are about 4 first years this year. The 6 eyes of the Gojo family, the one who controls cursed spirits, and then there's you. Who's the other one then? Shoko Yeri watched him with open curiosity. You'll find out soon enough. Zen'in chose not to elaborate. He thought it would be better for her to meet the person in person. As they chatted, the two of them arrived at classroom. For desks and chairs were neatly arranged inside, clearly prepared for the new students. One of the seats was already occupied by a boy with his hair tied up in a neat bun, a distinctive fringe falling over his forehead. Hearing the sound of the door, he turned around and saw Zen'in and Shoko entering the classroom together. He greeted them warmly. Hello, my name is Suguru Geto. I look forward to studying with you. Im Shoku Yeri. Shoko replied in a languid tone, sneaking a glance at Zen'in as she spoke. This doesn't look like the 6 eyes. Could he have lied to me? And you? Suguru Geto smiled, turning his attention to Zen'in. Zen'in. Nice to meet you. Zen'in introduced himself simply, without any extra words. Suguru Geto and Zen'in shook hands, exchanging a knowing smile. In that brief handshake, Suguru instantly sensed the immense cursed energy and the unwavering physical strength within Zen'in. Despite All the rigorous training he'd gone through before enrollment, he still found himself astonished by the sheer power in Zen'in's grip. Otherwise, there's no way he could constantly command those bizarre creatures to obey him. Zen'in? How interesting. Suguru Geto was deep in thought when, all of a sudden, a brash voice interrupted his musings. Zen'in, how could you just leave me behind and come check in by yourself? Outside the classroom, a tall, white-haired boy ignored the main entrance and instead leaned against the window, shouting loudly with an air of swagger. In the next moment, he jumped in through the window, sunglasses masking his eyes and making his expression unreadable. Zen'in shut his eyes, pretending not to notice him. Hey, I saw you, Don't play dumb. The newcomer was none other than Satoru Gojo. Gone was the aloofness he had as a child. Now, he seemed to relish joking around. As he spoke, Gojo had already walked up to Zen'in and slung an arm over his shoulder. He shot a quick glance at Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri, then said, And you too. I'm not interested in pretending to be best buddies with you. Suguru Geto's brows knit slightly, clearly annoyed by this rude guy before him. Arrogant, self-absorbed, completely dismissive of others. This was Shoko Yeri's first impression of Satoru Gojo. Suddenly, Shoko remembered Zen'in's earlier mention of classmates, and an uneasy premonition crept into her heart. Gojo looked at Shoko again, and, as if he'd discovered something novel, his expression changed dramatically. He dashed over to her and said, Your technique is reversed cursed technique, isn't it? Would you teach me how to use it? Listening to him, and recalling the earlier conversation, Shoko felt a surge of inexplicable annoyance. What a rude guy. She really wanted to give him a good punch. But on the surface, she remained calm, even feigning a bit of innocent bewilderment as she replied. Reversed curse technique, you say? Well, it's really just... She pretended to think for a moment, then raised her hand above her head and made a motion. First you go whoosh, then zip, and that's it. Gojo was beginning to sense something was off about this person. You don't get it? It's just whoosh, then zip, and you're done. No talent at all, Shoko said, pursing her lips with a teasing glint in her eyes. Gojo, Suguru Geto, eavesdropping nearby. Zen'in gave a rare smile. He hadn't expected anyone other than himself to be able to twist Satoru Gojo around like this. Gojo, a little miffed, shouted at Zen'in. Don't get cocky. I'll beat you one day. You could try now if you'd like, Zen'in replied, raising an eyebrow, his tone calm. I don't even have to go all out. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Gojo shot back, bristling with indignation. Over the past decade or so, Satoru Gojo and Zen'in had grown up together, and their close bond had eased much of the tension between the Zen'in and Gojo families. The two were often seen heading out together to complete missions to exorcise cursed spirits, though in most cases, it was Satoru dragging Zei along on his whims. Yet, Satoru had never been the type to accept defeat easily. Deep down, he was convinced that one day, he would finally surpass Zei. A fit of coughing sounded at the classroom door, and a broad-shouldered man appeared in the doorway. He gazed at the 4 teenagers gathered inside, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Another batch of unruly students, he thought to himself. Curse manipulation, the 6 eyes, reverse cursed techniques, and that one boy. Masamichi Yaga's gaze lingered for a moment on Zen'in, an emotion he couldn't quite name flickering through his heart. He strode to the front of the classroom, pausing for a heartbeat before speaking in a firm, steady voice. Since everyone is here, let me introduce myself. My name is Masamichi Yaga, and I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Shoko remained silent. She could sense the shift in atmosphere, and shot a fierce glare at Zen'in beside her. If I'd known things would turn out like this, I never should have asked that upperclassman for help. What embarrassment. Trying to be discreet, Shoko pulled out her phone and fired off an email to someone saved in her contacts as Yutaheim. Yutaheim-senpai, can you believe this? Today, I ran into a... Masamichi Yaga didn't say much more. Keeping his tone even, he announced, Since today is the first day of school, I need to get a sense of your abilities. Due to the unique nature of her technique, Shoko was exempt from combat. So, the 3 of you should talk it over and choose your sparring partners. Zen'in said nothing, but his gaze settled on Satoru Gojo. Satoru, it's been months since we last sparred, hasn't it? How about a match? Satoru hesitated for a moment. Right now, he'd only mastered a single positive technique. If it came down to a real fight, he might be at a disadvantage. But Satoru would never back down just because of doubt. He lowered his sunglasses, his cerulean eyes locking with Zei's. All right, let's see what you've got. A spark of curiosity lit up Suguru Geto's eyes. He was eager to see just how strong these two, his future companions for the next 3 years, really were. Shoko, too, watched Zei with a complicated feeling. All at once, She found herself unexpectedly interested in this boy who seemed so reliable. Satoru was a master of the limitless technique, but could Zei be the user of the legendary 10 Shadows technique? Gojo Satoru and Zen'in, Zei, stood facing each other on the training field at Jujutsu High. The wide-open space was perfect for a sparring match. One stood to the left, the other to the right. Zen and Zei glanced at Gojo with a casual air, his voice calm as he spoke. I forgot to mention, I've actually reached the threshold of domain expansion. He spoke the truth. At this moment, he had perfected the guaranteed hit effect of his domain, but it still lacked any offensive capabilities. In other words, it was missing that decisive lethal power. What? Gojo stared at him in shock, suddenly feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity toward this friend he'd known for a decade. On one hand, he worried his brother had been struggling. On the other, he feared his brother was growing too powerful. If it was a domain, Gojo was stunned for a heartbeat, but quickly regained his confidence. So what if he can use a domain? I'm not going to give in that easily. Is that so? Zen and Zei gazed back at the confident Gojo with an unreadable expression. Well, who do you think will win, Geto? At that moment, Principal Yaga stepped up beside Suguru Geto and asked quietly, ide seize. Geto thought about it, stroking his chin as he analyzed. Even with Limitless, as long as you can deploy a domain with a guaranteed hit effect, you can break through that kind of stasis. That's what I think too. Yaga nodded, then turned to Shoko. What about you, Shoko? Who do you think has the better odds? Shoko shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Honestly, I hope Gojo gives that hedgehog head a good beating. Yaga's mouth twitched slightly, but he let the matter drop. Meanwhile, Gojo was the first to launch his attack. Zei's had a few tricks up his sleeve. First, the power of the 10 Shadows technique. I'm already familiar with that. Second, his flames. I haven't seen much of them, but they're nothing to take lightly. Third, those eyes of his that turn red. His Jinjutsu is a real headache. And then there's his unpredictable teleportation. One moment he's far away, the next he's swapped places with something else before you know it. Gojo took off his sunglasses. His piercing blue eyes locked onto the flow of cursed energy swirling around Zen and Zei. Reversal technique. Maximum output azur. Gojo raised his hand and unleashed a full-force attack, manipulating a sphere of blue cursed energy that sucked in the grass and even the goalposts from the field. Then, one by one, he hurled these objects straight at Zen and Zei. Seriously, Zen and Zei shot Gojo a helpless look, this terrain destroyer, then formed the hand sign for new, and a pair of wings unfurled from his back. For now, this was his quickest way to move. Do we have to stay in the air the whole time? Satoru, Gojo smiled, then continued to gather cursed energy, blue, in his palm. You taught me this, Zei. Pull a blue. A powerful force erupted from Gojo's hand, so strong that even the massive Nu couldn't maintain its balance in the sky. He actually pulled off a technique just like universal pull. Zen'in Zei was a bit stunned. Last time, he had only casually mentioned using gravity to draw enemies closer. He never expected Gojo to actually master it. As you wish, then. Zen'in Zei moved closer, allowing Gojo's power to pull him in. This guy. Gojo's expression turned wary as he watched Zei rapidly approach, his guard up. In his hand, blue gathered, aimed straight at Zei's face. Chidori. Zei deftly dodged Gojo's fist infused with blue, the Chidori in his own hand darting right for Gojo's hair. I'm going to make you bald, Satoru. At that moment, Gojo flashed a triumphant grin and murmured softly. Phase. Dusk. I have wisdom. Is this the most powerful blue he used before? Zei was immediately caught by the gravitational pull of blue, barely able to stay on his feet. Gojo quickly put distance between himself and Zei, well aware that Zei's space-swapping ability had a limited range. So how's that? Gojo looked at Zei, who was barely managing to keep his balance and hadn't been pulled in completely, and said with a smile, The strongest blue was always meant to keep you from getting close to me. After all these years, I know how much you love close combat. Enhancing blues, pull with an incantation, and taking advantage of your opponent's habits to seize victory in one move. Huh. Yaga Mazamichi analyzed from the sidelines. This 6 eyes, truly gifted. Suguru Geto, watching the duel between Zei and Gojo, found himself surprised to realize he might actually be the weakest of the 3. This little trick isn't enough. Zei shook his head. Though he was trapped by Blue's pull, he could still swap places with the space around him. But this is far from over. Zei's left eye flashed. In an instant, he broke free from Blue's grip and pulled Gojo right in front of him. He landed a kick on Gojo's face, grinning. Let me borrow your hands for a second. With Gojo still reeling in shock, Zei attacked with martial arts while using Gojo's hands to complete a complex hand sign. Great fireball technique. Caught off guard by the close-range fireball, Gojo immediately summoned a powerful barrier of cursed energy to defend himself. Bang! Gojo Satoru was slammed straight into the ground by the blazing fireball, his face twisted in anger. You brat! Suddenly, black flames flickered into existence right before Gojo's eyes. It was Amaterasu, the fire that devours everything. Before Gojo could react, Zen'in's next wave of attacks was already upon him. Chidori Spear. With a surge of lightning, Zen'in formed a long spear in his left hand and thrust it fiercely at Gojo. Sensing imminent danger, Gojo jerked his head aside just in time. The Chidori Spear whizzed past, grazing his cheek. Again, Gojo's expression grew serious as he pressed his palms together, murmuring, technique reversal. Maximum output, multiple azure. One after another, spheres of concentrated cursed energy, azure, materialized on the field, each one exerting a gravitational pull. Far greater than before. Gojo thought to himself, with this level of defense, Zen'in shouldn't be able to teleport through. Yet, just as he finished bracing himself, Zen'in appeared before him, Chidori at the ready. Gojo, he froze for a split second, then quickly snapped back to his senses, erecting the limitless barrier between himself and Zen'in. Hurling one of the azure spheres toward Zen'in, Gojo shouted, if you've got what it takes, try breaking through Limitless with your Chidori. Zen'in's Chidori, now infused with the power of Amaterasu, hovered just millimeters from Gojo, unable to push forward. Meanwhile, the pull from Azure threatened to drag him in. Zen'in knew all too well. If he got sucked into Azure, he'd not only be gravely injured, but would also be mocked by Gojo for ages. Just as I thought. Gojo looked at Zen'in and grinned. As long as you haven't used Maharaga's adaptation, I can still fight you. Is that so? A shadow of a smile played across Zen'in's lips, impossible to decipher. Domain extension. Though incomplete, as long as he could leverage the domain's guaranteed hit effect, domain extension was still usable. Suddenly, Zen'in's Chidori finished. Channeling all his cursed energy, he launched a heavy punch that pierced through the limitless barrier, landing squarely in front of Gojo's stunned face. What the? Not the face. Gojo's howl of protest echoed, as Zen'in's fist sent him flying. This is what you'd call a miniature domain, Zen'in said calmly, gazing at the fallen Gojo. Don't think your limitless makes you invincible. Trying to suppress his laughter, Principal Yaga announced. Zen'in is the winner. Gojo, clutching his face, stormed over in a huff and glared at Zen'in with irritation. Just wait till I master reverse curse technique, then I'll... HM? What did you just say? Zen'in narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Nothing. Turning back to Suguru Geto, Zen'in asked, so what do you think, Geto? Want to spar with me? I have things I need to study, so I'll leave you guys to it. Suguru replied as he started making his escape. Zen'in, clearly annoyed, shouted, Gojo, don't let him get away. If you do, I'll have to take it out on you instead. Zen'in, you jerk. Satoru Gojo yelled, then dashed off in hot pursuit after the fleeing Suguru. Shoko watched the three boys bickering and chasing each other around, while Principal Yaga looked on with a helpless sigh. She couldn't help but smile. Quietly, she gazed up at the vast blue sky, her eyes sweeping over the lush green lawn just outside the school. So, this is the place where I'll spend the next 3 years of my life. After a moment, Shoko pulled out her phone and sent an email to Yudahime. Senpai, maybe I didn't say things quite right before. I met some really great classmates. A week had passed since the Tokyo Jujutsu High School had started its new term. This is so boring. Shoko sat on a bench beneath a large tree, listlessly tapping away at her phone. Shoko-chan, a cheerful voice called out, and someone swiftly hugged her from behind. Oh, it's Yudahime senpai. Shoko looked helplessly at Yudahime, who was happily rubbing against her shoulder. Did something happen? Of course not. I just came to hang out with my dear junior. Yudahime pouted, clearly annoyed. Is there something wrong with wanting to spend time with my cute underclassman? Of course not. Shoko smiled at Yudahime, unfazed by her antics. Actually, I'm still curious about that new brand of cigarettes you mentioned last time. Yudahime senpai. What are you two talking about? A woman with nearly blue-white hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a black uniform, walked towards them. You're keeping secrets from me? I'm heartbroken. May. Yudahime's eyes lit up as if she'd found an ally. Let's find some time for the three of us to go out together. All these missions are getting so dull. Oh, planning to skip class, are we? May mused, her eyes glimmering with playful mischief as she looked at Yudahime. You know that'll cost you, right? Senpai, are you thinking about money again? Yudahime grumbled. You're still too young to understand the true allure of money. The three of them, chatting and laughing, made their way toward the first-year classroom. Now, as the only 3 girls left, they found a kind of easy camaraderie. But even before they reached the door, they could already hear Satoru Gojo's voice inside. Zawa, why do I get the feeling that this Uchiha Sasuke guy sounds a lot like you? Honestly, I think he sounds a lot like a Zen'in too. But Suguru Geto kept that thought to himself, choosing not to say anything rude out loud. He glanced over at Gojo, who was sprawled out as usual, and sighed. Gojo's personality was so wild. If it weren't for Zen'in, he wouldn't even know how to get along with him. In just one short week, they'd almost come to blows over whether or not they should protect the weak and a few other trivial matters. Thankfully, Zen'in Zawa, with his unmatched strength, had managed to hold both their heads down and keep the peace. I'm just telling the truth, Zen'in Zawa said coolly, arms folded. Anyway, back to what I was saying, Naruto and Sasuke both unleashed their ultimate moves. What are you all talking about? Shoko was the first to walk in, sounding a little peeved. Telling good stories and not inviting your classmate along. Is that how it is? Miss Shoko Yeri suddenly had the feeling she was being left out by her own class. No way. Gojo, feigning mystery, struck a dramatic ninja pose and declared, "This is the romance of the shinobi." Kanzaki ignored Satoru Gojo and instead fixed her gaze on Zen'in Zei. Do you want to hear it? He hadn't expected this girl to take interest in anything beyond her studies. Of course I do. Mei Mei and Udaheim stood to the side as well, both watching Zen'in Zei with keen interest. So, this is the future head of the Zen'in family? Mei Mei narrowed her eyes. Looks like someone with deep pockets. Udaheim, meanwhile, was making her own calculations. Rumor had it this was the person who could give Satoru Gojo a serious beating. If she got on his good side, wouldn't she get to see Gojo get knocked around every day? All right. Zen'in Zei regained his composure and said calmly, "Then I'll start from the very beginning." Huh, that's not fair, Satoru Gojo yelled. Satoru, honestly, I don't really remember the story from before either. Geto, you traitor. Zen'in Zei paid Gojo no mind and began to speak as if lost in his tale. They say a 9-tailed fox once wreaked havoc in a ninja village called Konoha. And so Sasuke defected from Konoha, choosing instead to seek out Orochimaru. At this point, Zen'in Zei paused. Seeing his listeners so deeply absorbed, he realized he'd nearly talked himself hoarse. If you want to know what happens next, you'll have to tune in next time. Oh, come on, you little. Ignoring their protests, Zen'in Zei strode straight out of the classroom, his throat feeling parched after nearly a whole day of storytelling. Kanzaki glanced at the 2 cans of cola in her bag, hesitated briefly, then hurried after him. Gojo raised an eyebrow, tugged at Geto with a mischievous grin. Geto, look at that. Zen'in Zei was seated outside on a bench, preparing to make hand signs to summon Manxiang for some water to quench his thirst. Thirsty? At that moment, a hand reached out, offering him a can of cola. I heard from Geto that you like cola. I happen to have 2, so I brought one for you. Zen'in Zei looked up, meeting Kanzaki's beautiful face. He couldn't help but pause at her smile. But in the next moment, he quickly composed himself and said in an even tone, "Thank you, Yeri." "It's nothing," Yeri Kanzaki replied, smiling as she sat down beside him. Watching Zen'in Zei gulp down the cola, she asked, "That story you told this afternoon, how did you come up with it?" Zen'in Zei's hand paused mid-drink, his gaze shifting to Yeri. Suddenly, a playful spark flickered to life in him, one he hadn't felt in a long time. "I was just bored, that's all. It just popped in my mind like a whoosh, a zip, and there it was." He looked at Yeri Kanzaki with a straight face. Yet for some reason, Kanzaki caught a teasing glint in his eyes. You. Shoko pretended to be angry and playfully punched Zen'in Zei, but her fist was so soft that it was hard to tell if he felt anything at all. "Oomph. And here I was, being nice enough to bring you a drink." Shoko huffed, cheeks puffed up in mock indignation, and got up as if to leave. "Looks like I pushed it too far this time." Zen'in Zei, ever the straightforward guy, suddenly realized how serious the situation might be. He quickly grabbed Shoko's wrist and gently pulled her back. "As an apology, how about I tell you another story? One that girls like? Something girls like?" Shoko tilted her head in confusion. "Are you sure you haven't told this to other girls before? Come on, I'm a decent guy. I only share this kind of story with decent people. And you're the only one," Zei replied, putting on an exaggeratedly earnest tone. "All right," Shoko giggled behind her hand. Ever since he started teasing her, she'd known he wasn't as serious as he pretended to be. A long time ago, there was a kingdom of little ponies. In that kingdom lived a pony named Twilight Sparkle. As Zen'in Zei spun his tale, Shoko gazed at his handsome face, completely drawn into the story. She sat there quietly, lost in the world he painted with his words. There they were, sitting side by side under the lamplight. He, gently telling a story he knew so well. She, watching him, imagining a fairy tale written just for her. And then, just as twilight, Zay was reaching the most exciting part when he suddenly felt a slight weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he found that Shoko had fallen asleep, leaning on him. This girl, she said she wanted to listen, but fell asleep so quickly, Zay muttered, half amused, half helpless. He took off his jacket and draped it gently over Shoko, then scooped her up in a princess carry. It's so late now, there's no way she can get back into the dorm. Guess I'll book her a hotel for the night, he thought, pulling out his phone and making use of his family's financial prowess to reserve her a room at a 5-star hotel. Zay laid Shoko carefully on the bed and tucked her in. Before leaving, he glanced back at her. Her fair face was lit by a mysterious smile, as if she were having a lovely dream. He gave her one last look, took out his phone, and gazed up at the bright moon. He murmured to himself, after all this time, maybe I should go home for a bit. A playful reference. But just as Zay left, Shoko, who had seemed sound asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Her cheeks were as warm as a freshly boiled egg. His chest was actually kind of broad, she thought, cheeks burning even hotter. And then she remembered how Zen'in Zay had held her hand the whole time he told the story, which made her bury her face in the blanket. She grabbed her phone and wrote another email to the diva. Tonight would certainly be a sleepless one for Shoko. At the Zen'in estate. Old man, how's your health? Zen'in Zay strode straight to the door of the clan head's room, greeting Zen'in Nabito calmly. Ha, I feel all right, I suppose. Nabito looked at Zay, who seemed to grow taller by the day, took a hearty swig from his wine gourd, and laughed boisterously. Your 2 little sisters are here with me. Come in and spend some time with them. Maki and Mai. Big brother, you're back. 2 tender, childish voices sounded from behind Nabito. In the next instant, 2 small figures dashed into Zay's arms. Why aren't you 2 with mother? What brings you to the clan head's room? Zay gently stroked Maki's head as he asked. Because... Maki's voice trailed off, growing ever softer, her words laced with grievance. We want to learn martial arts, but no one in the family is willing to teach us. So we had no choice but to come find the clan head. Zay's gaze turned cold. It seemed his methods had been far too lenient. The Zen'in fan faction was now brazenly expanding their influence within the family, openly targeting the sisters. He glanced at Nabito. After all, when it came to making moves within the clan, it was necessary to show the head some respect. Nabito sighed, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, Who knows what's gotten into your father? What kind of father would ever try to steal his son's position as head? Do as you see fit. Zay said nothing. He reached into his clothes and pulled out a chunky cell phone, dialing a number. Hello, Naoya? Your 3rd seed of Byakuya now, right? Help me contact the entire Byakuya organization in the name of the next head of the Zen'in family. I'm going to purge the family's factions. Let certain people know I'm not someone to be trifled with. Understood. Naoya didn't hesitate for a second. The moment Zay hung up, he sent a message to the 1st seat of Byakuya. The 1st seat fell silent for a brief moment, then replied to Naoya, I'll follow his lead. Let's act together. He understood all too well. Unless something unexpected happened to Zen'in Zay, the next clan head would undoubtedly be him. And for his own sake, he had to pick the right side. Even if he couldn't keep his position as 1st seat in the future, at least he could look forward to a peaceful old age. That night, Byakuya and the Zen'in family's loyal retainers mobilized in full force. With Zay's backing, they swept into the Zen'in main estate, rooting out every last vestige of the Zen'in fan faction's years of influence under various charges. Outrageous! Zen'in Shan's face was ashen as he gazed at his subordinates. In this moment, he was utterly defeated, unable even to muster the slightest resistance. Over the years, he had used his position as Zen'in Zay's father to win over the upper echelons of the Zen'in clan, investing so much of his energy and effort. He had hoped to use Zay's youth and lack of seniority to let his own son claim the headship before anyone else. But after tonight, the position of clan head was destined to slip forever beyond Zen'in Shan's grasp. From now on, all he could ever be was the father of the clan head, a role that ran completely counter to his ambitions. Damn that unfilial son. How could I have raised something like him? In his fury, Zen'in Shan had even forgotten that it was thanks to Zay that he had enjoyed such glory and influence all these years. Meanwhile, in another room, Zay's mother wore a troubled expression. With her husband and son at odds, she could no longer tell whom she should support. The next day, Zen'in Zay sat at the head of the table, his face expressionless, gently tapping his fingers against the surface. If he wasn't mistaken, Shan was probably flying into a rage by now, wasn't he? Cousin, don't you think you were a bit too ruthless with Uncle Shan? Zen'in Naoya asked, watching Zay's lips curl into a faint smile. Yet a similar smile lingered on Naoya's own face. As long as his cousin was unharmed, what did the rest matter to Zen and Naoya? Naoya, Ze replied coolly, glancing at him. You're still too young. Politics really isn't your strong suit yet. You should spend more time learning from Uncle Shinichi, don't you think? Ze turned to look at another man across the room, a rugged man with long hair. Shinichi chuckled and said, Ze, don't tease me. You know I've always sided with your camp. Ze nodded, acknowledging Shinichi's loyalty. This man was Toji's cousin, and not one of the Zen'in clan's more stubborn traditionalists. Ze's position within the family was already unshakable. All that remained was to see whether he would inherit the headship after graduation. I know that very well. In a few years, I plan to have you take over as chief from Bing. The current chief is getting on in years, so I understand. As for Naoya, Ze glanced at Naoya, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just keep honing your skills. Once you become a grade 1 sorcerer, you can move up. Naoya instantly deflated, his shoulders slumping like a burst balloon. Cousin, you're playing favorites. Ignoring Naoya's complaints, Ze spoke calmly. I'll be heading to the academy shortly. I'm leaving the affairs of the Zen'in clan in your hands, both of you. Don't let my dear father's faction make a comeback. Understood. By the way, Naoya, have you been hiding something from me lately? Zen'in Ze suddenly asked. And no, nothing at all. Naoya stammered, clearly flustered. Zen'in Ze shot him a suspicious look, then turned and left the Zen'in family mansion without another word. Zen'in Jinichi glanced curiously at the now red-faced Naoya, but didn't dwell on it. As he watched Ze's departing figure, a strange sense of pride welled up in his heart. Perhaps Zen'in Ze could one day lead them to the pinnacle of the jujitsu world. Zen'in Ze soon returned to Jujutsu High. As he arrived, he saw Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto sparring with their friends on the practice field. At this point, Suguru Geto had not yet subdued any special grade curses. Under Gojo's overwhelming technique, Geto had little room to fight back. Their duel gradually shifted from a battle of techniques to a contest of martial skill. Gojo channeled Curse Technique. Lapse blew into his hand for a burst of power and launched a fierce blow at Geto. Geto dodged nimbly and countered with a fist strengthened by cursed energy. Thud! Gojo's limitless technique blocked Geto's attack. Geto's hands formed the shape of a gun, and several curses shot toward Gojo from his fingertips. Geto, your cursed energy will never land a hit on me. Gojo grinned mischievously. You'd best brace yourself for a beating. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Geto ramped up his output. Blue beams of energy erupted one after another from the ground beneath Gojo's feet. Gojo raised his left hand to defend, while with his right, he gathered a surge of blue cursed energy. Cursed technique reversal. Lapse blue. Attraction. Geto's lost. Ze shook his head as he walked over to Shoko. Seeing Ze approach, Shoko blushed, remembering last night. Trying to sound casual, she said, I bet on Gojo to win. Oh, Ze's interest seemed piqued. So you can place bets on this? Not anymore. Junior. Meimei suddenly appeared beside Shoko, covering her mouth with a coy smile. After all, the match is just about decided now. I personally put my money on Gojo as well. Huh? Yudaheim stared in disbelief. She stammered. Am I really the only one who thought Geto could totally beat Gojo, so I bet on him lose? Ze remained silent. It was obvious. Yudaheim was eager to see Gojo get taken down a peg. Meanwhile, beneath the force of an immense gravitational pull, Geto was dragged right up to Gojo. Just as he was about to summon more curses, Gojo raised his hand, miming a gun. At that moment, the white-haired boy wore a cheeky grin that made anyone want to punch him. Geto, I win. From now on, you'd better accept your role as number 3. Ha 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 ha. Hands on his hips, Gojo laughed triumphantly in the middle of the field. To be honest, Satoru, isn't what the second one said even weirder? Zen'in Ze's utterly serious, yet ambiguously phrased words reached everyone's ears. What do you mean by the second one? Yudaheim, caught mid-thought, suddenly realized the implication. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. It was hard to tell whether she was embarrassed or simply mocking Satoru Gojo. Clutching her stomach, Yudaheim pointed at Gojo, whose face was frozen in awkwardness. Gojo forced a friendly smile. Just as he was about to make peace with Suguru and form an alliance, he glanced back, only to find Suguru Geto covering his mouth, desperately stifling his laughter. Gojo's smile froze on his face. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn it, Zen'in Ze, you bastard. My lifelong reputation is ruined. Everyone burst into hearty laughter, holding their sides and unabashedly ridiculing Gojo Satoru. Only Shoko, cheeks tinged red, snuck a glance at Zen'in Ze, who continued to feign indifference. I knew you were never serious. Not even for a second. The year was 2006. Time had quietly slipped by, and it was early summer. Zen'in's second year at Jujutsu High had just begun. The sky was clear and boundless. Yet in the Zen'in household, unease filled the air. Clan head, Zen'in Shinichi, spoke to Zen'in Nobito, concern written all over his face. Are we really just going to let him attempt to tame Mahoraga? No Ten Shadows user in history has ever managed to subdue it. It's the strongest Shikigami there is. What choice do we have? Nobito cast a glance at Zen'in Toji, then sighed, that boy's as stubborn as an ox. You can't talk him out of anything. He insists on taming Mahoraga before the new semester starts at Jujutsu High. Standing silently at Nobito's side, Zen'in Toji said nothing. In truth, he secretly hoped Zen'in would die at Mahoraga's hands. Over the last 10 years, he'd gathered his strength and, leveraging his reputation as the father of the Ten Shadows prodigy, amassed a faction of his own. He was possessed of a strange, unshakable confidence that he could overthrow Nobito as clan head. Go ahead, try to tame it, once you're dead. Inwardly, Toji sneered, cold and merciless as a devil in hell. Those two stains on my life. I will erase them, no matter what. Let's hope the boy succeeds. Nobito gazed at the towering mountains behind the Zen'in estate, murmuring softly to himself. But Zen'in, the center of all this, wasn't in the mountains. Instead, he sat quietly in a room. Mother, I'm ready to go. Looking at the woman in front of him, dressed in a kimono, Zen'in spoke softly. 10 years of preparation. It all comes down to today. Is it truly something you must do? The woman struggled to hide her emotions, but Zen'in could still hear the tremor in her voice. He nodded solemnly. If he wanted to discuss Sukuna, Mahoraga was absolutely essential. But simply relying on Sasuke's power gave him no sense of achievement at all. 3 against 1, really? You're not embarrassed to say that. Zen'in chuckled. If only he could use Susanoo. Zen'in pondered. Over the past 10 years, he had been constantly searching for ways to enhance his ocular powers. It felt as though he was just one step away from manifesting Susanoo at last. Most likely, the current balance of this world simply couldn't allow a power that exceeded the limits of a sorcerer to appear. Zen'in felt a pang of regret in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder, if he showed up in a Gundam suit to challenge Gojo Satoru, what kind of expression would Gojo have on his face? But have you ever thought, the woman suddenly spoke, if something happened to you, what would become of Maki and Mai? She gently pulled the 2 little girls, 5 or 6 years old, into her arms. At that moment, it was as if the girls understood their brother was about to embark on a life-or-death mission. Their eyes brimmed with reluctance as they stared at Zen'in. Don't worry, mother. Zen'in crouched down, ruffling the sister's hair. I'll come back alive. Not just for you, but also for the future of Maki and Mai. When he finished speaking, Zen'in suddenly vanished from the room, leaving only the mother and her daughters behind. Maki, Mai, pray for your brother, their mother whispered, pressing her palms together, eyes shut tight. Though Maki and Mai didn't quite understand what this meant, they still mimicked their mother's gesture faithfully. In this somber atmosphere, Zen'in began the ritual to subdue Mahoraga. On the mountainside behind the Zen'in estate, Zen'in found a vast, open clearing. This place is spacious enough. I should have plenty of room to move. Stretching out his arms, he warmed up, preparing his body for the battle ahead. All right, let's begin. Zen'in reached both hands forward and began a soft chant. Burubu, yura yura. From the shadow at Zen'in's feet, a tremendous power surged forth, as if breaking through its restraints and emerging from the very earth. 8-handled sword, divine general of the otherworld. Mahoraga. Slowly, something like a cicada's cocoon took shape before Zen'in's eyes, reminiscent of how Fushiguro Megumi in his previous life had once summoned Mahoraga for a final stand. Meanwhile, 2 rows of Shikigami, each resembling a jade hound, lay obediently at his side. With a chorus of long, deep howls, the massive cocoon began to crack, finally revealing the Shikigami within. In an instant, a 5-meter-tall, pure white humanoid Shikigami appeared. An intricate, circular array floated above its head, and its upper body was bare and imposing. Its right hand was bound to a giant, unsheathed sword. Its face was twisted and fierce, sharp teeth exposed where lips should have been. From the sides of its eyes, wing-like bloody tissue stretched outward, giving it a fearsome and otherworldly appearance. At the same time, an overwhelming, terrifying cursed energy descended upon the land of the Zen'in clan. Everyone in the Zen'in family felt this surge of power and instantly understood. The ritual to subdue Mahoraga had officially begun. You brat, hang in there. Nobito Zen'in fixed his gaze on the back mountain, never looking away for even a moment, though he longed to rush in and help. The ritual would be rendered void if two people interfered. Manhwareccap wasted no movement. The moment it appeared, it locked onto Zen'in, charging forward without hesitation. Zen'in remained calm and composed. A searing heat gathered in his mouth, and he spat out majestic fire annihilation. In an instant, a massive sea of flames engulfed the battlefield, and thick black smoke began to billow from Manhwareccap's once pure white body. Yet Manhwareccap seemed unfazed by pain and pressed forward once more. Didn't even slow him down. Zen'in narrowed his eyes. He formed the hand sign for the toad technique, and suddenly 2 giant toads materialized beside Manhwareccap. This was Zen'in's expanded technique, not limited to his own shadow, but able to use the shadows of anything around him as a medium to summon Shikigami. In a flash, 2 elongated tongues wrapped themselves around Manhwareccap's legs. Seizing the moment, Zen'in raised his hand and appeared right in front of Manhwareccap. Chidori! A crackling surge of power tore through, carving away most of Manhwareccap's head. Without pause, Zen'in followed up with a heavy punch to Manhwareccap's chest, smashing it into the wall behind. Not bad for damage. This guy's defense is really something. Zen'in leapt high, marveling as he looked down at Manhwareccap. The only ability that can push the upper limits of combat in this world. The ultimate adaptation, the strongest delayed strike technique of all. Just then, the wheel atop Manhwareccap's head spun, and in a heartbeat, all its wounds vanished, restoring it to its original state. I should have 2 more chances. In the original story, it took 5 turns for Manhwareccap to adapt to Satoru Gojo's infinite void. For my 10 shadows technique and my improved ninjutsu, it should take no more than that. Maybe even fewer. Zen'in's expression turned serious. Forming the hand signs to summon the cursed energy of fire within him, he called out, Majestic Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal fire dragon roared forth, surging straight at Manhwareccap, but this was just a feint. In the same instant, he formed the hand sign for the charging bull, summoning it from the distant ground to barrel toward him, targeting himself. Manhwareccap charged forward as well, launching another attack at Zen'in. Zen'in drew the soul-devouring blade from his 10 shadows domain and held it horizontally in front of him. He blocked Manhwareccap's exorcising sword, then parried it perfectly, sending Manhwareccap reeling. At that moment, Manhwareccap loomed in front of him, while behind, the charging bull thundered closer. At this moment, however, Manhwareccap was no longer capable of thought. Just as the bull charge was about to strike Zen'in, he and Manhwareccap suddenly switched places in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the charging bull slammed into Manhwareccap, sweeping up Zen'in and his 2 companions, and sent them all crashing into the mountain. A thunderous boom echoed through the air. As the dust settled, Zen'in got to his feet and looked toward Manhwareccap, standing before him. Now, Manhwareccap had a gaping hole in its chest from the impact, and its left hand was shattered beyond recognition. Shikigami in Roku worked to restore Zen'in's own condition, while Manhwareccap's battered body had yet to fully regenerate. It'll probably take some time for it to completely adapt and unravel the 10 shadows technique, Zen'in remarked with a faint smile. Lifting his hands as he prepared to summon his Shikigami once again, he noticed the great wheel on Manhwareccap's back beginning to turn. As expected, this was no cause for concern. The wheel behind Manhwareccap, symbolizing perfect cycles and harmony, began to spin once more. The skin, previously scorched black by the mighty dragon's fire, turned white and unblemished again. This also meant that Manhwareccap's resistance to the 10 shadows sorcery and to flames had increased yet again. That's twice now, Zen'in mused. Looks like I'll have to use Kiri. No, wait. He shook his head. He simply wanted to play with his own abilities a bit longer. After all, once this opportunity passed, it wouldn't be easy to find another opponent as tough and resilient as Manhwareccap. Competing in skills? Let the 10 shadows adapt all at once. He had plenty more techniques up his sleeve. With Kirin as his ace in the hole and his domain techniques at the ready, even a formidable opponent like Manhwareccap was still, at the end of the day, a carbon-based life form. Let's see if I can push it to force out my Susanoo. Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Metropolitan Magic Technical College. Seriously, what's taking Zay so long? We've been waiting for him forever. On the basketball court, a handsome white-haired boy was dribbling a basketball before sending it arching toward the hoop. Relax, Satoru, said another boy with an odd fringe and a bun tied atop his head, smiling gently. Zay's not the type to stand us up. Why don't we just have our own one-on-one for now? But it's the start of the school year, Gojo Satoru protested loudly, shedding the cool aloofness he'd had as a child. I even skipped my afternoon nap and came straight from home just for today. And in the end, you're the only one who showed up, Geto. Even the gorilla didn't come. What am I supposed to say to that? Geto Suguru covered his face, looking at his close friend. It's only been 3 days. Why are you so impatient? That's where you're wrong, Satoru replied with a mischievous grin. These next few days are going to be huge for Zay. Huge? Geto asked, puzzled. Yeah, Zay's about to make some waves. What are you two whispering about over there? A languid female voice drifted into their ears as a striking girl with short brown hair strolled over unhurriedly. Her brows arched gracefully like distant mountains, untouched by makeup yet dark as ink, and her lips were vivid, red as if dusted with cinnabar though no color adorned them. She held a cigarette casually in her hand, giving off the air of an uninhibited soul. Sidling up to Satoru Gojo and his companion, she smiled mischievously. Gossiping without including me? That's not fair. Oh, it's you, Shoko? Gojo glanced at the girl named Shoko Yeri and broke into a hearty laugh. Here's what's going on. Domain expansion. Zen'in Zay fixed his gaze on the onrushing Mahoraga. He first dodged to the side, narrowly evading the demon-slaying sword's slash, then spun and landed a powerful kick, sending Mahoraga flying. It can even disrupt the domain now? Has it developed a mind of its own? A flash of surprise crossed Zen'in Zay's mind. He had been researching domain creation and manipulation for over a decade now. After mastering barrier techniques, he could sense the very essence of a domain. He channeled a massive amount of cursed energy to construct a domain imbued with innate techniques. Beyond the added effects, activating the domain ensured the 10 Shadows guaranteed hits, meaning Mahoraga had little chance of surviving today. Zen'in Zay swapped places in an instant, thrusting his Chidori clean through Mahoraga's chest. He leapt into the air, conjuring a massive fireball that plummeted like a world-ending meteor. Not giving Mahoraga a moment to recover, Zen'in Zay let lightning crackle and seethe in his palms, shaping it into a long spear. Chidori, Raijin Spear. With his throw, fireball and lightning collided in a tremendous explosion, tearing the landscape apart in an instant. He knew well that the great fireball was all smoke and little burn, so he deliberately amplified the spear's power by layering his own cursed lightning atop news, creating a double surge that triggered the devastating blast. But as the smoke cleared, Zen'in Zay saw Mahoraga's body slowly knitting itself back together. His heart sank. Enough. I'm done playing around. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can clock out. Refusing to waste any more time, Zen'in Zay summoned a horde of rabid rabbits to harry Mahoraga. Kana Mahoraga. With a calm face, Zen'in Zay watched the roulette atop Mahoraga's head spin on. For a technique as relatively simple as the 10 Shadows, there should only be one rotation left. Cursed energy surged through him. He couldn't afford any more delays, or he might miss the day his teacher planned to assassinate Riko Aminai. He formed the necessary seals. Left fist, right fist, fingers upright, index fingers pressed together for support. The hand sign he made was the Buddhist Vitarka Mudra. Domain expansion, shadowed sanctuary. In an instant, it was as if darkness had swallowed the earth. The once bright and clear sky was consumed by a shadowy gloom, and at the center, where Zen'in Zay stood, a structure appeared, like a black coffin, reminiscent of a divine shrine. An open domain began to expand outward from Zen'in Zay, pulsing from his position at its heart. What is this? In the Zen'in family's grand residence at the foot of the mountain, those who had been anxiously monitoring the ritual were shaken by an inexplicable force. As if drawn by the same thought, they all turned to look in a single direction. Zen'in Nabito fixed his gaze on every movement coming from the rear mountain. This must be the trump card that kid has been holding back, he thought to himself. If even a domain can't subdue Mahoraga, and if it adapts yet again, entering a period where the technique is nullified. Zen'in Zay's expression remained calm, and he immediately began to adjust the rules of his domain. At this moment, his domain was constructed from 10 shadow techniques, serving as the foundation for its creation. He built a world of darkness within, a realm so utterly black it could give birth to any shadow imaginable, not just those tied to his 10 Shikigami. Within this shadowy domain, Zen'in Zay could move through any shadow and launch his attacks from within them. Here, he could summon an unlimited number of the 10 shadow Shikigami, and they could not be destroyed, except for the bull and the elephant, whose sheer size prevented them from being called in great numbers. He was limited to summoning only 3 of them at once. For the rest, a mere thought could multiply them into the thousands. Moreover, he could choose to imbue the abilities of his Shikigami into the domain itself. The bull's earth-shaking charge, news crackling lightning, the elephant's surging waters, the jade dog's razor-sharp claws, all would strike with unerring accuracy. As long as the target was within the domain, such attacks simply could not miss. Zen'in even entertained a bold notion. If he were to infuse the healing power of the deer as a guaranteed effect, the domain could, by his will alone, heal others. It would become a vast, inexhaustible spring of vitality. Though the farther from Zay one stood, the weaker the healing would become. The only drawback was that he himself could not be selected as the recipient of this healing within his own domain. This was the first time Zen'in had chosen to imbue his domain with the elephant's power over water. He compressed the elephant's water into countless slender arrows and unleashed them at supersonic speed. Thousands upon thousands of water arrows tore through Maharaga's body. As time passed, Maharaga's form became riddled with wounds, not a single patch left intact. Yet, before long, the wounds would heal, and the cycle began anew. Zen'in looked down deep in thought. This domain is still too weak. It's not enough to finish off Maharaga in one blow. With that, Zen'in leapt high into the air, and from his back unfurled the wings of Nu. He could have used the power of the cursed seal, but Zay found its look unsightly, so he chose not to. He raised his right hand high, like a lightning rod reaching into the sky, and began to chant under his breath. Riding the clouds, adorned in crimson pendants, he summons the resounding drum of thunder. These are the incantation words of Zen'in's ultimate technique, the pinnacle secret of the thunder escape from the Zen'in temple. To ensure this strike would be fatal, he chose to chant the spell, amplifying its destructive power. Where once the sky was clear and cloudless, thunder now rolled in endless waves. Amid the gathering storm, flashes of lightning took the shape of a beast, at once dragon-like and yet with 4 long, powerful legs, roaring ceaselessly above. Its appearance reminiscent of Sasuke's Kirin. "This is the masterpiece I've been preparing for you all these years," Zen'in declared, "and it is also my greatest trump card to date. Go!" Kirin vanished together with the thunder's roar. This was no ordinary lightning. Zen'in had infused it with the thunderous might of the Nu, pouring all of his own cursed energy into the strike as well. It was in every sense a fusion of 3 stacked enhancements. Under Zay's command, the Kirin descended slowly toward the earth, then, in a flash, crashed down upon the mountain at his feet. A deafening boom. The mountain where Maharaga stood was nearly obliterated, more than half its mass torn away, and even Maharaga's Dharma wheel was swallowed by the thunder's roar and buried deep in the ground. Zen'in landed, slumping to the earth, utterly drained. That strike had consumed nearly 90% of his strength. He could no longer even sustain his domain. In other words, at that moment, he was pushed to his absolute limit, frail and spent. Shh! Zen'in was the first to reach the ruins, his eyes wide with disbelief as he muttered under his breath. Is this truly a power that any human could possess? The mountain where the two now stood had been blasted in half by the Kirin, its destructive force rivaling that of the end of the world, far beyond anything Nabito could have imagined. Zen'in arrived next, pausing in shock as he took in the devastation. He remembered that just an hour before, this mountain had been dense with forest. Now, more than half of it was simply gone. His voice trembled as he called out, "Cousin, what happened to Maharaga?" At that moment, Zen'in arrived at Naoya's side. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed Zen'in with an icy stare, as if the battered figure on the ground were not his own son. "Naturally, I have subdued it." Zen'in managed a faint smile before collapsing into unconsciousness. The power of Kirin rivaled that of a small nuclear explosion. "Shh, cousin." Meanwhile, at Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto received a mission. Their third-year classmates, Iori Yutahime and Mei, had lost contact while on assignment. Under sodden, gray skies, heavy rain pounded the streets, shrouding even the bustling heart of Tokyo in darkness. Inside a black sedan, Iori Yutahime, dressed in her shrine maiden robes, pored over the analysis on her laptop. The owner used to run a barbecue chain with his family in this area, and for a while, business was booming. But ever since mad cow disease swept through Japan last July, his barbecue restaurant got caught up in the turmoil and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Unable to bear the blow, he eventually took his own life at home. After that, his house became infamous in the neighborhood, a notorious haunted house. A wave of unease rippled through Aoi's heart as she went on. Later, local middle and high schoolers, university students from out of town, and even drifters all went to explore that house. But every single one of them vanished without a trace. That's why we suspect a cursed spirit may be wreaking havoc. From the back seat, a woman with pale blue hair tied in a high ponytail tapped briskly on her red flip phone, replying to Aoi as she texted. News about the supernatural really does spread fast these days. It's given us sorcerers a mountain of extra work. With the internet all the rage, these stories travel at an unbelievable speed. It's almost fascinating. And now, 3 elementary school kids have disappeared on their way home from school. Aoi's face grew solemn as she said. Their families, the police, and who knows, maybe even the officers' friends could end up searching inside that house for the missing kids. That's why we have to go in and wipe out the cursed spirit causing all this. Isn't that right? Mei snapped her flip phone shut, turned, and looked at Aoi with a faint smile on her lips. That's exactly why the chief of sorcery gave me such a generous commission to investigate the case. You managed to squeeze that much out of them? How rude. Let's call a negotiated outcome instead. Chatting as they went, the two soon arrived at the gate of the infamous house. As she took in the gloomy surroundings, Aoi couldn't help feeling a chill of fear. Mei opened a black umbrella and said, "Let's go, Aoi." "All right." Aoi followed her, then asked, "By the way, Miss Mei, how come you've never changed your hairstyle?" "My hairstyle?" A mysterious smile played across Mei's elegant features. "Because someone once told me it looked great on me." "Who is it? Who is it?" Aoi asked curiously. "Was it your boyfriend, Miss Mei?" "No." "Anyway, are we going to set up a barrier here?" "No need." Dressed in a black tracksuit, Mei narrowed her eyes, analyzing the situation carefully. "I can barely sense any cursed energy around the perimeter. It's almost certainly because of the building itself. When it comes time to attack from the outside, it won't be too late to put up a barrier then." The two of them pushed open the door and saw the filthy, cluttered hall inside. "What is this?" The diva gingerly sidestepped the garbage bags scattered all over the floor. "Miss Ming, there's plenty here." Ming walked past the diva, casting a cool glance around. "And it's everywhere." She then moved ahead, casually tossing her flashlight to the diva. "Let's hurry up. I don't need it, but you should hold on to this." "Thank you." The diva stared blankly for a moment, then turned on the flashlight and quietly began exploring ahead, giving herself a silent pep talk. "Believe in yourself. There's nothing to be scared of." Seeing the diva's nervousness, Ming couldn't help but turn back and smile. "Let's talk about how we'll split the tasks first. I'll stay on this floor. Diva, you check out the second floor." "Are you serious? All by myself?" The diva stared in disbelief. "Is there a problem?" Ming, using her umbrella as a walking stick, shot a glance back at the diva. "And no problem. Then I'll leave it to you." With that, Ming disappeared into one of the rooms, leaving the diva alone in the vast, empty hall. Outside, raindrops battered against the house's windows, adding an extra touch of eeriness to the mansion. A cold sweat broke out on the diva's forehead as she nervously swept her flashlight over each of the room doors. At last, she turned a doorknob and opened the first door. Hey, no cursed spirit as she'd expected, just a mirror and a few chairs and tables. Roar, yeah, thump, tisk. The diva opened 5 doors in a row, each time working herself up with a little exclamation, but never did she encounter the cursed spirit she was seeking. "This is the last room." She fixed her gaze on the final door, but when she opened it, there were only 2 small red beds inside. Suddenly, the diva heard something like footsteps. She crept toward the bed, shining her flashlight underneath. As she drew closer, the beam illuminated the space below, and 3 rats scurried out at once. The diva shrieked and bolted from the room, slamming the door behind her. Just then, a hand landed on her shoulder. "Aya!" The diva screamed at the top of her lungs. "You're a shoe-in for next year's Scream Queen," Ming commented with a resigned sigh. She crouched down ahead, studying the lay of the land around them. "Seriously, please stop scaring me like that." "You startled yourself more than anything," Ming replied coolly. The diva scratched her head in embarrassment, muttering, "So, does that mean the first floor search is done?" Ming turned to her. "This is still just the first floor, you know." I walked here from the hallway on the first floor." "But," the diva turned her head, searching for words, "I made it all the way to the room at the end." As she spoke, her voice grew quieter and quieter. Mei pointed at the trash on the ground with the tip of her umbrella. "Snack boxes, chip bags, cans, backpacks, training uniforms. I've checked it 3 times already." Mei schmoiled. "By the way, this mark, I made it on purpose on my way here. It seems we're already inside its stomach. So, this hallway loops around, and the ordinary people who stumbled in here were killed by this technique too?" At that, the diva squatted down. "We've been walking for 30 minutes, about 4 kilometers, give or take. So, if 2 people sprinted down the hallway at full speed, then at some point, it would collapse." At this moment, the discarded boxes on the floor began to arrange themselves in the diva's hands, forming what looked like the internal structure of the cursed spirit's belly. "Too bad." Mei came over, handed her chin. "That's only worth 90 points. Damn it, where are the other 10 points? If you have two people running, Mei pointed down the other side of the corridor, you have to do it simultaneously, left and right. I see. The diva sprang to her feet, her voice bubbling with excitement. If it really is a patchwork structure, then if two people head off in opposite directions, the curse barrier's construction will start to show cracks. If a gap opens up, maybe we can get out. Full marks. Mei gave the diva an approving look. If we pull this off, the diva's eyes shone with determination. Remember to put in a good word for me to raise my sorcerer rank. How much savings do you have? Mei suddenly asked. Never mind, I'll think about it. With that, the two of them dashed off in opposite directions down the corridor. As they ran, the rooms around them began to warp and twist, then gradually fell apart. The diva plunged down from a great height. Amidst the rubble, the diva struggled out from under a pile of debris. Before she could even look up, that infuriating voice reached her ears. Are you crying, diva? Satoru Gojo. Furious, the diva glared at the tall, white-haired boy standing before her. I'm not crying. I'm here to rescue you, you know. Gojo teased, clearly enjoying himself at the expense of the self-proclaimed upperclassman. Young Satoru Gojo was wild and free, brimming with confidence and the pride of being one of the strongest. Look at you, such a mess. If I did cry, would you comfort us? Mei stood to the side, still composed and elegant, unlike the battered diva. I'll count on you, then. Miss Mei doesn't cry, right? Gojo Satoru seemed to be hinting at something. After all, you're so strong, unlike a certain someone. True, Mei chuckled softly. But down below, Yudahime only grew angrier the more she listened. Her face flushed red as she pushed herself up. Gojo, I don't need you to save. Before she could finish, a massive cursed spirit appeared right behind her. Yudahime turned around, fear written all over her face. But just then, a dune worm burst out from the ground and swallowed the cursed spirit whole in one gulp. From the shadows, Suguru Geto emerged with his hand raised. Don't let it swallow too much now. We still need to tame it later. Geto glanced at Gojo next, mischief twinkling in his eyes. Picking on the weak isn't very nice. As if anyone's dumb enough to pick on the strong. You're just stirring her up on purpose, Suguru. Listening to the banter above, Yudahime's expression only soured further. Just then, a languid voice drifted over. Yudahime-senpai, are you alright? Shoko, I was so worried about you. Shoko, seemingly absent-minded and chewing on a lollipop, grinned. You haven't contacted me for 2 days, you know. Among the 4 strongest, Shoko was naturally the one Yudahime could never dislike. In fact, they were best friends. Yudahime's face lit up with joy. She rushed over and hugged Shoko, nuzzling her cheek against Shoko's. Shoko, please promise you'll never turn out like those 2 jerks. I'd never become scum like them. Shoko smiled helplessly, comforting Yudahime as she hugged her. Meanwhile, Gojo couldn't help but tease Geto. Hey, wherever Yudahime walks, the ground's gonna collapse. Shut it. Geto, sunny and righteous as ever, stuffed his hands in his pockets and didn't care. By the way, Mei looked at the 3 underclassmen before her, a hint of disappointment in her voice. That Cole guy didn't show up, did he? Gojo patted his own head. That guy hasn't been to school for a day now. We have no idea what he's up to. Yeah, Geto replied slowly. We still don't know if yesterday afternoon's thunder had anything to do with him. That thunder did seem to come from the Zen'in estate's direction. Gojo feigned shock. You don't think the guy got struck by lightning, do you? Geto, Mei, Yudahime, Shoko. At last, Geto rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Aren't you worried old man Zen'in might hear you and give you shock therapy? Gojo grinned behind his sunglasses. That's why I'm saying it behind his back. Wait 2 days. The songstress suddenly realized. But we just... Exactly. Satoru Gojo replied coolly. It's rare, but that cursed spirit's barrier must have caused a time lag. It does seem that way. Mei came to her senses, folding her arms as she spoke with an indifferent tone. So, in reality, we work for 2 days. I think it's only fair I get paid extra for the appearance. You're still thinking about money? Gojo retorted. By the way, where are your payment slips? Mei smiled at the group, who all looked utterly confused. A moment later, in a classroom at Jujutsu High, a TV was airing a news report about an explosion caused by aging gas pipes. Seated in front of the TV were the 3 who had just returned, Gojo and his companions. Directly across from them sat their homeroom teacher, Mazumichi Yaga. One of you was supposed to set up the barrier. Yaga looked at the 3 before him, speaking slowly. But you forgot the support supervisor, and then you forgot to set up the barrier. Come on, own up. Who is it? Geto Suguru and Shoko Yeri silently pointed at Gojo, who looked like a clueless husky. Sensei. Gojo had no choice but to raise his hand in defeat. Can we please stop looking for the culprit already? It was you, Gojo. Without another word, Yaga landed a solid punch on Gojo's head in response to his confession. Later, on the basketball court, Gojo, now sporting a huge bump on his head, picked up a basketball. He casually took a shot. Was it really necessary to set up the barrier? Even if ordinary people saw something, it wouldn't really matter, would it? They can't see curses or cursed energy anyway. That's absolutely not okay. Geto leapt high, catching the basketball that Gojo had tossed. The most important part of suppressing curses is keeping people's hearts at ease. That's why, even if the threat is invisible, we have to do everything we can to hide it. All right, I get it. Gojo snatched the basketball back from Geto, took 3 quick steps, and scored a layup. Looking after the weak is such a pain. To support the weak, to care for the weak, Geto cradled the basketball. Listen up, Gojo. A jujitsu sorcerer's very existence is to protect non-sorcerers. Gojo scoffed. Isn't that just the so-called righteous and reasonable argument? I hate grand speeches like that the most. Imposing reasons and responsibilities on someone else's strength. That's what the weak do. Gojo tossed the basketball again, sending it whizzing past Geto's now cold expression and right into the hoop. Don't talk so prettily just because you're on that side. Gojo pulled a face, making a mock gagging gesture. You always have a habit of piling responsibilities onto yourself. Satoru Gojo finished mimicking a gagging motion and then teased Suguru Geto. We sorcerers aren't bodyguards, you know. Let's take this outside, Satoru. Geto summoned a cursed spirit behind him. Getting lonely, are you? Then you can go by yourself. Back in their youth, the two would often argue over whether protecting non-sorcerers was truly worth it. Though their philosophies clashed, it never truly damaged their friendship. A sudden, soft laugh escaped Shoko, who stood nearby, just as the tension peaked between the two. If that guy Zay saw the two of you right now, he'd probably shoot down both your arguments without a second thought. We might be people of no consequence in this world, or you could say we're the most important ones. Because of us, the balance between light and dark in this world is held steady. But in the grand sweep of human history, we are but a drop in the ocean. Who's to say if, right now, someone with even greater gifts isn't being born somewhere in the world? A calm, distant voice echoed in Gojo and Geto's minds. It was Zen'in Zay. Shh. Gojo and Geto spun around, as if his presence had suddenly appeared beside them. But in the end, it was only a memory playing out in their minds. Geto grew thoughtful. From the very beginning, he had always believed himself to be one of the exceptional ones. That belief was why he clung so fiercely to those ideals. I say we go check in on Zay at the Zen'in household later and see what he's up to. What do you think, Geto? Geto snapped out of his reverie and, looking at Gojo's face, replied, I don't mind. And Shoko? I don't mind either. Shoko, looking listless as ever, propped her chin up with her hand. Let's go. But just as the three were about to set off, a towering figure blocked their way. So, the three of you are up to something, huh? Masamichi Yaga squinted at them. Unfortunately, the higher-ups have named you specifically for a mission. It's about the star plasma vessel. Elsewhere in the world. Who are you? And who am I? A cursed spirit with long blue hair and a face covered in stitches looked in bafflement at the two other spirits before it. These two were unlike any curses sorcerers usually encountered. One resembled a volcano, with a large single eye in the middle of its face and a brown cloak draped over its back. Aside from its face and skin, it looked very much like a human. The other was much the same. A humanoid curse, her body half wrapped in bandages, with 2 horns growing from her eyes and a slightly menacing visage. The cursed spirit with the volcano head looked at the blue-haired figure and said, My name is Jogo, and her name is Hanami. As for you, you are one of us, our kin. That's right. Hanami fixed her gaze on the blue-haired cursed spirit. We are the same kind. Are you willing to fight for this world with us? To seize this world, the blue-haired cursed spirit murmured. Then a sly smile played across his lips. That sounds intriguing. I'm in. At that moment, Jogo spoke up. Let us take you to our base first. There among our kind, we are safest, because our king is about to be born. The Zen'in family. Suddenly, Zen'in Zay shot awake from unconsciousness, startled. He looked around and realized he was in his own room. And lying at the side of his bed were 2 little girls, Maki and Mai. These 2 troublemakers. With a tender look in his eyes, Zen'in Zay gently lifted the girls onto the bed, tucked them in, and quietly left the room. Shh! A voice rang out in surprise. Mother! Before Zay could finish, his mother swept him into a tight embrace. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? You've been unconscious for a whole day. That long. Zay gave a faint smile, then tried to reassure her. Don't worry, Mother. See? I'm all right now. Still, it's odd. I didn't use much cursed energy with that attack, so why am I completely drained now? There's barely 1/10 of my energy left, enough to open my domain just once. Thinking back, that move really did take a toll. My body still aches, as if every bone's been shattered. His mother looked at him with concern. Should I wake Maki and Mai? No need. She answered softly. Those two haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time, have they? With circles under their eyes, let them rest. As you wish. But, your father, his mother said with worry. It doesn't matter. A cold glint flashed in Zay's eyes. The position of clan head in the Zen'in family was never meant for him. 6 years ago, when Maki and Mai were born as twins, they immediately faced fierce rejection from Zen and Oji, who even wanted to smother them in their cradle, fearing they would taint his path to leadership. It was only through Zay's determined resistance, and by persuading Zen'in, Junichi, and others with mutual interests, that he rallied a wave of support within the clan, and his prestige soared to new heights. As the saying goes, among the 3 great families, if you had to choose the easiest one to control, if one were to awaken all 10 shadow techniques, then the Zen'in clan would be theirs for the taking. After all, the other 2 families might still care about seniority and such, but in the Zen'in clan, where sorcerers and cursed energy reign supreme, mastering the 10 shadows technique is simply the highest achievement. It was almost laughable that Zen and Oji tried to form an alliance with Zen and Naoya, plotting to snatch the position of clan head from his own son. Little did he know his so-called ally had long since switched sides. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zen'in Zay made his way to Zen'in Nabito's room. He found the old man dozing off, lulled by too much sake. Zay called out in a loud voice, "Hey, old man, who's there?" Nabito jolted awake from his drunken slumber, glaring at the grinning Zay. He didn't bother to check on the boy's health. He trusted Enka's reversal technique well enough. "You little brat, try and scare me now. What's got you so riled up?" Zay gave a small chuckle and sat down beside Nabito, helping himself to a little sake from the old man's gourd. "Naoya, you can come out now. No need to keep hiding." At his words, a blonde-haired boy shuffled out, looking embarrassed and a bit flushed. "Cousin, you found me out so quickly." "Shit." "Seriously? Why are you blushing like a teapot about to boil over? With those pitiful stealth skills of yours?" Zay scoffed, then waved it off. "Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Tonight, let's just have a drink together." "What did you say?" Nabito's mustache bristled as he shouted. "You just woke up and now you're drinking my sake? And you're not even old enough to drink yet. Stingy old man." Zay muttered under his breath, then, struck by a thought, looked directly at the elder. "Come on, I'm the first 10 Shadows user in 1,000 years to subdue Maharaga. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Nabito stared at Zay, the shamelessness making him chuckle and finally let go of his complaints. He had to admit, the first 10 Shadows sorcerer in history to tame Maharaga, and it happened right here, witnessed by him, the 26 clan head. It had finally come to pass. His thoughts drifted back to 16 years ago, when he'd named Zay. Was this heaven's blessing for the Zen'in clan? Even if I were to die now, I'd have no regrets. The Zen'in clan, apart from this old man, finally had a new pillar to rely on. Nabito muttered to himself. "Tomorrow I'll submit the application to the higher-ups. I'll have them officially recognize you as special grade. That's what I'll do. You think I need their approval? If I didn't wipe those old geezers out, they should count themselves lucky." Zay took a big swig of sake, then turned to Naoya. "Naoya, you're already blushing after just a little? That's so weak, Naoya." "I'm not. Don't say that," Naoya mumbled, his words slurred. "Ha ha." Zen and Nabito burst into hearty laughter as he looked at the two of them. Naoya is now a grade 2 sorcerer as well. Soon, he'll be able to join the Hei organization. By then, he'll be your right-hand man in the Zen'in clan. "Who cares about that? What did you say, you brat?" "Nothing. I just said, let's drink till we drop." All right. Let's drink till we drop." Moments later, Zen and Zay watched as Nabito and Naoya both collapsed, fast asleep, and couldn't help but shake his head. "Those two can't hold their liquor nearly as well as I can, especially Naoya." Well then, Zen and Zay stretched, loosening up a body that hadn't moved in some time. "It's about time for me to take care of my own business. In Southeast Asia, there's an overwhelming cursed energy there. It doesn't seem like anything that ever appeared in the original story. Could this dream be a prophetic one?" Zen and Zay pondered. Something about it felt odd. Or maybe there's another purpose behind it all. By my calculations, it should be time for the hidden inventory arc now. Is this just a distraction? At last, he went to check on Maki and Mai in their room, gently pinching their cheeks with affection. "Good night. Sensei, stay alive until I get back, please." Southeast Asia, a deserted island off the coast of Malaysia. A tall, slender figure dressed in white appeared in the mountainous outskirts of a remote Malaysian city. Such dense, cursed energy. This must be the place. It was Zen and Zay. From Japan to Malaysia, he had ridden new the whole way. not even bothering to get a passport. He was, for all intents and purposes, a stowaway. Shikigami, Tamakin. Zen'in summoned 2 giant wolves, one black and one white, and instructed them to sniff out the source of the cursed energy. Before long, he found himself at the mouth of a cave. But just as he was about to enter, a humanoid creature reached out from behind him. Irreversible transformation. Before it could touch him, Zen'in instantly lashed out with a powerful kick to its gut, sending it flying dozens of meters away. That was Mahito, wasn't it? Zay retracted his leg, calm and unruffled. I'm surprised you all woke up this quickly. Seeing your face makes me sick. Human, this is no place for you. At that moment, Hanami rushed to the cave entrance, shouting at Zen'in. The aura this human gave off. It pressed down like a towering mountain. Can you tell me what's going on with the cursed spirit inside? Zen'in smiled, unconcerned. A sudden commotion. Jogo appeared in a flash from the mountaintop, spewing a torrent of fire straight at Zen'in. Trying to play with fire against me? Shishkulft, unimpressed. Great fire annihilation. A massive blaze surged forth from Zen'in's mouth, rolling like the rising tide of the sea. The 2 torrents of fire collided, locked in a fierce stalemate for a moment. Amaterasu. In no time, the black flames began to devour the fire of Jogo, and Amaterasu instantly spread, scorching both Jogo's and Hanami's shoulders. Hanami. Jogo shouted anxiously. Hurry, put up your defenses. Using his heavenly hand technique, Zen'in appeared beside Jogo. You dare lose focus in a fight? That's how you get killed. With those words, Zen'in drove his hand through Jogo's heart, squeezed hard, and half of the cursed spirit's body was consumed by the black flames. Seeing that the cursed spirit was all but finished, Zen'in tossed it aside without a second thought. Jogo. Hanami panicked, and only just managed to sever her right arm, tainted by Amaterasu, to barely escape disaster. But now, all 3 of the special grade curses, after barely exchanging blows, had been grievously wounded. It's too soon for you to be here, Zen'in. A voice echoed from within the cave, and the flames on Jogo's body gradually faded away. Zen'in was taken aback. Amaterasu should be unstoppable, except by his own Kagutsuchi. What was going on? Half of Jogo's body was scorched beyond recognition, yet under the influence of a mysterious cursed energy, he was instantly restored. Jogo looked at Zen'in with grave concern, gathering flames in his hands once more. Suddenly, a volcanic peak erupted from beneath Zen'in's feet, spewing searing magma into the air. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air. Jogo was shocked to recognize the voice as Mahito's. Mahito, now charred from head to toe, his hair burnt away, suffered an abdominal wound that could not heal, thanks to Zen'in's reverse technique leaking out. Who are you really? Why have you come here? Do you honestly think you can escape? Zen'in glanced at the fleeing Hanami, unconcerned. He didn't believe either of these curses could slip away under his watch. You filthy human. Jogo sneered, then leapt high into the sky. Maximum meteor, fall. At Jogo's command, a colossal meteor-shaped fireball descended from the heavens, plummeting toward the forest below. This was no ordinary meteor. It rivaled those from beyond the sky, even surpassing the one in the original story in sheer size. Is he really going for an indiscriminate attack? Zen'in was reminded of that memorable scene from the movie. Well, maybe I'll put on a little show myself. He looked up at the enormous meteor conjured by Jogo, utterly calm. Chidori. A crackle of lightning formed in his hand, looking deceptively harmless, as if it posed no threat at all. The searing heat and resulting air currents had already vaporized the tallest trees nearby. This was Jogo's ultimate move, the very one he used against Sukuna in the Shibuya incident. Even you cannot escape unscathed. Jogo stared coldly at the figure below. Under such a cataclysm, an ordinary sorcerer would never dare to confront this meteor head-on. Yet, to Jogo's horror, Zen'in charged straight toward the falling meteor. This isn't good. Mahito, you need to run now. Jogo shouted at the top of his voice. This human is no ordinary foe. Hurry, get out of here. All right. Mahito cast a glance at Zen'in, and then, right behind him, a swirling portal of black and crimson appeared. At the same time, as Jogo's meteor shattered, a similar black and red portal opened behind him as well. Without hesitation, he hurriedly slipped through it. Just moments ago, Zen'in had leapt high into the air, and with a gentle touch of the Chidori in his left hand, he brushed against the meteor. The rock, in which Jogo had placed all his hopes, exploded into dust in an instant. Fragments of the meteor rained down around Zen'in's face, pulled by gravity. He turned his head, about to say, "If that guy's gone, I can protect." Oops, wrong script. After swiftly settling the matter with Jogo's ultimate move, Zen'in collected himself and observed the means by which the two had vanished. A fresh wave of suspicion welled up in his heart. Was it space-time? Some kind of teleportation technique? Zen'in strode quickly into the cave, left by the portal, but there was not a single clue to be found. He stepped back outside, crouched down, and looked at the faint traces of Amaterasu left on the ground. An unsettling thought began to take shape in his mind. Could it be a space technique? From the black portal, 3 cursed spirits emerged, hearts still gripped by the terror Zen'in had inspired. Damn that human! Jogo's gaze was icy. That man had shattered his meteor, as if it were nothing. I can't believe there's a human in this world that powerful. Hanami's voice was tinged with worry. Do we really have any future left? Hey. Mahito protested, clearly annoyed. Weren't you the ones who roped me into this hole? Let's create a new world business. He was the most gravely injured, the flesh on his body scorched black, his abdomen beyond repair. The pure energy was steadily eating him away from the inside. Now do you see how terrifying humans can be? A voice echoed out from the embryo. To have saved you lot, you pitiful. What did you call us? The 3 curses hadn't even caught the last word before the embryo fell silent. They exchanged glances, each lost for words in the heavy silence. Jogo looked toward the embryo. There has to be hope, right? That's right. Hanami drew out a cursed embryo, hidden in his belly, and gazed at the soon-to-be-born cursed spirit within. Confidence returned to his face as he declared with conviction. There's no way we'll fail. So this is our leader? Mahito leaned in, full of curiosity. Doesn't look like much, if you ask me. No. Hanami shook his head slowly and continued. We gathered here, guided by his directions. Even the very place where you were born. We were only able to find you because of his guidance. Are you serious? Mahito looked on, his face full of suspicion. At that moment, Jogo absent-mindedly touched his chest and muttered to himself. We're sure to succeed. I believe we'll have new comrades yet. Meanwhile, on the streets of Tokyo, 2 teenagers strolled side by side, though their way of walking was oddly comical. Geto Suguru hunched forward, his head jutting out and his body bent in half, hands buried in his pockets, walking like someone suffering from a stiff neck. Gojo Sakura, by contrast, leaned his entire body backward, gulping down a drink as he walked, completely unconcerned with the stares of passers-by. He casually tossed his empty can into a trash bin and turned to Geto, saying, I can understand why the Q organization would want to assassinate the Star Plasma Vessel, but why the Time Vessel Association? Don't they worship Master Tenjin? They worship Master Tenjin before assimilation. In their extreme view, if Tengen-sama merges with the Star Plasma Vessel, then he would no longer be pure. Geto patiently explained all this to his close friend walking beside him. Gojo grumbled after hearing this. What a pain. We should have already arrived at the Zen'in estate by now, but instead we're stuck babysitting some little girl. Come on, Saru, don't put it that way. This is a pretty big deal for the future of the jiu-jitsu world. Geto's reply was tinged with resignation. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder what on earth Zen'in was up to. He hadn't been in touch for 2 days. We should call Shoko in a bit and ask her. She should be arriving soon too. Ring, ring. Gojo picked up his phone. Moshi, Shoko? What did you say? Zay's been unconscious for 2 days? He still hasn't woken up? All right, got it. What's going on? Geto-eyed Gojo's suddenly serious face. Don't tell me. That's right. Gojo's expression was calm, but then he grinned. But honestly, there's nothing to worry about. Zay can use reverse cursed technique, after all. Geto was momentarily taken aback, then relaxed, letting out a sigh of admiration. Zay's 10 Shadows technique really comes in handy. It's a pretty all-purpose technique. Gojo let out a dismissive snort, but didn't disagree with Geto. Still, he was starting to suspect that Zen'in was busy taming Maharaga. Gojo's curiosity was piqued. What would the legendary Shikigami, said to be able to take down even the 6 eyes with it, be like once it was tamed? As the two chatted, they arrived at the foot of a tall building. Rock, paper, scissors, they both called out, hands shooting forward. I win. Your turn, Suguru, up you go. Gojo announced with a mischievous grin. Seriously, Geto Suguru glanced exasperatedly at his own cloth and Satoru Gojo's scissors, then pulled out his phone and said, let's call him. Yeah, let's just call. Gojo took out his own phone. With a calm expression, Geto held his phone and stepped into the elevator of the building. As he did, he spoke into the phone to Gojo on the other end. By the way, Satoru, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Huh? Sooner or later, we're all going to meet Master Tenjin. When that time comes, wouldn't it be better if you used more polite language? For example, using boku or watashi to refer to yourself. It sounds kinder, especially towards juniors. Like how I care about that stuff. Geto winced at Gojo's grumbling, the corner of his mouth twitching, as he walked up to a red door. "I'm here." As he pushed the door open, an intense burst of firelight suddenly erupted, threatening to engulf Geto in its blazing heat. Boom! Gojo, watching the explosion high up in the building, spoke in his phone. "You're still alive, right? You didn't die, did you? Maybe I'm the only one who survived." Geto sighed helplessly, glancing around the chaos of the blasted room as he searched for any sign of the star plasma vessel. "Satoru, do you see the star plasma vessel? Over there." From below, Gojo pointed out the girl, plummeting rapidly from above. Without hesitation, Geto instantly summoned 3 squids, smashed through the window, and leapt out. Meanwhile, from the ruins of the room, a man dressed entirely in white, his mouth bound tightly with bandages, stepped out. "Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame that so-called Tenjin." Down below, Gojo eyed the flying knives aimed at him, his curiosity piqued. "Who are you supposed to be?" "Huh." Another man, also clad in white with his mouth covered in bandages, emerged and stood before Gojo. "Oh." Gojo raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Instead of running, you're coming straight at me? If I don't get close, how am I supposed to beat you up?" The man grinned. "I'm Bayer, the Q organization's top fighter." Gojo chuckled. In all these years, he hadn't met a curse user with such confidence. Smiling, he asked, "Do you really think you can beat me?" Bayer answered with a smug smile. "Oh, I will beat you. To death." Not long after, Geto sat cross-legged, one hand holding a cup of tea, the other covering his ear, as he watched the curse user Kikin being tormented by the curse spirit fungus. He couldn't help but remark, "I didn't know you curse users were into farming now." Kikin flew into a rage, stomping and shouting in humiliation. "You little brat, you'd better watch yourself. Mr. Bayer is here now, and he's the Q organization's strongest fighter." Without missing a beat, Geto pulled up a photo Gojo had just sent to his phone and held it out in front of Kikin's face. In the photo, Satoru Gojo is posing with a man who is foaming at the mouth. "Is this the man you call Bayer?" "That's right." The man stared blankly at Gojo Satoru on the phone, and the words that circulated among the curse users echoed in his mind once again. "That day, in our old age, we lost our freedom." "Well, isn't that something? I thought it would be much more ruthless than this." Suguru Geto glanced at the ashen-faced Kokun and couldn't help but advise him again. "Kid, I still think you should reconsider your path. There's no future in being a curse user." "Shut up, you brat." Geto fell silent. "Shirokamo, make sure he gets a proper reward." Geto's face darkened as he gave the order to the pink curse spirit. "Get away. Stay away from me." Inside the room where Geto stood, Kokun's lifelong traumas seemed to materialize, haunting him. Not far away, on the rooftop of a nearby building, 2 figures stood watching. One was a man in a white suit, the other a seemingly ordinary but muscular man in a black bodysuit. Gazing at the smoke billowing from the floor where the star plasma vessel was located, Shi Wukong spoke coolly. "Looks like they've made their move." He then turned to the burly man beside him. "Although the followers of the Star religious group don't have the power to go head-to-head. With sorcerers, they're backed by powerful corporate moguls, and their spending knows no bounds. That much I can guarantee. So what do you think? Are you ready to join in on the assassination of the star plasma vessel?" Zen'in. A flicker of nostalgia flashed in Toji Fushigiro's eyes. A savage grin curled on his lips as he answered with a certain swagger. "But I don't go by Zen'in anymore. I'm married into another family. Just call me Fushiguro." Then, with a laid-back air, Toji continued. "Let those small fry wear themselves out first. After all, with the 6 eyes guarding them, there's no way they're getting what they want. Still, since they're classmates of my useless apprentice, I suppose I shouldn't underestimate them completely. Do you think you can take them?" Konglens thought Fushiguro. "It's been a while since you've been in the game." Ever since Toji left the Zen'in clan, he'd become a bounty hunter, earning the title of sorcerer killer. But after his child was born, he'd put down his weapons for a while. "Well, I'm not sure about that myself." Toji stretched, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "But one thing's certain. If my apprentice doesn't get in the way, there's a good chance I'll succeed. So does that mean you're in?" Looking at the building, Toji's mind wandered to the memories of a certain mischievous kid he'd spent countless days with over a decade ago. A smile crept onto his face. "I'll take the job." Zen'in Zei stared intently at Amaterasu, activating Kagutsuchi. Instantly, the faint flames flickered out. What exactly is it? Did he transfer most of Amaterasu's fire somewhere else? Thinking back on the movement techniques of those cursed spirits, it was clear there was simply no way they could have managed such a feat. Zei's mind churned with possibilities. He knew the culprit was that entity inside the embryo. But with only this scan information to go on, he truly couldn't deduce what kind of technique it was. At that moment in Japan, Kenjaku watched the footage in his hand with a grave expression, muttering to himself, to have wounded those 3 cursed spirits so quickly. It seems he'll be back in Japan before long. I miscalculated. Regret was written all over Kenjaku's face. I never imagined the power of the 10 shadows would so greatly surpass the current 6 eyes. As fate shifted, in his memory, the 10 shadows had always been overshadowed by the 6 eyes. At best, there was that one stalemate 400 years ago, and even then he'd manipulated them into mutual destruction during a duel before the court. This is troublesome. Kenjaku's mind raced, searching for a way to break the deadlock. Should I awaken Sukuna ahead of schedule? No. Itadori Yuji has yet to mature. An unbound king of curses would only ruin everything. Should I try sowing discord again? Kenjaku's eyes narrowed, but then he recalled Zen'in Zei's cold, indifferent nature. This time, the 10 Shadows' temperament is nothing like that fellow from 4 centuries ago. Damn it! Kenjaku stroked his chin and muttered. Looks like I have no choice but to deepen my cooperation with those 3 cursed spirits right away. There must be something behind them, some trump card that gives them the guts to keep fleeing and stand up to Zen'in Zei. Fushiguro Toji, I hope you move faster. Break those chains of fate as soon as possible. The old schemer Kenjaku showed not a hint of panic. After all, this was just another era. 2 strongest, nothing more. But even so, I must obtain his cursed spirit manipulation technique. That's essential to my plan. As he spoke, he tossed a letter into the fireplace. The flames slowly devoured the paper. At the foot of the banquet mountain, Tokyo Jujutsu High, beneath the gate of a crimson, ancient building, a group stood together, as if bidding their final farewells. It was now the 3rd day of the Star Plasma Vessel escort mission. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto had safely brought Riko Amanai to the school's inner sanctum. Thanks for all your hard work, everyone. This is the heart of Jujutsu High. You can relax now. Suguru Geto explained to Riko Amanai and her maid Kurwa. This place is protected by Master Tengen's barrier technique. Ordinary people can't get in. After hearing this, a petite girl in a uniform skirt let out a sigh of relief. She braced herself on her knees to catch her breath and said, At last, we can finally stop living on edge. Yes, that's right. The maid, Kurwa, looked equally relieved as she glanced at Riko Amanai, then turned to Suguru Geto. You two have worked so hard. Thank you. It's nothing, Miss Kurwa, Suguru Geto replied, his voice still gentle. Then he looked over at Satoru Gojo, who seemed a bit worn out, but was stubbornly pushing through. With concern, he said, Satoru, you've really had a tough time these past few days, haven't you? You haven't even slept properly. Why don't you go get some rest? TCH, who want to play babysitter for a brat anyway? Satoru Gojo stretched, a touch of disdain on his face as he pouted, and finally deactivated the limitless technique he'd kept running these past 2 days. But as always, his words didn't match his true feelings. Pretending not to care, he added, But this is the last time. I'm done with this job for good. Oh please. Who needs an unreliable babysitter like you anyway? Riko Amanai, the so-called brat, complained in protest. It's not like I'll ever have to see you again, Hoof. Suguru Geto and Kurwa exchanged amused smiles at the playful bickering between the two. But just as everyone was finally at ease, disaster struck without warning. Before anyone could react, a dagger was suddenly plunged into Satoru Gojo's chest. Satoru stared in disbelief at the blade lodged in his chest. At that moment, Toji Fushiguro, clad in a black bodysuit, wore a satisfied smile. This outcome was exactly as he had planned. This can't be. We're inside the Jujutsu High Barrier. Suguru Geto cried out in shock. Who are you? None of them could believe it. The strongest among them, Satoru Gojo, had actually been injured. Satoru slowly turned his head to see Toji's face. With great effort, he managed a strained smile. Have you met somewhere before? Toji replied coolly. No need to dwell on that. I never bother remembering men's faces anyway. Seizing the moment while Toji spoke, Satoru quickly shoved the dagger out of his chest, then kicked Toji away, putting distance between them. Suguru responded instantly, summoning a giant sandworm to swallow Toji whole and launching him toward a massive boulder. Then, anxiously, he turned to Satoru, who was half squatting on the ground. Satoru, are you alright? Satoru forced a smile. I'll be fine. I didn't have time to use my technique, but the blade didn't hit any of my vital organs. Besides, I used cursed energy to slow the knife and keep it from cutting deeper. This wound is more like a pin piercing through a sweater. Don't worry about me. Get Tenjin inside now. Leave this guy to me. Gojo Satoru signaled to Geto Suguru. That's where our mission ends. All right. Trusting Gojo, Geto ultimately chose to take Riko Amanai into the Tomb of the Star. With the sound of blades slicing through the air, Toji Zen'in finished dismembering the sandworm, violet blood splattering across the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the man slung his massive blade over his shoulder, a grin curling at his lips as he looked at Gojo. Still alive, huh? Honestly, I was hoping that single strike would take care of you. Gojo studied the man before him for a moment, then broke into a smile and replied. The bounty on Tungin's vessel is gone. Even if you kill her now, you won't earn a single cent, idiot. Toji let out a dismissive laugh. I'm the one who called off the bounty. It was just a way to wear you down, against an opponent with no openings like you. If I hadn't deliberately given you a time pressure, you wouldn't have let your guard down until the mission was over, would you? Trying to act tough, aren't you? From the very beginning, this guy. A sudden shock ran through Gojo. For the first time, he felt a hint of wariness toward this man before him. He demanded, what's your connection to the big 3 sorcerer families? Oh, Toji looked at Gojo with a peculiar expression. Is that question really so important? Of course it is. Gojo gave a cold laugh, then instantly raised his hand. Technique reversal, blue. A tremendous force of attraction surged toward Toji, who sprang aside with an agile leap, then darted swiftly between the trees, weaving through the forest with astonishing speed. He's so fast. Gojo was stunned. He couldn't sense the faintest trace of cursed energy from Toji. Is this the body of someone bound by heavenly restriction? Toji came streaking in from Gojo's left. Gojo lifted his hand. Gravity surged from his palm and exploded outward, hurling Toji into a nearby building. Gravity? Toji brushed himself off nonchalantly and stood up, then sprinted off again, weaving through the maze of buildings. I can't sense any cursed energy from him, and this terrain puts me at a disadvantage. Gojo stood his ground, thoughts racing. Still, his speed is absolutely insane. Gojo's gaze sharpened. Technique reversale, maximum output. Blue. A massive orb of blue cursed energy formed in his palm. Gojo swept his arm. The orb's terrifying gravitational pull tore every building in the vicinity from its foundations. In moments, nothing remained intact except the spot where Gojo stood. Now, with nowhere to ambush me from, what will you do? Gojo scanned his surroundings, staying on high alert. Suddenly, an uncountable swarm of fly-like creatures burst forth from the nearby jungle, encircling Satoru Gojo in an instant. What are these flyheads? Satoru exclaimed in shock as he glanced around at the strange beings. Are they being used as a distraction? It seems they're bred within that cursed spirit perched on his shoulder. In that case, let's use cursed technique lapse. Blue again. Even as Satoru continued to seek a way to break free, a sudden thought struck him. That guy's real target is Aminai. The realization hit Satoru hard. He immediately tried to pull back and leave. But just at that moment, Toji Fushiguro, using the cover of the flyheads, silently appeared behind him. Your sharp perception can spot someone like me who has no cursed energy, Toji murmured. But that means you'd never notice the peculiar cursed energy emanating from this inverted spear of heaven. Die 6 eyes. In Toji's hand, the inverted spear of heaven could nullify any cursed technique. Even Satoru Gojo's famed Limitless, which he'd always taken pride in, was no match, its effects disrupted by the spear. The inverted spear plunged into Satoru's throat. He struggled desperately to pull it free, but Toji gave him no chance. With a swift motion, Toji yanked out the spear, then continued his assault, slicing downward from Satoru's waist and stabbing his thigh 3 times, the blade piercing through his entire upper body. Toji followed up with a sweeping kick, knocking Satoru off balance. As Satoru's body slowly toppled backward, Toji drew a dagger from his cursed tool pouch and, without hesitation, drove it deep into Satoru's skull. Toji stood over him, unmoving, watching him passively as the light faded from Satoru's eyes. Then he pulled out the dagger, turned away, and strode off in the direction of the star plasma vessel's sanctuary. A single fly head settled on Satoru's head, as if to silently mark the moment of his death. Moments later, Toji arrived at the entrance of the star plasma vessel's sanctuary. He halted abruptly, his gaze falling on the young man in white standing before him. Sensei. Zen'in's expression carried a trace of weariness as he spoke slowly. It's been 10 years since we last met. When you come to the cafe with me first, catch up a little. After all, this isn't really the place for old friends to reminisce. Though he was short of breath, Je managed a strained smile at Toji. For my sake, please spare the child inside. She hasn't done anything wrong. Toji regarded Zen'in coolly, not answering his plea directly. Instead, he said, Do you remember what I told you 10 years ago? Of course I do, Je replied, his face expressionless. You said you beat me up and laugh at me as hard as you could. Well, I intend to make good on that promise now. Toji let out a wild, unrestrained laugh. Time to teach my disobedient disciple a lesson. You can't beat me, sensei, she said, shaking his head. Toji didn't pay much attention to Zen'in's bold claims. Instead, he calmly drew a large sword and the inverted spear of heaven from the mouth of the grotesque creature perched on his shoulder. Facing Zen'in, Toji began to introduce his weapons. The cursed tool in my right hand is called Dragon Bone. This blade-shaped tool can absorb the impact from any clash and release it with my next strike. Then, casting a glance at the inverted spear of heaven in his left hand, he continued, "This one is called the inverted spear of heaven. It can nullify any cursed technique. I just use it to kill 6 eyes." At that moment, even Toji himself wasn't aware that by deliberately introducing his tools to Zen'in, he was actually trying to warn his disciple, hoping he'd be more cautious. Zen'in, however, showed no emotional reaction to Satoru Gojo's supposed death. He merely shook his head and said, "Sensei, he isn't dead yet. You didn't sever his head, and when you pierced his skull, you didn't use the inverted spear of heaven." Toji only chuckled, dismissing the remark as a scare tactic, not taking it seriously. "Let's begin. Show me how much you've improved over these 10 years. With those words, Toji wasted no time. Weapons in both hands, he charged straight at Zen'in. Zen'in didn't hesitate either. Behind him lay the crucial turning point that would decide whether Suguru Geto would fall into darkness. He could not afford to back down. He summoned the soul-releasing blade from the Ten Shadows space, meeting Toji head-on. The blades clashed, sending sparks flying as metal scraped against metal. "Your strength has grown, hasn't it, kid?" Toji grinned. "But did you forget the reminder I gave you just now?" "What was that?" With that, Toji launched a powerful kick at Zen'in. Calm and collected, Zen'in blocked the attack. With the Sharingan's insight, every move Toji made was laid bare before his eyes. Toji stepped back, then swung Dragon Bone. In an instant, a massive blade of light slashed toward Zen'in. "Sensei, such little tricks won't work on me," Zen'in replied coolly, sidestepping the attack. The blade of light sliced into the building behind him. But Toji, seizing the opening as Zen'in dodged, instantly closed the distance, bringing his elbow down in a swift strike. Toji's attack missed its mark. He found himself behind Zen'in instead, and was promptly sent flying by a sharp kick. Who's this slippery kid, vanishing and reappearing out of nowhere? Steadying himself, Toji's mind raced, analyzing the situation. The two clashed again, and Toji's shock only deepened. Throwing a left hook at Zen'in's face, he watched as his opponent dodged with a slight turn of the head, then mirrored the move, landing a blow on Toji's own face. Though he'd sensed this outcome, actually witnessing Zen'in's strength brought a genuine, satisfied smile to Toji's lips. Toji now fully understood. The young man before him had already surpassed his teacher in martial arts, outshining the master in every way. Once more, Toji drew out a cursed tool from the grotesque pouch of foul treasure, a tool resembling a chain. He attached one end of the revered Ten Shadows spear to a link on the chain, then, with a flourish akin to a windmill, began to swing the long chain through the air. "Kid," Toji called out, "this thing is called a mile lock. As long as you can't see the other end, its length is limitless. Watch yourself." With those words, the Ten Shadows spear, bound to the mile lock, shot through the air as Toji hurled it. In response, Zen'in summoned the crackling power of the Chidori in his hand and surged forward with raised arm, racing toward Toji. The sharp, piercing cry, like 1,000 birds, immediately made Toji realize that this was the very technique Zen'in had once used to subdue the charging bull. "Trying to get close, are you?" Toji saw through Zen'in's intent at a glance, and instantly retracted the mile lock. At the same time, he released a cloud of fly heads, swarming to disrupt Zen'in's vision. With Zen'in's relentless thrusts, the blood of countless cursed spirits splattered across the steps of the fallen Star Palace. In mere moments, Toji's Ten Shadow Spear and Zei's Chidori collided in a burst of force. But the assault did not end there. The Ten Shadow Spear was even scorched by the lightning. Toji's heart skipped a beat in shock. The teacher and student each took a step back, falling into a silent standoff, wordlessly agreeing that the final blow would be decided by their martial prowess alone. "Come on, let's see your hand-to-hand," Toji shouted at Zen'in. Zei lunged at Toji, throwing a fierce left hook at his mentor's face. But with lightning reflexes, Toji parried with his right hand. After all, as the heavenly tyrant, he could even seize the very air itself. At this moment in the world of sorcery, only Toji could barely keep pace with Zen'in's speed. Even Gojo Satoru couldn't manage it. Without hesitation, Toji locked Zei in a tight embrace and drove his right knee upward in a crushing blow. "You're underestimating me, sensei," Zen'in replied coolly, then retaliated by smashing his forehead straight into Toji's. "Good one, kid." Toji's pupils contracted sharply. He burst out laughing, then smashed his own head against Zei's with equal force. Their skulls collided with a dull thud. Toji winced and let go of Zei, and both fighters took a step back, steadying themselves. For a moment, silence hung between Zen'in Zei and Toji, until Toji broke into laughter again. Pointing at Zei, Toji complained with mock indignation. "When did you pick up such dirty tricks? Did I ever teach you that?" Shen and Zei simply shrugged. "Well, I couldn't break free, so I had to improvise." All right, so that's how you want to play it?" Toji looked Zei up and down, then sighed in resignation. "I knew it. If you were around, there'd be no way I could kill the star plasma vessel. But still, I'll say this. 6 eyes isn't all it's cracked up to be." Zen'in Zei lightly pointed behind himself. "Sensei, I told you already. He's not dead yet. That guy, Satoru, has already arrived." Toji's face instantly showed shock, and he murmured, "Are you serious?" Toji stared dazedly at Gojo Satoru, standing behind Zen'in Zei, unable to hide his astonishment. "Well, long time no see." At that moment, Gojo's white hair was streaked with blood, his face battered and disheveled, but Zei had never seen Gojo look so exhilarated. "Congratulations, you've mastered the reversed cursed technique, haven't you?" Zei's expression remained calm, as if everything was unfolding just as he'd expected. "Yay." Gojo, meanwhile, seemed almost manic. "Maybe so. When my throat was pierced, I focused all my thoughts on the reverse technique. By reversing the flow of cursed energy, the result was, I pulled it off. I've never felt such elation. Right now, I'm absolutely on top of the world." As he spoke, Gojo seemed to defy gravity, his body slowly levitating upward, one hand pointing to the sky, the other to the earth. "Above and below heaven, I alone am supreme." "Give it a rest," Zei said, turning away to stand between Gojo and Toji. "So, what are you planning to do next, kill my teacher?" Zei nodded toward Toji, who was still in a daze. "Huh," Gojo exclaimed. "This guy is your teacher? Who else did you think taught me my martial arts in the beginning? Now who am I supposed to spar with to test my new skills?" Gojo's earlier excitement vanished in an instant. He squatted down and scratched his head. "I've been holding back for so long. I almost died at his hands. I really want to give him a beating. So why don't you two have a match? Whoever gets hurt, I could just heal them with the reverse technique," Zei suggested. Forget it. Maybe I'll just..." Zei suddenly looked at Gojo with curiosity. "You're not thinking of unleashing hollow purple in the sky, are you? You figure that out?" Gojo glanced at Zei suspiciously. How did he know about my trump card? After all, even within the Gojo clan, almost no one knew of this move. Without further hesitation, Gojo began to chant. Technique amplification, blue. Technique reversal, red. Behind Gojo, 2 orbs of cursed energy, 1 blue and 1 red, materialized. He shouted at Toji. "You're from the Zen'in clan, right? This move was meant for you, but for Zei's sake, I'll let you off this time." With great magnanimity, Gojo spared Toji. What's a mere mortal wound compared to the significance of the reverse technique? Then, Gojo pointed toward the sky and muttered, "Push the limits of amplification and reversal, and let their extremes collide." Thus, it creates the illusion of a mass that can be launched outward. Virtual form, hollow purple. As the words fell, a burst of violet light flared in Satoru Gojo's hand. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, and an immense surge of cursed energy shot up into the heavens. At that very moment, Suguru Geto emerged from the Star Plasma Vessel Hall with Riko Amanai and Kurwa in tow. The moment they stepped outside, they spotted Toji Fushiguro. "You bastard!" Suguru Geto instantly braced for battle, the cursed spirits he had subdued writhing restlessly at his command. "There's no need to worry, Geto," Zen'in Zawa quickly explained. "He's my teacher. You can relax." Suguru Geto fell silent, but he trusted Zen'in Zawa's words without hesitation. Still, looking up at Satoru Gojo in the sky, he realized he had never seen him in such a battered state. "What's he doing up there?" Suguru Geto asked. "Getting ready to set off some fireworks," Zen'in Zawa replied, eyes fixed on a now fully charged, aimed hollow purple. Fireworks? As hollow purple was unleashed, a tremendous explosion erupted high above. The violet curse energy seemed to engulf the entire sky above Jujutsu High. "Wow!" Riko Amanai exclaimed in delight, her face alight with excitement, completely ignoring the fact that just moments ago, Toji, the man who had tried to kill her, stood right beside her. "That scumbag is actually so romantic." Kurwa glanced at her carefree young mistress, utterly at a loss for words. Among them all, only Toji Fushiguro watched the explosion in the sky with lingering dread, recalling Satoru Gojo's earlier words. Was all this meant for me? He let out a wry chuckle, then looked over at Zen'in Zawa. No wonder the kid had warned him not to intervene. At this point, it seemed Six Eyes had truly become the strongest. Or maybe not. Toji mused to himself. If he were to fight Six Eyes again, his defeat would likely be because he hadn't taken his head. Not far from Jujutsu High, Kinjaku stood watching the explosion in the sky, his expression dark and cold. Damn it! His mind was a tempest of conflicting emotions. The star plasma vessel was still alive, but had not merged with Tenjin. That much pleased Kinjaku. Without merging with the star plasma vessel, Tenjin would continue to evolve toward the level of a cursed spirit. If only he could obtain the cursed spirit manipulation technique, he would already be more than halfway to his goal. But his nemesis, Six Eyes, had grown even stronger, perhaps the strongest in 1,000 years. For him, this was the worst possible outcome. Suddenly, Zen'in Zawa's eyes flickered toward a certain direction, his gaze sharpening, a faint, cool smile tugging at his lips. It was as if he were mocking Kinjaku for skulking and hiding like a rat. A bead of cold sweat slid down Kinjaku's face. He hastily crushed his last talisman and fled. The presence vanished. It really was Kinjaku, Zen'in Zawa said, glancing after the fleeing figure before turning away. On the other side, Kinjaku broke out in a cold sweat, utterly shocked. Had he really been discovered? Or were those red eyes? Since when did the Zen'in clan possess such eyes? Still reeling from the shock, Kinjaku clenched his fists tightly. Even with an anomaly like Zen'in Zae around, he would never abandon his millennium-long ambitions. But in the back of his mind, he had already come up with a way to seize the cursed spirit manipulation technique. Let the game between us begin, Zen'in Zae. 1 year later, on a day in August 2007. By this time, Zen'in Zae and his companions had advanced to their 3rd year at the Jujutsu High, and the 3 of them had already become special grade sorcerers. Ready when you are. Shoko tossed an eraser and a pencil at Satoru Gojo. But unsurprisingly, both were blocked before they could reach him. What's going on? Shoko asked curiously, eyeing Satoru, who wore a simple white t-shirt. Satoru's jawline and neck were sharply defined, and he flashed a brilliant grin. He's finally realized there's a buffering period to his limitless, Zen'in Zae explained, leaning against a tree in his black t-shirt, stifling a yawn before continuing. He spent a year training his body to automatically filter which objects can get close to him, based on their quantity and mass. In doing so, he's reduced his cursed energy consumption and managed to keep Limitless running nonstop, all day long. So, in other words, the automatic mode I told Gojo about 10 years ago, he's finally mastered it. Doesn't that risk frying his brain? Shoko asked, intrigued. He'll use reverse cursed technique to heal his brain. Ahem. Satoru cleared his throat, abandoning any attempt to explain himself, and quickly changed the subject. Zae, summon your Mahoraga too. Let's have another match. Are you sure? Zen'in Zae formed hand seals, chanting an incantation, and Mahoraga immediately materialized behind him. A vast surge of cursed energy erupted onto the field, making both Suguru Geto and Shoko stare in awe at Mahoraga. This was their first time witnessing Zen'in Zae perform the full summoning ritual for Mahoraga, and the first time they had observed this Shikigami from such close range. The most powerful 10 shadows Shikigami, Suguru muttered under his breath. I'm not in any hurry to fight you just yet, Zen'in Zae said with a faint smile. At least, not until everything is settled. Settled? Satoru asked, puzzled. What are you talking about? It's nothing, Zen'in Zae replied, his thoughts drifting to the future. Those Sukuna didn't worry him. He couldn't shake a vague sense of foreboding. Satoru, baffled by Zae's words, complained, You've always been so cryptic, ever since we were kids. Zen'in Zae ignored Satoru Gojo's complaints and turned to the quietly waiting Shoko. Come on, Shoko. Haven't you always wanted to touch Mahoraga? Really? Can I? Shoko swallowed nervously. Looking up at the fierce Shikigami, towering 5 meters tall, fear still gripped her heart. Of course. With me here, this big guy is actually quite obedient. Despite her anxiety, Shoko glanced at the handsome boy in black. Gathering her courage, she finally overcame her fear and placed her hand on Mahoraga's waist. Mahoraga, crouch down, Zen'in Zae instructed. Let her pet your head. Okay. Seeing Mahoraga crouch before her, Shoko's face was still full of shock. But she soon adapted and couldn't help but say, but this final Shikigami isn't as cute as the earlier ones. Hey, young lady, you shouldn't say things like that so lightly. To everyone's surprise, Mahoraga spoke up, startling Shoko out of her wits. Mahoraga, you scared her. It's best if you don't talk for now, Zen'in Zae chided. Mahoraga looked aggrieved. His master had struck him with lightning, used him to impress girls, and now wouldn't even let him speak. Suguru Geto, with heavy shadows under his eyes, stared in a daze at the overwhelming strength of his two closest friends. The limitless technique awakened, the 10 shadows technique mastering adaptation. All of it was a blow to his self-confidence. A hint of loneliness flickered in his gaze. Gojo Satoru noticed and carelessly asked, "Hey, Geto, have you lost weight lately?" "You all right?" Geto forced a smile, hiding his disappointment. "I'm fine. I'll be back to normal soon." Though his moment of sorrow passed quickly, it didn't escape the sharp eyes of Zen'in. But at that moment, one thought echoed endlessly in Geto's mind. That summer, Zei and Satoru became the strongest. 1 month after the star plasma vessel incident. "So you're saying the Kyoto school's coming here today for an exchange?" Gojo Satoru sprawled across his desk in the classroom, questioning listlessly. 4 desks in a classroom. The boy who had mastered limitless brimming with confidence, while Suguru Geto merely stared blankly at Satoru. A sense of being left behind weighed heavy in his heart. Zen'in, meanwhile, was lost in thought, sifting through hazy memories in his mind. There were 4 reasons behind Geto's defection: misguided mentorship, Hybera's death, the endless cycle of exorcising low-grade curses and absorbing curse orbs. Yet the biggest reason, the star plasma vessel, Animerecap, had already been saved by his own hand. Shoko, noticing Zen'in spacing out at their shared desk, poked him in surprise. "What are you thinking about, Zei?" Zen'in snapped back to reality. Looking at Shoko's radiant smile, he answered calmly, "It's nothing." Still pretending to be all aloof? Shoko arched an eyebrow, reaching out with a playful threat to pinch Zen'in's waist. "Shoko, cut it out. I'm trying to focus here." Yaga Mazamichi swept his gaze over the rowdy group of students below, his eye twitching as he suppressed the urge to give them all a good scolding. "Zei, Shoko, and Geto are good kids. I need to keep my cool." He cleared his throat, and then announced in a firm voice, "This time, your jujitsu sorcerer ranks will be evaluated based on your performance during the sparring matches. And besides, the other side has a young master from one of the big 3 clans as well." "Young master?" Out of the corner of his eye, Suguru Geto glanced at Zen'in. If he remembered correctly, both Zei and Gojo were supposed to be clan heads themselves. "It's nothing to worry about." Gojo Satoru looked completely at ease. He stood up from his seat, strolled over to Geto and Zei, and slung his arms around their shoulders. "The 3 of us are the strongest. After all." Yaga couldn't help pinching the bridge of his nose at the sight. Of all the second years, Gojo Satoru was the one he worried about most, a true troublemaker. "Say, keep an eye on this guy. Make sure he doesn't get too cocky." Yeah. Zen'in shined helplessly. Why did it always feel like he was playing the parent to Gojo Satoru? "All right, you all get ready now." Yaga looked over the 3 boys and 1 girl in the classroom, let out another sigh, and walked out the door. Hey, I saw the look on your face just now." Gojo Satoru grumbled right in Zei's ear, clearly dissatisfied. "Why do I always get the feeling you want to distance yourself from me?" "You're overthinking it," Zei replied coolly, his gaze fixed ahead. Aloofness ran in the Uchiha clan. Zen'in wasn't about to break family tradition. Shoko, meanwhile, watched Zei quietly from the side, as if savoring the bittersweet charm of student days. She couldn't help but smile softly. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon, the day of the exchange event arrived. "I wonder if we'll get to see Akari-senpai." Shoko craned her neck, curiosity shining in her eyes. "I heard she's already applied for a teaching position at Kyoto Jujutsu High. She's about to become a teacher over there. And Miss Mei's already out in the world, working as a freelance jujitsu sorcerer to make money." "What?" Gojo scoffed at that. "Akari's so weak. How did she even become a teacher?" "Satoru, you shouldn't speak that way about those who are weaker." Geto rebuked him sternly. Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru. Dressed in a striking red and white shrine maiden outfit, Akari appeared, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Gojo and Geto. "You two haven't changed a bit. Still absolute jerks." "Well, that's only because you're just too weak, Akari." Gojo grinned, his tone annoyingly smug. "If you're too weak, you'll get left behind." "Satoru Gojo, you bastard." Yudaheim shouted anxiously, then turned to Zen'in. "What would it take for you to help me teach Gojo a lesson?" "Honestly, as long as he ticks me off, that's reason enough." Zen'in stretched lazily, then strolled into the shade. It was the height of summer. The sound of cicadas on the training field droned on ceaselessly, and the sun was so bright it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Gojo quickly tried to defuse the situation with a laugh, changing the subject. "Is it just us second years here today? Where are the first years?" "Over here." Hybera bounded out enthusiastically, but didn't address Gojo. "You're Suguru Geto, right? You're my idol." "Haha, oh, it's not that big a deal." Gojo suddenly realized Hybra hadn't even looked his way. His smile faltered, feeling as if his sincerity had been completely overlooked. Serves you right, loser. Huh. Yudaheim wasted no time mocking Gojo. I've had my moments to shine, unlike little Yudaheim here. Gojo shot back. Suguru Geto stared blankly at his best friend, silent, lost in his own thoughts. Yudaheim-senpai. So who's coming to the exchange from your side? Shoko sidled up next to Yudaheim, her soft, sweet demeanor instantly distracting Yudaheim from wanting to scold Gojo any further. Yudaheim thought for a moment, then replied, I remember someone from the Zen'in family, and one from the Kamo family. As for the rest, I don't think there are any big names. After Yudaheim finished, Shoko glanced back at Zen'in and winked, as if to say, I've dug up some intel for you. How's that? Zen'in caught Shoko's little gesture and smiled at the corner of his mouth, returning her wink. The Zen'in family. Who is it this time? How come I never heard about someone else from my family sneaking into Jujutsu High? While he was mulling it over, a group was already approaching from a distance. Leading them was a hunched old man, carrying a strange, black box on his back. Beside him walked someone with a braid at his temple, dressed in traditional attire. And the last one, an old acquaintance of Zen'in's, Zen'in Naoya. Naoya? You're here too. Zen'in looked at Zen'in Naoya in surprise. What are you doing at Kyoto Jujutsu High? Naoya smiled gently. Training at home was getting boring. When I remembered you were at Jujutsu High too, I decided to study in Kyoto. Then you'd better pray you don't run into me during the match. Zen'in gave Naoya a casual glance, then closed his eyes. Hey, don't say that, brother. Lu Yuan Temple Jiashin strode over, glaring at Yudaheim before snapping. Next time, don't walk so fast. Falling out of line. What kind of behavior is that? The diva offered an awkward smile in response, but didn't answer Locke Yenasai's reproach. Then, Locke Yenasai strode over to Zen'in. Did Yagami not come? Is he too afraid to meet me? That's not it. Zen'in had just started to explain when Gojo Satoru cut in, taking over the conversation. Sensei's away on business, and anyway, after today's match, we'll see who's really afraid of whom, won't we? You. Locke Yenasai felt as if his heart had seized with anger. He reminded himself not to argue with the young, then snorted coldly and walked off without another word. Zen'in realized that with Gojo Satoru's sharp tongue, only he could keep up. Anyone else was left speechless after a single retort. Wait, Gojo Satoru called after Locke Yenasai. What? Still trying to get a rise out of this old man. Locke Yenasai spoke through trembling shoulders. Not at all. Gojo Satoru replied with a sheepish grin. I just wanted to go over the rules. The matchups will be decided by drawing lots. Each bout is worth 1 point. The first to win 2 out of 3 rounds wins overall. How about that? Fine, let's do it that way. Locke Yenasai replied coolly. He had no desire to exchange more words with Gojo Satoru, afraid the boy might provoke him into a heart attack. This old man, so petty, Gojo Satoru muttered, curling his lip in mock annoyance. Locke Yenasai, who happened to catch the comment. Zen'in, standing next to Gojo Satoru. Zen'in looked at Gojo Satoru with the wisdom of an elder and said earnestly, You should be grateful the whole world isn't full of Zen'in, or someone would have torn that mouth of yours to shreds by now. Ha ha, come on, Zay. Gojo Satoru burst out laughing. No way that'll ever happen. Soon after, both sides drew lots. Zen'in was selected for the first match, and his opponent was Kamo Clan Kamozai. Zen'in stepped up to the ring, casting his gaze toward his opponent, Kamose. Kamose studied Zen'in, recognizing him as the infamous 10 Shadows of the Zen'in clan, the one who had defeated the 6 eyes of his generation. Even now, the memory of that scene from 10 years ago was vivid in Kamose's mind. He had once used the lessons of his own defeat as a smokescreen, catching Gojo Satoru completely off guard. Kamose glanced at Gojo Satoru, standing not far away, and unconsciously clenched his fists. He had spent the last decade chasing after these two, training day in and day out, all for a chance to spar like this. Hello, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Kamose. Kamose smiled gently, the very image of noble refinement. I look forward to our match. Zen'in spread his feet, raised his fists, his expression flat and unreadable. Although he was quite curious about this guy's background, Zen'in didn't dwell on it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Kamose pressed his palms together. Zen'in knew an attack was coming. Both of Kamo's hands touched the ground, and a surge of powerful electricity snaked across the arena floor, racing straight toward him. At the same time, a gigantic serpent-shaped Shikigami began to materialize from the shadow beneath Zen'in's feet, alongside the Jade Dog's silhouette. The shadowy snake shot directly at Kamose. The serpent lunged with jaws wide open, threatening to swallow Kamo whole. He twisted his body to dodge, and cursed energy burst forth from him. Hyakuren, piercing blood. A sharp arrow of blood instantly formed in his hand, gleaming like a crimson spear. Hyakuren compressed his blood into a single point before releasing it in a jet, and with Kamo's curse energy fortifying it, its speed rivaled that of a bullet. The shadow serpent shattered in an instant, and Zen'in, propelled by the power of Heavenly Hand, teleported directly in front of Kamo-sei. Kamo, leaping to avoid the Chidori stream, soared high above the arena. More blood attacks quickly followed. Zen'in narrowed his eyes, and an idea for countering the attack flashed through his mind. His lightning release had nearly reached mastery, but it had been a long time since he used fire release. His hands wove through a flurry of hand signs. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, the signature jutsu of the Uchiha. Great fireball technique. Kamo's pupil shrank in shock. Suddenly, strip-like markings spread across his eyes. His speed spiked to an astonishing level, just barely letting him evade the fireball as it streaked across the sky like a meteor. But Zen'in gave him no chance to catch his breath. An even more intense lightning release was already surging forward. Reaching into the shadow space, Zen'in drew a katana. Forming a single-handed seal, a brilliant blue current crackled along the blade. Chidori blade. In a flash, he was behind Kamo-sei, moving with ghost-like swiftness. The Chidori blade came crashing down. The electrified Kusanagi sword slashed downward. Zen'in suddenly paused, then let out a low chuckle. Kamo-sei had already encased himself in a thick layer of hardened blood, shielding himself from the Chidori blade strike. If that's all you've got, it won't be enough, Zen'in remarked, clenching his left fist. The Chidori technique burst forth in a flash. Kamo-sei retreated quickly, but Zen'in, using Heavenly Hand, pulled him back through the air. In an instant, the Chidori pierced straight through the blood armor on Kamo's chest, scattering crimson fragments across the arena. Zen'in looked upon this old acquaintance with a cold, indifferent gaze. There was not a ripple of emotion in his heart, and it was precisely this unfeeling expression that sent a chill through Kamo-sei. He's still as proud and solitary as ever. From beneath his sunglasses, Gojo Satoru's sky-blue eyes appeared as he shook his head with a wry smile. He really doesn't care if he upsets anyone, does he? Zay never holds back in a fight, does he? Geto, Suguru mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I wonder, could anyone push Zay far enough to bring out Maharaga? Huh, he's using Maharaga, Satoru Gojo exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a bit over the top? Care to bet on it? Suguru Geto asked. What's the wager? This month's meal expenses. Deal, it's a promise. Gojo replied with absolute confidence. Shoko couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth as she watched the two of them make their bet. Still, she wasn't worried at all. Having spent a year working side by side with Zen'in, she trusted him unconditionally. Up on the stage, Zen'in paid no mind to Noritoshi Kamo's expression, calmly sliding his katana back into the sheath at his waist. Kamo frowned, his tone sharp and cold. What are you trying to do? Zen'in said nothing, simply fixing his gaze on Kamo. He'd never been one for small talk with people he didn't know well. Damn it. Behind Kamo, countless droplets of blood appeared, which, under his control, transformed into fine needles that shot towards Zen'in. At the same time, his hands joined together once more, unleashing another piercing blood attack. Like blades, the onslaught of piercing blood and blood needles tore the arena floor to shreds. Meanwhile, Kamo and Zen'in rapidly closed the distance between them, each seeking to draw the other into close combat. Trying to fight hand-to-hand, are you? Zen'in saw through Kamo's ploy, but he wasn't in any rush. Instead, he continued forming hand seals. All form, empowered by Zen'in's cursed energy, the all form, an upgrade from full form, plummeted from the sky toward the earth. Even without looking up, Kamo knew what kind of colossal force was bearing down from above. But now he had no time to redirect his piercing blood. The attack couldn't be altered mid-flight to cut down the all form. He drew a deep breath, steadying himself, and his blood surged through his veins with renewed vigor. He pushed his crimson scale technique even further, forcing his speed to an almost terrifying level. In a flash, Kamo was right in front of Zen'in. His bloodstained right hand collided fiercely with Zen'in's. In that instant, Kamo was sent flying backwards like a kite with its string cut. What was that purple framework on his hand? Kamo scrambled to his feet, a bit disheveled, recalling the fleeting, ghostly purple aura that had appeared on Zen'in's hand. He had no idea the Zen'in family possessed such a technique. If that's how it is, I'll just ramp it up again. Kumo pressed his hands together once more, sending another spray of piercing blood surging forth. Meanwhile, in the corner, a few drops of blood, compressed by Hyakuren, crept silently along. So that's all you've got? Zen'in was starting to feel bored. Imitating Kumo, he clasped his hands together as well. Hyakuren, piercing water. Just like Kumo's piercing blood, a jet of water burst from Zen'in's hands, clashing head-to-head with Kumo's attack. For the first time, piercing blood and piercing water collided in a spectacular showdown. The true form of piercing blood. Kumo Mori's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Zen'in to master manipulating water flow with the same precision as his own clan's red blood manipulation technique. There was a dull thud, but contrary to the usual laws of energy clashes, no explosion erupted. Both opponents retreated a step, and in that instant, Zen'in also noticed droplets of blood behind him. So that's how it is. Supernova. Blood burst out in every direction like a shotgun blast, scattering towards Zen'in. At the same time, an even more powerful blood-piercer attack surged from the front. What's this? Zen'in gazed at the man before him, a rough idea of his opponent's background forming in his mind. Could it be that Kinjaku was meddling in the Kumo family's affairs behind the scenes? Preparing to face Kinjaku's techniques in the future, Zen'in decided it was time to call upon his trump card. He formed a hand sign that would have shocked Satoru Gojo. Burubu, Yuda Yuda. A mystical wheel appeared above Zen'in's head, the incomplete manifestation of Mahoraga. Swiftly, Zen'in activated his Sharingan, deftly enduring the blood attacks that avoided his vital points. Up to this point in the fight, he hadn't even bothered to use his Sharingan. Now, he had become Mahoraga's substitute, the subject of its adaptation, and the process of analyzing red blood manipulation had begun. What is that wheel? Kumo Mori stared grimly at the wheel above Zen'in's head, convinced he had seen it somewhere before. So what now? Care to keep going? Zen'in's voice was almost taunting as he spoke to Kumo Mori with a cool, detached air. He may know reverse technique, but if I interfere now, I can still disrupt his healing speed. Kumo Mori had no idea that the wheel above Zen'in symbolized Mahoraga, the embodiment of perfect adaptation and harmony. Blood stars, chunks of blood formed by red blood manipulation, clashed with Zen'in's relentless offense and defense. Even without any enhancements, Zen'in's martial prowess left Kumo Mori completely outmatched, unable to counter. Zen'in could anticipate Kumo Mori's every move, countering each one with superior technique. Kumo Mori concentrated his cursed energy into his fists. Though sweat poured down his face, he felt exhilarated. Suddenly, a streak of black lightning crackled from his right hand. It's Black Flash. Yudaheim gasped from the sidelines, unable to hide her astonishment at Kumo Mori's display. Meanwhile, Gakuganji wore a mysterious smile as he commented. The instant when the margin of error between cursed energy and impact drops below 1/1,000th. That's when space itself warps. Down in the audience, Satoru Gojo pulled a sour face, grumbling. Seriously? He's using Mahoraga for a low-level match like this? What a jerk. Oh please. Suguru Geto rolled his eyes. If it were you, you'd have set off that purple firework long ago. That firework is called Hollow Purple. I can't remember. Suguru Geto's eyes drifted to the spinning wheel above Zen'in's head. Empty Style and Mahoraga. Satoru, you two are truly formidable. Just as Kamo Noritoshi's Black Flash was about to strike Zen'in, everyone below heard a strange sound and saw the peculiar Dharma wheel atop Zen'in's head begin to turn. A crisp chime rang out. At that moment, Mahoraga had fully adapted to the red blood manipulation technique. It's time to end this game. Zen'in's tone remained calm. With a single hand, he reinforced his body with cursed energy and effortlessly caught Kamo Noritoshi's Black Flash with his bare hand. Gojo Satoru's lips twitched at the sight. Noritoshi had fought with all his might, unleashing even the Black Flash. Yet seemed preoccupied, focused only on experiencing Mahoraga's adaptation, ready to bring this game to a close. Under Noritoshi's stunned gaze, Zen'in vanished into his own shadow. In his place rose a towering, white Shikigami. What is that? Noritoshi stared in disbelief at the white creature before him. A terrifying surge of cursed energy howled past his face, shaking him to his core. Mahoraga, the older monk Rakuanji, seasoned and well-traveled, finally recalled the legend at last. The wheel above Zen'in's head was no mere ornament. It was the final Shikigami passed down through generations of the Zen'in clan's 10 Shadows technique. The otherworldly divine general, Mahoraga. Hyakuren, piercing blood. Noritoshi still had no idea what kind of Shikigami Zei had summoned. He didn't know it had already gained immunity to his technique. Unaware, he continued to wield his red blood manipulation, sending another attack toward Mahoraga. Well, what do you think? Mahoraga's voice echoed to Zen'in Zei within the shadows. Should I finish him off? Or keep toying with him? Whatever you like, just don't kill him. If you really go all out, he might not survive, Zei replied coolly. Though Mahoraga had no lips, it almost seemed to grimace. You sure are demanding, aren't you? Stop complaining, Zei dismissed. As the two beings conversed, piercing blood had already struck Mahoraga. To Noritoshi's shock, his piercing blood left not a single mark on Mahoraga's body. How can that be? Noritoshi muttered, then raised his hands again. Supernova, blood binding, blood star cluster. The forms of Noritoshi's red blood manipulation technique shifted rapidly, countless streams of blood lancing toward the white Shikigami. Yet Mahoraga's body remained unscathed, striding forward with relentless steps. Why? Why? Noritoshi's composure shattered, his heart in turmoil, until Mahoraga finally lifted him and tossed him from the arena, snapping him back to reality. Was it Mahoraga? Among the three great families, their ancestral techniques were practically open secrets. For instance, every move in the Gojo family's limitless technique had long since been studied by the other two families. The reason Masaru Kumo hadn't thought of it at first was because he knew that Mahoraga was a Shikigami impossible to tame. So that's how it is. Masaru Kumo let out a bitter laugh, the realization dawning on him. He understood that his technique had already been adapted to. From this day on, he would likely never be able to defeat Zen'in Zei. He never imagined that someone in this world could actually control Mahoraga. Masaru Kumo cast a deep, lingering glance at the Mahoraga on the field, then raised his hand in surrender and silently returned to the Kyoto School's team. Zen'in Zei emerged from the shadows, swept his gaze over the people beneath the stage, and then walked toward the Tokyo School's team. Noticing Satoru Gojo looking utterly dejected, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do you look like you've just lost a bet?" He actually did lose a bet. Suguru Geto, his old demeanor restored, wore the same sly expression as he had in the past, at least in front of his two closest friends. He shot Gojo a mocking look. Lost a month's worth of lunch money to me. Serves you right. It's all your fault. Who brings out Mahoraga just to crush a low-level match? That's totally unfair. Wanted to give you a beating too. Who's afraid of you? Gojo shot back stubbornly, his pride heightened by just having mastered the curse technique. Purple. Forget it. Zen'in Zei gave Gojo a sidelong glance before heading over to stand beside Shoko. How are you holding up, he asked. Shoko grinned playfully. Oh, nothing special, especially with you unleashing a powerhouse like Mahoraga. You're terrible. Next time, no more free stories for you. Zen'in Zei feigned indifference, his eyes drifting elsewhere. Let's see if you can keep up that tough talk when the time comes, Shoko replied, blinking knowingly. She was well acquainted with Zen'in Zei's tsundere ways. Meanwhile, back with the Kyoto team, Raquanji was watching Zen'in Zei with a heavy, secretive look. Who could have guessed the Zen'in family would produce someone like this? Naoya. He turned to the proud-faced Naoya beside him. Is he your cousin? Yes, principal. Naoya replied, coolly. In front of outsiders, his attitude was nothing like the gentleness he showed Zen'in Zei. A proud smile broke across Naoya's face. He's not just my cousin. He's the next head of the Zen'in clan. Raquanji paused in silence, then finally said, Naoya, you'll draw lots for the next match. Understood. Naoya flexed his hands and casually picked up a tag, but the moment he saw the name, his expression grew tense. Satoru Gojo. Naoya looked over uneasily at Gojo, who was standing with Suguru Geto. He'd been expecting that strange guy with the weird bangs instead. Looks like it's my turn to step up. A playful smile appeared on Satoru Gojo's face as he turned his gaze to Naoya as well. I heard he's Zei's cousin, but it's a pity he doesn't look much like Zei. Otherwise, beating him up would be so satisfying, Gojo mused inwardly, keeping his expression completely calm. He stepped onto the field and met Naoya's eyes with interest, saying, Oh, is that the projection sorcery? The same technique as old Zen'in Abido? That's right. Naoya Zen'in, seasoned by the grandest of occasions, only showed a hint of nerve at first. But now, even facing Gojo, he stood without a trace of hesitation. With my field of vision as the angle, I split 1 second into 24 frames, and then mimic. Once I touch you, you'll... All right, Gojo interrupted nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively to cut off the technique's explanation. He glanced at Naoya with a light chuckle. But it all comes down to whose speed is greater, doesn't it? No sooner had he spoken than Gojo instantly shifted behind Naoya. A powerful gravitational force surged in Gojo's hand. Blue, So fast, before Naoya could even turn around, the immense force in Gojo's hand had already sent him flying. But when it comes to speed, I'm not backing down. Naoya sprang back to his feet, cursed energy pulsing through him. A clear sign he was about to activate his technique. Projection sorcery. With the technique unleashed, Naoya's speed soared, darting rapidly around Gojo. Naoya's speed now? It's at least at the level of a grade 1 sorcerer, isn't it? Rakuanji looked at the silent Kamo Noritoshi, speaking gravely. Noritoshi, you'd better not let him outdo you. I won't, principal. Bang! Gojo tracked Naoya's trajectory and unfolded Limitless, blocking Naoya's punch. Immediately, blue light flared in Gojo's hand as he used blue to reinforce his punch, turning the attack back on Naoya. Naoya blocked swiftly, but the sheer force made him wince in pain, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. He reset his movements for the next second, and, using the technique again, his speed kept accelerating. Naoya diligently executed his preset motions, and at the same time, Gojo moved as well. He understood how this technique worked. As long as an action was made in the final 24th of a second, the rule was fulfilled. But since the kid couldn't touch him, all Gojo needed to do was make a move at the last moment. If I can just touch Gojo before he can activate Limitless, I'll have a chance to win. As Naoya darted around, he kept searching for a way to defeat Gojo. At this point, his speed had reached a level almost undetectable to the naked eye. In an instant, Naoya appeared behind Gojo, reaching out with his dominant hand. Gojo twisted nimbly out of the way, laughing. Do you really think, with the cursed energy you're giving off, that I wouldn't notice you now? Reverse technique, Red. A small crimson sphere, made of repulsive energy, formed between Satoru Gojo's fingers. He compressed the power of Red to just 10% of its original force, but even so, that overwhelming power slammed instantly into Naoya, hurling him toward the edge of the arena. Damn it, I didn't even touch him. Naoya glared at Gojo, unwilling to accept defeat. He got back on his feet, beginning to rechannel his cursed technique. But Gojo simply brought his hands together and said, let me go a little overboard this time. Curse technique lapse, blue. Reverse technique, red. A brilliant violet energy flared in Gojo's hands, radiating an intense light. Holo technique, purple. Naoya could feel the attack pass by just a few paces from him, a howling force tearing through the air near his ears. Instinctively, he turned his head to look. He saw the devastating aftermath of purple, the entire wall beside him blown apart, deep gouges carved into the ground. So this is Six Eyes. Staring at the confident, unruffled through Gojo before him, Naoya gave a bitter laugh, then raised his hands in surrender. I concede. His fighting spirit had vanished. He knew, if before that purple technique, he might have stood a chance by relying on Gojo's blue, red, and the fact Gojo still had to activate Limitless manually. Now, after witnessing this, their levels of power were simply no longer on the same plane. The Jujutsu High referee surveyed the wrecked arena, his face darkening. He tamped down the urge to rush Gojo and give him a piece of his mind, then announced in a stern voice, "Best of 3. It's Tokyo's victory." For the first time, Yutaheim saw the release of purple. Her voice trembled as she turned to Shoko. When did that bastard learn such a terrifying technique? Well, I think it was only about a month ago. Shoko answered with a smile, then glanced at Zen'in Zei. So what do you think? Could you take his purple head on? Zen'in Zei shook his head. For sheer destructive power, even Mahoraga would be obliterated in an instant by this. But he gave Shoko a mysterious grin. Mahoraga isn't my only trump card, you know. Come on, tell me. Sure, you'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, the faces on the Kyoto side were even grimmer than the referees at the sight of the ruined arena. Especially Gakuganji, who muttered, I can't believe it. Tokyo just produced 2 special-grade sorcerers at once. At the same time, Gakuganji glanced at Geto Suguru. This boy's cursed spirit manipulation, by sheer numbers alone, could bring an entire nation to ruin. Without a doubt, even if you only consider Satoru Gojo's hollow purple, Zen'in Zei's Mahoraga, and Suguru Geto's sheer number of cursed spirits, these 3 have already become the strongest of their era. Principal Yaga, you really have managed to discover so many promising talents. Gojo leapt down from the arena at the same time, glancing at the ruined building he'd just destroyed without a hint of worry. Looks like I'll have to get the family to clean this place up before the gorilla comes back home. Satoru, Geto waved at Gojo, walked over, and leaned in to whisper by his ear. I get that Zei threw out Mahoraga, but why did you have to go overboard too? Huh? Gojo grinned, utterly unbothered. That blonde guy still wanted to keep fighting, and honestly, I didn't want to crush his spirit. So this was the only way, you know? Geto was silent for a moment. Are you sure this won't shatter his resolve instead? Geto glanced at Gojo, who was laughing wildly, and at Zen'in, Ze standing beside Shoko. Suddenly, a strange sense of being left behind crept into his heart. Am I about to be abandoned by the two of them? Southeast Asia, Singapore. My lord, the human who helped us last time has returned. He claims to want an audience with our leader. Shall we? Jogo bowed respectfully before the massive, crystal-clear embryo, though the figure within remained shadowy and indistinct. Let him enter. I know who he is, and I know why he's come. From inside the embryo, a voice echoed, neither distinctly male nor female. As it happens for now, our goals align. Yes. With the order received, Jogo turned and left. A moment later, Kinjaku entered, flanked by Jogo at the front, with Mahito and Hanami standing just behind, always wary of this strange human. So it's true. Kinjaku gazed at the embryo before him, feeling as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from his heart. No wonder these intelligent cursed spirits guarded this place with such discipline, even organizing the lower-level spirits to avoid causing trouble outside. Kinjaku could sense the cursed energy emanating from the embryo. Outwardly, it seemed calm, but the force lurking beneath the surface, it was just like that person. I know who you are, human. The voice from the embryo snapped Kinjaku out of his thoughts, and what followed made his hair stand on end. Kinjaku, was I wrong? Kinjaku's eyes flew wide open. For the first time in 1,000 years, he wore such an expression. Impossible. In this era, only Tenjin should know that name. As if sensing his shock, the voice within the embryo let out a soft chuckle. There's no need to be alarmed. I am not Tenjin, nor some ancient monster that's lived 1,000 years. But, let's just say, I've been around for quite a while. Of course, none of that really matters. What matters is that we both need to eliminate Zen'in Ze. Isn't that right? That's true. Kinjaku quickly regained his composure, his eyes narrowing. At this moment, he found himself unable to see through this lowly cursed spirit before him, though he kept his expression unreadable. It seems that someone like Zen'in Ze appearing on the side of humanity is precisely what led to the birth of such a powerful being as yourself. No need for flattery, came the cool reply. Let's get to your current plan. Kinjaku's gaze turned cold as he glanced indifferently at Jogo and the others. The rest of you leave us. What follows isn't something you should be hearing. But, leave. The tone remained calm and even. Yes, sir. Jogo and the other cursed spirits gave Kinjaku a brief look, then silently filed out of the room, clearly realizing that what was about to be discussed was well beyond their reach. Once the cursed spirits had left, Kinjaku turned to the embryo and spoke slowly. I know your aim is to wrest the right to survive in this world. And to seize that right, there are two people you cannot avoid. Gojo Satoru and Zen'in Ze. A soft, derisive laugh echoed from within the embryo, followed by a languid response. You're not entirely wrong to think that way, but you're not completely right either. Her true intentions. Kinjaku glanced over in puzzlement, ignoring the cursed spirit's cryptic words, and continued in a low, steady voice. Both of them have already grown formidable. Because of my past experience dealing with six-eyed sorcerers, I've decided not to attempt killing, but instead to imprison. As for Gojo Satoru, his arrogance and his deep attachments are his greatest weaknesses. So I plan to use the prison realm, though I'm still searching for it. But when it comes to Zen'in Ze, I'm at a complete loss. This person's character and temperament are flawless, as if there's no opening at all. His strength may far surpass even Gojo Satoru's, and since I can't confront him directly or trick him, I haven't yet found any viable approach. I see. The voice was low and steady, but Kinjaku couldn't read any emotion in it. I'll handle Zen'in Ze. You can choose to trust me. The curse energy emanating from the embryo surged ever higher, and even Kinjaku felt a shiver of dread. A cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. So this cursed spirit was indeed born from the world's need to counter Zen'in Ze? But, judging from that presence, this was more than just a cursed spirit, almost human, in fact. In that case, my plan is... The summer of 2007 was, without a doubt, oppressively hot and endlessly long. That summer, Suguru Geto kept having the same dream over and over again. In the world of his dreams, there was no such person as Zen'in Ze. He and Satoru Gojo were still the closest of friends, but it seemed they'd had a falling out somewhere along the way, and then hadn't seen each other for 10 whole years. Their last meeting had ended with Satoru himself killing him. Suguru Geto rubbed his head and chuckled. Clearly, he was just too exhausted lately. How could a world like that exist? A world without Ze? That was simply impossible. He glanced at the messages on his phone and frowned with annoyance. Yet another low-level curse to exorcise, disrupting the peace of the human world. He was growing utterly weary of these tedious assignments. Swallowing a cursed spirit orb now felt like biting into a rag still damp with vomit. Geto dressed, then opened his door and froze. 5 people stood waiting outside. There was Zen'in, his face cold as ever, Gojo Satoru, grinning from ear to ear, Shoko Yeri with a cigarette dangling from her lips. And behind them, the ever-sunny Uchiha and Kinto Nanami, who looked as nonchalant as always. As if sensing something, Suguru summoned his familiar gentle smile. What's this? Everyone's here. Shatoru. Even you 2 special grade sorcerers have time to hang out with me. Suguru's words carried a teasing edge. Gojo waved his hand carelessly and replied, It's all Zay's idea, really. He said you seem busy lately, and you always head out on missions alone. Must get lonely, right? So we thought we'd come get you for a day out together. Suguru looked at Zen'in, who remained as detached as ever. A strange feeling stirred inside him. How could Zay ever not exist? Let's go. Gojo reached out and pulled Suguru out from the shadowy room and into the sunlight where the others waited. Today, let's just have some real fun. Hey, Suguru, those dark circles under your eyes are brutal. Up to something naughty at night. Gojo called out at full volume, his tone full of mischief. Suguru narrowed his eyes, giving Gojo a look that could kill. Come on, Suguru. You know you can't beat me. Gojo only grinned wider, teasing, Don't go bottling things up when you're lonely. All right? That's how you end up sick. Under the summer sun, a group of teenagers played and laughed together in the street. Zen'in watched them from ahead, suddenly feeling a little dazed. He'd already been at the technical school for 3 years. Graduation was just around the corner. If he counted up, he'd been in this world for almost 17 years now. He was starting to forget his memories of his previous life, feeling as though he'd truly become a part of this world. He was doing his best, determined to make the most of what he could accomplish now that he was here. Zen'in could never remain indifferent to the tragedies unfolding around him. You seem really happy today, don't you? Shoko suddenly appeared at Zen'in's side, her voice soft as she leaned in to ask him. I am. Zen'in turned his head to look at Shoko's beautifully delicate face. For a moment, he was caught off guard, and before he knew it, the words slipped out. Shoko, I still wish you'd quit smoking. In truth, Zen'in had wanted to say this for a long time. Deep down, he didn't want to see Shoko become so worn out in the future. Shoko looked at Zen'in in puzzlement. Then a subtle, intriguing smile played at her lips. And why is that, Zen'in-kun? Because I'm worried about your health. Zen'in hadn't even finished his sentence before realizing something was off. His eyes quickly regained their calm composure. Just now, he let his guard down and ended up telling Shoko exactly what was on his mind. Shoko stifled a laugh behind her hand. This guy really does have it under a streak. Shoko couldn't help but recall the first day of the new semester. Zen'in had shown her around the technical college grounds. Back then, she glanced at Zen'in's cold, expressionless face and even called him senpai. When are you going to finish telling me about that story? The one with 3 people and a dog. Oh, that one. Zen'in looked at Shoko and couldn't help but think of those youthful memories. 9 years ago, in North Yankton, Shoko murmured, curiosity lighting up her eyes as she longed to hear what happened next. Sounds like a story buried deep in the snow, doesn't it? Zen'in chuckled. But next, I've got a tale of a Western cowboy for you. A story set in 1899, at the end of the age of gunslingers and outlaws. Want to hear it? Of course I do. Shoko looked into Zen'in's eyes with utmost sincerity. His eyes could tell stories all on their own. Some unfamiliar feeling began to bud in her heart. We've already been partners for a year. Zay, how many more stories do you have in you? If only I could always stay by your side, listening to your tales. Unable to resist teasing Shoko a little, Zen'in said, How about 1,000 yen per story? Deal, Shoko replied, grinning slyly like a little fox. Zen'in. Why do I feel like I'm the one at a loss here? Meanwhile, Nanami and Hibara, you were walking side by side at the back of the group. Hibara glanced at Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru bickering up at the front, then at Zen'in and Shoko, who looked almost like a couple taking a stroll, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. It seemed the ever-dependable third-year Zen'in-senpai had something going on with Shoko-senpai. He tugged on Nanami's sleeve, only to see an expression of utter despair on his face. Nanami? What's wrong? It's nothing. Nanami suddenly returned to normal, covering her mouth with her hand as if to hide a smile. It kind of feels like I'm slacking off at work right now. How could you call this slacking off? This is a task assigned by our upperclassmen. Nanami sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. Hibara was great in every way, but perhaps a bit too passionate. If Satoru Gojo, the most unreliable of them all, had come to ask him out today, Nanami would have turned him down without a second thought. But the one who came was the legendary third year. Let's stay out a bit longer. The longer we play, the better. That way, there's no need to go back to work, Nanami muttered under his breath. As they chatted, the group found themselves in front of a photo studio. How about we take a group photo? Something to remember this day, by Zen'in suggested. Never thought you'd be into something like this. Gojo looked at Zen'in, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Or are you just hoping to get a picture alone with Shoko? Are you looking for trouble? What? I'm not scared of you. Yaga and I could take you on together. Zen'in and Gojo Satoru bickered and jostled their way into the photo studio. 3, 2, 1, cheese. With a bright flash, their group portrait was captured on film. Afterward, they took turns posing for a few more shots, one with all the third years, another of Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru together. Meanwhile, Shoko stood by the camera, smiling, holding a photograph that meant more to her than words could express. And just like that, the day came to an end. Geto, go get some rest. Gojo Satoru and Zen'in stood by Suguru Geto's side, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Geto, if you've got something on your mind, talk to us. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Zen'in watched Suguru Geto closely, carefully reading his expression. Don't worry, I will. Suguru Geto smiled gently, then said, it's getting late. You two should head back as well. See you next time, Geto. Gojo waved. See you next time, Geto. Suguru Geto closed the door behind them. As always, the first thing he did was head to the bathroom for a shower. He was exhausted, but tonight, something was different. Something had changed. For the first time in a long while, there was no conflict, no loneliness in his heart. After his shower, Suguru Geto glanced at the photo on his desk, a picture of him and his friends from school. A smile crept onto his face. But just then, a voice seemed to whisper in his ear. Cursed spirits have life too. Why can't you protect them the way you protect non-sorcerers? Sorcerers and non-sorcerers. What's the difference, really? Who's there? And what's the difference between humans and cursed spirits? Suguru Geto's eyes widened. Alarmed, he looked around, voice low and guarded as he spoke. Stop hiding and playing tricks. Come out right now. His only answer was silence. For the past few days, Suguru Geto had been dreaming of that other world in fragmented pieces, and the images were becoming clearer with each passing night. It was always a world where Toji Zen'in didn't exist. That day, he and Satoru Gojo hadn't argued over anything trivial. Instead, it had been a clash of ideals that led them to part ways. As for what those ideals were, he still hadn't dreamt that far. He only remembered standing face to face with Satoru in the midst of a crowd, staring up at Gojo on the slope, and saying calmly, "Are you the strongest because you are Satoru Gojo, or are you Satoru Gojo because you are the strongest?" Gojo raised his hand, poised to unleash his hollow technique. Purple. In that moment, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes towards Suguru. But in the dream, Suguru didn't hesitate for a second. He turned on his heel and walked away, not once looking back, his voice still cool and detached. If you want to kill me, then do it. Even that would have meaning. Whether out of concern for the crowd's safety or an unwillingness to harm his closest friend, Gojo eventually lowered his hand. From that day on, the two of them almost never saw each other again. What Suguru Geto would never know was that he was the one who left Satoru Gojo behind. Even 12 years later, Satoru still yearned to catch up to the Suguru who once walked away from him. Suguru jolted awake, his heart racing. He didn't know why, but these dreams felt as if they had truly happened. He got out of bed and pulled open the curtains. Sunlight poured into the room, illuminating a framed photograph on his desk. It's just a dream, nothing more. Staring at the photo, Suguru murmured to himself, then tidied up and stepped out the door. He boarded a train, standing as it rumbled along. His mind wandered to the words that mysterious figure had said to him a few nights ago, and he found himself turning them over and over. The relationships among curses, sorcerers, and non-sorcerers. Sorcerers exorcise curses. Non-sorcerers create curses. Curses kill sorcerers. Suddenly, a wild thought flashed through Suguru's mind. Is it the non-sorcerers who are indirectly responsible for the deaths of sorcerers? The thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Suguru shook his head furiously, desperate to erase it from his mind. Sorcerers exist to protect non-sorcerers. But was this belief truly correct? Suguru wrestled with these questions as he stepped off the train and arrived at his destination. He swiftly exorcised the target curse and transformed it into a small orb. Hesitating, he stared at it for a moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a jar of honey. He smeared honey over the orb, then swallowed it down in one gulp. As I thought, it's useless. Is this just the price of my technique? Suguru let out a resigned laugh, remembering something Toji once said. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and the greater the burden that comes with it. In his memory, Zen'in leans against the wall, watching Suguru Gojo complain about how his 6 eyes give him a headache. He stretches his body, but the feeling only grows stranger. Was that sound on that night just a dream? And is there really someone watching me from the shadows? A day later, inside Tokyo Jujutsu High, Geto Senpai, Nobara Hiramoto greets Suguru Geto with a sunny smile. You've worked hard. Suguru Geto looks at Nobara Hiramoto. At that moment, a weight seems to lift from his complicated heart, and he manages a faint smile. Would you like something to drink? Oh, I couldn't impose, but I'll have a cola. Geto and Nobara sit together, chatting. Nobara says, I've got a mission out of town tomorrow. Senpai, do you want me to bring back any souvenirs? Souvenirs, huh? Geto considers it for a moment. Satoru likes sweets. Zay prefers salty things. Honestly, I'm about the same as them. So just nothing too sweet or too salty, got it? Understood. Geto can't help but ask Nobara a question. Do you ever find this work as a jujitsu sorcerer exhausting? Nobara answers without hesitation. I actually find it really fulfilling. His bright smile is infectious, and Geto can't help but be uplifted by it. Being able to help others in my own way, that's always been my dream. To help others? That's right. Geto murmurs to himself. Not bad at all, Nobara. At that moment, Zen'in walks over, looking at Nobara, which makes him think of Itadori for a moment. Hello, Zen'in-senpai. You too, Nobara. You've been full of energy lately. Keep it up. Zen'in gives Nobara a faint smile, then turns to Geto. About tomorrow's mission, Geto, you should go with Nobara. Huh? Geto stares blankly at Zen'in. But isn't this just a grade 2 curse spirit mission? That's exactly why you should go. To absorb it, of course. Zen'in's tone leaves no room for argument. Well, after you put honey on it, doesn't the curse's scent get a lot milder? Geto's face flushes. Say, stop making fun of me, will you? Just then, the sharp click of heels echoes across the floor. A tall woman with flowing golden hair suddenly appears behind the three of them. She glances at Zen'in. You must be the Zen'in clan's divine child, right? What kind of woman do you like? Yuki Tsukumo flashes a seductive smile, then turns her gaze to Geto. And you, Geto, what's your type? Before Zen'in or Geto can answer, Nobara blurts out, I like girls with a hearty appetite. And who might you be? Geto doesn't answer Yuki Tsukumo, simply asking her in a calm, even tone. The first special grade sorcerer, Yuki Tsukumo. Zen'in gave Yuki a casual glance, then leaned back into his chair. Did you come all the way here just to see us? How boring you are, O divine child of the Zen'in clan. Yuki Tsukumo glanced at Zen'in, her voice tinged with disappointment. So what brings you here? Zen'in continued, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Yuki Tsukumo didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked over at Huiyuan Xiong. Huiyuan Xiong immediately took the hint and stood up, turning to Suguru Geto. Senpai, let's meet at the main gate tomorrow at 9. All right. Suguru Geto watched Huiyuan Xiong leave, then shifted his gaze back to Yuki Tsukumo. Come on now. Yuki Tsukumo plopped herself down between the two of them. I just want to know, how do you see the future of the jujitsu world? The future of the jujitsu world? Suguru Geto looked at her, puzzled. Of course. Suddenly, Yuki Tsukumo's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. The out-of-touch higher-ups, the endless stream of curses. Instead of constantly exorcising them, I think we should address the root cause. Zen'in let out a short, derisive laugh. Don't tell me you're thinking of stripping humanity of cursed energy or turning everyone into sorcerers. Oh, how did you guess? Don't tell me you. No, I'm not interested. You really are a dull man. All of humanity becoming sorcerers or being freed from cursed energy, Suguru Geto murmured to himself. Would that really mean the end of curses? Seeing the look on Suguru's face, Zen'in felt a heaviness settle in his heart. This wasn't the direction he'd wanted things to go. Zen'in turned to Yuki Tsukumo. Actually, there's another way. Oh, we can make information about curses and sorcerers public, then select sorcerers from among all people. Establish large-scale sorcerer schools across the country, even worldwide, and send candidates there for systematic training. Raise the welfare of sorcerers, and allow the law of survival to gradually weed out non-sorcerers. That would be more in line with reality. Zen'in stroked his chin, speaking thoughtfully. He considered this long ago. Either use massive barriers to eliminate cursed energy from humanity, or let the survival of the fittest gradually remove non-sorcerers. Though, of course, in their lifetimes, they'd never see it come to pass. But would we even live to see this plan realized? Yuki Tsukumo chuckled. And do you really think the higher-ups would ever agree? That's why I'll choose to inherit the headship of the Zen'in clan. I will stand above all, within the limits of my own strength. I will personally bring this rotten era to an end. That is my dream. Kizaru. Zen'in brushed his hair back with his hand, his face calm as he looked at Yuki Tsukumo. To put it simply, what the entire leadership needs is a revolution. He continued, even if we kill off those old geezers, it's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. In the future, I'll make sure to train my own people and have them rise into the upper ranks. The decaying rule of the bloodline families. It's time for that to end with our generation. Is that so? Well, all right then. Yuki Tsukumo wasn't intimidated by Zen'in's words. She just smiled. Come take a walk with me. She stood up, and together with Zen'in and Suguru Geto, the three of them strolled into one of the school's tunnels. Yuki Tsukumo put on her helmet, swung a leg over her motorcycle, and waved at the two of them. Well then, as fellow special grades, let's get along from now on. And give Satoru Gojo my regards, will you? Zen'in watched as Yuki Tsukumo rode away, lost in thought about something he couldn't quite put into words. Suguru Geto, on the other hand, gazed at Zen'in's back. This was the first time he'd learned of his close friend's dream. So this is Zay's dream, to make all information public, to select sorcerers from among all humanity, and ultimately create a world without curses. But can it really succeed? Is it truly possible? Suguru Geto stood alone in the public bathhouse, letting the hot water wash over him. He rested his hand against the wall, his head drooping, heavy with doubt. Can Zay's dream really create a world without curses? What if all humans became sorcerers? Or if we forced non-sorcerers to evolve? A chill ran through Geto's heart as that extreme idea flashed through his mind, but he quickly pushed it away. He found himself back at his house, lying on the big bed. He lifted his tired eyes, stared at the group photo on the desk, and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, Suguru Geto went with Yuhibara and Kinto Nanami to their assigned mission. Geto easily subdued the local land god's faith and saved Yuhibara, who otherwise would have died in this incident. That thing was a grade 1 curse. Yuhibara looked at Suguru Geto with admiration. It's all thanks to you, senpai. Otherwise, who knows if we'd have made out alive, right, Nanami? The young Nanami stayed silent, saying nothing. Really, it's thanks to Zay, Suguru Geto replied gently. He's the one who had me come with you too in the first place. If not for Zay's warning, both of their lives might have been forfeit. Suguru Geto looked at the cursed crystal in his hand. This time, without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed it down. As he tasted that all-too-familiar, unpleasant flavor, Geto felt deeply conflicted inside. But with companions at his side, for now, Suguru Geto hadn't reached the point of no return. This is the 57th out of 272 sections. Here is the English translation, preserving the original paragraph structure and literary tone. If this long marathon as a sorcerer leads only to a mountain of my comrades' corpses and a sea of blood at the end of the road, what am I supposed to do? Say, Satoru, what's happening to me right now? A month later, it was September 23rd, 2007. What's the meaning of this? At that moment, Suguru Geto stood in front of a makeshift cell, his brows knitted in a deep frown. He gazed upon two little girls huddled together and trembling with fear and kept rubbing his forehead with his right hand. There's something wrong with their heads. A portly man by Geto's side looked at the two girls with undisguised disgust. They keep attacking the villagers with some bizarre power. I've already dealt with the cause of the incident. My grandson was nearly killed by those two as well. A woman, oblivious to the increasingly grim look on Geto's face, shouted furiously at the girls. That was because Nanako mustered her courage and shouted back. Shut up, monsters! The woman spat venomously at them. Your parents were the same. If only we'd killed you both right after you were born. Suguru Geto's heart was racked with turmoil. All this time, were the non-sorcerers he'd been protecting truly this ugly? When non-sorcerers tried to assassinate Riko, I sent her abroad for her safety. Yet these same non-sorcerers turn on two awakened children, treating them as demons and tormenting them. Is this really who I'm protecting? Sorcerers exorcise curses. Sorcerers protect non-sorcerers. Non-sorcerers create curses. Curses kill sorcerers. In that moment, it was as if something finally clicked for Suguru Geto. He fell silent, if only for a heartbeat. Let out your anger. These two children have suffered so much at the hands of these ignorant fools. I can't just stand by and watch. Suguru Geto turned to the two villagers and offered a gentle smile. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? And where exactly are you planning to take them? Geto, came a cold, detached voice. Or is it that you intend to deal with them yourself? Suguru Geto's eyes flew open wide. He stared in disbelief at the figure before him, then gave a wry, bitter smile. Zay, I really have already. Who the hell are you? The portly man shouted at Zen'in. Zen'in said nothing. In a flash, he appeared before the man, lightning crackling in his hand as it pierced straight through the man's heart. The man didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. How could you do that? The woman next to Suguru Geto shrieked in panic. With a look of disgust, Zei's Rinnegan illusion technique activated instantly. His purple silhouette darted forward, plunging through the woman's chest. Zen'in Zei was by no means a man who killed lightly. If he killed simply to vent his anger, or because someone had offended him, how would he be any different from Sukuna? One must remember, when Sasuke turned on Orochimaru, it wasn't just because he didn't want to surrender his body. He also loathed Orochimaru's disregard for human life. But that didn't mean he was completely without temper. To be so cruel to two children was no different from being a beast. The vicious woman collapsed to the ground. For the rest of her life, she would be bedridden, no different from the dead. Let those two children out. Let's go outside and have a proper talk. Zen'in Zei pointed to the door, his voice calm and steady. Suguru Geto said nothing. He wasn't surprised by Zen'in Zei's actions. After all, he felt the same way. Summoning a cursed spirit, he destroyed the cell, then gently took the hands of the two little girls and followed Zen'in Zei out. The two men walked in silence. Zen'in Zei and Suguru Geto finally stopped at a wide, open area just outside the mountain village. Looking up, the starry sky stretched gloriously above them, clear and boundless. You two, go wait for us over there, all right? Zen'in Zei crouched down and smiled at Siko and Mimiko. We just have a little something to discuss. It won't take long, and we'll come find you soon. Okay. The two girls nodded blankly. After a glance at Suguru Geto, they wandered off into the distance. Zen'in Zei and Suguru Geto stood facing each other in a quiet standoff. At last, Suguru Geto broke the silence first, forcing a wry smile. Zei, you've been following me these past few days, haven't you? I know your cursed energy well, but these past days, I completely overlooked it. That's right. Zen'in Zei didn't deny it. He just nodded toward the distance. Ever since the star plasma vessel incident, I've noticed your mindset has begun to change. Non-sorcerers interfering with sorcerers, indirectly causing their deaths. Your beliefs have started to shift. So, I made a point of gathering everyone, just so you wouldn't feel so alone that day. I asked Gojo to spend more time with you during missions, let you work with Hybera and the others, so we could save those who might otherwise have died. He could only sigh helplessly in the end. But I never expected that, in the end, you'd resort to a killing spree. Was it just to vent your anger? That's right. Suguru Geto's heart trembled, unexpectedly moved by the words. I couldn't let those murderers walk free any longer. That's why And for that, you're willing to risk becoming a curse user yourself? Zen'in Zei's voice was calm, almost indifferent. Did it ever occur to you how Gojo would feel if you became a curse user? Or how I would feel? Suguru Geto's expression shifted at Zen'in Zei's words. Unable to meet his eyes, he spoke softly. So, did you come here today just to stop me from falling into darkness? Suguru Geto knew that if Zen'in Zei hadn't stopped him in time, the others would have been haunted by lifelong regret. I suppose you could say that. Zen'in Zei lifted his gaze to the sky. I once knew someone who, with no one to confide in, carried everything alone and eventually succumbed to darkness. In the end, even his body was taken over. Geto fell silent. At that moment, he didn't know how to respond to Zei. Now that I think about it, ever since we met 3 years ago at Jujutsu High, we haven't actually fought, have we? Cursed energy gathered in Zei's hands. If you're dead set on being an idiot, then let me beat some sense into you. Today, let's have a real fight. Zei took up a battle stance. A fight. Geto stared at Zei in surprise. Now that he thought about it, he'd never sparred with Zei before. Every time I'd only been training with Gojo. Bring it on, Geto declared without fear. I want to see for myself just how strong you really are. As he spoke, Geto formed his hands into the shape of a gun, and several cursed spirit gunfish shot out from between his fingers. Chidori stream. Lightning crackled along Zei's body, shattering every gunfish spirit as they flew at him. Looks like I'll have to overwhelm you with numbers. Geto's expression grew serious as a horde of centipede cursed spirits surged toward Zei like a tidal wave. Zei leapt high into the air, hands flashing through a series of signs. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball crashed down like a doomsday meteor, incinerating all of Geto's curses in an instant. The two closed the distance at once, trading blows. Punches and kicks exchanged in a relentless rhythm. So, after all this time, you're still planning to wipe out every non-sorcerer and create a world free of curses, aren't you? Zei landed a punch squarely on Geto's face. No. Geto took the hit, then swung a kick at Zei's midsection, missing as Zei dodged away. I've realized it's not realistic. The odds are too great, the obstacles too many. You and Gojo can't possibly win. but I still believe that if I were you or Gojo, I could do it. That's why, to me, the only dream that might truly be possible is yours, Zay. Geto wiped the mark from his face, wincing in pain as he spoke. This guy, he really doesn't hold back. So all this is just to vent your frustrations, huh? Zay was sent flying by the kick, but steadied himself mid-air and countered, unleashing a fire technique. Dragon Blaze Chorus. For blazing dragon heads, shot straight toward Geto. Squid. Geto summoned a giant squid and leapt backward, its ink clashing head-on with the dragon flames. But the dragon fire was undeterred, burning through the ink and surging relentlessly toward Geto. There's no other way. Rainbow Dragon. A massive white dragon suddenly emerged from the black hole behind Sugar Geto and swallowed Long Yin Fongu in one gulp, heading straight for Zen'in Zay. This little skirmish won't be enough to beat me. Geto. With a flash, a lightning spear formed in Zen'in Zay's hand as he moved forward to meet the rainbow dragon head-on. Chidori's sharp spear. With a burst of electricity and a swift run, Zen'in Zay split the rainbow dragon in two, then sent it flying with a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, the rainbow dragon slammed into a distant mountain. Nearby, Nanako and Mimiko twitched at the corners of their mouths. So this is what you guys meant by having a little chat. Serpent. Zen'in Zay fixed his gaze on Geto's position, and in an instant, a giant python coiled itself tightly around Geto. Not good. Geto's pupils contracted. He gathered cursed energy around his body and began to struggle desperately. Soon after, Zen'in Zay launched him with a fierce kick. The spot impacted, blackened, and scorched by the Chidori current's electricity. Cough, cough. Geto struggled to his feet, unable to resist complaining to Zen'in Zay, who just teleported over and was already charging another Chidori. Aren't you worried you'll actually kill me? As long as you have a breath left, I can use reversed cursed technique to bring you back. Geto dodged the Chidori with a tilt of his head, then countered with a kick at Zen'in Zay, quickly creating distance between them. Behind him, in the swirling black void, countless attacks like blue laser beams shot towards Zen'in Zay at lightning speed. Zen'in Zay leapt high, his eyes constantly darting as the Sharingan's insight let him dodge every single attack from the curses. Suddenly, a massive one-eyed cursed spirit burst out of the ground, fist raised, and sent Zen'in Zay hurtling dozens of meters like a cannonball. Cursed spirit manipulation isn't just a rabble, sensei. Zen'in Zay got back on his feet, lightning crackling in his hand. Chidori Sunban. A barrage of needle-thin lightning bolts shot from his palm, streaking straight toward Geto. Geto casually summoned a rotund cursed spirit as a meat shield. Kirching Bul. For the first time, Zen'in Zay unleashed one of the 10 shadow techniques with nothing in his way, charging directly at Geto. Geto couldn't stop in time. He reinforced his hands with cursed energy and managed to block piercing Bull head-on with sheer force. Not bad, Geto. Fire release, Kagutsuchi. Zen'in Zay's left eye focused, and under Kagutsuchi's power, black flames instantly consumed the fodder cursed spirits. Geto couldn't help but grimace. You little punk, you're forcing my hand. He then summoned his most powerful cursed spirit of the moment, the imaginary special grade curse, Kukisei Kana. A woman with long hair, covering her face, and holding a pair of scissors appeared at Geto's side. Go! Kukisei Kana charged ahead at blinding speed, scissors flashing as she repeatedly stabbed at Zen'in Zay. So, what's this one, huh? Zen'in Zay thought carefully. This cursed spirit called the Slit-Mouthed Woman had already begun to brush the threshold of domain expansion. Incredible. Zay narrowed his eyes, formed a hand seal, and a Dharma wheel appeared above his head. Then, he deliberately allowed the Slit-Mouthed Woman to strike him, and Maharaga's wheel began to spin. What is that? Is that the wheel of Maharaga? Geto Sugiru's heart skipped a beat as he saw the wheel above Zay's head, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Quick, use the simple domain, Slit-Mouthed Woman. In an instant, Zay seemed to be transported into another dimension. The Slit-Mouthed Woman bared her gruesome face and asked Zay, "Am I beautiful?" Though Zay didn't answer, he was already within the simple domain and felt the sting of her scissors, the blade leaving a bloody scratch across his ear. Still silent, Zay let Maharaga adapt instantly to this cursed spirit. He formed a hand seal and commanded, "Break this domain, Maharaga." "As you wish." Manhwareccap materialized beside you. With a single swing of the demon-banishing sword, the simple domain was shattered. Maharaga glanced at Zay and asked, "So, should I take care of these two, the human and the cursed spirit before us?" Zay shook his head and retorted, "Don't you realize it's my classmate?" Maharaga replied flatly, without a trace of emotion, "I only remember your face and that little girl Nanako's face. Honestly, maybe I should call you Pervert Haraga instead." You really should look at what kind of closet case your master is. Geto could only watch as Zay and Mahoraga traded jabs. When Mahoraga had nothing left to say, Zay turned back to Geto. Are we still fighting, Geto? I concede. Geto forced a wry smile. I know the demon-banishing sword in Mahoraga's hand is infused with tremendously powerful positive energy, natural bane of all cursed spirits. In other words, I can't possibly defeat Mahoraga. With that, he walked to the edge of the cliff. Whoa, hey. For once, Zay felt a rare sense of unease. You're not going to jump just because you lost to me, are you? As if. Geto rolled his eyes, his voice drained of energy. I just think maybe I'm already tired of being a jujitsu sorcerer. We risk our lives to protect ugly-hearted non-sorcerers, and yet, blinded by their ignorance, they treat us as monsters and lock us away. Zay, what should I do? I have no idea, Zay suddenly grinned. But if you want to punish those people, just come to me. After all, I'm a senior member of the Zen'in clan, one of the big three. You're right. Geto finally let out a relaxed laugh. Zay and Gojo Satoru could easily doom those people with just a word. Zen'in Zay continued, but I already have my own dream. Still, if I want to change this world, I'll need your help. My help? Suguru Geto was taken aback. Do you really think I can help you? Of course. Zen'in Zay suddenly sat down, gazing up at the star-filled sky. You, Satoru, and everyone at Jujutsu High. I believe that together, we can change this rotten world in the future. Is that so? Suguru Geto sat down as well, his tone playful. All right then, I'll stick around and help you for now. After all, with that unreadable face of yours, you hardly seem easy to get along with. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Nothing at all. The tension that had filled the air between them melted away, and the two sat together, freely talking about the future. So, what's going on with you and Shoko these days? Suguru didn't probe any deeper, simply asking Zay about his love life. It's far too soon for that. Zay shook his head. For now, I'm not interested in playing any romance games with her. Suguru's lips twitched, and just as he was about to scold his friend for his behavior, a soft, timid voice drifted to their ears. Turning around, Suguru and Zay saw the two little girls who had been mistreated earlier. They had come up behind them, not far away at all. In truth, they hadn't gone far at all. They'd been secretly watching the two young men's battle. The girl with light brown hair seemed to summon all her courage as she reached up on tiptoe to gently touch Suguru's face. At the same time, Zay felt a small hand from the black-haired girl softly brush his cheek. Zen'in Zay and Suguru exchanged a glance, as if they could read each other's thoughts. Zay gently patted Mimiko on the head and softly asked, So what are your plans from here on out? Mimiko looked lost for words, but the girl beside Suguru, Nanako, spoke up in a trembling voice. Could we go with you? I really can't stand staying here any longer. She hadn't even finished her sentence before tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing Nanako cry, Mimiko couldn't hold back her own tears either. Don't cry. Zay wiped the tears from Mimiko's face. Of course you can leave this place with us. We'll take you to a school called Jujutsu High, where the big brother who saved you can be your teacher. Would you like that? Yes, of course we would. Mimiko and Nanako nodded eagerly. Looking at the two pitiful little girls, Zay couldn't help but think of the two sisters, Maki and Mai, back home. If it hadn't been for him when they were young. Soon, Mimiko and Nanako gathered around Suguru, introducing themselves to him with newfound hope. My name is Mimiko, and I'm Nanako. Suguru Geto stared in a daze at the two cheerful little girls before him. In that instant, it was as if he, too, had glimpsed his own dream. I want to stay at Jujutsu High and become a teacher. Is that so? Shinichi smiled gently. Then work hard together with Satoru. Satoru wants that too. Who knows? A month later, most of the people in this village were arrested by the police for crimes like child abuse and illegal confinement. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since that September 23rd. Jujutsu High was a 4-year program, but the four of them all chose to graduate a year early, finishing at the end of their 3rd year. Yet though they had graduated, the spirit of their youth did not end with their schooling. That summer would always burn bright in their memories. Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto chose to stay at Jujutsu High as teachers, guiding the next generation. Shoko became a doctor, putting all she had learned about medicine into practice. Zen'in Zay returned to the Zen'in clan, where he gave Oji a thorough beating and took over as head of the family. Afterward, he formally entered the upper echelons of the jujitsu world, establishing his own faction among the higher-ups. He aimed to become the supreme leader of the supervisory department, determined to reform this decaying world of sorcery from within. Though he longed to sweep away the entrenched leadership in one stroke, the jujitsu world was unusually stable at this time. If the upper brass were suddenly wiped out without cause, it would surely provoke resentment and even rebellion from other families. Such chaos would threaten society's stability, so Zen'in decided to let the old guard remain for now, while steadily introducing new blood. Gradually, Zen'in began to build the world he had always dreamed of. Inside Tokyo Jujutsu High, Nananako and Mimiko whispered endlessly to each other at their desks, while Suguru Geto, who had just arrived at the classroom door, could only rub his temples at the sight. Lord Geto is getting more and more handsome. I like him so much. Lord Zen'in too, though we haven't seen him in a while. The two of them kept chatting away, completely unaware that Suguru Geto had reached the door. Just as Geto was about to speak, a hand landed on his shoulder. A quiet voice said, "Suguru, want to hit the field and spar with me?" Satoru. Geto turned to see Satoru's trademark mischievous grin, then glanced at Nananako and Mimiko's joyful faces. "Forget it, as long as they're happy. Sometime later." "Satoru, your martial arts have gotten even stronger. And Suguru, you've mastered the reverse curse technique now, right?" On the training field, Gojo, Satoru, and Suguru Geto lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath as they shouted back and forth. They caught each other's eyes and both burst into laughter. Suddenly, Gojo spoke up. "Come to think of it, we haven't seen Zay in ages, have we?" "Yes." Suguru Geto replied with a hint of nostalgia. After graduation, Toji inherited the leadership of the Zen'in clan for the sake of his dream. He wanted to change the world by reforming the system. Nowadays, you can pretty much only see him at the Zen'in family estate. Satoru Gojo added with a chuckle. "If I say I stayed at Jujutsu High to change the world, what about you, Geto?" As for me, Suguru Geto's thoughts drifted back to that night 3 months ago, and he narrowed his eyes. "I think I may have found the direction for my life. You're still not telling me the truth, are you?" Satoru Gojo stood up, hands clasped behind his head, gazing up at the sky as he laughed lightly. "I've got another mission to take care of. Let's get together again, sometime with Toji and Shoko. The four of us, just like old times." "Sounds good." Suguru Geto smiled and waved goodbye to Satoru Gojo. Afterwards, he walked Nanako and Mimiko to the dormitory building. He reminded them, "Don't stay up too late, all right?" "Okay, Teacher Geto." Nanako and Mimiko answered in unison, though mischievous grins played on their faces. "Huh?" Seeing those expressions, Suguru Geto knew perfectly well they wouldn't listen. He watched them head inside, then left the school as well. Suguru Geto walked towards the apartment he'd bought downtown. Along the way, as the darkness thickened around him, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Who's there?" Suguru Geto called out coldly. "Stop lurking in the shadows." A low, unsettling laugh echoed through the night. As expected of one of the 4 special-grade sorcerers, Suguru Geto, "You noticed me so quickly." A man emerged from the darkness. His appearance was utterly unremarkable. Except for one thing, a stitch scar ran all the way across his forehead. "Who are you?" "A curse user," Suguru Geto asked warily, shifting into a battle stance. It had been a long time since he'd encountered a curse user. "There's no need for you to know so much," Kinjaku smiled faintly. "All you need to understand is that I've come here for one reason: your cursed spirit manipulation." With that, Kinjaku launched his attack, reinforcing his fist with cursed energy. He moved so swiftly that Suguru Geto hardly had time to react before he was sent flying by the blow. He's so fast, almost as fast as Satoru. Suguru Geto was startled, now eyeing the smiling man before him, as if facing a deadly enemy. He said gravely, "I don't care who you are, I won't let my guard down." A massive white dragon shot toward the man at blinding speed, one of Geto's trump cards unleashed without hesitation. But to Geto's shock, the rainbow dragon was inexplicably pinned to the ground. Then, a strange, unexplainable pressure descended upon him, and Suguru Geto suddenly found himself unable to even stand steady. Is this man's technique gravity? Crushed under the overwhelming force, Geto's mind raced as he tried to understand what was happening. But in that very instant, Kinjaku was already closing in, a dagger flashing in his hand as he swiftly reached Geto's side. With a swift slash of the blade, Geto's fingers were severed cleanly. Kinjaku stooped to pick up the fallen fingers, a cold, mocking smile curling on his lips once again. "Now that my goal is achieved, the next step is..." With a sudden burst of strength, Geto broke free. At once, several massive, centipede-shaped cursed spirits erupted into existence, wrapping themselves around Kinjaku before he could reactivate his gravity technique. At the same time, Geto began to heal his hand with a reverse technique, but as he looked at Kinjaku's smile, an ominous feeling gnawed at his heart. Without warning, several drops of blood appeared and hovered near Kinjaku, then shot forth, piercing through the centipede spirits. Bodies. Kinjaku quickly shrugged off their grasp, as if nothing had happened, his smile unfazed as he looked at Geto and spoke. I'm not going to kill you just yet. After all, I don't know if your tamed spirits would go berserk if you died, so I had to take your technique this way. Besides, it seems the Zen'in clan is already wary of me. And the red blood manipulation? That must be the Kamo clan, right? Narrowing his eyes, Geto analyzed the situation. It seems I have no choice but to use a simple domain to neutralize his technique. With that, Geto summoned Kukisei Kana and immediately activated his simple domain. In an instant, the crushing gravity on his body vanished. Kinjaku responded by expanding the prison of myriad threads. A simple domain, is it? Unfortunately for you. Domain expansion, village of eternal gravity. This was a domain Kinjaku had mastered after seizing the gravity technique. Within it, the strength of the curse energy pressed down on opponents according to their own cursed energy. Kukisei Kana's simple domain was instantly overwhelmed by Kinjaku's, and once again, Geto felt as if an entire mountain had come crashing down on him. Kinjaku gathered cursed energy into his fist and, in a blur, appeared before Geto, striking him hard in the stomach. Block! Kinjaku's eyes widened in surprise as Geto managed to intercept the punch. His physical prowess was truly remarkable. He let out an exasperated chuckle. You really are something. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not going to kill you now. His gaze sharpened as he clamped his hand around Geto's neck. Now let's begin. With your technique, I can offer up my anti-gravity technique. Wouldn't that be fitting? King of Curses? King of Curses? Struggling to breathe, Geto still forced himself to analyze Kinjaku's words, desperately trying to break free from his grip. What is it you really want? Kinjaku did not answer. Instead, he gazed skyward, where all of a sudden, a black orb materialized in the heavens. The black bead landed in Kinjaku's hand. He grinned wickedly at Suguru Geto before merging the bead into Suguru's body in a grotesque, flesh and blood fashion. Kinjaku released his grip on Suguru, watching as Suguru gasped for breath, then offered a faint, chilling smile. What happens next is none of your concern. After all, I have to make sure the Zen'in and Gojo clans don't find out about me too soon. I certainly don't want to face those two this early. That's also one of the reasons I dare to show myself. Now that one of my goals is accomplished, I'm sure we'll meet again. From this moment, the gears of Kinjaku's plan began to turn. Suguru Geto looked up at Kinjaku's face, trying to etch every detail into his memory, his mind racing. This guy is clearly afraid of Satoru and Toji. Who exactly is he? Damn it, my eyelids are getting heavier. After finishing, Kinjaku cast Suguru a long, meaningful glance. If he truly feared that the thousands, almost tens of thousands, of curses Suguru had absorbed might run wild and attack him after Suguru's death, he would have used his own technique to seize Suguru's body outright. Without another thought, Kinjaku swiftly turned and left. He dared not linger, wary of the sudden appearance of Toji Zen'in or Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto, meanwhile, felt the world go black. He collapsed to the ground, as if slipping into a deep slumber. Kinjaku hurried off toward the airport, a cold smile curling on his lips. Well then, let's get ready to begin. At Tokyo Jujutsu High, more than a year had passed since the Star Plasma Vessel incident. It was about 3 months after Satoru Gojo first mastered the automatic limitless technique. In the corridor of the school building, the twilight sun cast long shadows, as if accentuating the sorrow of parting. A tall, slender boy with white hair stared at a muscular man in sunglasses across from him. Satoru Gojo wore a look of utter disbelief as he faced Masamichi Yaga at the far end. Sensei, say that again. I'll repeat myself. Masamichi Yaga let out a sigh. Geto was attacked last night. He still hasn't woken up. He hasn't woken up? Gojo hurried to stand before Yaga. Didn't Shoko try using reversed curse technique to heal him? She did, but for some reason, even though Geto's injuries were external, he remains unconscious. Take me to him. In no time, the group arrived at the school's infirmary. Gojo pushed open the door and saw Shoko and Toji Zen'in sitting at Geto's bedside. Toji, how is he? Gojo urgently asked Toji Zen'in. Toji shook his head, his tone grave. I can't say for sure. Geto's ECG is steady. All his vital signs are normal. But I can feel traces of reversed cursed techniques energy on his hand, along with the lingering presence of another sorcerer's cursed energy. Who was that, Zay? Satoru Gojo shouted loudly. Gojo. Shoko's voice carried a note of displeasure. Zay's worried too. Don't you understand how he feels? Sorry. Satoru Gojo lowered his head, his hand clenched into a fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm, drawing thin lines of blood. Zen and Zay looked at Gojo in silence. Gojo was always like this. He seemed carefree on the surface, but he valued his feelings deeply. Otherwise, in the original story, he wouldn't have lowered his curse technique, aimed at Suguru Geto, and allowed himself to be sealed in the prison realm just because of a single sentence. It's all right, Shoko. Zen'in smiled at Shoko, stopping her gently as she tried to say more. I understand how Gojo feels. If I were the one lying there, wouldn't he be questioning Geto just as harshly? It was as if Satoru Gojo had snapped back to himself. He rolled his eyes and retorted, as if I'd ever worry about you. Can't admit it, can you? Mind your own business. Geto's hand just moved. Shoko spoke softly, pointing at Suguru Geto's hand. The two who had been bickering stopped and looked at Geto. At this moment, Geto's brows were furrowed. He hadn't regained consciousness yet, but it was clear that he was now aware. Looks like he wasn't hit by some strange technique. Zen'in quietly withdrew his hand, a vague sense of unease stirring in his heart. But who could it be? Could it be you? Kinjaku. All of a sudden, a trace of anxiety crept into Zen'in's mind. Ever since he'd gone to exorcise that completely unfamiliar curse in Southeast Asia last year, he had lost all control over the story's direction. He could still roughly guess Kinjaku's goals and methods. But knowing how that old schemer thought, there was a good chance Kinjaku wasn't even in the country anymore. How troublesome. Kinjaku, that 1,000-year-old conspirator. All the tricks played from the shadows required constant vigilance. But that ancient monster could only skulk in the darkness, weaving plots behind the scenes. Zen'in murmured to himself, realizing there were things he must tell Gojo. Even though, knowing Gojo's personality flaws, giving him a heads-up might not really lower the odds of him getting sealed. Still, he had to try. He glanced at Shoko's face. Would you like to hear another story from me? Shoko looked puzzled for a moment. Then her smile bloomed like a flower. Sure. Gojo, there's something I need to tell you. 3 days later. Sensei, you actually live here now. Zen'in looked at Toji Fushiguro with clear distaste. This house looks pretty big, though. How's it working out for your family of 4? But seriously, what did you do with all the money you earned over the years? Why not just buy a villa? So noisy, you little brat. Toji calmly dug at his ear. Back then, I strolled around the racetrack with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what defeat was. Then, some accident happened. But you really are heartless, kid. Only now do you come see me. Don't change the subject. So you went bankrupt after that. Zen'in shot Toji a disdainful look. You punk, you've really grown some wings lately. Toji narrowed his eyes at Zen'in. If you don't gamble, I won't give you a hard time. TCH. Your first wife. The teacher's wife you mentioned to me 10 years ago, how is she? Zen'in asked suddenly. She, a vision of a woman with black hair, flashed through Toji's mind. With a hint of regret and apology in his eyes, he answered. After giving birth to Megumi, she left. It was my fault. She already had a hidden illness, and childbirth was simply too much for her. I owe her a great deal. And even Megumi, who she left behind, I haven't had the courage to face him. Zen'in glanced at Toji. He'd never seen Toji in such a state before, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness himself. In no time, the two of them arrived at the door of a house. Toji knocked. The door was opened by a boy with spiky black hair, his face showing a touch of indifference. But as soon as he saw Toji, his expression brightened noticeably. He called into the house. Big sis, Dad's home. Fushiguro Megumi immediately ran inside and sat down next to a girl with a ponytail. Toji and Zen'in exchanged glances, then walked into the room. Seeing her father bring home a tall, older boy, the girl smiled and introduced herself. My name is Fushiguro Tsumaki, and this is my little brother, Megumi. I'm your uncle, you know. Zen'in squatted down with a gentle smile and ruffled Tsumaki's hair. What a family, battered by misfortune. Both siblings have been possessed by ancient, malevolent spirits. The girl seemed mature for her age and hurried to her feet. I'll go prepare something to eat for Dad and our guest. At this moment, neither she nor Megumi knew that the older boy before them was, in name, their uncle. Seeing his sister head for the kitchen, Megumi quickly followed. Watching the siblings, Toji couldn't help but let a happy smile slip across his face. Although I haven't had the guts to face Megumi, and I don't know much about his life. Even so, I can sense the same energy in him as I do in you. His technique is also the 10 Shadows technique. Zen'in wasn't particularly surprised. He simply watched Toji in silence. Toji broke into a helpless laugh, pointing at Zen'in and scolding him affectionately. You really were cuter as a kid, you know? Back then, you'd always follow me around and beg for attention. I just think, teacher, you're really too lame, not even brave enough to face your own son. Get out, get out, get out. Toji cursed. I just feel really sorry for Megumi's mother. Pulling himself together, Toji said, well, how about this? From now on, Megumi's training will be up to you. After all, I don't have any cursed energy or techniques, So teaching him the 10 shadows technique would be a joke. You teach me, I'll teach your son. So what does that make us? My son? Toji asked, puzzled. Get lost. Laughter echoed between them as Tsumaki brought out several plates of snacks. Let's dig in. Hey brat, don't hog everything. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, and soon it was 2011, the very year Rika was cursed, just as in the original story. On a deserted road, a boy and a girl were about to cross to the other side. Yuta, let's go. Okay. The girl turned back with a smile for the boy, then stepped toward the empty street. The boy watched her, about to follow, when suddenly his eyes went wide, and he shouted, Rika! Huh? The girl turned, and saw a yellow sedan hurtling straight toward her. But the crash everyone expected never happened. A tall, white-haired man, easily 6'3", stepped forward and stopped the car with an outstretched hand, shielding the girl behind him. Strangely, the car halted at his palm, frozen on the spot as if hitting an invisible wall. His ice-blue eyes glanced at the boy, and he grumbled quietly. I've been searching for 4 years, and finally, I've found you. Then, turning to the boy, he broke into a bright, sunny smile. My name is Satoru Gojo. Would you like to be my student? 2018, Miyagi Prefecture, Sanazawa, 3rd High School. A pale-skinned young man, his hair bristling like a hedgehog, approached a locker at the school. He stared coolly at the box before him, unable to resist commenting, putting a special grade cursed object in a place like this. Are they stupid? He reached out to open the locker, only to find it completely empty. This? How can that be? He stared in disbelief at the empty air, quickly sticking his head inside, hoping the object was just at the back, but the stark emptiness told him the truth. The cursed object was gone. He searched the area for a while longer, but there was still no sign of it. Guess I have no choice, he muttered, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hello? Megumi? What's wrong? Is Sukuna's finger missing? Fushiguro Megumi paused for a moment, then sighed. Zen'in sensei, you knew, and you still sent me here. Actually, it's still somewhere near the school. Go check out the paranormal club at that school. I remember it should be there. The call ended abruptly with a series of beeps. Megumi Fushiguro stared at the phone that had just been hung up. His expression grew serious. As he walked, he stroked his chin in thought. It seems one of the students at this school has already taken it. I need to move faster, but that thing might find host. If it's really been taken, it'll definitely attract low-level curses looking for it. Fushiguro formed a hand sign. In a flash, his 2 Shikigami dogs, one black, one white, appeared at his side. He crouched down, giving each a reassuring pat on the head before speaking. Divine dogs, help me track down the presence of any curses in this school. Receiving his command, the black and white dogs immediately darted off in a certain direction. Fushiguro followed their gaze. They were headed for the school's athletic field. On the athletic field, students had gathered in a circle. In the center stood a burly man in a tank top and a boy with pink hair. The muscular man, Takagi, hefted a shot put in his hand. With a powerful swing, he hurled it forward, landing an astonishing 18.85 meters away, shattering Japan's previous record of 14 meters. Your turn, Itadori. Takagi confidently handed the shot to Yuji Itadori, sizing up the boy who didn't seem especially strong, though he clearly had a knack for sports. But surely, he thought, the kid wouldn't measure up to someone as seasoned as himself. Anyway I want to throw is fine, right? Yuji glanced back at Takagi, raising the shot put. At that moment, Megumi Fushiguro arrived at the field. Hearing the chatter around him, I heard the athletics club advisor is going to compete against Itadori from Nishi Junior High. Let's check it out. He couldn't resist joining the crowd. Curiosity piqued. He watched Yuji and Takagi, feeling a ripple of unease. There it was, the distinct aura of a cursed object. That's right, there are no official rules, so throw however you like. Takagi laughed, hands on his hips, then feigned a look of apology. Sorry for picking an event outside your specialty, but I just wanted to show you my true spirit. Oh, Yuji didn't seem to mind. He simply tossed the shot put forward and sent it crashing into a distant soccer goal, bending the frame with a resounding impact. As everyone stared in disbelief, a student holding a measuring device blinked and muttered, looks like about 30 meters. All right, that means I win. Yuji cheered, completely missing the look of utter shock on Takagi's face. His worldview shattered, eyes wide. Is he even human? More like a gorilla. A short-haired girl with glasses remarked dryly. That was a pitcher's throw, wasn't it? The tall man beside her commented. The girl looked at Itadori as he walked over. Itadori, I really think you're better suited for a sports club. There's no need to force yourself to stay in the occult research club. Yuji Itadori was puzzled for a moment, then cracked a smile. But you two senpai love scary stories so much. Without me, you wouldn't even dare visit haunted places, right? That's exactly why we're scared, because we like it. The girl pouted, her cheeks flushing red. Itadori just laughed. Isn't our school strict about club uniforms? I'm really not cut out for any of that. But honestly, I like the vibe of the occult club. If you don't mind, just let me stay here a bit longer. In that case, we don't mind at all, the short-haired girl, Sasaki Setsuko, murmured quietly. At that moment, Fushiguro Megumi approached Itadori, watching him closely. He was about to ask Itadori about the cursed object. But unexpectedly, Itadori answered a call and dashed straight out of the school. Fushiguro stared at Itadori racing past him, astonished. Isn't that a little too fast? I heard he can run 50 meters in just 3 seconds. 2 other students chimed in, their voices filled with awe. That's pretty much on par with the world record, isn't it? Fushiguro. To be able to do that without any cursed energy, relying solely on his body. This guy is just like Maki-senpai, isn't he? Sometime later. Elsewhere, Yuji Itadori bought a bouquet of flowers from shop and slowly made his way to a hospital. He pushed open the door to room 301, where Itadori Weisuke was staying. Seeing the elderly man on the hospital bed, he smiled. "Grandpa, I'm here. I told you. There's no need to come," the old man grumbled from the bed. "And stop bringing me flowers all the time." But isn't this our usual routine? Ignoring his grandfather's complaints, Itadori tidied up around the room, muttering as he worked. Isn't it only natural for a grandson to visit his grandpa? Besides, you're my only family left. The old man glanced at his grandson. You really worry too much, you fool. About your parents, do you still want to? I've told you 1,000 times, I don't want to hear it. Itadori walked over to the window. Old man, don't try to act all cool before you die. A man should die with style. You wouldn't understand. Brat, the old man grumbled loudly. There's no need to lose your temper. Itadori didn't look at his grandfather. He quietly picked up a cup from the windowsill and arranged the flowers inside. Tisish, what a pampered generation, the old man snorted, turning away and closing his eyes. Then, as if he were leaving his last words, he murmured, Yuji, you're strong, and when it comes to saving others, just do what you can within your ability. Save as many people as you can. It's alright to feel lost sometimes, and don't mind it if you receive no thanks. Yuji Itadori turned his head and stared blankly at his grandfather. He thought his words sounded a little strange, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. In any case, you must give your utmost to save others. You should die surrounded by people who care about you. Don't end up like me. His grandfather's voice grew softer and softer, until finally, it faded away in his silence. Yuji gazed at his grandfather, who lay motionless in the hospital bed, and called out tentatively, Grandpa. But the old man on the bed no longer answered, only lying there quietly. Looking at the thin, still figure on the bed, Yuji felt a sudden emptiness inside. He had just lost his closest family in that moment. Staring at his grandfather's lifeless body, Yuji fought back his tears. He picked up the call button for the hospital front desk, his voice trembling with grief, though his face remained calm. My grandpa, he's passed away. Night fell quickly. Yuji forced a smile as he spoke to the nurse. If I keep looking so gloomy, Grandpa would get mad. I'll give him a proper send-off, with a smile. Don't say things like that. The nurse scolded him gently, unable to help herself. Suddenly, Yuji sensed someone behind him. He turned around, only to see Megumi Fushiguro standing in front of him. Megumi, now wearing the Jujutsu High uniform, said coolly, I'm Megumi Fushiguro from Jujutsu High. I have something to discuss with you. The two walked together, making their way to an empty hall in the hospital. I'm still in mourning, you know. Yuji eyed the unfamiliar young man in front of him, confusion written all over his face. I'm sorry, but the cursed object you have is very dangerous, Megumi replied with a sigh. He wasn't entirely sure how dangerous it actually was, with his teacher and that guy handling things upstairs. Whether the King of Curses could really cause any damage was still an open question. As he spoke, Megumi pulled out his phone and showed Yuji a photo. On the screen was a finger wrapped tightly in bandages. Yuji's eyes lit up in sudden realization. Oh, right. I think I found that thing just recently. He leaned back on the sofa, looking at Megumi with a puzzled expression. How can something like that be dangerous? Megumi remained patient and explained in a calm voice. In this country, over 10,000 people die or go missing every year under mysterious circumstances. Most of these cases are caused by curses. Curses? Whether you believe it or not, this is the reality. Megumi Fushigiro's expression grew grave. Schools and hospitals, in particular, tend to collect a lot of grudges. Human negativity, after all, is the source of curses. That's why many schools keep exorcism tools, and the one you got your hands on is one of them. So, it's an exorcism tool? Isn't that a good thing? Yuji Itadori raised his hand and asked. Let me finish. Megumi's face darkened as he continued. By storing an evil cursed object, other curses will stay away. It's like fighting poison with poison, but the seal must be reinforced. The item you found is classified as special grade. Hand it over now, before anyone gets hurt. But that thing is with the seniors. Yuji stood up and tossed over a box. They're planning to remove the charm tonight. Megumi stared at the empty box in his hands, stunned, and took a few steps back. He looked at Yuji and said they are going to die. Meanwhile, on another street, two people were walking together. A tall man with white hair, nearly 6'3" and wearing a blindfold, carried a bag in his hand. Seriously, Zay, you're saying the King of Curses will appear tonight? Beside him, a man with spiky black hair replied coolly, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the place. Megumi called me this morning. The finger's already gone. These two were Satoru Gojo and Zay Zen'in. Despite their height difference, neither of their faces showed any trace of time's passing. Zay Zen'in still had that same face. That freshman with the sea urchin hair. Gojo recalled Megumi Fushiguro, which in turn reminded him of Toji. Every time I see his face, I can't help but remember that guy from back then. Oh, get a rest. Zay shoved his hands in his pockets. Without him, would you ever have learned reverse curse technique? Zay-chan, you're not cute at all anymore. Boo-hoo. Gojo put on an exaggerated crying face. You used to be so adorable when you were little. If you keep acting so shameless, I'll get Geto to help me beat you up when we get back, you hear me? Zay shot Gojo a glare. Come to think of it, it's been over a decade since I last gave you a beating, hasn't it? Let's not get sentimental about that. Gojo quickly laughed it off, recalling the terror of being dominated during their student days. Let my precious little Yuta spar with your Megumi instead. We're almost 30. Men our age shouldn't be fighting all the time. Zay just gave him a blank look. Zay couldn't help but notice how Gojo had become more shameless with age. Back when they were kids, he was so aloof. What on earth happened to turn him into this joker? Let's go, we're almost there. Zen'in and Zay glanced at the rooftop, not far away, and formed a hand sign. No, hurry up, Satoru. Don't start with that annoying teleportation of yours. Oh, Zay wants to fly with me alone? How romantic. Zen'in shi. At this moment, Zen'in and Zay swore he really wanted to get rid of Gojo Satoru. Sensing the murderous aura in the air, Gojo quickly hopped on Anu's back, and the two soared off into the sky. Zen'in and Zay looked down at the bustling night market beneath their feet and narrowed his eyes. King of Curses, you're finally coming. Fushiguro Megumi was feeling completely fed up at this moment. What was supposed to be a simple task, find a cursed object and reinforce its seal, had somehow escalated into a full-blown exorcism. Staring at the cursed spirit before him, covered in countless staring eyes, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. He formed a hand sign. Chimera, Shadow Beast. Cursed energy surged within him, an unmistakable sign that a sorcerer was about to unleash their technique. A Shikigami emerged from Fushigiro's shadow, a creature with a mask for a face, the claws of a wolf, orange wings, and the lower body of a snake. Slithering with serpentine agility, it lunged towards the cursed spirit. The curse lashed out with its tentacles, but the beast twisted and dodged with ease. In one swift motion, it tore the spirit in two. Fushiguro then glanced at the unconscious Sasaki Setsuko nearby, sighing helplessly. What a mess this is. Outside, Yuji Itadori gripped the railing before him, muttering under his breath, help others whenever you can. Don't end up like me. Grandpa, is this the time for me to back down? Resolve shone in Yuji's eyes. Climbing over the school wall, he dashed inside, his grandfather's last words echoing in his mind. I get it now. Yuji smashed through a window and entered the corridor where Fushiguro was. Just in time, he saw someone being hurled through a wall by a giant cursed spirit, blood spraying from their mouth. Hey, Hedgehog Head! Yuji watched as a serpent-shaped monster vanished in a shadow, but without wasting a moment, he rushed out onto the rooftop, joining the fight against the crawling cursed spirit. Hey, Itadori, don't you get it? You should be getting the civilians out of here. Fushiguro's face was streaked with blood as he struggled to form another sign. Max Elephant. A massive elephant emerged from Fushiguro's shadow. Water gushed from its trunk in torrents, surging toward the cursed spirit. Damn it, I burned through too much cursed energy. Fushiguro's hands trembled as he tried to summon the toad Shikigami to pull Yuji to safety, but it was clear his hand was fractured. With the deluge from the elephant, the cursed spirit's stance began to falter. At the same moment, the withered finger Yuji had been clutching slipped from his grasp. His finger! Megumi Fushiguro's eyes fixed on a fallen finger. In a panic, he broke into a sprint, desperate to snatch the finger before the cursed spirit could get to it. But the curse moved with uncanny intelligence, darting forward at lightning speed to seize the finger just ahead of Megumi. With a powerful swing of its tail, it sent Megumi flying, then grabbed Yuji Itadori and forcibly shoved the finger into Yuji's mouth. It's over. Megumi lay sprawled on the ground, confusion flickering in his eyes as he watched the curse's actions. Why didn't it consume the finger itself? Why feed it to Yuji instead? From a distance, a shadowy figure watched as Yuji was force-fed the finger. The corners of their mouth curled into a subtle smile. It seems I was right to plant this cursed spirit in advance, using that man's technique to conceal its residual cursed energy. The figure murmured softly, and I didn't waste the trouble of temporarily sealing that person's memories, just for this very moment. They're here. Sensing something, the figure slipped away in haste. A sinister chuckle echoed in the night. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy erupted from Yuji's body, bursting forth. The curse before him was instantly torn to shreds, reduced to a pile of bloody flesh. After 1,000 years, as he returned, Megumi stared at Yuji, whose body was now marked all over with black, curse-like tattoos, and murmured in disbelief. The king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna. Sukuna ignored Megumi, throwing his head back in wild laughter. The flesh of curses is so bland. And where are the humans? Where are the women? Ha ha ha. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Sukuna threw his arms wide, a wicked aura radiating from him. What a marvelous era this is. Women and children crawl everywhere like maggots. Splendid. Time for a massacre. Is that so? A calm voice drifted to Sukuna's ears, accompanied by a surge of immense, cursed energy that seemed to saturate the entire rooftop. A human approaches? Sukuna immediately noticed the newcomer and burst out laughing. A sorcerer, huh? Come on then. Sensei. Megumi gazed at the new arrival, stunned. It was Zen'in. Megumi, step back, Zen'in said, his eyes never leaving Sukuna. Gojo is here too. That guy showed up as well. A flash of a certain unreliable white-haired figure crossed Megumi's mind, making his lips twitch in exasperation as he retreated a few steps. Suddenly, Sukuna's hand clamped down on his own face. His body began to tremble, a second voice, distinct and overlapping, emerging from his mouth. What are you doing with my body? Give it back. How are you still moving? Isn't it obvious? This is my body. Now hand it over. Zen'in watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile, saying, Yuji, let him have your body for a minute. I want to test his skills myself. Oh, all right. Yuji Itadori didn't know how this person knew his name, but he didn't dwell on it. Without hesitation, he handed control of his body over to Sukuna. Black sigils reappeared on Yuji's skin, and that overwhelming aura surged back to life. Sukuna looked at Zen'in before him, a sinister grin twisting across his face. A minute, kid? You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Although being swapped in and out like this was incredibly irritating to Sukuna, he was far more eager to savor the thrill of battle. With those words, Sukuna shot his fist forward, aiming for Zen'in's face with blinding speed. At the same time, he flicked out his left hand, unleashing several invisible slashes toward his opponent. They've started fighting? Satoru Gojo landed beside Megumi Fushiguro. That really is Sukuna's aura. Zei was right after all. Gojo-sensei. Megumi glanced at the bag in Gojo's hand. What's that? Kikufuku from Kikujin. Specialty of Sendai. I especially recommend the edamame fresh cream flavor. Gojo pulled one from the bag and took a bite, tossing another to Megumi with a carefree grin. Go on, have some. You can't watch a fight like this without a snack, right? Megumi was speechless. How could he be in the mood for sweets at a time like this, when lives are on the line? But then again, that's just how Gojo is. Down below, as the dust settled and revealed the empty rooftop, Sukuna felt a chill run through his heart. This guy is fast. Before he could finish the thought, Zen'in appeared behind him, thrusting his Chidori straight at Sukuna's heart. Sukuna reacted instantly, gathering cursed energy in his left hand to shield his chest. His right hand shot up, unleashing a spell, his mind racing in astonishment. So, it's true. What caught Sukuna off guard was that the lightning-imbued cursed energy in Zen'in's hand was unlike anything he'd seen before. Chidori tore through like a blade, slicing clean through Sukuna's left hand as it guarded his chest. Damn you. Sukuna hurriedly retreated, activating his reversal technique to repair his hands, all the while analyzing the situation. A lightning-based technique? If that's the case, Zen'in, willing to trade injuries, glanced at the faint scratch on his own hand and clicked his tongue in annoyance. In the shadows, Maharagas had already begun analyzing the slashing attack. Zen'in formed hand signs, causing the shadow behind him to expand rapidly. Suddenly, a divine beast in the shape of a bull charged out of the shadow, hurtling towards Zen'in. What is this supposed to be? Sukuna narrowed his eyes, watching this seemingly suicidal move. Facing the unguarded Sukuna, Zen'in spoke in a calm, frosty tone. You've let your guard down? King of Curses. Zen'in's voice echoed, and suddenly, Sukuna's position swapped with Zen'in Q's. The powerful force of the bull spirit sent Sukuna flying through the air. Why am I here? Sukuna stood in a daze, staring curiously at the bull spirit that was charging at him. What exactly is his technique? Momentum slammed Sukuna harshly against the wall. He staggered to his feet, a little disheveled, the bony white ribs at his abdomen faintly visible beneath his skin. Sukuna, Zen'in said flatly, go ahead, struggle all you want. With a swift gesture, Zen'in unleashed a storm of needle-thin threads, Chidori, Sunbon. Sukuna's pupils shrank, and he dodged rapidly, weaving between the sharp, glinting lines. He knew all too well that a single strike would bring an agony that carved itself into the bones. While slipping past the barrage, he retaliated with several formless slashes. A wicked grin curled his lips, as if he had discovered something amusing. Sorcerer, let me become obsessed with you. Zen'in merely tilted his head with effortless grace, evading every slash with ease. For such a paltry attack, Zen'in did not even bother using his hungry ghost path to absorb them. Yet, Sukuna was still Sukuna. Even with only the power of a single finger, his speed was ghostly and unpredictable. He flashed instantly behind Zen'in. Eightfold. The arrogant grin vanished from Sukuna's lips as he realized that a purple skeletal frame had emerged around Zen'in. This was the limit of the Susanoo that Zen'in could currently summon. To truly unleash Susanoo's full might, it would have to wait until the edge of life and death. Sukuna's previously unstoppable slashes raked across the skeletal armor, but Zen'in felt nothing at all. At that moment, Sukuna's cocky expression dissolved into one of utter shock. I still prefer you when you're untamed and fierce, Zen'in remarked coolly. With that, Susanoo's massive arm swatted Sukuna, slamming him into the wall. Zen'in looked on, scoffing at Sukuna's battered state. That's all you've got. Sukuna clenched his fists in frustration. Watching the brat's smug demeanor, he could barely restrain the urge to finish Zen'in right then and there. Try this on for size. King of Curses. Zen'in formed a seal with both hands and leaped into the air, skeletal armor flaring. Great fire destruction. A wave of blistering heat roared towards Sukuna. His pupils contracted. Realizing he couldn't cut through it with a mere slash, he darted aside in haste. His mind churned with questions. Why? Why can he wield so many techniques? You think it's over already, King of Curses? In a blink, Zen'in appeared behind the King of Curses. The Kusanagi sword pierced Sukuna's heart from behind and twisted sharply, shredding it to pieces. The unreal sensation of pain left Sukuna momentarily stunned. How many years has it been since I last felt pain like this? At the same time, the intense current surging through the Kusanagi sword left his body numb, completely paralyzed and unable to move a muscle. Zen'in gave Sukuna a powerful shove, sending him tumbling into the sea of flames, while the piercing lance of Chidori thrust deep into the fire. A deafening explosion ripped through the rooftop, plunging the scene into utter darkness. Caught in the blast, Sukuna's hands were blown off, his entire body covered in burns from the explosion, with twin streams of blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, with only the strength of a single finger remaining, even his reverse curse technique wasn't efficient enough to heal such devastating wounds. Not bad at all. Sukuna coughed up a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Zen'in. In his eyes, this guy was only prevailing because Sukuna was down to a single finger's power. I'll keep playing with you a bit longer, King of Curses, Zen'in replied with a faint, mocking smile. Listening to Zen'in repeat King of Curses left and right, even a fool could tell he was being taunted. Fueled by sheer willpower, Sukuna managed to regenerate his right hand and unleashed 3 more slashing attacks. Zen'in raised his palm, absorbed the attacks with a scornful grin, his eyes brimming with contempt. To Zen'in, Sukuna's malevolent shrine technique was utterly dull. This time, Zen'in didn't even bother to move. He simply absorbed and neutralized Sukuna's strike, leaving the King of Curses staring in shock. Why? Why did my slashes vanish? Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through Sukuna's mind. This brat can absorb cursed energy. There was no time for Sukuna to dwell on it. Zen'in was already in front of him, seizing him by the throat. Dambrat! Sukuna's rage boiled over, but before he could utter a word, Zen'in slammed him into the wall where Sukuna had earlier been struck and embedded by the Susanoo arm. Gripping Sukuna's neck with crushing force, Zen'in made it hard for him even to breathe. Leaning in close to Sukuna's ear, he let out a cold laugh. Why so weak? It's because your hatred for me isn't deep enough. Zen'in Zei's words stabbed into Sukuna's heart like a sharp spike. Sukuna clenched his teeth, all four eyes burning with malice as he glared at Zen'in Zei's expressionless face. In Zen'in Zei's hand, the phantom of a bull-piercing fist materialized, driving a heavy punch into Sukuna's abdomen. Releasing his grip, Zen'in Zei let Sukuna collapse, his eyes rolling back as he lost his balance and crashed onto the rooftop, gasping for air. What a pitiful sight, King of Curses! Zen'in Zei's taunting voice echoed. Can't even dance anymore. Struggling, Sukuna forced himself to his feet. He would never let his opponent see him in such a sorry state. Now my hatred for you is more than enough. Zen'in. Sukuna spoke calmly, yet his overwhelming murderous intent surged forth without restraint. I've already seen how you'll die, brat. Why does it feel like our roles have reversed? Isn't he supposed to be Sasuke now? Zen'in Zei smiled as he looked at Sukuna. His right eye had transformed into a crimson pupil marked by a six-pointed star, while his left had become a violet rinnegan with a tomo pattern. I've grown bored of this, King of Curses. You little brat, don't underestimate me. Sukuna, infuriated by such blatant disrespect, glared at Zei's bizarre eyes and couldn't help but pause. What are those? In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. Sukuna was now bound beneath a crimson cross, surrounded by a sea of red. This is my world of illusions. Several versions of Zen'in Zei, each wielding a short blade, stared coldly at Sukuna. Here, everything, matter, space, even time, moves at my command. One Zei drove his blade into Sukuna's body, while another spoke in a detached tone. For the next 48 hours, these blades will pierce you without end. Let's see if you can endure it. King of Curses. Sukuna glared icily at the multiple Zei before him. He did not utter a scream, but grit his teeth and growled. When I reclaim all my power and seize this brat's body, you'll be the first to die by my hand. Zei paid Sukuna's threats no mind. After all, he never bothered with the bluster of men like this. His blade continued to strike at Sukuna's very soul. And in that illusory world, 48 hours crawled by. Yet in the real world, it was over in a single instant. The black markings on Itadori Yuji's body faded rapidly, and everything that belonged to Yuji once again filled his being. Zei pressed a hand to his left eye, quietly watching as Sukuna fell into slumber within Yuji's innate domain. With his ocular powers, he could enter that inner domain at will, even converse with Sukuna face-to-face if he wished. But whether it was necessary was another matter entirely. After all, even Sasuke, fresh into Shippuden, could already see inside Naruto and confront the Nine Tails. And now, with his Rinnegan, Zei could, with a single glance, ensnare any of the nine-tailed beasts in an illusion. Yet he disdained repeating the same move twice on the same opponent. If another chance arose, Sukuna would face an even more overwhelming force. Zei stood calmly where he was. Over the past 12 years, aside from honing his ocular abilities to their peak, he had also developed, through memory, a set of ninjutsu, fueled by cursed energy, that complemented his style. Up to now, save for the Rinnegan's portal technique, he could say he'd brought his power to its utmost limit. Now, all that remained was for Zei himself to decide what kind of battle he wished to fight. So fast. You've already taken care of it. Satoru Gojo appeared at Zen'in Zei's side in a flash. This was the first time he'd seen Zen'in Zei use illusion techniques. In Gojo's eyes, Sukuna had just made a menacing threat, only to be subdued by Zen'in Zei right after. But then, thinking of Zen'in Zei's eyes, one red, one violet, sometimes appearing, sometimes vanishing, Gojo had to admit, it was pretty cool. We should check on Itadori. The two-faced Sukuna inside him should have fallen into a deep sleep by now. Zen'in Zei stood up and walked forward. He placed both hands on Itadori's abdomen. Reverse technique energy radiated out, and in an instant, Itadori's injuries were completely healed. Then he continued. Itadori was born to be the vessel that restrains Sukuna. Gojo, from now on, bring him into Jujutsu High. Let him be classmates with Megumi. Huh? Gojo looked at Zen'in Zei, grinning mischievously. Hey, is this kid some distant relative of yours? Trying to pull some strings for him, huh? Get lost. So stingy. Wait until I show Geto and our dear Shoko. Let them see how fierce you look just now. Gojo waved his phone triumphantly. I took pictures, you know. Made a special album just for them. How about calling it Zei's Cool Moves Collection? Zen'in. Sensing the dangerous glint in Zen'in Zei's eyes, Gojo quickly grabbed Itadori Yuji and Megumi Fushiguro by the arms. Then, using cursed technique, blue, he teleported them away in an instant. Just you wait, you little, Zen'in ground his teeth in exasperation. Inside a dimly lit chamber at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Gojo gazed at the sleeping Itadori Yuji, slumped in the chair in front of him, and couldn't help but mutter. What on earth is up with this kid's body? How can he keep Sukuna's soul in check? Zen'in replied, coolly, this is the vessel crafted by that 1,000-year schemer, designed specifically to counter Sukuna. Huh, you mean that guy, Soma, or whatever? Didn't seem all that impressive to me. Gojo waved it off, utterly unconcerned. Anyway, with the 3 of us here, nothing we can't handle. Zen'in let out a soft sigh, saying nothing more. Aside from his arrogance, this guy was nearly perfect. He'd said everything he needed to. Now he could only hope things wouldn't end the same way as before. Just as Zen'in was about to warn him, Itadori Yuji's eyes fluttered open. He looked up and saw 2 strange men before him. One with his hair spiked up, wearing a blindfold, the other with a wild, hedgehog-like hairstyle. Seeing these 2 odd figures, a surge of anxiety welled up inside him. Who are you guys, really? Gojo sat down in a chair as well, grinning at Itadori. You're about to be sentenced to death. Huh, well, it's an execution, but... Gojo Satoru paused for a moment, then turned to Zen'in behind him and said, this guy here went against the grain and argued with those old men at the top until he got them to agree to turn you into Sukuna's walking prison. Isn't that right, Zei? Zen'in recalled the scene of himself holding Chidori and reasoning with the elders during the meeting. For once, he blushed, coughed lightly, and said, in short, here's the situation. Itadori, your soul is strong enough to suppress Sukuna. He can't escape your body, so we need you to swallow all the fingers and ultimately seal Sukuna completely inside you. So what do you think? Are you willing? Itadori Yuji pondered for a moment, then voiced his doubts. Who exactly is this guy inside me? Is he really that powerful? Uffed. Gojo Satoru couldn't help but laugh at Itadori's clueless look, then explained. Sukuna was a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago. He wiped out the strongest sorcerer hunting squad of his era. He was incredibly powerful. At this point, Gojo's expression darkened. But he was also horrifically cruel, especially toward women and children. His personality was cold and ruthless. He did whatever he pleased, no matter how heartless. So, I'm carrying that kind of monster inside me. Itadori Yuji was stunned. He hadn't expected that, in just one night, something so terrifying had taken up residence within him. Yeah, but, Gojo continued, then dramatically stepped in front of Zen'in, striking an exaggerated pose. Tajda, you don't have to worry at all about Sukuna taking over your body, because we have the strongest modern sorcerer. And my dear friend, Gojo Satoru, head of the Zen'in clan, one of the big 3 families. Also a top-ranking director of the Jujutsu Supervisory Board. Ninsha. A few veins popped on Zen'in's forehead. He shoved Gojo aside and stepped up to Itadori Yuji. So, have you made up your mind? Will you just swallow a finger and pretend nothing happened? Or will you continue being Sukuna's prison, keeping him locked inside you until you die of old age? The cursed object you left behind can't be destroyed, nor will it crumble with time. If you let him accompany you until your dying breath, he'll perish with you. Using your unique body to help this world imprison a demon king. How about it? Zen'in looked calmly at Itadori Yuji as he spoke. To be honest, he really didn't think Kinjaku could pull anything under his nose. At most, it would be the same old tricks, just more schemes and plots like before. But when it came to the prison realm, they had the inverted spear of heaven on their side. Even in the worst-case scenario, if Satoru Gojo was sealed away, there was still someone to fall back on. Yuji Itadori recalled his grandfather's words, help others as much as you can. He raised his concern once more, but what if Sukuna escapes ahead of time and uses my body to kill people? Zen'in smiled gently. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't make any waves. After a brief silence, Yuji's face lit up with a cheerful smile as he looked at Zen'in and Gojo Satoru. All right, I'm in. You mean, counting me, there are only 3 people in the entire first year? Yuji stared at Gojo and Zen'in, feeling as if he'd just joined a pyramid scheme. Aren't there any others? Gojo started counting on his fingers. First years, 3. Second years, 4. As for the third years, not counting the ones on suspension, just 2 left. Yuji was speechless. Wait a minute, all 3 grades together don't even add up to 10 people. He couldn't help but start doubting this white-haired teacher's reliability, so he asked, Gojo-sensei, wasn't that person earlier also a teacher? Sure. Gojo's lips curled into a grin. He's actually my informant up in the higher-ups. The 2 of them strolled through the halls of Jujutsu High, soon arriving at Grand Hall. Yuji's gaze settled on the chairman's seat, where a burly man with sunglasses, who looked as if he belonged to the mafia, was carving something that resembled a toy. That's Masamichi Yaga, Gojo explained. He's the current principal of the school. And fun fact, he used to be our teacher, the four of us back in the day. Four of you. Yuji thought for a moment. Counting Zei Senpai. Who are the other two? One's a doctor now. The other one. Gojo paused, a shadow flickering across his face. Something happened. He doesn't really remember us anymore. Yuji looked at Gojo's smile, sensing a touch of sadness behind it. At that moment, Masamichi Yaga spoke up. Zei already filled me in. Take him to complete his enrollment. With that, Yaga prepared to return to his work, but shot Gojo a stern glance and said, "You'd better take good care of him this time. Don't stir up any more trouble. I trust you the least of all." Yeah. Gojo laughed it off, then led Yuji further into the school. Suddenly, they ran into a man with a peculiar fringe and a bun tied at the back, followed by two strikingly attractive girls. "Hey, Geto," Gojo called out with a smile, greeting Suguru Geto. "Hello, Gojo." Suguru Geto greeted him warmly, then glanced past Satoru Gojo at the boy standing behind him. "Is this the new first year Zen'in mentioned?" "Yeah, that's right." Hearing Geto call his name, Gojo's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly composed himself and responded cheerfully. "This guy here is someone Zawa pulled a few strings to get in." That drew a burst of laughter from Nanako and Mimiko, who stood gracefully behind Suguru Geto. Both girls were now dressed in the school uniforms of Jujutsu High, looking every bit the model students. They stared curiously at Yuji Itadori, making him blush under their gaze. "Shall we head out together, then? Let's get his enrollment paperwork sorted," Geto said with a smile. "Geto, you're after the latest gossip too, aren't you? Try not to let my image crumble in front of my own students." Gojo. Meanwhile, Zawa Zen'in hadn't joined through Gojo and the others. Instead, he made his way to the second-year classrooms to visit Maki. Huh? At that moment, a panda stared in surprise at a girl with long green hair tied in a ponytail and glasses perched on her nose. "Wait, are you saying Zawa Zen'in is your actual brother?" Beside the panda stood a pale-haired boy, his face half hidden behind a high-collared jacket, leaving only his eyes visible. He muttered just 3 words. "Dry bonito." "It's true," Maki replied, blushing as she glanced at Zoa, standing in the doorway. She spoke shyly. "Our hair colors might not match, but he really is my big brother." The panda looked from Maki to Zawa in bewilderment. "I always thought you two just shared a family name. This is a surprise." "Salmon." Ignoring the panda's astonishment, Maki walked over to Zawa, cheeks still pink, and mumbled quietly. "Nissan, why'd you suddenly come see me? I wasn't planning on letting everyone know about us." "What does it matter?" Zawa ruffled her hair with a grin, but his voice rang with unwavering confidence. "Worried you'll give me a bad name for having a blood relative with 0 cursed energy? I'd like to see if anyone in the Zen'in clan or the whole jujitsu world dares say a word." "Okay." Maki nodded, her face still flushed. She always put on a tough front around others, but in the presence of the brother who'd raised her and her younger sister Mai since they were little, she couldn't help showing her softer side. "But let me tell you a little secret." Zawa leaned in and whispered, "Mai might be coming here soon too. When that happens, you two sisters should have a good spar." Suddenly, a pair of hands reached around Zawa's waist and gave him a sharp, merciless twist. Holy crap! At that moment, Zen'in Zei could no longer maintain his usual aloof composure. He cried out in pain. Just as he was struck by a familiar force, he spun around abruptly and found himself face to face with a woman with long, chestnut hair, their faces only inches apart. The woman didn't seem upset. Instead, a sly smile curled at her lips as she looked at Zen'in Zei. "What's this? Are you, the ever-busy man, trying to steal a kiss from me?" "Shoko." Zen'in Zei stared at her in surprise, his cheeks suddenly flushing red. For reasons he couldn't explain, he always found it hard to stay calm around Shoko. Perhaps it was because of that summer, on that old chair, when a thirsty boy saw a radiant girl smile and hand him a drink. At that moment, Satoru Gojo, leading Itadori, and Suguru Geto, escorting Nanako and Mimiko, also arrived nearby. They witnessed this ambiguous scene, quickly ducked out of sight, and began to quietly observe the situation. Zen'in Zei hurriedly stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Shoko. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Shoko, your pinching technique really hasn't changed at all." Shoko's expression turned cold as she glared at Zen'in Zei. "How long has it been since we last met?" About a week," Zen'in Zei replied weakly, uncertainty in his voice. "It's been a month." Dark lines of annoyance formed on Shoko's face. "Did you forget you promised to tell me the story of Spirited Away? I even went out of my way to tidy up for the occasion, you know." Zen'in Zei fell silent. He was doomed. Over the past month, he'd been so caught up with handling the mountain of paperwork in the director's office and screening candidates for middle management, that he had completely forgotten his promise to tell Shoko a story. Looking at Shoko standing before him, her face was still as delicate and beautiful as it had been 12 years ago. The small beauty mark under her eye only made her look more alluring. He let out an awkward laugh and quickly pointed at Maki. Honestly, it's mostly because of my sister, Maki. The new semester had barely started before she got into a fight at school, and the school called me in for a meeting. Maki stared at her fabricating brother, as if seeing him in a new light. Since when did her brother become such a smooth liar? For a moment, a certain white-haired jerk in an eye mask came to mind. But thinking her brother must have his reasons, Maki steeled herself and said, "It's all my fault." Shoko shot Zen'in a glare, then pinched Maki's cheek. "It's one thing for him to lie to me, but you're in on it too?" Without hesitation, Shoko strode forward, grabbed Zen'in by the hand, and led him out the corridor. Everyone else, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, looked on with barely concealed curiosity, as if watching a juicy drama unfold. Watching Shoko and Zen'in gradually walk away, Satoru Gojo couldn't help but smile. These two, it's been 12 years already. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. I have to get that guy to make things clear someday. I can't let them keep dawdling like this. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto gazed at the two with a thoughtful expression. He had a vague feeling that he'd heard something unusual about their relationship before. Where was it again? Nanako and Mimiko, meanwhile, were busy tapping away on their phones, sending messages back and forth. It seems like Sensei Geto has even forgotten about Zen'in-sama and Sister Shoko. Geto-sensei's memory loss. Right now, it feels like his only purpose is to stay at the school and be a teacher. He's not even as close to Gojo and Zen'in-sama as he was after that day. Behind Geto, the two girls watched his back with eyes full of worry. He was their teacher and also their foster father. Outside the school building, Zen'in looked at Shoko beside him, guilt written all over his face. He muttered, "Shoko, things have just been so busy lately." Idiot. Shoko, seeing this rare expression from Zei, shed the anger she'd shown in the hallway. "Don't I know you by now? There's no way you'd stand me up unless it was something serious. But it's really okay, you know." They reached a bench, and as they sat down, a nostalgic haze fell over them, as if they'd both been transported back to that summer so many years ago. "Do you have someone you like now?" Zei looked at Shoko's profile, unable to hold back his question. "Why don't you guess?" Shoko teased, refusing to answer directly. "Or could it be that you have your eye on someone? So you saw through me, huh?" Zei grinned mischievously, suddenly reverting to the playful kid he used to be. "Have you been spying on me in secret?" "You little rascal." From his hiding spot, Satoru Gojo was secretly delighted. Finally, he thought, these two might actually get somewhere. A flicker of joy flashed in Shoko's eyes. As expected. "But actually, there's something else I need to tell you." Zei suddenly changed the subject, his voice turning serious. "Because of a decision by the higher-ups, they're sending me to Kyoto Jujitsu High for a while, to serve as a temporary advisor." "What? What?" Shoko's expression changed in an instant, anxiety filling her voice. "Can't Geto or Gojo do it instead?" Gojo was equally stunned, muttering, "You? An advisor? Are they out of there?" Realizing he'd given himself away, Gojo quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. Shoko and Zei both shot him icy, murderous looks. He forced a strained smile. "Oh, just passing by. Don't mind me. Carry on." With that, Gojo hastily used cursed technique, blue to teleport out of that minefield. Zen'in Shoko. Scum. That was the only word echoing in both their minds at this moment. Returning to the main topic, Zen'in looked at Shoko with a serious expression. Because Gojo and Geto are no longer serving as supervisors, and the higher-ups believe there are too many special grade sorcerers in Tokyo, which has led to an unfair distribution of educational resources. And with the sister school exchange coming up in 3 months, they've specifically assigned me to go there and give their students some intensive training. It probably won't take too long, so you don't need to worry. Zen'in glanced at Shoko again, offering a gentle smile. "Honestly, I think those old geezers just feel too pressured by me and want to get me out of their hair for a while. But I have my own plans too." Shoko looked at Zen'in, and her hand twisted a pinch of flesh at his waist. "Ow, come on, not again." In a house in Tokyo, not too big, not too small, Toji was in a foul mood, gripping a kitchen knife in his hand, glaring darkly at a fish flopping around on the cutting board. A cruel smile crept across Toji's lips. "You're pretty lively, huh? Let's see how many pieces I can chop you into." "Dad," a sweet, feminine voice suddenly called out. Toji shot the still flapping fish a fierce look, then quickly composed himself and turned to the girl who was taking off her shoes. "Why are you home so early today, Sumiki?" "Our teacher took a day off today," Sumiki placed her shoes in the cabinet, then glanced at the apron Toji was wearing and couldn't help but chuckle. You're trying to cook again? You really don't have to, you know. I just thought this apron looked nice, that's all. Toji answered with a hint of pride. It's not like I was about to butcher that fish with a kitchen knife or anything. Sumiki just smiled, not saying a word. She took the apron from Toji and walked into the kitchen. Let me handle this. You and Megumi can wait in the living room. Can't believe you don't trust me, Toji muttered, glancing at Sumiki before he switched on the TV. An act of terror recently broke out at Miyagi 3rd Middle School. As Toji watched the news report, a heavy feeling settled in his chest. The damage to the surrounding buildings. No so-called terrorist attack could have done all that. I'm home. Megumi Fushiguro pushed open the door and immediately saw Toji sitting on the sofa. For a brief moment, an awkward look appeared on Megumi's face. If there was anyone he least wanted to face, it would be his father, Toji. With a slightly stiff expression, Megumi sat down beside Toji. The father and son sat in silence for a while before Megumi finally broke the ice. How long are you staying this time? Probably just a day. Seeing his son's awkward posture, Toji suddenly found the situation a little amusing. Why is this brat so difficult? The older he gets, the more awkward he becomes. I have no idea who he's been learning it from. But when he was little, he was actually pretty adorable. Now that he's grown, he barely says a word. Sometimes I wonder if all those years I spent raising him were for nothing. Megumi stammered. Could you maybe stay a little longer? There are a lot of things I want to know. But it's mostly Sumiki who's curious, not me. Little Megumi. Sumiki emerged at that moment, chiding him playfully. You obviously just want Dad to stay a few more days yourself. You're really getting less honest as you grow up. I am not. You so are, and you're even embarrassed to admit it. Sumiki teased, her laughter dancing in the air. Toji watched the siblings squabble, a gentle, contented smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Is this the life that boy wanted me to have? If he hadn't stopped through Gojo 12 years ago, maybe I really would have died under that technique. Toji clenched his fist, recalling the terrifying surge of violet-cursed energy. Even after 12 years, the memory was still vivid. Back when he was still in the Zen'in clan's endless research, he'd managed to decipher the Gojo family's techniques. Azure, Crimson, Limitless. But that one move, you've subdued Maharaga already? Toji's thoughts drifted back to the front of the Star Plasma Vessel Hall, 12 years ago. Instead of watching Gojo Satoru's excitement, he turned to his disciple, Zen'in Zei. Yeah, Zei replied with a faint smile. It took a lot of work. I even had to run to Southeast Asia and back. Almost collapsed from exhaustion. Unbelievable, Toji sighed, looking at the boy who was now nearly as tall as he was. Hard to believe the little brat who used to chase after me, calling me sensei, has grown this much. Sensei, don't forget you promised me a meal. I want to go to a 5-star hotel. You little rascal, trying to bleed me dry? Wow, you figured out so quick. Troublemaker, Toji grumbled with a smile, pulling Zei into a rough, affectionate headlock. Toji got lost in his memories for a while, only snapping back to reality when Sumiki called his name several times. Dad, what are you thinking about? Oh, it's nothing at all. Toji waved it off, then suggested, it's still early. Why don't the three of us go spend the day at the amusement park? What do you say? Yes. Sumiki cheered, nearly bursting with excitement. A day at the amusement park with her whole family. She'd been dreaming of this. I don't mind, Megumi replied, his expression as neutral as ever. Toji placed his hand firmly on Megumi's head and roughly ruffled his hair. Without caring if those spiky locks were hard on his hand, he grumbled disapprovingly. You only studied with that Zen'in kid for a few years, didn't you? I sent you to learn his technique, not to come back with that infuriating look on your face. I get it. Megumi shielded his head with both hands. Stop messing up my hair already. You little brat. Toji shot Megumi a glare. He really had gone to great lengths to keep his son from turning into another Zen'in. The whole family, neat and together, headed out and arrived at an amusement park. The moment they stepped inside, Sumiki shed the last traces of her maturity. She was as happy as a child, her voice brimming with excitement. Look, over there. The carousel. The bumper cars. The Ferris wheel. I want to try them all. Toji fondly ruffled Sumiki's hair and grinned. Have as much fun as you want today. Dad's paying. Dad, you're the best. Sumiki turned to Megumi. What do you think, Megumi? Want to come with me? You go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit. Megumi glanced at Toji, then smiled at Sumiki. All right. The father and son watched as Sumiki hopped onto the Ferris wheel, then took a seat on a bench beneath it. Megumi gazed after his sister. You have something you want to say to me, don't you? I do. Toji leaned all the way back, meaning to fish a cigarette from his pocket, but thought better of it with Megumi sitting beside him. Instead, he simply stretched his arms out along the back of the bench. It's about your mother. My mother. Megumi stared in surprise at this father who'd never exactly been model material. Yeah. In Toji's mind, a memory flashed. Another figure with the same spiky black hair, holding a child. She wasn't the same as your sister's mother. She passed away not long after you were born. It was because of a hidden illness. I blamed myself for it, so I went back to being a hitman. Honestly, I didn't know how to face you. Even meeting your sister's mother later on. That too was only because... That's enough. Toji turned, staring at Megumi in surprise. There was no anger, no reproach like he'd expected, just a quiet, indescribable emotion in Megumi's calm voice. No matter what my mother was like, you, my sister, those are the people I have in this world. And that guy too, I suppose, if I'm being generous. Once a teacher, always a father. No matter what you've done, or what kind of past you have, you'll always be my father. And for the rest of our lives, we'll always be father and son, won't we? Toji fell silent for a long moment, then threw back his head and burst out laughing. He covered his eyes with a hand and turned away, hiding the tears welling up at the corners of his eyes from Megumi. That's right. We'll always be family. Tokyo, Zen'in residence. Zen'in knelt in his room, flipping through the notebook in his hands. Before him was a Go board, its surface scattered with black and white stones. It's June 2018 now. He closed the notebook, its pages densely filled with years and events. Thoughts churned in his mind as he picked up a black Go stone, murmuring, if my memory serves me right, it should be about 4 months before the Shibuya incident, shouldn't it? But it feels like the timeline's already gone awry. If I go to Kyoto now, the juvenile detention center incident will be hard to manage. Maybe I could also... A sudden realization struck Zen'in. He shook his head and let out a wry smile. He was still too influenced by the original storyline. This world was no longer the one from his previous life's anime. Over the years, through his own actions, Suguru Geto had not been. Possessed, Yuta Okatsu had become a jujitsu sorcerer 6 years ahead of schedule, and Satoru Gojo's powers had grown even stronger. Yet whenever he thought of Suguru Geto, regret and helplessness welled up in Zen'in's heart. He'd never expected Kinjaku to make the first move, rashly attacking Geto. Still, perhaps the reason he hadn't taken Geto's body outright was because he saw a better way to acquire curse manipulation. There was no concrete evidence tying Kinjaku to the incident, but at this point, who else but him could have harmed Geto so gravely? That man was likely already scheming, plotting against both himself and Satoru Gojo. Even with his memory loss, Suguru Geto remained righteous at heart, and in terms of strength, he was still one of the 5 special-grade jujitsu sorcerers of the modern era. Though he'd lost some of his feelings for the two of them, creating a sense of distance, it didn't diminish the friendship Zen'in and Satoru Gojo felt for him. With that thought, Zen'in placed another stone on the board. At this moment, black and white were evenly matched. Having Itadori eat Sukuna's finger. That was the start of your plan. He set another stone on the board. Then, testing Itadori as a vessel at the juvenile detention center, joining and manipulating the curse user factions, stealing the cursed womb, death. Paintings in the fingers during the exchange event, sealing Satoru Gojo in the Shibuya incident, and finally, launching the culling game to force humanity's merger with Tenjin. As the memories of Kinjaku's past machinations flashed through his mind, Zen'in found himself increasingly puzzled as to how Kinjaku would play this game now. Sealing just Gojo alone would likely be his limit, but if he had to account for Zen'in as well. Maybe you also have Zen'in recall that newborn curse he'd let slip away years ago. His eyes turned cold, but then he shook his head. Even if it's stronger than Jogo and the others, at the end of the day, it's still just a curse. Kinjaku, what's your plan for breaking out of this predicament next? Your prison realm is completely contained by our heavenly inverse spear. So, what will you use now to seal Satoru? Zen'in placed another stone on the board. His black piece landed with precision, delivering a fatal blow to the white stones. But if something really does happen to me, then... Zen'in glanced toward his wardrobe, where a faint, familiar aura of cursed energy seemed to emanate. Before I set out for Kyoto, there's one more person I should try to help, someone I haven't seen in quite a while. It's time to go. 1 hour later, Kawasaki City, Kanagawa Prefecture. Zen'in dismounted from Newsback and looked up at the high school gates before him, where the words unity and friendship were inscribed. He let out a dismissive chuckle. Those words meant nothing here. The scum inside this school couldn't care less about them. This was someone he'd remembered 3 years ago while passing through Kanagawa on a mission. In the original story, this character's fate had always filled him with regret, so Zen'in had resolved to change it himself. Fortunately, Back then, the boy had still been in middle school, not yet subjected to the horrors of bullying. Otherwise, Zen'in wasn't sure he could have restrained himself. If he'd witnessed bullying, he might really have killed someone. Bullying. Those who perpetrate it deserve to rot. Bullies had better be ready to face retribution, even if it doesn't come through the courts. Using the shadows of the 10 shadows technique, Zen'in slipped silently into the high school. It was break time, so he walked the halls unnoticed. Soon, he arrived at the classroom window and watched a boy inside. As if sensing something, the boy turned, and his gaze met Zen'in's. Though the boy's eyes were hidden behind long bangs, Zen'in could still see the happiness glimmering beneath his hair. The boy quickly rose from his seat and came over. "Sensei Zen'in, what brings you here so suddenly?" The boy's voice brimmed with delight. "Come with me. There are too many people here." Zen'in didn't explain further, simply turned and walked away. The boy didn't ask more, quietly following. They climbed up to the rooftop, where a gentle breeze greeted them. The boy's joy was obvious. "Sensei, it's been a whole year since your last visit. It feels like forever." "Yes, I've been in Tokyo all this time, so we've only kept in touch by phone," Zen'in replied with a soft smile, leaning against the rooftop railing. "Sensei, these railings are old and really shaky. Someone actually fell to their death here just a few days ago." Zen'in silently stepped away from the railing, cleared his throat, and addressed the young man with a solemn tone. "Junpei, do you want to become a sorcerer?" "Huh?" The boy, Yoshino Junpei, was momentarily stunned, but then his face lit up with delight. "Sensei, do you really think I can?" 3 years ago, Junpei had first learned about jujitsu from Zen'in, and he'd also discovered the innate marking of a technique within his own body. However, due to the structure of his brain, he could only use the martial arts had taught him to protect himself. It was thanks to these techniques that he had managed to thoroughly beat those who tried to bully him. Still, since his cursed energy had yet to be awakened, he wasn't eligible to formally enroll in Jujutsu High and pursue his studies there. "Of course you can." Zen'in gave a faint, reassuring smile. "Do you really think I'd lie to you? In a few days, though, I probably won't be able to come back here for a while, maybe a few months, so I came today to talk things over with you." "Huh? What?" A sudden wave of unease washed over Junpei. This teacher was the closest person to him apart from his mother. He'd long seen as family. "It's nothing serious." Seeing Junpei's anxious expression, couldn't help but smile. "I just have to go to Kyoto for a few months. I'll be back in about 3. "You're going to Kyoto?" Junpei blinked in surprise. "That's not too far, right? Maybe I could." That's enough. That's enough," interrupted, a little exasperated. "I'm being sent there for work, a business trip, not exactly my choice. Some people think I'm under too much stress." "Sensei, under stress? Are you serious?" Junpei eyed with skepticism, not quite believing it, given Zay's calm and untroubled demeanor. "You little rascal, are you doubting your teacher?" Zay shot Junpei a glare and jabbed a finger at his forehead. "Oh no, I wouldn't dare." Junpei covered his forehead, wincing as he took a step back. "Well then, I'll get straight to the point." Zay's face grew serious, and he spoke slowly. "Before long, you'll encounter a cursed spirit named Mahito. All you need to do is pretend to." "Hey there, Geto." Gojo Satoru, bright and early, threw an arm around Geto Sugiru's shoulders, grinning mischievously as he teased. "So, do you ever think back to those good old days, the 4 of us, our golden youth?" "What are you talking about, Gojo?" Geto replied with a gentle smile, then added, "I was born to an ordinary family. My parents were just regular people with no curse energy at all. When you all started school, I had only just awakened my own technique for manipulating cursed spirits." Note, this is a false memory after his amnesia. Still no sign of remembering. Gojo Satoru looked at Suguru Geto's face and couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation. "That damn Kinjaku. I swear I'll..." But on the surface, he kept his usual cheerful smile and said, "Hey, I've got a juicy bit of gossip I've been digging up lately. Want to hear it?" "Gojo, if you dare spill it, you're dead meat." A cold female voice pierced Gojo Satoru's ears, making him jump in fright. He quickly ducked behind Suguru Geto, peeking out at Shoko Yeri, whose face was frosty with displeasure. She must have overheard what Gojo was about to say. "Shoko, what brings you here again?" Gojo scratched his head awkwardly, muttering to himself. Normally, Shoko was either holed up in her office drinking or busy texting Nanami. So how did she find time to come to the classroom? "If I didn't show up, someone would probably spill secrets to every single person they met, wouldn't they?" Shoko shot Gojo a sharp glare, then turned to Suguru. "Suguru, I just got a text from Nanami. He specifically asked for you." Gojo grumbled. "Why didn't that guy tell me? Maybe because you never bother to check your phone?" Gojo fell silent. Now that she mentioned it, Ever since he'd ignored Nanami's messages for a whole day last time, Nanami had taken to tracking him down at Jujutsu High whenever they had something to discuss. Zen'in. Suguru blinked in surprise. For what he remembered, that guy always came off as rather aloof. Why would he suddenly reach out to him? What's this? Suguru glanced at the message on Shoko's phone, then gave a gentle smile. I understand. What is it? Let me see too. Gojo crowded in, caught sight of the message, and instantly lost interest. Oh, it's just that. Yeah, this is definitely better left for Suguru to handle. Your job is to stay at Jujutsu High. Defend Tokyo, you arrogant idiot. Yeah. Gojo waved her off, not the least bit bothered. Somewhere in a village on the forested outskirts of Osaka Prefecture. How could this happen? Suguru Geto stared, stunned at the bloody scene before him, his fists unconsciously tightening. A man's head and limbs had been severed, his body grotesquely mutilated. Blood soaked the entire house. Mr. Geto, this... A bespectacled man standing beside Suguru spoke calmly. This cursed spirit. It must be approaching special grade. Wouldn't you say? You're right, Ijichi. Suguru narrowed his eyes, crouching down to sense the lingering traces of cursed energy. I don't know the exact nature of the technique yet, but I doubt it's anything weak. The man beside him was Kiyotaka Ijichi, an assistant supervisor from Tokyo Jujutsu High. For now, set up the barrier and get out of here. Geto Suguru spoke calmly, and behind him, a black portal revealed a slithering cursed spirit with two heads on one body. This cursed spirit seems to have developed a certain level of intelligence. I'm not sure if it's a matter of taste, but that creature has a fondness for devouring women. Staying here might not necessarily put you in danger, but... You must be joking, Ijichi replied with an awkward chuckle. Still, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Geto-san was indeed far more dependable than Gojo-san. Yet, he realized, he had never actually met that Zen'in gentleman himself. The strongest sorcerer of the modern era, and within Jujutsu High, reputed to be the most reliable member of the so-called Big Three. Born of darkness, steeped in deeper shade, all filth and corruption. Be gone from this place. Ijichi pressed his middle and index fingers together, raising them to his lips as he murmured the incantation. At once, a black barrier descended like a curtain from above, shrouding the entire area. I'll move ahead, Ijichi. Geto followed behind the summoned cursed spirit. So, you've already picked up that creature's scent, have you? He pressed deeper into the forest, feeling the cursed energy growing more and more intense with every step. Before long, his pace slowed. A palace? Geto's pupils narrowed, a suspicion already forming in his mind. Could it be that thing? Suddenly, a tentacle shot out of nowhere, swinging swiftly toward Geto. He leapt aside, and in a flash, a black and red 3-section staff appeared in his hand. A special grade curse tool, Yuyun. It was a gift from Zen'in Zawa. Geto had tried to refuse it for a long time, but in the end, after Gojo Satoru all but forced it into his hands, he finally accepted. As it turned out, the more he used it, the better it felt in his grip. The cursed spirit was soon exposed to the keen nose of Geto's tracking spirit, and Geto charged forward. Charging alongside him was a 3-eyed, bull-shaped cursed spirit from behind. Unlike Zen'in Zawa's straight-charging bull Shikigami, Geto's bull spirit could adjust its path and power depending on the distance, sometimes even defying the laws of physics. Still, the final damage depended on Geto's own cursed energy. The 4-tentacled cursed spirit quickly dodged the charging bull, then lashed out with its tentacles, 3 aiming at the bull, 1 reaching for Geto himself as he advanced. Just 1? Geto looked on in disbelief. Is that all you've got for me? Guided by Geto's will, the bull spirit kicked off from midair, nimbly dodging the tentacles. At the same moment, 3 octopus-like cursed spirits, each specially reinforced with Geto's own cursed energy, shot forward, pinning the tentacle firmly against the trunk of a tree. The massive cursed spirit thrashed about desperately, trying to break free from the powerful nail pinning it down, roaring in fury as it struggled. A death cry before the end? Suguru Geto flicked his staff, brushing aside the tentacles from his face with a casual swipe. Effortlessly, he appeared beside the tentacled cursed spirit, reached out his hand, and in an instant, the creature twisted and shrank, transforming into a small bead. He stood silent for a moment, then popped the bead into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. That familiar taste again, unpalatable as ever. He lost count of how many times he'd forced down this flavor. Why did he keep going? Faintly, a gentle voice echoed in Suguru Geto's mind. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. With great power comes a price. Geto, you must endure. We'll always stand by your side, together with you. Who is it? Suguru Geto pressed his hand to his head, a slight ache throbbing within. Lately, these inexplicable words kept flashing through his mind. Shaking off the thoughts, Suguru continued toward the palace ahead. The stench of blood along the way only strengthened his conviction that this was the lair of that cursed spirit. He paused before the grand doors, hesitated not at all, and pushed them open. A pungent, metallic tang of blood assaulted his senses the moment he entered. How many people did it have to eat to create a smell like this? Suguru's gaze grew cold. His technique allowed him to control curses, turning them into tools for his own use. But facing a cursed spirit that slaughtered so mercilessly, he couldn't help but feel a surge of disgust inside. Kukisei Kana, take care of these minor curses. He summoned the slit-mouthed woman, commanding her to clear out the weaker spirits blocking his path. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, its shrill chirp cutting through the silence. He fished it out of his pocket and answered, "Moshi Moshi? Geto, it's me." Gojo Satoru's voice came through, full of cheer. "How's it going over there? Think you can wrap things up before tonight? The rest of US are planning to get together this evening. It shouldn't be a problem." Suguru dodged a lunging cursed spirit, then casually kicked it over to the slit-mouthed woman. "There are quite a few curses here, but the fact that they've built a palace, I'm starting to wonder if these things are developing intelligence." "Huh, that can't be right." At Jujutsu High, Gojo lounged back, legs crossed, laughing without a care. They said once that curses might gain intelligence, but I doubt they be any real threat. "Gojo, don't get careless." Suguru stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Zen'in clan has always been cautious in their actions. They rarely worry for nothing. "You two really are cautious." Satoru Gojo pressed his forehead in pain. "Come back as soon as you can." "All right." At that moment, the slit-mouthed woman split her scissors into multiple blades, and under her control, they swept through the horde of curses ahead like a reaper's scythe. Most of these were low-grade curses, the kind that Suguru Geto, now, had no desire whatsoever to absorb. With each effortless sweep, Suguru Geto continued forward, putting his phone back into his pocket. As he watched the purple blood of the curses flowing, a fragment of conversation suddenly flashed through his mind, a memory from some summer long ago. What's the difference between humans and curses? Clutching his head, Suguru Geto recalled the tragic scene outside the village, and a cold laugh escaped him. A curse is a curse. A curse for a day, a curse for a lifetime. Decades had passed. Even after losing 3 years' worth of memories from his time at the academy, his temperament had become truly indifferent, and even after 10 years, his relationships with the likes of Zen and Ziki remained distant. Yet, thanks to those hazy memories and the countless farewells to life and death he had witnessed, Suguru Geto's state of mind had long since surpassed who he once was at the academy. He soon found himself in a grand, resplendent hall. From afar, Suguru Geto spotted a curse clutching a human woman, likely just snatched from the village. The woman, able to see curses, pleaded with a trembling voice, "Please, let me go. I'll do anything." The curse chuckled, a sound filled with scorn and mockery, then looked towards Suguru Geto, standing at the grand entrance. As if to provoke him, the curse lifted the woman high and, right before Suguru Geto's eyes, twisted her neck with a snap. Cursed energy surged from the creature, as if it had been anticipating Suguru Geto's arrival all along. Suguru Geto's gaze turned icy cold. Killing someone right in front of him, this thing clearly had a death wish. Trying to provoke me? Was it because of the warning from that curse outside the palace? A warning bell rang in Suguru Geto's mind. Sensing danger, he shaped his fingers like a gun, and a tide of ink-black octopus curses surged toward the throne. The curse tossed the woman's body aside without a care. In its hand, a massive gourd materialized out of thin air, and as it aimed at the oncoming curses, it absorbed them all in one sweeping motion. Then it slowly began to descend the steps, and at last, Suguru Geto got a clear look at its form. Standing before him was a hulking, red-skinned curse, clad in a robe of bold, checkered fabric, a green hakama draped below, its face twisted and fierce, and a horn jutting from its brow. As I expected, Suguru Geto wasn't fazed by its terrifying appearance. Instead, a scornful smile touched his lips. "A special great imaginary curse. Shouldn't Doji, is it? Human, you don't belong here." Shouldn't Doji paid no attention to Suguru Geto's smile, repeating the same words in a flat, ominous tone. It seems that despite having gained a certain level of intelligence, is it because too many people have eaten it? Suguru Geto moved the union staff in front of himself. At the same time, a black hole appeared behind him, out of which emerged the tentacled cursed spirit he had previously subdued outside. Shuten Doji was the first to attack, launching a fist the size of sandbag straight at Geto's face with lightning speed. Geto reacted instantly, bending at the waist to dodge, and used the flexibility of Yuyun to lock Shutendoji's right hand tightly. In that same instant, the 4 tentacles of the cursed spirit seized hold of Shutendoji's left arm. Well then, let's call this a good start. Cursed energy surged in Geto's hand as he poured power into his fist, striking directly at Shutendoji's face with tremendous force. If you're going to hit me in the face, it's only fair I return the favor, don't you think? Geto watched as Shutendoji was sent flying, a faint smile crossing his lips. Shutendoji got back to his feet and said again, "Human, this is not a place for you. So that's the only thing you know how to say?" Geto narrowed his eyes, and at that moment, a massive one-eyed cursed spirit burst from the ground, its fist raised high. Shutendoji twisted aside to dodge, instantly conjuring a samurai sword in his hand. He sprinted wildly across the one-eyed spirit's body, slashing with abandon as blood erupted behind him. "I won't let you harm him." With a wave of Geto's hand, a majestic white dragon appeared within the great hall. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into Shutendoji, knocking him down. Shutendoji quickly braced his sword horizontally to withstand the dragon's assault, its jaws snapping and tearing. Shutendoji shifted his weight downward, using raw strength to drag the dragon from mid-air and slam it to the ground. He can actually overpower the rainbow dragon with sheer brute force. Geto looked at Shutendoji, surprise flickering in his eyes. As expected of the legendary Demon King from Japanese folklore. One after another, octopus-like cursed spirits shot up from the ground, streaking towards Shutendoji like blue lasers. He kicked the rainbow dragon aside and swung his katana with relentless precision, slicing through the octopus spirits as effortlessly as cutting vegetables. At that moment, Geto closed in swiftly, Yuyun clashing against the samurai's sword. The metallic clangs rang out sharply. Shutendoji brought his sword down in a powerful vertical slash, following up immediately with a heavy punch. Geto dodged each attack with unhurried poise. The 2 ends of Yuyun's nunchaku snapped towards Shutendoji's face, and then, channeling energy into his legs, Geto delivered a fierce kick that drove Shutendoji straight into the wall. This guy's hand-to-hand skills aren't all that formidable. Suddenly, Geto noticed something. From the very beginning of the fight until now, Shutendoji had never once used his curse techniques, except for that one time with the gourd at the start. Could it be? At this thought, Suguru Geto stared in stunned silence at Shutendoji, who now summoned a massive gourd into his hand once again. What followed was the unveiling of a technique he had kept hidden until now. Shutendoji set the gourd before him. From its mouth, streams of cursed energy burst forth, surging straight towards Suguru Geto. At the same time, Shutendoji moved with blinding speed. His samurai sword reached Geto's face in the blink of an eye. With no time to dodge, Geto summoned a yellow cursed spirit, shaping it into a sphere that enveloped him, while cursed energy surged from his hands. He channeled his own power to strengthen the spirit's body, and though Shutendoji's sword and curse technique struck, they could not pierce it at all. Shutendoji leaped back, and then a mighty whirlwind erupted from his mouth, rushing violently toward Geto. The yellow sphere was swept up by the tornado, tumbling wildly across the room until it crashed against the wall. Geto emerged from within, slightly disheveled, his expression grave as he looked at Shutendoji. As expected from the legendary king of ancient yokai, is his technique the power of wind. Shutendoji did not unleash another blast of wind. Instead, he instantly closed the distance, raising his hands before his chest. 2 more hurricanes came roaring toward Geto. Very well then, king against king. Behind Geto appeared a cursed spirit with waist-length hair, dressed in a kimono, one hand half concealing her face. One of the 16 special-grade curse spirits recorded by Jujutsu High, and also a hypothetical grade special curse, the incarnation of Tamamo no Mei. She can amplify my cursed energy in output. And the recent addition to my collection, a special-grade curse, the Earthquake Catfish. A massive, white, catfish-like cursed spirit merged into the ground, gliding invisibly below the surface. With Tamamo no Mei's appearance, Geto's own cursed energy surged to new heights. 2 expendable cursed spirits rushed forward to block the hurricanes, but were instantly torn to shreds by the raging wind. Shutendoji did not press the attack. His technique had ended. Its name was Zephyr Oni style. When struck by a cursed energy attack, for 1 minute he could convert his opponent's power, boosting his own speed, strength, and his true specialty, the hurricane. Damage he took from jujitsu or physical blows would be reduced to 60%, and the gourd at his waist could even absorb and return minor amounts of cursed energy. The only way to defeat him was to overwhelm him with cursed energy far beyond his capacity to analyze, striking him down in an instant. Unlike the monstrous Maharaga, as long as the energy was vast enough, this curse would be trapped like a fish in a barrel. Shuten Doji had little on his mind. He charged directly at Geto, his samurai blade now wreathed in gales, sweeping out arcs of cutting wind that howled through the air. Suguru Geto dodged with ease. His martial skills had grown even sharper than in the past. The razor-sharp wind blade sliced clean through the pillars of the Grand Hall. Stepping forward, Suguru Geto brandished his twin staves, Yuyun, each movement as fluid as a dance. The black and red rods clashed again and again with the samurai sword in a relentless rhythm. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Suguru Geto sent Yuyun spinning so fast it left afterimages, each strike landing squarely on Shuten Doji's body. Meanwhile, the earthquake catfish lunged with gaping jaws. In that instant, Shuten Doji seemed to plummet into an endless abyss, falling at dizzying speed. But in reality, all that happened was Shuten Doji stumbled and fell right where he stood. My chance has come. Suguru Geto raised his hand, and a swirling vortex of darkness began to unfurl between his fingers, growing wider. The strength of cursed spirit manipulation lies in its endless, complex forms of offense, enough to overwhelm any foe. And this move, within a domain, is the ultimate secret, fusing all absorbed spirits into one, unleashing their energy as a surge of ultra-dense, cursed power. Though, there's someone who once hinted at another hidden use. I think I've nearly unraveled it by now. A cold, detached face flashed through Suguru Geto's mind. Perhaps it was a trick of his subconscious, but his lips curled in a faint smile. Ultimate technique vortex. With a roar, the powerful black vortex shot out like a beam of light, striking directly at Shuten Doji. There was no time to dodge. A tremendous explosion erupted where he stood. He shouldn't be dead yet. Once I absorb him, I'll have all the time I need to make him suffer. Suguru Geto strolled over at a leisurely pace and remarked, that only took 4,000 cursed spirits, not even a third of what I've absorbed these days. Halfway there, Suguru Geto suddenly froze in surprise. The cursed spirit before him was actually still standing. Shuten Doji's body was half destroyed, yet he clung to his last vestiges of strength. He refused to surrender, holding on for his final, desperate strike. Blood dripped from the corner of Shuten Doji's mouth, but he kept repeating the same words, forming a seal with one hand. Human, this is not a place for you. Domain expansion, windswept imperial view. A circular black barrier closed in, trapping both Shuten Doji and Suguru Geto inside. The domain was shrouded in gloom, battered by howling winds. Had Suguru not understood the true nature of such domains, he might have believed he'd been cast into a desolate wasteland. This bastard, he's master domain too. Suguru Geto lifted his hands. When facing a domain, there were only two paths: wait for death, or fight back with a domain of your own. Life or death would be decided here, by which domain proved stronger. He tilted his palms at a 45-degree angle, joining thumb and ring finger while crossing the other three. In a low voice, partly to Shuten Doji, partly to himself, Suguru Geto spoke. Domain expansion, binding of 100 demons. As Suguru Geto unfurled his domain, the forces of two domains began to collide. Within Geto's territory, the inky black waters clashed fiercely against the desert gales conjured by Shuten Doji, neither side giving an inch. The strength of our domains is about the same. But after that vortex, just now, dragging this out any longer won't be good for me. Geto formed hand signs, and from the depths of his dark pool, one cursed spirit after another began to emerge. This was the inescapable effect of Geto's domain. Using his cursed energy, he conjured spirits that would steadily sap the power of any enemy they struck, draining their cursed energy until nothing remained. Let my 100 demons disrupt you. Geto focused his will, and the delicate balance of inescapable effects between the two domains began to tilt in his favor. Hundreds, even thousands, of cursed spirits leapt forth from the black waters, surging straight toward Shuten Doji. With a furious roar, Shuten Doji likewise intensified the output of his domain's guaranteed attack. A massive tornado materialized at the center, relentlessly drawing in the conjured spirits, one after another. This is getting a little dicey. Geto watched the raging winds, unease prickling at his heart. Was this spirit perhaps too powerful? It could manipulate domains, speak, and even possessed its own palace. This feeling, it was like facing a sorcerer rather than a simple curse. And since the tornado hadn't moved from its spot, it clearly wasn't the domain's unavoidable effect. Otherwise, such mass absorption would be too great a counter to his own ability. If that's the case, then I'll do this. Suguru Geto made a bold decision, one he'd only ever discussed with Zen'in Zaya and Satoru Gojo during idle conversation. Today would be the first time he'd use it in real combat. The reversed curse technique would be the key to turning the tide. Geto was certain that this cursed spirit couldn't possibly be that intelligent. He imposed a restriction on his own domain. In exchange for giving his enemy a chance to escape, he deliberately opened up half of his domain, creating a semi-open territory. Shuten Doji glanced at the gaping hole in the barrier, now free to leave, but showed not the slightest interest. Instead, he once again intensified his domain's guaranteed effect. Just as I thought. Geto smiled, knowing there was only one more step to victory. Within Geto's domain, the tornado raged on, sweeping everything in its path. Meanwhile, outside the shell of Shuten Doji's domain, the summoned spirits launched their relentless assault. Under the constant clash of cursed energies, the black shells protecting both sides began to crack and splinter. Then, in the very same instant, both domains vanished. As black fragments rained down, Geto and Shuten Doji each stepped back, both clearly entering the period of curse technique burnout. Shuten Doji drew his katana once again, eager and ready to launch another attack. Sorry, Suguru Geto saw right through Shuten Doji's thoughts. If you think we're equals now, you couldn't be more wrong. Suguru focused all his energy, and, at the same time, his reversal technique began to operate. Suddenly, he felt a rush of heat at his nose. When he touched it, he realized he was bleeding. Is it because I'm using it for the first time that it's damaging my brain? Suguru didn't care in the slightest. His hands formed seals once more. Seeing the flicker of human-like shock and fear on Shuten Doji's face, he smiled. Domain expansion, Legion of 100 Demons. Once again, the pool at Suguru's feet began to spread, rapidly expanding beneath Shuten Doji. The black sphere enveloped them both completely. Shuten Doji raised his katana, determined to make one final, desperate stand. A horde of cursed spirits, ravenous and wild, surged toward Shuten Doji all at once. He swung his blade, cutting down every spirit that dared come close. 1, 2, 3. Suguru watched quietly as Shuten Doji struggled on the brink of death, silently counting down the last moments of his life. Before long, a giant cursed spirit seized Shuten Doji's arm, draining what little cursed energy he had left. Then, more spirits poured in like a tidal wave. In an instant, Shuten Doji was swallowed up by the swarm. It's over, Suguru murmured as he watched the writhing mass of cursed spirits. He released the domain. The tide of spirits receded, leaving Suguru to approach the collapsed Shuten Doji with eyes as cold as ice. Farewell. Suguru reached out with both hands, activating his technique. Shuten Doji's body twisted and contorted, then slowly transformed into a single bead. He tipped his head back and swallowed it whole. There was no taste, but hazy memories began to drift through Suguru's mind. That night, two boys gazed at a sky full of stars, talking about their futures on the edge of a cliff. Two little girls nearby whispered their questions to him. Did I say something back then? Suguru rubbed his forehead, searching his memory, but the more he tried to remember, the blurrier it became. Suguru had absorbed Shuten Doji's power completely, and the palace around him began to fade, dissolving into nothingness. Was all this conjured by cursed energy? Suguru looked at the familiar, deep mountain landscape around him, stretched lazily, and glanced at his phone. An hour-long fight, huh? Looks like I can still make it back before dark. Immediately, Suguru Geto took out his phone and called Ijichi, who had been waiting at the entrance of the tent. Moshi Moshi? Ive. Already taken care of things here. It was a special grade cursed spirit. Hurry over and deal with the lingering traces of cursed energy. Yes, Mr. Geto, Ijichi replied, unable to hide his admiration as he held the phone. As expected of a special grade sorcerer, he dealt with a special grade curse so quickly. No need for the flattery. Yes, sir. Geto hung up the phone. At the same time, he hesitated, wondering whether he should use reversed curse technique again to heal his technique burnout. After all, this was a skill rarely called for in ordinary battles, and situations that would cause technique burnout were even rarer. This was a rare chance for him to practice. Even as he mulled it over, Geto's body had already begun to calmly use the reverse curse technique to treat his own technique burnout. He found himself thinking that this sensation could become addictive. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a cursed spirit with blue hair and a face covered in stitches looked on with an amused expression. Well now, what have I found here? This person's body. Isn't that your original target? That's right. Standing beside him was Kinjaku, who watched Geto with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. What was shocking, however, was that Kinjaku at this moment looked exactly like Suguru Geto. I'd heard there was a powerful cursed spirit here and thought to recruit it to our side, but it seems the school got here first. Still, it doesn't matter. We operate in the shadows, while they expose themselves in the light. So what do you say? The two of us corner and kill him now? In his current state, he wouldn't stand a chance. Mahito's gaze turned icy. As for whether the curse will go berserk, I couldn't care less. No, Kinjaku shook his head. I can't make a move now. Even using this body, most of the lingering cursed energy left behind would be his. But there's a risk that traces of my own energy could remain. If that person were to notice. At this, Mahito instantly lost interest. A rare look of hatred flashed in his eyes. This is the first time I've ever felt such anger toward a human. Zen'in, the day of your death isn't far away. Come on, Mahito. The longer we linger, the more things can change. Kinjaku spoke coolly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just a mere cursed spirit. How dare it talk so big? He himself could only settle for sealing the weaker Satoru Gojo. If not for the pressure of the situation, why would he have needed to cooperate with the likes of Mahito for 10 years? Mahito didn't notice Kinjaku's disdain. Perhaps Kinjaku's acting was simply too convincing, and followed after him as they left. By the way, about that human we sought out a few days ago at the Kyoto Jujutsu High, can we really trust him? Mahito asked, turning to Kinjaku. Don't worry, Kinjaku said with a confident smile. In this world, only your unique ability to bring about effortless change can save him. Can't we just kill him directly after everything's done? Geto Suguru glanced over at the spot where Kinjaku and Mahito had been earlier. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Had someone just left? One of the lingering auras felt so familiar. Just as Geto considered giving chase, Yeri came hurrying over, gasping for breath. Mr. Geto, it wasn't even that far, and you're already worn out? Geto patted Yeri's shoulder in a fatherly way, his expression full of understanding. Yeri was speechless. Did Mr. Geto misunderstand something? How could I be that kind of person? Then again, maybe he's not entirely wrong. Yeri grumbled inwardly, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Geto released 2 special-grade cursed spirits and gave them instructions. Keep Yeri safe. I'm going to catch a nap. As Geto walked past Yeri, he gave him that knowing look again before settling under a tree to sleep. Yeri only stood there, speechless. Time slipped by, and evening fell. Inside a karaoke lounge. What took you so long, Satoru? Zen'in gave Gojo a cold look as he finally arrived, glancing at his watch. You're already 30 minutes late. Say, rough him up for being late. Shoko, standing next to Zen'in, waved her fist in mock anger. Salty. Gojo replied with a carefree grin. I stopped to pick up some snacks on the way. He held up a bag for Zei and Shoko to see, then pulled out 4 pieces of kikufukamachi. Come on, try some. They're delicious. Then he turned to the exhausted-looking Geto. Suguru, you want one too? Geto took the machi from Gojo, resigned. He was already used to his unreliable colleague. But then, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. He looked at Gojo, who was full of laughter, at Zen'in, expressionless but with a hint of a smile, and at Shoko, who was enjoying their banter. Suddenly, it felt as if there were 2 people standing just behind him, gently pushing his shoulders, whispering, Go on, Suguru. Geto turned around, but there was no one there. What's wrong, Suguru? Zei asked softly, noticing Geto's absent-mindedness. Nothing. Geto shook his head gently, wearing that familiar, gentle smile of his. I just spaced out for a moment. This scene feels so familiar. Is that so? Zei smiled, walking over to give his shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry. One day, you'll remember everything. Geto, aren't you the man who's sworn to become a Pokemon master? Shoko teased Suguru Geto, then, dissatisfied, plopped herself down beside Zen'in once more. With a slightly chilly tone, she looked at him and said, Why do you keep moving further away? I was just trying to comfort him. That's all, Zen'in replied, a bit sheepish, avoiding Shoko's gaze. I think you're just chickening out. Satoru Gojo pointed at Zen'in and burst out laughing. This guy Zawa, he's just a wimp. Gojo's loud laughter made Geto bristle. Just wait, we'll sing some decent songs in a bit. Oh please. Zen'in shot Gojo a look. With your half-baked skills? TCH, I'm unbeatable, you know. Since childhood, Satoru Gojo had been a prodigy in every sense of the word. Apart from his personality, he was practically flawless. By the way, Zen'in, are you really leaving for Kyoto tomorrow to take up that advisory post? At that moment, Suguru Geto spoke, his face growing serious as he looked at Zen'in. Shoko, too, turned her gaze to Zen'in, an expression of reluctance playing on her face. Yeah, Zen'in smiled softly, his tone a touch indifferent. It's honestly nothing special. They just want me as a temporary consultant to teach the students over there for a bit. After all, including me, Tokyo has 4 special grade sorcerers now. That's right. Speaking of which, Yuta's now a full-fledged special grade sorcerer too. Satoru Gojo jabbed a thumb at himself, brimming with excitement. No wonder he's my student. I really do have a gift for teaching. Ha 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 ha. Shoko rolled her eyes at Gojo and unhesitatingly exposed him. He was already a prodigy. Did he ever really need you to teach him? Tisich, I'm still his teacher, aren't I? Gojo shrugged, unconcerned. Look at Zen'in's students. They couldn't possibly hold a candle to my precious Yuta. Zen'in. Seriously, this year's Kyoto team is going to be tough to beat. Gojo leaned back, crossing his legs and folding his arms behind his head. And that's not even counting Yuta. Just look at Geto's 2 adopted daughters, plus Megumi. You've already got 1 first grade and 2 second grade sorcerers on your side. Not to mention, you've just admitted a new vessel for the King of Curses. That boy named Yuji Itadori, right? Suguru Geto stroked his chin, recalling the scene. He struck me as pretty upright. If they can keep Sukuna in check, someday he just might. Exactly. Satoru Gojo grinned, brimming with confidence. One day, Sukuna's technique will be engraved inside Yuji. And when that happens, my first years and second years will have no problem wiping the floor with your third years, Geto. That's not necessarily true, Suguru Geto analyzed. If Akari gets lucky, even you, Satoru, might not be able to take him down easily. Gojo Satoru pictured that golden-haired, seasoned youth and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What kind of gambler loses every single day? All right, that's enough. Zen'in interrupted their discussion. We still have serious business to talk about. Satoru, you're heading abroad in a few days, right? Yeah, Gojo answered in a daze. Why? In a few days, Yuji and the others will probably get assigned to exorcise a curse at the juvenile detention center. When that happens, Suguru will lead the team and go with them. Huh? Aren't they only supposed to handle grade 2 curses at most? Is Suguru really needed for this? No. Zen'in shook his head. This isn't just a simple mission. The higher-ups have set a trap to get rid of Itadori. What? Gojo shot to his feet, his gaze turning icy. Those old geezers, Calm down, Suguru Geto reminded him, his voice steady. Even if you wipe them out, there will always be new ones to take their place. Until the Zen'in clan fully controls the lower and middle ranks, it's not feasible. I know. Gojo cooled off, then sat back down and took a sip of juice. It's a special grade curse, Zen'in continued without wasting words. That's why we need you to lead the team, Suguru, and to prevent Sukuna from taking over Yuji and causing havoc. No problem. Suguru Geto replied with a faint, reassuring smile that inspired confidence in everyone around him. Let's have a toast, Zen'in said, looking at the 3 of them as he raised his glass. Gojo Satoru, Suguru Geto, and Shoko glanced at each other, smiles spreading across their faces. Cheers. Zen'in, could you walk me home? Shoko stood at the entrance of the karaoke bar. After Gojo and Suguru had left together, she gently tugged at Zen'in's sleeve and spoke in a soft voice. She'd waited for those 2 to leave before saying anything, and in perfect unspoken understanding, Zen'in had stayed behind. Of course, Zen'in replied, giving her a gentle smile as he noticed the faint blush on Shoko's ears. The 2 of them strolled together down the late-night streets of Tokyo. Why didn't Zen'in just fly on new? The answer was simple. He wanted to enjoy a walk with Shoko, too. How long have we known each other? Shoko suddenly asked. Zen'in was caught off guard for a moment, then answered without thinking, it's been 13 years now. Shoko was clearly pleased with his lack of hesitation. She flashed a sweet smile and stepped in front of him. Do you remember the 3 classic date spots you once told me about? The Beijing subway, the 3 gorges, and Tokyo's Isekai well. If that day ever comes, would you be willing to go with me? Well. Zen'in looked helplessly at the naive girl in front of him and gently poked her forehead. These things are full of stories, you know. Really? As soon as Shoko heard there were stories, she perked up even more. I want to hear the stories. Tell me all the stories. All right. I'll tell you another day, Zay teased, deliberately keeping her in suspense. I'm completely worn out today. Yeah, I get it. Here, I'll give you another 100 yen, you greedy little hedgehog. Shoko rolled her eyes, pulled a 100 yen coin from her pocket, and handed it to Zay, unable to stop herself from giggling. Honestly, Zay put away the money, quietly muttering to himself at the nickname Shoko had given him. When I get back from Kyoto, I promise I'll tell you everything. Zay started to dodge again, breaking into a little run. After all, it's far too much to tell all at once. You, how can you just trick me like that? Shoko exclaimed, immediately chasing after him. Suddenly, Zay stopped in his tracks, turned around, and gently grabbed Shoko's hand. He murmured, "The moon looks beautiful tonight." Shoko's face flushed as she glanced at Zei, then looked up at the sky. Sure enough, seeing the bright moon hanging high above, she broke into a delighted smile. "You're right. It really is beautiful." What she didn't see was the warmth in Zei's eyes as he gazed at her profile, a warmth he had never shown anyone else before. Meanwhile, far away on the outskirts of Kyoto, a handsome young man in white suddenly let out a yawn. A cute girl beside him walked over with concern and asked, "Are you catching a cold, Yuta?" "I don't think so." Yuta Okatsu smiled gently at Rika in front of him, then looked off in the direction of Tokyo. "I have a feeling an old friend is coming to Kyoto soon." "An old friend?" Rika Orimoto looked at Yuta, a worried expression on her face. "It's not that unreliable Gojo-sensei, is it?" Seeing Rika's worried look, Yuta couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. "Come on, he's still my teacher. And a distant relative, too, Rika-chan." Rika turned her head away. "That guy's not reliable at all. On the very first day, he made you go on a mission alone." "Well, he is a special grade sorcerer after all. He doesn't really have the time to personally teach us." Yuta gave a wry smile. Why was Rika always at odds with Gojo-sensei? "Let's not talk about him." Rika suddenly looked at Yuta with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Do you know about Zen'in senpai and teacher Shoko?" "Of course I do. That's hardly a secret at the school anymore. It's just a pity. I wonder when Miss Shoko will finally end up together with Senior Zen'in." Rika Orimoto cupped Yuta Okatsu's face in her hands. "Yuta, let's get married as soon as we're adults. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be like them, always putting it off." "Silly," Yuta Okatsu smiled. "The two of us will never be apart. Never for all time." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, turning cold as he looked past Rika's shoulder. He spoke in a low, steady voice. "Rika, get behind me. That cursed spirit is here." "Okay." Without another word, Rika moved behind Yuta. Watching his back, she felt in that moment that she was the luckiest person in the world. Yuta drew the katana from his waist, a weapon Gojo Satoru had picked out for him when he first joined Jujutsu High. Then he slipped off the ring from his finger, their token of affection, a gift from Rika. A towering Shikigami appeared at Yuta's side, fixing an icy stare on the approaching curse. "Thank you, Senior Zen'in." Yuta glanced at the towering Shikigami, warmth blooming in his heart. He had only met Senior Zen'in a handful of times, yet the man had taught him how to externalize his copied techniques and create Shikigami, something even Gojo-sensei had never managed to help him with. Gripping the blade with both hands, Yuta focused his overwhelming cursed energy into the steel. His voice was cold and unflinching. "I didn't expect you to show yourself so openly. Come on, then." Zen and Zei returned Shoko home before nightfall, gazing out at the Tokyo skyline, now cloaked in darkness. The gentleness he'd worn around Shoko faded from his face, replaced by a steely indifference. Forming a hand sign for new, he leapt onto its mountainous back and soared toward Kyoto. Within Jujutsu High, at that moment, Yuji Itadori was fast asleep, enjoying a rare, peaceful rest. Yet inside him, Sukuna was anything but idle. His mind tirelessly replayed and analyzed the battle from the other day. Seated upon a throne atop a mound of piled bones, Sukuna stroked his chin and let out a chilling laugh. "Zen'in Zei, the 10 Shadows technique. Does his cursed energy even exceed mine? Looks like that technique emerged after my time. Still, the strange illusions and those positional swaps, those are tricky to deal with." Sukuna's eyes were icy. Ever since he'd succumbed to that illusion, he'd lain dormant inside this brat's body for a whole week. There had been no physical wounds, but the agony on a spiritual level still lingered, refusing to fade. "The strongest jujitsu sorcerer of the modern age, is it?" Sukuna gave a cold, derisive laugh. But then, as he sensed Zen'in Zei's mountain-like, cursed energy rapidly diminishing, a cruel smile curled across his lips. "I promise, you two brats will experience the cruelest pain this world has to offer. Just you wait." The night passed. Yuji Itadori lazily climbed out of bed, but quickly perked up. After washing up, he headed outside the dormitory. "Good morning, Fushiguro," Yuji called out, waving to Megumi Fushiguro, who was practicing on the field. "So you finally woke up?" Megumi glanced at him with dead fish eyes and commented dryly, "I called you 3 times this morning and you still didn't get up. You missed morning training." "Huh?" Yuji's face showed a hint of fear as he asked Megumi in a small voice, "Will there be any punishment?" "Of course there will." A short-haired girl suddenly appeared, giving Yuji a mischievous grin. "You'll have to run 50 laps around the field." "Only 50 laps?" Yuji couldn't quite believe it, then broke into a grin. "Used 50 laps. Piece of cake. Give me a minute." With that, he immediately took off, sprinting around the track. "Hey, Yuji's got a lot of energy this morning." "Huh? Satoru Gojo appeared out of nowhere, watching Yuji run with surprise. He's actually in a mood for a run. I'm touched as his teacher. So, Megumi, Nobara, why don't you two join him for some exercise? Megumi blinked. Was this for real? First of all, there wasn't even supposed to be running in the schedule, and second, why drag me into this? What? Nobara Kujisaki was momentarily stunned. She pointed at herself. You mean me? Yep, that's right, Gojo replied, oblivious to their reluctance. Hey, I'm not a total tyrant. Just keep him company and run 50 laps together. Megumi, Nobara. Forced by Gojo's authority, Megumi and Nobara had no choice but to head down to the field and join Yuji, turning it into a 3-person morning run. Is it really okay to do this so early? Suguru walked over to Gojo, glancing at the 3 running on the field, his mouth twitching involuntarily. It's fine, Gojo replied offhandedly. They're sorcerers. There's no way something this small would be a problem. But speaking of which, do you think those 2 confessed yesterday? Gojo suddenly turned to Geto, a sly grin on his face. Well, I doubt it. Geto shook his head with a wry smile. It was already kind of rude for us to be secretly watching them. What's the big deal? Gojo kept his usual carefree smile. Your Shikigami and my curse technique both let us float in the air. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use them? And honestly, I'm really curious. Just how is that guy going to talk to Shoko? At that moment, the trio of Itadori and his friends were huddled behind Satoru Gojo, beads of sweat on their foreheads, quietly eavesdropping as their teacher prepared to spill some juicy gossip. Gojo suddenly noticed, turning to eye the 3 of them suspiciously. You 3 sure ran over here fast. Is running 50 laps really that hard, sensei? Yuji Itadori raised his hand, genuinely puzzled. Fushiguro Megumi twitched at the corner of his mouth, recalling the first time he witnessed Yuji's astonishing speed. Surely even a world champion would have nothing on him. Well, if it were me, I suppose I'd be about the same, Gojo said with a grin. Sensei, can you please keep telling us what you were just saying? Nobara Kujisaki looked at Gojo, her eyes bright with curiosity. Faced with such eager faces, Gojo decided not to hold back. With a mischievous tone, he began, so, just last night. I see. I can't believe those 2, actually. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zen'in let out a yawn. Could that brat be gossiping about me again? A less than pleased look crossed his face as Gojo's unreliable grin flashed through his mind. Zay rubbed his nose, then gazed out at the sprawling city below. It was unmistakably Kyoto. Kyoto, a city with 1,000 years of history, whose rich cultural atmosphere far surpassed that of Tokyo and Kanto. And because it had served as the capital for so long, during the golden age of jiu-jitsu, the art flourished here. As the years went by, the hub gradually shifted from Kyoto to Tokyo. Even so, Kyoto remains home to a prominent Jiu-Jitsu High, sister school to Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High. Both institutions are essential for nurturing talent in the world of sorcery. Inside Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, a blonde-haired girl sat atop a broom, idly complaining to a cute blue-haired girl below. Miwa, did you hear? Apparently, a consultant from Tokyo is coming by today to give us some temporary training. Really? Miwa Kasumi's blue hair bounced with excitement. Is it a special grade sorcerer? Could be Gojo-sensei. Or maybe it's Geto-sensei from over there. Nope, neither. At that moment, a tall man with braids strolled over. It was Aoi Tadu, a third-year student at Kyoto. Walking beside him was a man dressed in traditional clothing. I heard from teacher Yuki. It seems to be that special grade sorcerer who works in the higher ranks. You don't mean that person? Smiling broadly, Noritoshi Kamo, who stood beside Aoi Tadu, turned to look at Mai. If it's him, that would be amazing, wouldn't it, Mai? A short-haired girl who looked almost 90% like Maki suddenly froze, her face turning a little red as she thought of Zen'in's face. She coughed lightly. Why are you asking me? I don't know. Then, a mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. He's coming. Mekamaru, who's coming? Miwa Kasumi looked curiously at the mechanical doll beside her. At that moment, 2 powerful surges of cursed energy appeared out of nowhere, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. Not far away, 3 figures emerged. The newcomers were none other than Zen, along with Yuta Okatsu, who had met up with him partway, and Rika Orimoto, obediently following by his side. Right now, Yuta cast a worried glance at Zen and whispered, Senpai, are we really okay doing this? Revealing our cursed energy like this just to intimidate them seems a bit. Yuta, you're just too kind, Zen replied calmly. If you don't show your strength first, no one will respect you. If I just came here as a mere advisor, they'd never listen. But if they still refuse to cooperate, though that's unlikely, I originally planned to handle it myself. But since you're here, I'll let you help me out in a bit. That's fine with you, right, Rika? Zen'in didn't even ask for Yuta Okatsu's opinion, but turned his head to Rika beside him instead. Of course it's fine. Yuta, help Zen'in-senpai out a little. Rika Orimoto clung to Yuta's hand, pleading sweetly. All right. Yuta patted Rika's head affectionately. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived in front of the students from all 3 grades of Kyoto Jujutsu High. It's nice to meet you all. I'm a jujitsu sorcerer from Tokyo, and for the next 3 months, I'll be your combat advisor, helping you hone your skills. Zen'in looked over the group before him with a blank expression, all the while reflecting inwardly. Just as he remembered, these were the same faces, the manliest of men, Aoi Tadu and Miwa Kasumi. Hello, my name is Aoi Tadu. Tadu was the first to step forward and bow to Zen'in. He understood immediately that the person standing before him had to be a special grade sorcerer. He wasn't Satoru Gojo, nor Suguru Geto, and definitely not his own teacher, Yuki Tsukumo. Judging by his appearance, he didn't match Yuta Okatsu either. That left only one possibility, the seldom-seen head of the Zen'in clan. Geninja, defeating 6 Eyes as a youth, becoming the first in history to tame Maharaga while still a teenager, and recently even having slain the King of Curses from 1,000 years ago, though it was said Sukuna only had 1 finger's worth of power. Very good. Zen'in smiled, then walked straight over to Mai. The one behind me is my junior from Tokyo Jujutsu High. You two can have a spar later. Oh, Aoi Tadu looked with great interest at the slender boy standing behind Zen'in, murmuring to herself, so it's you, Okatsu? Did you come to Kyoto with advisor Zen'in as well? Aoi Tadu burst into hearty laughter. What kind of girls do you like? Yuta Okatsu glanced uneasily at Tadu's broad grin, shivering a little, then looked gently at Rika. Gathering his resolve, he met Tadu's gaze and declared, the girl by my side is the one who will be my future wife. Seeing Yuta and Rika basking in their happiness, Tadu couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Zen'in didn't bother with the passionate exchange between those two. Instead, he walked over, leaned down, and smiled at Mai, asking, what's the matter? Not even a greeting for your big brother. Niken, Mai stammered, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at Zay's face, a face even women would envy. Even if he was her brother, she couldn't help but blush. Little one, you only get shyer as you grow up, huh? Zay chuckled, ruffling Mai's hair. Back then, you'd toddle after me in diapers. For real. Nearby, Momo Nishimiya and Kasumi Miwa picked up on the scent of gossip, surprised that the usually tough Mai would. Stop it. Mai hurriedly clamped a hand over Zay's mouth, shooting him a glare, and forced a dry laugh. That was all ages ago. This girl, Zay managed to extract himself, feeling a pang of nostalgia. He and their mom had doted on Mai so much when she was little, and now she even dared glare at him. Zay tapped Mai's forehead with his finger. Train hard for the next 3 months. Aim to be on par with Maki. Bro, you're not singling me out on purpose, are you? Mai said, her tone turning wary. Not at all. Your big brother is a man of principle. I'd never use my position for personal grudges. Seizing a chance, Zay quickly slipped away from my side and headed toward the gathering of Kyoto Jujutsu High's teachers. There were a few old friends he wanted to see. Long time no see, Akari-senpai. Zay addressed a woman dressed in a striking red and white kimono, greeting her with a faint smile. Akari turned, and when she saw Zay, her heart leapt with delight. So it's you, brat, serving as the advisor here? I thought it'd be one of those idiots, Satoru Gojo or Suguru Geto, him he worried for ages. Zay couldn't help but twitch a corner of his mouth as he looked at Akari's flawless face. After all these years, she still couldn't let go of Gojo and Geto. Could she? Because of Zay's arrival, Akari's face was unmarred by any scars. Compared to her student days, she now radiated a more mature and composed charm. Akari-senpai, you're as dazzling as ever, Zay said, his lips twitching, but not a hint of insincerity in his voice. Ha ha, you really know how to talk, the songstress said with a beaming smile, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leaned in. So, how are things going between you and Shoko? She messaged me last night, said you walked her home. Zay froze, at a loss for words. Why does Shoko tell songstress everything? Now, things are getting awkward. He cleared his throat, regaining his composure and letting his expression cool. Songstress-senpai, I think my top priority, right now, should be meeting with the principal as soon as possible. Oh, playing the serious one now, are you? She pouted in mock annoyance. That's not how you act around Shoko. Zay kept his face carefully neutral, pointedly avoiding this line of conversation. Songstress fell silent, eyeing him with exasperation. How does this junior change his face so quickly? Who taught him to do that? Without another word, Zay strode toward the main office of Kyoto Jujutsu High, leaving her behind. Although Kyoto and Tokyo Jujutsu High existed in cities with very different atmospheres, their structures were much the same. The real difference lay in their educational philosophies. Over in Tokyo, Satoru Gojo welcomed talent from all walks of life. So long as a person's character was decent and they showed potential, he'd take them under his wing as a student. But Kyoto was a different story entirely. Here, nearly everyone had connections. Take Aoi to do, for instance. His mentor was Yuki Tsukumo, a legend in her own right. Momo Nishimiya looked part American, and her family probably had ties in business. Kasumi Miwa hailed from the prestigious True Shadow style. And then there was my Zen'in, the current Zen'in head's own little sister. It really was just like an academy for the elite. These thoughts turning over in his mind, Zen'in Zei pushed open the door to the conference room and glanced around. At the head of the room sat none other than Yoshinobu Gakuganji, the grizzled old rocker who'd nearly suffered a heart attack at the exchange event years ago, thanks to Satoru Gojo's antics. On the other side, Zen'in Zei spotted another familiar face, one he'd known since childhood. Kamo Noritoshi, an old friend. Seated on the sofa, dressed in a brown jacket and cradling his samurai sword, was a lean, silent man. It's been a long time, Zen'in, or should I say head of the Zen'in clan now. Kamo was the first to react, extending his right hand with a gentle smile. It has indeed, Zen'in Zei replied, shaking his hand politely. I didn't expect you to stay here as a teacher. I did, Kamo admitted without hesitation. I never really wanted to take over the family business. My nephew has the blood manipulation technique too. He'll keep the Kamo family going. Being a teacher is a much more relaxed life for me. That kid is my sister's child, and honestly, staying at Kyoto Jujutsu High is partly because of him. I see. Zen'in Zei was a little surprised. After all, not everyone could so easily refuse the title of family head. His own family's patriarch was still holding on tightly to that position. So, for the next 3 months, I'll be counting on your guidance. No problem. And what about you, old man? Zen'in Zei smiled as he looked at Gakuganji Yoshinobu. Aren't you going to greet me? The special advisor from the Kyoto branch appointed by the supervisory department? Humph. Gakuganji Yoshinobu snorted coldly. No need for empty pleasantries. Our relationship doesn't require such false courtesies. Still as unchanging as ever, Zen'in Zei replied, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. At this point, Gakuganji Yoshinobu stood as a stubborn conservative, while Zen'in Zei himself was the aggressive reformist of the supervisory department. The two major factions were already like oil and water. Are you Ino Takeya? Zen'in Zei turned to the thin man, asking with a hint of uncertainty. Ah, yes, hello. My name is Ino Takeya. Ino hastily stood up and bowed. Advisor Zen'in, I've heard so much about you. No need to be so formal. Zen'in chuckled. He wasn't unfamiliar with this fellow. After all, that exclamation from the Shinjuku battlefield, I'll fight Sukuna, is this for real? Still stuck with him. This guy always complained about trouble, but when the time came, he'd always step up. Zen'in Zei glanced around, then suddenly sensed a surge of cursed energy emanating from the hall below. Amused, he suggested, there's a sparring match going on downstairs. Would you all care to watch with me? Ino and Kamo Noritoshi looked toward Gakuganji Yoshinobu, and after receiving his nod, followed Zen'in Zei. Gakuganji Yoshinobu then slowly stood as well, moving to the window ledge outside the conference room to watch the two young men facing off below, one burly, the other lean. I wonder if Yuta will find this scene familiar? Zen'in Zei mused as he watched Tadu Aoi, suddenly reminded of his technique, boogie woogie. Meanwhile, down below, Tadu Aoi was gazing mournfully at Okatsu Yuta. Yuta, I can't believe you don't like tall women with big butts. I am heartbroken. Yuta's face darkened. Was this guy insulting Rika's figure? He could put up with people talking about him, but when it came to Rika, absolutely not. Yuta's eyes now brimmed with fighting spirit. Originally, he'd only intended to spar with the younger generation of Kyoto on Zen'in's suggestion. But now, he was going to stand up for Rika. Come on, Yuta. Tadu moved with astonishing speed, his massive frame hurtling toward Yuta in an instant, his thick arms attempting to lock around Yuta's neck. Yuta, calm and composed, simply pushed his left hand toward Tadu. The immense force of Tadu's charge was swiftly neutralized, and in the next moment, Yuta's fist shot toward Tadu's abdomen. Tadu Aoi was a bit surprised. This was his first serious match against Yuta Okatsu. Clenching his fists, he struck downward with force, pressing Yuta's fist firmly down. Don't move. With Yuta's calm voice ringing out, Tadu found himself frozen, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move for a moment. In that instant, Yuta broke free from Tadu's grip. With a swift kick, he sent Tadu tumbling back, then reversed his grip on the katana, swinging the back of the blade straight down toward him. Tadu reacted quickly, calling out, What's your technique again? You can even use the Inumaki clan's cursed speech. You were the one who used the technique first. To-do laughed heartily as he watched Yuta charging at him. In a flash, To-do closed the distance to Yuta. His speed was astonishing. Before Yuta could react, To-do's iron fist was already swinging down. Cursed energy surged into To-do's fist, meeting Yuta's katana, which was reinforced with his own curse power. The clash was evenly matched, and for a moment, the two stood locked in a stalemate. Above them, Kamo Noritoshi glanced at Zen'in, curiosity in his voice. That boy can use curse speech. Could it be? He's not from the Inumaki clan, Zen'in replied coolly. Yuta is the disciple of my closest friend, a special grade sorcerer. After all, Yuta had only become a special grade this year, and because of his youth and low profile, his reputation was still mostly limited to Tokyo. What? Kusakabe Itsuya couldn't hide his astonishment. So young. To become a special grade sorcerer at Yuta's age, there were only 4 others who had done so before him. Just watch. It's not only Satoru, I have high hopes for him too. Zen'in didn't elaborate further. He cast a brief, knowing glance at Rakaganji Yoshinobu, whose expression had soured again, a faint smile on his lips. Surely the old man didn't understand why Tokyo seemed to have special grades growing like cabbages, while Kyoto, the birthplace of sorcery, didn't. Zen'in turned his attention back to the duel below, focusing on Yuta and To-do. Not bad, Yuta. To-do easily parried Yuta's katana, flinging it aside as he grinned. I knew from the first time we met you weren't ordinary. I feel the same, Yuta replied with a smile. But Rick is a bit angry right now, so I'll have to give you a serious thrashing. With that, Yuta unleashed another cursed speech at To-do. Fall. A heavy force seemed to weigh down on To-do, pressing him toward the ground as if gravity had multiplied. Still, he managed with great effort to press his palms together. The sharp clap of his hands echoed clearly for all to hear. In the blink of an eye, Yuta Okatsu and Aoi To-do switched places. Now, the crushing weight bore down on Yuta himself, but it vanished again almost instantly, not even lasting a tenth of a second. At that moment, understanding finally dawned on Yuta. He looked up at Zen'in, only to see the latter wearing a mysterious, knowing smile. Yuta felt a flicker of surprise within. This swap didn't seem like his senior's technique at all. Suddenly, he realized why Zen'in was smiling. Perhaps he just wanted to see Yuta's reaction upon witnessing To-do's technique for the first time. With that thought, a black void opened up behind Yuta. Under To-do's astonished gaze, dozens of centipede-shaped cursed spirits burst from behind Yuta, all surging toward To-do. Cursed spirit manipulation? To-do blurted out in shock. Isn't that the technique of that special grade sorcerer? How could this boy? Then, the truth struck him. Don't tell me this guy. There was no time to dwell on it. To-do clapped his hands again, and he and Yuta switched places once more. But the expected scene, Yuta, surrounded by centipedes, never occurred. Instead, the centipedes immediately adjusted their course and swarmed toward To-do again. Do they target on their own? To-do's heart sank. He realized swapping places wouldn't help him evade the attack. Gathering cursed energy in his hands, he smashed the oncoming spirits one after another. But Yuta wasn't about to waste this golden opportunity. Forming a wolf-shaped hand sign, he summoned 2 wolves, one black, one white, that burst forth with a furious howl, sprinting straight at To-do. Are those cursed spirits too? To-do dodged and weaved as the wolves snapped at him, his eyes never leaving Yuta. Just as I thought, Zen'in watched calmly as Yuta summoned the 2 wolves, clearly not surprised at all. Aside from their size, their appearance was identical. These were the black and white jade hounds of the 10 Shadows technique. But because of the bloodline restriction, he can't seem to perform the rituals to tame other Shikigami, Zen'in mused, curiosity welling up inside him. He wondered, if Yuta could mimic countless techniques unconditionally, could Mahoraga adapt to that too? Would it adapt to each individual technique? Or would it adapt to the very act of imitation itself? What a pity. Yuta doesn't have a Zen'in bloodline. Zen'in shook his head, though a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Maybe I could try cloning, swap the clone's blood with Yuta's? No, that's far too dangerous. He shook his head again. If he actually went through with it, he'd practically be a mad scientist straight out of a villain story. Turning his focus back to the field, he saw To-do clapping his hands again and again, swapping places repeatedly with his opponent using Boogie Woogie. In this endless game of musical chairs, the Jade Hound simply couldn't catch him. Yuta Okatsu's katana once again crackled with cursed energy as he shouted at Aoi To-do, "Don't move." Oh no, this control technique. Aoi To-do's body tensed, frozen in place, unable to budge even an inch, forced to watch helplessly as the twin Jade dogs and Yuta closed in around him. But Tadu refused to give up. His muscles surged with force, and the cursed energy within him spiked, shattering the restraints of the incantation through sheer will. This guy, Yuta's eyes widened in shock, astounded that Tadu could actually break free from the power of his curse technique. It's important to remember, casting a curse technique consumes a tremendous amount of cursed energy. For someone like Yuta, whose reserves rival even Satoru Gojo, this isn't much of a problem. But under normal circumstances, an incantation cast by a special-grade sorcerer should have been absolute, like a royal decree to a first-grade sorcerer. With a resounding slap, Tadu and Yuta's positions swapped instantly, causing the black and white J-dogs to halt just as they were about to bite their master. Before Yuta could even catch his breath, Tadu slapped his hands together again, switching places with the white J-dog. Suddenly, two fists brimming with cursed energy barreled straight toward Yuta. At the same time, black lightning surged along Tadu's right hand. His spirits soared, and in that moment, he unleashed the notoriously difficult Black Flash. The Black Flash struck Yuta's katana, which was raised defensively before his chest. The impact sent the blade crashing into Yuta's chest, and even he couldn't withstand the blow, getting blasted backwards by the sheer force. 2.5 times the power of a normal attack. Zen'in squinted with envy as he watched. Even among himself, Satoru Gojo, and Suguru Geto, none had managed to execute a Black Flash up to now. Yuta's expression grew serious. Although the Black Flash had landed squarely on his chest, he had managed to reinforce his body with cursed energy just a split second before impact. You managed to shield your body with cursed energy in such a short time. Tadu was visibly surprised, reassessing the seemingly frail young man before him. It's just basic technique, Yuta replied with a wry smile, though inside, he couldn't help recalling the agony of sparring with Gojo in those past years, getting tormented by his instantaneous movement. At the same time, he held a strand of hair in his hand, one he had just plucked from Tadu. Yuta slipped off his ring, and a white shikigami, resembling the mighty Maharaga, appeared at his side. "Eat this, Muni," Yuta said, feeding the strand of hair to the shikigami. "This shikigami must be special grade at least." Tadu's gaze grew grave as he stared at the white creature Yuta had summoned, but forced a smile as he asked, "What's the meaning of feeding it my hair?" Could it be that Yuta's mimicry technique requires a sample to analyze? But before Tadu could dwell on it further, the shikigami disappeared without a trace just moments later. "Not good," Tadu Aoi shouted, clapping his hands in preparation. But at that very moment, the shikigami had already charged right in front of him. But then he noticed that Yuta Okatsu's movements were now exactly the same as his own. "He managed to imitate me that quickly?" "Sorry, todo." A crisp clap echoed through the hall as Yuta Okatsu and Mokiyu instantly switched places. How was this possible? A look of astonishment flashed in Tadu Aoi's eyes. This was his first time experiencing the sensation of having his position swapped by an opponent. There was no time for Tadu to think. Yuta seized the fleeting opportunity, channeling even more cursed energy into his attack, and swung the flat of his katana hard across Tadu's waist. Tadu instinctively shielded his head, but what followed was a barrage of Yuta's fists, each one reinforced with cursed energy. Thud, thud, thud. Blow after blow landed on Tadu's arms, each punch leaving a clear imprint on his skin. With every surge of Yuta's overwhelming cursed energy, his final punch sent Tadu Aoi flying across the hall. Ow, that really hurt. Tadu stood up, clutching his chest. "You're like a monster, you know that?" "A monster, huh?" Yuta gave a wry smile. It was the first time anyone had ever called him that. Usually, it was Gojo Sensei or Zen'in Senpai who were talked about as monsters. "Yuta, again!" Tadu shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. "I want to show you everything I can do." Yuta didn't reply to Tadu. Instead, he glanced back at Rika, who still seemed unsatisfied. Determined, he stepped forward once more. The two clashed again. Applause resounded throughout the hall as Yuta and Tadu's positions swapped rapidly, so much so that the onlookers could no longer keep track of their movements. "What exactly is that guy's technique?" Nishimiya Momo turned to Mai. "Mai, you're from the Zen'in clan. You should know, right?" Mai let out an awkward laugh, then braced herself and said, "I think it's most likely imitation." "Huh?" Miwa Kasumi gasped. His technique's priority is that high? He managed to copy Tadu's boogie-woogie so quickly. "I guess it has something to do with that shikigami." Mekamaru, who had been silent for a while, spoke up in a flat, mechanical voice. Yuta Okatsu fed a piece of Tadu's hair, a part of his body, to the shikigami, allowing it to mimic his technique. It only took a few seconds for the shikigami to eat the hair. Incredible. Not just Tadu, but that sorcerer from Tokyo as well. Kamo Noritoshi's eyes never left the battlefield, and a strange feeling stirred in his heart. I heard that when Uncle was young, Saru Gojo and Zen'in were the ones he aspired to catch up with. Uncle, I'll make those two my targets to chase after as well. Noritoshi Kamo looked up at Kamo-sei, silently making a vow in his heart. Meanwhile, the fight on the field had already reached its conclusion. Yuta Okatsu's katana rested against Aoi Tadu's neck, and he said calmly, "Tadu, you've lost." That's right. Aoi Tadu raised his hands in cheerful surrender, without a hint of resentment. I lost. You're really strong. At this point, I can't even think a way to beat you. But I'm not giving up. One day, I'll definitely win against you. I'll be waiting. Yuta Okatsu sheathed his katana and walked over to Rika, flashing her a smile. So how is it? Feel better now? Not bad at all. Rika, in a good mood, hummed a little tune as she wrapped her arm around Yuta's. Yuta, you were amazing standing up for me. So cool. Yuta's handsome face flushed red, and he scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. What a dummy. Watching Yuta's awkward reaction, Rika couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. Well done, Yuta. Zen'in clapped his hands as he walked over. But I have to admit, I didn't expect you to have even mastered my curse technique. You're too kind, senpai. That was just a lucky coincidence. Yuta Okatsu replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Zen'in let it go. He'd known for a long time that Yuta's technique allowed him to imitate others unconditionally. Where had he first heard about it? He couldn't quite remember now. Consultant Zen'in, Itsuya Kusakabe, also came over. About our special training here. When do you think we should start? Let me take a look first. Zen'in didn't answer directly. Instead, his gaze turned to Momo Nishimiya. According to the information I read before coming here, your technique is the Tsukamagami manipulation, right? Zen'in analyzed carefully. It had been 28 years since he'd come to this world. While he recalled the major events, the smaller details had long since faded. Yes, Consultant Zen'in. Momo Nishimiya blushed slightly as she looked at Zen'in. He was so handsome, but why didn't he look anything like Mai? In the original story, Momo Nishimiya had immense respect for Mai, who had endured so much to become a jujitsu sorcerer. Now, even though Mai faced fewer obstacles and hardships thanks to Zen'in, Momo still felt heartache for her, born as a twin. In the world of jujitsu sorcery, twins are considered an ominous sign. Mai and Maki, unlike Sukuna who rejected his twin fate, or Nanako and Mimiko who were fraternal twins, were seen within the jujitsu community as truly one and the same person. The techniques and cursed energy, in other words, innate talents, were either evenly divided, or one would drain the other's gifts until nothing was left. Because of this, during her time at school, Nishimiya Momo always felt an inexplicable sense of pity for Mai. Don't zone out, did you hear me? Zen'in's emotionless voice snapped Nishimiya out of her thoughts. Her face turned crimson in an instant, and she stammered, unable to form a response. With a sigh, Zen'in pressed a hand to his forehead, his expression less than pleasant as he addressed Tsunekaburi nearby. Could you repeat what I just said to her? All right. Tsunekaburi's own face was equally unimpressed, shooting Nishimiya a glare as if to say, how dare you drift off in front of Zen'in-senpai? So Nishimiya bowed deeply to Zen'in, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was clear the little girl felt terribly awkward. Waving her off, Zen'in turned and strode toward Miwa Kasumi, whose blue hair fell over her face in a slanted fringe. He studied her closely before he spoke. You tend to rely on the new shadow style and on Iaido, quick-draw techniques. They're practical, but Miwa's curiosity was tinged with anxiety. After all, the person before her was none other than the close friend of her idol, Gojo Satoru. Of course, Zen'in-senpai was handsome, too. But rumors about Zen'in-senpai and Shoko-senpai had been circulating for a decade now, while Gojo-senpai was still single. There was still hope for a fan. Miwa had a rule: never chase after stars who already have a family. She didn't want to cause anyone trouble. Zen'in couldn't see Miwa's face and had no idea what she was thinking, though it seemed as if she was trying to suppress a laugh. They exchanged an awkward look before he continued. You don't value your own technique enough. In the upcoming special training, you need to work hard on integrating your curse technique into your martial arts. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Having said his piece, Zen'in immediately moved on, feeling that something was off at Kyoto Jujutsu High today. First, there was daydreaming during class. Now someone was fighting the urge to laugh. Could it be that I was born to be a teacher? Do students just automatically zone out when they see me? At that thought, Zen'in's expression darkened even further as he turned his stern gaze on Kamo Noritoshi. Advisor Zen'in, sensing that Zen'in's mood was worsening, Kamo timidly asked, about my special training. Focus on controlling your cursed energy. Learn to convert your cursed energy into blood. Only then will your blood manipulation technique be flawless. As for the rest, let your uncle teach you. Zen'in Zei's voice was cold and clipped, wasting no words as he turned to walk toward Mekamaru. Kumo, Noritoshi. Why does it seem like Advisor Zenin's mood has gotten worse with every step? Nobody said anything wrong, did they? But turning cursed energy into blood, can that really be done? Kumo Noritoshi pondered deeply. Although his blood manipulation technique had no shortage of offensive and physical capabilities at close, mid, or even long range, it came with an obvious flaw. Frequent use would leave him anemic. That was why he even carried blood plasma packs with him at all times. Maybe it's worth a try. Noritoshi watched Zen'in Zei's retreating figure, silently weighing his options. Next up is you, Zei said, glancing at Mai, whose short, dark green hair gleamed under the light. She beamed at him and asked, "Big brother, what should I do?" Seeing the hopeful look on Mai's face, Zei almost felt embarrassed to speak the truth. He paused a moment before saying, "You're well balanced in every aspect. Both your physical skills and cursed energy technique are all evenly developed. That means you have the potential to grow in every direction." Mai fell silent. Wasn't that just a nice way of saying I'm average at everything and need to train in everything? She quickly shook her head. After all, he was her own brother, always protecting her since childhood. How could she think that way about her big brother? She straightened and replied seriously, "I understand what you mean. I'll do my best." Zei patted her head gently and moved on to the next student. "It's okay, Mai. Even if you never master it all, as long as I'm still in this world, nothing and no one will ever be able to bully you or Maki." Now only the heavyweights remained. One was Tadu Aoi, who just finished a fierce bout with Okatsuyuta and was already a grade 1 sorcerer. The other was the silent and stoic Mekamaru. "Tadu," Zei said lightly, giving him a pat on the shoulder, "I don't have much left to teach you. Among your peers, you're second only to Okatsu. Of course, that gambler is a different story. So from here on, what you need is battle experience. Nothing else." "Understood, advisor." Tadu Aoi nodded earnestly, though his feelings were a little mixed. "Second only to Okatsu, huh? And you?" Zei looked at Mekamaru, knowing full well that the hulking figure before him wasn't the real body. He merely patted his shoulder. "You're strong, too. All you lack is a proper body, right? But the means of getting it might not be the right way." Mekamaru stared back at him without a trace of emotion, saying nothing. Meanwhile, in a distant room, a boy wrapped head to toe in bandages stared blankly at Zei's face, muttering under his breath, "How can this be? Has the advisor already found out? Was it those two who leaked it? No, that can't be. The binding is already in place. Revealing anything wouldn't do them any good at all." Watching Zen'in Zei on the screen, Kokichi's heart was an entangled knot of emotions. Not long ago, two individuals had approached him, claiming they could heal his body. But the price was steep. He had to hand over all the intel on Jujutsu High, including the personnel arrangement for the exchange event 3 months from now. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally agreed to their terms. Born cursed by heavenly restriction, Kokichi had never possessed a right hand or anything below his knees, and he had no sensation from the waist down. In exchange, however, he gained a technique whose range spanned all of Japan, and his cursed energy output far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet, he yearned desperately for a healthy, whole body, longed for the chance to live under the sunlight like everyone else, instead of being so fragile that even moonlight was too harsh for his skin. The moment he agreed, a binding pact was formed between him and those two. Their transaction had officially begun. But most of all, there was that girl. She truly wanted to see him. For all these reasons, Kokichi resolved that, after the binding was complete, he would use the cursed energy he'd painstakingly accumulated over the years to exorcise both of them, once and for all. Meanwhile, Zen'in Zei said nothing more. Leaning in close to the iron head of the mechanical puppet, he whispered quietly, "I understand there might be a binding that prevents you from speaking of certain matters. If you don't want to die, just tell me where you're hiding. That's all you need to do." Just as I thought. Kokichi gave a wry smile. Was he really seen through by the Zen'in advisor on their very first encounter? How'd he figure it out? Mechanical Puppet also whispered back softly in Zei's ear, making sure no one else around could hear. Zen'in Zei narrowed his eyes, then turned and walked away. A memory flashed through his mind. In the original work, Gakuganji had said that one of them held the rank of principal, and the other was Kokichi. Could it really be Yoshinobu Gakuganji? Zei glanced up at the little old man above, his piercing gaze making Gakuganji's face darken. Kids these days, such a lack of respect. No matter, as long as I'm here, those two troublemakers won't be able to overturn the jujutsu world. Come on then, Kinjaku. I'll be right here, waiting for the very first step of your plan. Inside a cafe in Tokyo. Jogo, calm down, Kinjaka said coolly, glancing at him. This place has the air conditioning on, yet it still feels stifling. Gives me the creeps. Jogo narrowed his eyes at Kinjaku. And you, a cursed user, are bothered by this? You're the one who called us all here. That's exactly why I wisely didn't pick some fancy place, Kinjaka said, propping his chin up with both hands. The body he was using now was nothing more than that of an ordinary man. By the way, isn't it exhausting to switch bodies every few days? It is tiring, but it's necessary for safety. After all, that clone body must never be exposed so carelessly. Kinjaka smiled, extending his hand. The reason I'm here today is to discuss something important with you all. It's about the plan. The word plan instantly lit up Jogo's eyes as if he'd discovered a priceless treasure. The air around him heated up once more. After all these years of lurking in the shadows, we can finally make our move. That's right. Kinjaka smiled and raised 2 fingers. I told your leader about this long ago. For you curses to gain equal status with humans, you must fulfill 2 conditions. What are they? It wasn't just Jogo. Hanami and Dagon, sitting nearby, also perked up with curiosity and determination as they turned their attention to Kinjaku. Ever since they were decimated by Zen'in in mere seconds a decade ago, both Hanami and Jogo had developed a deep-rooted fear of the Zen'in clan. They had dared not act in Japan for 7 or 8 years, only returning when their leader led them back last year. First, you need to bring Sukuna, the king of curses, currently incarnated as Uchiha Sasuke, over to our side. Back then, I deliberately ordered a curse to force-feed him one of Sukuna's fingers. And second, you need to make sure that the 2 strongest sorcerers on the Jujutsu side are unable to join the battle. You mean, Jogo's voice quivered with excitement. Zen'in won't be able to participate in the coming war? Is that even possible? Jogo swallowed hard. Can Zen'in really be held back and kept out of the fight? Your leader can handle it. Don't worry. Kinjaku couldn't help but find it odd. How is it that these curses seem to know their own leader less well than he, a human, did? Well, they're just curses after all. Even with intelligence, they're still inferior beings. And who's the other one? Jogo's tone brimmed with hope, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Satoru Gojo from Tokyo Jujutsu High. Kinjaka smiled. He may seem a bit weaker than Zen'in, but he's every bit as troublesome. That's why I decided to use the prison realm I found a few years ago to seal him away. Prison realm? A look of greedy anticipation crossed Jogo's face, an expression rarely seen on a curse. He let out a cold laugh. Weaker than Zen'in? To be honest, in today's world of sorcerers, aside from that Zen'in guy, there's no one I fear. Satoru Gojo is mine to kill. And as a reward, give me the prison realm. I want to keep it as a trophy. Kinjaku. Kinjaku was inwardly stunned. What kind of delusional cursed spirit was this? Thinking it could kill Satoru Gojo. Was that any less difficult than trying to kill Zen'in? Still, seeing the cursed spirit's confidence, he didn't bother to stop it. After all, letting it try its hand against Gojo wasn't a bad idea. At least it would teach this guy that there's always someone stronger out there, and the sky is vast and boundless. Sure, no problem, Kinjaku replied with a cheerful smile to Jogo, and he didn't forget to add a reminder. Hanami, make sure to go with Jogo when the time comes. Don't let him get himself killed by Satoru Gojo. You bastard. Who do you think you're looking down on? Jogo roared in anger, glaring at Kinjaku with clear irritation. Kinjaku, however, remained unperturbed and replied calmly. It's just a precaution, nothing more. And Hanami, you wouldn't want Jogo to lose his life over something like this, right? Hanami glanced at Jogo and then gave a slight nod. Unlike Jogo's arrogance, Hanami was much more cautious. Why hasn't Table 5 ordered anything yet? Grumbled a man with a bushy mustache dressed in a server's uniform, his voice full of annoyance as he stood inside the cafe, taking up such a big table all by himself. With that, he walked over to Table 5 and, flashing a polite smile at Kinjaku who was lazily yawning, began, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask if you're—" Before he could finish his sentence, flames suddenly engulfed his entire body, and in an instant, he was reduced to a charred husk. Kinjaku stretched languidly, sighing. It took quite some effort to pull some strings at the top and get Zen'in officially transferred out of Tokyo. You all should make the most of your time here these next few months, because it's not every day that Zen'in is away from Tokyo. Jogo and Hanami exchanged a look, then both broke into knowing smiles. In the next moment, every human in the cafe was consumed by fire, turning the place into a scene straight out of hell. Outside, on a raised platform, stood an unremarkable-looking human, with long black hair fluttering in the wind. He had overheard every word exchanged between Kinjaku and the cursed spirits, a cold sneer forming at the corner of his lips. To devour everything. As long as I kill you, it will all be mine. Zen'in shi. On the second day after arriving in Kyoto, Zen'in finished a day of intense training and received a message. Is it her? In his mind's eye, he recalled that girl who loved money so much, and he smiled to himself. Let's meet up at a cafe then. It's already been 10 years since we last saw each other. He quickly typed a reply and sent it, then set off strolling through the streets of Kyoto. It was the first time in both his previous and current lives that he'd set foot in Kyoto. Taking in the sights around him, his mind couldn't help but wander to two other cities from his memories, Chang'an and Luoyang. A strange feeling washed over Zen'in. It's as if a part of my memory lived in China once. I never really felt like I belonged in Japan, after all. Forget it. Once everything here is settled, I'll go back to Huaxia for a visit. And then there was that cold, mechanical voice in his mind. It felt as though some invisible force was slicing through fragments of his memory. Everything from before he came to this world was now a swirling chaos. With these thoughts in mind, Zen'in found himself at a high-end cafe, idly fiddling with a smartphone at a table by the street-facing window. It seems like there's nothing to do except scroll through posts. Zen'in sighed helplessly. There really aren't enough ways to pass the time here. What's this? He stared in surprise as a crow suddenly flew into the cafe. Crows are really this clever now? Even bold enough to waltz into a cafe. Just as he was marveling at this, a girl in a uniform, looking to be about 18, walked past him. Zen'in's brow furrowed in alarm. He caught sight of where the girl had been sitting. A man remained there, radiating such menace that any ordinary person would be too scared to even glance his way. Nervously clutching her phone, the girl stopped in front of Zen'in and stammered, Could we exchange contact information? Are you sure? I'm already 28, and I've got 2 kids. Huh? 28. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at his face, muttering to herself, 28, 2 kids. Is that for real? For real? She trudged back to her seat in a daze, clearly unable to process this revelation. What's wrong, sis? The man beside her was startled by her expression. Did it not work out? Damn it, you jerk. Losing his composure, the man stormed over to Zen'in. Given the time of day, the cafe wasn't crowded, and even the staff shrank back, intimidated by his furious demeanor. What's this about? Zen'in couldn't help but find the situation amusing. You want to stand up for her? You've got some nerve, rejecting my sister. Don't you realize she's into you? The man towered over Zen'in, shouting at the top of his lungs. Zen'in's expression darkened. In all the years he'd been in this world, this was the first time anyone had dared yell at him. Even the old master, Zen'in Nabido, had never raised his voice like this. So tell me, what if she's interested in me? Am I just supposed to say yes? Zen'in replied coolly, his face unreadable. He had no intention of quarreling with this monkey. After all, it was just a bit of illusionist trickery. Right now, all he wanted was to observe the diversity of the species around him. Oomph. The man let out a cold snort, a hint of smugness playing on his face. My little sister goes to a top high school in Kyoto, you. No. The line of guys chasing after her stretches all the way to France. If she's interested in you, you should count your blessings. Hurry up and give me your contact information. Zen'in stood up. At 6'3", he towered over the man, who couldn't help but swallow nervously as he looked up at him. Zen'in's voice was calm, almost indifferent, but it infuriated the man even more. You want me to play some dating game with her? I have no reason to like her, and she has no reason to like me. Just give it up. Without another word, Zen'in ignored the man and walked straight out of the cafe. He didn't have to wait long before the person he was expecting finally arrived. Zen'in recognized that voice instantly. Back in their school days, he'd been tricked by this person more than a few times. Zen'in-kun, it's been ages, hasn't it? Mimi-senpai, long time no see. Didn't you used to wear your hair in twin braids, like Sadako? What are you going on about? Mimi, hair pulled up in a high ponytail, shot Zen'in a look, playful and full of charm. As I recall, someone rather liked my old hairstyle back then. And by the way, you asked me to play a dating game with her? Who taught you to be so cool, little junior? Zen'in was speechless. His face darkened as a realization struck him. So that's why a crow had suddenly flown into the cafe earlier. Mimi must have sensed there was drama brewing and sent the crow in to live-stream the scene. I just live-streamed everything that happened. Mimi grinned, waving her phone at Zen'in. Your old classmates probably all know about it by now. Zen'in was stunned. That's not fair, is it? So you used a crow to stream all this? Already, Zen'in could picture Suru Gojo back in Tokyo, clutching his phone and try to stifle his laughter. His expression grew even colder. He didn't mind Mimi knowing, But what he dreaded most was Satoru Gojo. The guy would tease him about this for years. Mimi-senpai, you know my appearance fee isn't cheap. Shouldn't you? Here, take it. Mimi rolled her eyes, pulling a check from her bag. I knew you'd go straight for my weakness. You know I love money, so you're demanding an appearance fee to get back at me. Zen'in accepted the money without a trace of guilt, then said, but I'm guessing the reason you call me out here isn't just to pay my appearance fee. Is it Mimi-senpai? You see right through me. Mimi smiled and said, let's chat as we walk. We're heading to the same place anyway. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Satoru Gojo watched the video on his phone, covering his mouth with one hand, but soon he just couldn't hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing, loud and utterly unrestrained. Ha, that guy. How does he even come up with lines like that? Gojo threw an arm around Suguru beside him and laughed heartily. Seriously, claiming he's 28 and raising 2 kids. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Gojo, even Suguru, couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips, though he still made an effort to keep his composure. For Zen'in to do this, it's definitely. But before he could finish, Geto was swept up in Gojo's laughter, unable to resist the infectious joy. Soon, he too was laughing out loud. In that moment, it felt as if the two of them were transported back to that unforgettable summer, a time when the 3 boys would hang out in the arcade, playing Momotetsu for 99 years, teasing each other mercilessly over the smallest mistakes. You two are just impossible. Shoko watched Gojo and Geto laugh so freely, and despite herself, a gentle smile crept across her face. She couldn't help but chide them. If you want to say no, just say no. But 28 and 2 kids? What an idiot. Is there really no reason to like her? Or to be liked by her? Shoko turned this phrase over in her mind, and for some reason, a sudden unease fluttered in her chest. Gojo was the first to recover from his laughter. He quickly typed out a message to Mei and sent it off. Mei-senpai, that was absolutely perfect. I'll send 10 million to your account as promised. Then he turned to Geto. Geto, tomorrow's mission at the Juvenile Detention Center. I'll leave it to you and the others. I need to head out for a while. No problem. Go ahead. Geto had fully regained his composure. I'll take good care of Itadori and the rest. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. On Suzaku Avenue in Kyoto, Zen'in walked side by side with Mei. Every so often, Mei would glance at Zay's profile, her expression unreadable. The moment her phone buzzed, she whipped it out and checked the message from Satoru Gojo. Her smile curved even more than the crescent moon above. What's up, senpai? Zay couldn't help but feel a strange sensation as he watched Mei's irrepressible grin. Why do I get the feeling I've just been sold out and made to work for free? Zay subconsciously reached for the check tucked away in his shadow space. Money wasn't exactly a problem for him, but working for nothing just wasn't his style. Usually, he was the one getting others to work for him. It's nothing. Mei put her phone away, but the smile lingering on her face just wouldn't fade. Without her signature thick braid to conceal half her face, and her hairstyle now much like it was in her days at Jujutsu High, Zay could easily see that her expression wasn't just happiness, but carried a distinct thrill as well. The main reason I brought you along this time is because a special grade cursed spirit has appeared in a village near Kyoto, and I've taken on the mission to deal with it. And since you happen to be in Kyoto as well, I thought I'd reach out and ask you to give your senpai a hand. Mei spoke with a note of resignation in her voice. I don't know what's been going on these past years, but the number of cursed spirits keeps rising, and even special grades are popping up more and more. For those of us who are jujutsu sorcerers, the workload has skyrocketed. Zen'in twitched at the corner of his mouth. He probably knew the reason. 28 years ago, both he and Gojo Satoru were born, and the balance of this world was completely upended. Now, in this era, humanity's top-tier jujutsu sorcerers thoroughly suppress the cursed spirits, as well as the long-vanished curse users. But for grade 1 and lower sorcerers, things are different from how they were in the original story's world. Now, special grade cursed spirits are utterly terrifying beings. Thanks to the birth of those two, cursed spirits have received a significant boost. There's even an unwritten rule circulating in the jujutsu world these days. A suspected special grade cursed spirit? Just forget it. Leave it entirely to those 5 to handle. If a grade 1 sorcerer stubbornly insists on trying their luck against a special grade, the only answer they get is, "What? You want to try it yourself? Then go buy a lottery ticket first. Come back if you hit the jackpot." And when they ask why, the reply is, "Idiot, when you fight a cursed spirit nowadays, you don't even know if it has a domain. If it doesn't, you might manage, but if it has a domain, just be ready for your funeral." So fighting a special grade cursed spirit, it's all about luck. If luck is on your side, and the special grade doesn't have a domain, then a grade 1 sorcerer might stand a chance with enough experience. But if luck runs out, and you encounter one who can deploy a domain, Even with a simple domain at your disposal, it's still a tough fight. Once the domain is unleashed, no one wants any part of it. Zen'in snapped back to reality and looked at Mei. This cursed spirit, don't tell me it can use a domain? Probably, Mei answered with a seductive smile. But whether it can or can't today doesn't really matter, does it? After all, you're here, aren't you? No, I was just thinking about how I might capture it alive and transport it all the way to Tokyo. Should I try using my illusions? I wonder if those would even work on a cursed spirit. Mei fell silent. You're so high and mighty, truly impressive. The two of them continued on in silence, and before long, they arrived at an abandoned village. This village was utterly deserted, devoid of any signs of life, and the air was thick with floating white ofuda papers, so many that it was almost terrifying. Seeing this, Ming couldn't help but frown, turning away with a trace of pity as she spoke to Zen'in. It seems that for some reason, the presence of curses in this village has only just been discovered. Zen'in glanced around. Those old geezers are lightning fast when it comes to fighting for power, but when it comes to dealing with big incidents that require sorcerers, they drag their feet more than anyone. Ming said nothing, as if silently agreeing with Zay's words. She let out a sigh. You haven't changed at all, still the same as before. Zen'in stepped ahead of Ming, then turned back to her and asked, Do you wish I changed, senpai? Of course not, Ming replied with a smile. Now that you're both the head of your family and one of the higher-ups, the future of the jujitsu world is going to rest on your shoulders. You'll have to give me a raise when that time comes. Senpai, you haven't changed either. Hold on, don't be so impatient, Ming suddenly warned. You don't want to end up getting chewed out by Principal Yaga like Gojo did, do you? Oh, I almost forgot. Zen'in froze for a moment, the image of Principal Yaga's mafia boss-like face flashing through his mind. Zay, you wouldn't want to spend every day with Satoru in the future, would you? For some reason, just thinking of Gojo Satoru's face sent a shudder down Zay's spine. That guy only got more outrageous with age, always blurting out something inappropriate just to get a rise out of people. Seeing Zay come to an awkward halt, Ming chuckled softly. Gathering her cursed energy, she formed a hand seal. From darkness born, to deeper darkness return. All filth and corruption, be purified. In an instant, a pitch-black veil enveloped the shadowy presence, and Zen'in and Ming strode inside with calm composure. This village is starting to feel like the setting of a horror movie, Ming remarked as she walked down the hospital corridor, eyeing the weeds sprouting everywhere and speaking to Zay at her side. Corpse of a mountain village. Zay surveyed the houses around them. Honestly, he couldn't believe that such primitive buildings still existed in modern, developed Japan. These houses will probably be torn down soon, Ming sighed. It won't be long before everyone forgets about the people who lived here. Maybe so, Zay replied, his expression unreadable. Before long, the two of them reached the edge of the village, where countless graves came into view. Looks like the whole village was buried here, Ming said, her tone tinged with curiosity. It must have been done by someone, but who could possibly bury the dead right under the nose of a special grade curse? Shoo! Zay held a finger to his lips, signaling toward the cursed energy emanating from the forest. That's... Ming sensed the energy and smiled. Looks like luck is on our side. We found it quicker than expected. The two of them slowed their pace, venturing deeper into the forest. Along the way, crows became their unseen watchers, while the heavy, oppressive atmosphere underscored the uncanny nature of this place. Soon enough, both of them caught sight of the cursed spirit. It was an abnormally large creature, with limbs terribly out of proportion, its arms thick and powerful, while its legs were stunted and short. Its body was covered in a mass of shaggy fur, and its mouth stretched along the sides of its face, flanked by a pair of horns. So it really is the smallpox hag, Zen'in muttered, using his Sharingan to get a clear look at the creature. I didn't expect to find her here, of all places. Be careful, Mei. This one's domain is no joke. The smallpox hag suddenly whipped around, spotting Zen'in and Mei. Without hesitation, she charged at them, her massive fist crashing down in a mighty blow. Zen'in stepped forward, catching the enormous fist in his grasp as his illusionary techniques sprang into action. Those horns aren't eyes. My illusions won't work on her. Zen'in was a bit surprised, but then he mustered his strength and hurled her away, toppling several large trees as she crashed through them. So she relies solely on cursed energy to sense her opponent's positions? How am I supposed to keep her alive now? Zen'in stroked his chin in thought. If I want to let Geto absorb her, I'll have to send her to Tokyo. Do I need to call Satoru over from Tokyo for this? After taking that last hit, the smallpox hag felt a surge of unease. The man before her was nothing like any human she had encountered before. he was on a completely different level. Determined, she decided to deal with the woman by Zen'in's side first. With a furious roar, the smallpox hag warped the environment around them. In an instant, Zen'in and Mei were pulled into a forest even darker and more ominous than before. Suddenly, a coffin materialized out of thin air, descending upon Mei. This was the inescapable effect of the smallpox hag's domain, though it would normally target the person with the strongest cursed energy. She had decided to eliminate Mei first, saving the showdown with Zen'in for last. Zen'in glanced at Mei, and in a flash, used his heavenly hand's power to swap their positions. The smallpox hag panicked, realizing that her plan to instantly kill the woman at the very moment the domain opened had been foiled by the man's strange ability. There's no helping it now, Grave. The smallpox hag's mind raced, but she couldn't come up with any effective solution. She formed a sign with her hands, and a massive boulder fell from the sky, smashing the upright coffin deep into the ground. Junior, realizing that Zen'in had taken her place to bear the domain's lethal effect, Mei's face flashed with worry as she cried out in alarm. 3. The smallpox hag didn't even get to finish counting. With a thunderous crash, the giant boulder shattered, and Zen'in calmly brushed the stone dust from his white robe. Don't get my white coat dirty. It cost 20,000 yen apiece. Zen'in stared expressionlessly at the blister hag. If your domain could do nothing more than soil my clothes, then you're in for a terrible day. At that moment, Zen'in held a katana with a black hilt and a shining white blade. Along the sword, flickers of pitch-black fire danced, reflecting ominously in Mei's eyes. Black flames. Mei couldn't help but mutter as she watched the black fire burn atop Zay's blade. Years of experience told her, this flame was dangerous. I know you can understand human speech. I'll give you 2 choices. Zen'in's voice was icy as he looked at the blister hag. First, go with my friend back to Tokyo and be absorbed. Second, stay here and die right now. The blister hag offered no reply. Instead, she once again used the domain's sure-hit effect to attack Zay, and in an instant, the coffin closed around him once more. Obstinate fool. Zay frowned, a hint of disgust on his face as he raised his katana yet again. Suddenly, from within the shadows, Maharaga's voice echoed. Want to come out? I've already adapted to this domain. I could possess Mei's shadow and drag that creature to Tokyo. There's no need right now. Just have Satoru teleport over. I'm sure he's got the time. She replied calmly. Honestly, you just want to come out and play, don't you? As everyone knows, when characters speak, time is paused. Maharaga. He knows even that? Could my master really be that clever? Ignoring Maharaga's increasingly bizarre thoughts, Zay swung his katana. The coffin shattered instantly. This time, there wasn't even a moment for the giant stones to fall. Junior. Mei looked at Zay with concern. Don't you need to use a domain to fight this thing? She glanced at Mei. At that moment, she had already drawn a long axe, embodying the aura of a formidable woman. There's no need to waste effort on small fry like this. Zay smiled. Then with a sweep of his blade, 2 arcs of sword energy cloaked in black flames slashed toward the blister god. Flame style Kagitsuchi. Ordinary Amaterasu, now transformed in shape, could adhere to the sky blade, a technique Zay had refined to its utmost limit. And with Kagitsuchi, what Sasuke did in the original story, Zay could now do the same. This was the last ocular ability Zay had developed. He'd long wanted an opportunity to try it out. But ever since being promoted to an executive director, chances to hunt down curses had become rare. Ah! The blister hag shrieked in agony as the blade's energy instantly sliced off both her legs. At the same time, Amaterasu's searing flames ignited her body, flames that would never be extinguished unless Maharaga destroy this domain. Zen'in remembered all too well that feeling of being trapped in a coffin. He had no wish to experience it again. Without a word, Maharaga emerged from Zay's shadow. With a casual sweep of the Sword of Exorcism, the domain shattered in an instant, and Zay and Mei were pulled back into reality. You old rascal, you're really just using me as your go-to tool for busting domains, aren't you? Maharaga grumbled at Zay, then gave Mei a nod of greeting before slipping back into Zay's shadow. That was Maharaga just now? Mei stared at she in surprise. He's even evolved to the point where he can speak? Yeah, Zay replied with a soft chuckle. He can adapt to anything and find a way to overcome it. After a few words from me, he even grew vocal cords. But he's not quite as intimidating now that he talks, Zay added. It's really something, a Shikigami that can talk. Mei smiled, lips pressed together, but didn't pursue the topic further. Come on, let's check on that creature. I'm worried I might have burned him to ashes. Zay walked slowly to where the blister hag lay on the ground, watching her coldly as she writhed in pain. These flames will never go out, so don't even think about trying to smother them. I'll give you one more chance. A desperate will to survive flickered in the blister hag. She stopped rolling and lay still, as if awaiting her sentence. First option, be burned to death by my Amaterasu. Second option, let my friend bring you to Tokyo to be absorbed. Whether you live or die depends on him. The blister hag hesitated, her simple mind working through the options. The second one seemed to offer a sliver of hope. As Zay finished speaking, he pointed at the undying flames and barked. Well, 2. The blister hag rasped out the answer, a faint croak escaping her lips. Smart choice, Zay said approvingly. Focusing his right eye, he activated the power of Kagutsuchi, and Amaterasu's flames went out in an instant. He turned a cold gaze on the cursed spirit before him. The binding is set. I think you know what that means. The blister hag nodded silently. That's that, then. Zay stretched, then took out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in centuries. Hello? Satoru? Get over here, quick. At that moment, Satoru Gojo was waiting at the airport when his phone buzzed. He picked up, and upon hearing Zay's voice, replied in a teasing tone, Zay-chan, missing me already? I can't believe you're actually calling me. If you don't come right now, I'll post those old photos of you in a miniskirt on the forum. Gojo fell silent for a moment. You bastard. Where are you? Gojo Satoru squeezed his phone so hard he nearly crushed it in his hand. He might have the guts to wear a skirt in front of his students, but that didn't mean he was ready to be utterly humiliated on social media. He glanced at the flight's arrival time, then pressed his palms together, fingers laced. In an instant, he teleported from Tokyo International Airport to where Zen'in Zay was waiting. When Gojo saw Zen'in Zay, Mei, and the cursed spirit before them, his face darkened immediately. So you dragged me all the way here just to deliver this cursed spirit to Geto? He asked, his tone disgruntled. Who else? Zen'in Zay raised an eyebrow, answering as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Out of all of us, you're the only one who can teleport so conveniently. Who else could do it but you? Gojo was speechless. All right. Is that how it's going to be? Gojo realized there was no way to win against Zen'in Zay, so he turned a glare on the cursed spirit, the so-called blister hag, who was now pretending to be meek and harmless. Without warning, Gojo grabbed the cursed spirit, a wicked grin spreading across his face like a classic villain. Don't kill it. I don't want all this effort to go to waste. Zen'in Zay shot Gojo a sidelong glance. I get it. Gojo kept his eyes fixed on the trembling blister hag, then vanished in another blink. Later, when Geto told Zen'in Zay about it, he mentioned that the moment the cursed spirit saw the white-haired man, it let out a sound that could only be described as a wail of despair. Zen'in Zay was silent for a moment. Hey, underclassman, what's so funny? You look positively delighted, Mei asked, studying the unusually bright smile on Zen'in Zay's face. Just thinking about how much I managed to annoy Gojo makes me ridiculously happy, Zen'in Zay replied, recalling the stormy look that had clouded Gojo's usually composed face. He couldn't keep his amusement to himself any longer. You two are so childish. Mei laughed, then slung her massive axe onto her shoulder. Want to take a stroll around Kyoto with me later? I'll pass. Zen'in Zay shook his head. I promised Shoko I'd check in with her. If she finds out I was out wandering around with you, she'll skin me alive. Who would have thought the head of the Zen'in clan would be so henpecked? Mei teased. What are you talking about? Please, don't spread rumors, Mei. Shoko and I are still perfectly innocent, Zen'in Zay protested. Mei waved dismissively, hiding her true feelings as she turned to leave the village alone. Zen'in Zay watched her go, making no move to follow. Instead, he formed a hand sign, a pair of wings. A gigantic orange owl emerged from shadow, and Zen'in Zay climbed onto its back, riding away until he gradually disappeared in the distance. Back at the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High School, inside the girls' dormitory. My Momo Nishimiya squatted closer to my. Do you know if advisor Zen'in likes anything in particular? I want to give him a little gift as an apology for before. My brother. Mayumi stroked her chin thoughtfully. From childhood to now, it seemed that Zen'in Zay had always lived a life where everything was handed to him. He never had to lift a finger. If you asked what he was missing, I think what he's probably lacking is a girlfriend, don't you think? Mayumi teased Momoka Nishimiya, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Why not offer yourself up as a gift? What are you talking about, Mayumi? Momoka's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy pink as she protested. Consultant Zen'in is already 28 this year, and I'm not even 20 yet. So what? Isn't a mature man more appealing? Mayumi kept up her teasing. My brother's been single his whole life, you know. Consultant Zen'in is so handsome. How could he still be single? Momoka wondered aloud, but then it dawned on her. She turned to Kasumi Miwa, who had been silent all this time, and grinned. Well, even someone as adorable as Miwa is still single. After all. Don't make fun of me, Kasumi stammered, shyly thinking of that slightly goofy robot. Alright. So there must be someone you like, right? Momoka and Mayumi exchanged gossipy smiles. Come on, spill, who is it? No gossiping. Kasumi quickly regained her composure and looked at Mayumi. Unless you tell us first, Mayumi-chan. Me? Well, most likely, I've only ever had my first love. Mayumi suddenly wore a sweet smile, thinking of the girl who had been by her side since childhood and never left. Huh? Kasumi gasped. Wait, you don't mean Consultant Zen'in? Well, maybe just a little bit when I was a kid, Mayumi mumbled under her breath. Knew it. No way. Out on the field. Consultant Zen'in, I still hope you can coach me. Aoi to-do called out loudly, bowing deeply to Zen'in Zei standing before him. Zen'in Zei could only sigh in resignation. This guy was already strong. Anyone who could go a few rounds with Yuta Okatsu couldn't possibly be weak. But when he saw the burning desire in To-do's eyes, hungry to grow stronger, he let out another sigh and turned to Mekamaru and Noritoshi Kamo. All three of you, come with me together. True understanding comes from real combat. To-do, watch carefully how I use my unjust game. Got it. Aoi To-do's fighting spirit ignited, and he took his place opposite Zen'in Zei. Mekamaru and Noritoshi Kamo exchanged glances, then spread out, forming a triangle to surround Zen'in Zei. Come on, if any of you can land a hit on me, you win. Otherwise, no dinner tonight. Zen'in Zei swept his eyes over them coolly, not making a single move. The three nodded to each other in perfect sync, and then launched the first attack. Mekamaru moved with lightning speed propelled by the engine on his back, and in an instant, he was by Zen'in Zei's side. His arm transformed into a cannon, firing a laser beam. Zen'in Zei slowly raised his hand, and the laser faded away into nothingness in his palm. At the same time, Noritoshi Kamo's blood manipulation attack came hurtling toward him, its explosive velocity surpassing the speed of sound. Zen'in Zei's eyes flashed fiercely. In that heartbeat, he and Noritoshi Kamo swapped positions, and thunder crackled in Zen'in Zei's hands. Chidori, unmistakably. Without hesitation, he charged at Mekamaru at breakneck speed. A sharp clap. Aoi To-do switched places with Mekamaru just in time, channeling his entire supply of cursed energy into his fist. His right hand, brimming with power, collided with Zen'in Zei's Chidori reed left. To-do, your boogie-woogie has too many flaws. The moment you locked eyes with me, your defeat was sealed. What? Advisor your eyes? Only then did Aoi To-do notice. Zen'in Zei's eyes were now mismatched, one crimson and one violet. With a surge of heavenly hand power, Aoi To-do was pulled behind Zen'in Zei. The inertia was too much. To-do's body stumbled forward uncontrollably. Zen'in Zei followed with a swift kick, then formed hand seals with both hands. Great fire dragon technique. A dragon-shaped blaze erupted from Zen'in Zei's mouth, scorching the ground in its path and leaving behind a trail of pitch-black ash. Todo. Noritoshi Kamo cried out in alarm, red streaks appearing at the corner of his eyes as he sprinted toward Aoi To-do. A tremendous crash thundered as the fiery dragon tore through the wall of the field and surged straight into the forest. This is bad. If I set the mountain on fire, I'll rot in jail. Zen'in Zei's composure slipped as panic flickered across his face. The last thing he wanted was to burn down the Kyoto Mountains. He knew the old geezers would never let him off the hook. Heavy breaths filled the air. Noritoshi Kamo supported Aoi To-do, his heart pounding as he watched Zen'in Zei chase after the fire dragon. If that attack had grazed us even a little, we'd be burnt to a crisp, wouldn't we? The surface temperature was insanely high. Even my metal plating couldn't withstand it, Mekamaru added, shaking his head with a sigh. None of us lasted even 30 seconds. Aoi To-do hung his head, unwilling to accept defeat, a look of dejection on his face. But soon, determination flickered in his eyes. That move of Advisor Zen'in's. I'm going to master it for myself. No telegraphing, and he can pull anyone in at will. Aoi To-do stroked his chin, lost in thought. How can I achieve that? Try developing your own supreme move, or even a domain. To-do, Zen'in Zei suggested as he returned to the field. He offered To-do a calm smile. Your technique is similar to mine in some ways, but not quite the same. But as long as you need to clap your hands to activate it, the tell will always be there. If you want to grow stronger, you'll have to strive for your own supreme move. My own supreme move? To-do murmured to himself. But there's still one more thing. Zen'in Zei held up a finger. You all know about reversed cursed technique, right? I do. Kamo Noritoshi replied in a low voice. It's the positive energy of cursed power, generated by combining two negatives. That's right. Your blood manipulation burns through blood, So if you can't convert cursed energy directly into blood, you can use the reverse technique to replenish the blood you've lost. Zen'in continued. And once you master the reverse technique, there's even a chance to unlock another form of your own technique. Another form? Let me give you an example. The limitless technique, in its standard form, uses the negative cursed energy to produce gravity. But once he grasped the reverse technique and infused positive energy into it, he achieved an entirely new state, technique reversal, a dazzling orb of pure repulsion. But as things stand, he's the only one in the entire jujitsu world who's mastered the standard form of the technique. Maybe he isn't the only one. In Zen'in's mind, there was still information about Kinjaku, the reversal of the anti-gravity technique, true gravity. But it's so strange. Why do I even know all these secrets? The more Zen'in pondered, the more perplexed he became. 10 years ago, he had remembered everything so clearly. So why had his memories grown hazy ever since that voice in his mind faded away? Thank goodness I kept that notebook 10 years ago to remind myself. Otherwise, I really would have been led around by the nose by that Kinjaku. Zen'in gazed in the direction of Tokyo, a mysterious smile tugging at his lips. I wonder how things will unfold this time at the Juvenile Detention Center. West Tokyo City, July. Eiju Juvenile Detention Center. With his black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, Ijichi looked relaxed as he faced the trio of Itadori, Fushiguro, and Kujisaki. A few days ago, several non-sorcerers caught sight of a special-grade cursed womb. That's enough, Ijichi. Suguru, Geto grinned at him. Aren't you relieved that I'm leading the team? Oh, Mr. Geto, if you say so, of course I'm relieved. Ijichi exclaimed, gesturing excitedly toward the students. But I honestly have no idea what the higher-ups were thinking. Initially, they wanted just these 3 kids to handle the situation. Suguru Geto chuckled and shook his head. Who knows what goes on in those old mandarins' minds? Yet as he spoke, Zen'in's words echoed in his mind. He hadn't expected them to be true after all. Those old geezers really are targeting Gojo and Zen'in on purpose. Suguru Geto's eyes grew cold. He couldn't explain it, but even though he'd never met the pampered so-called directors of the Jiu-Jitsu headquarters, he couldn't help but feel a deep-seated aversion to them. I was actually supposed to be sent out on a mission yesterday, but fortunately, Nanami and Hybra volunteered to take over for me. Otherwise, something would definitely have happened sooner or later, don't you think? Sensei Geto, what exactly does special grade mean? With a thirst for knowledge, Yuji Itadori raised his hand and asked curiously. Well, let me see. Before Suguru Geto could answer, Yuri cut in, let me explain it in a way even an idiot could understand. There are different grades for curses, ranked from grade 4 all the way up to special grade. For example, if an ordinary weapon could hurt a curse, then a grade 4 could be taken down with a wooden baseball bat. For grade 3, you'd feel somewhat safe with a handgun. For grade 2, a shotgun might just barely do the trick. As for grade 1 or semi-grade 1, even a tank wouldn't be enough. But special grade? Even carpet bombing them with cluster bombs wouldn't make a difference. At this moment, Yuri sounded just like a high school teacher, explaining the curse ranking system to Yuji in the simplest terms. So that's how it is. Yuji exclaimed in sudden realization. Then is this teacher with the weird bangs also a special grade? Geto paused. That nickname felt oddly familiar, almost as if someone had called him that a long time ago. Who is it again? Yuri shot Yuji a glare. Special grade sorcerers don't grow on trees. This is Mr. Geto, one of only 5 special grade sorcerers in the entire Jiu-Jitsu world. I teach the 3rd years, so it's perfectly normal if you don't know me, Geto replied kindly, smiling gently. He didn't seem at all bothered by Yuji's nickname. What about the 2nd years? Yuji asked, still a bit dazed. Up to now, besides Fushiguro, Kujisaki, and the 2 third-year upperclassmen, he hadn't met anyone else. 2nd years, Geto's mind flashed to a boy with a perpetual smile and a watermelon-shaped head. He's an energetic kid, passionate enough to give anyone a headache. Let's get going, Geto said with a smile to the 3 students, then led the way deeper into the Juvenile Detention Center. Just then, a middle-aged woman hurried over, calling out loudly, Ajing, is my son Ajing all right? Several burly staff members blocked her path and sternly warned, please leave at once. This area is dangerous. You must not come any closer. She's a guardian here to see someone, Yuri explained gently when he saw the look of pity on Yuji's face. He turned to the woman and tried to persuade her. Please go home. We suspect someone has poisoned the facility, and we can't share more details at the moment. Ow, how could this be? The woman murmured, dazed and heartbroken. With that, the group entered the detention center, while Yuri remained outside to set up a barrier once more. From Shadowborn into deepest darkness, all filth and corruption, be purified and swept away. Listen closely, Itadori. Suguru Geto walked to the front, his tone calm and distant. We're in a juvenile detention center. The people who end up here are hardly model citizens to begin with. Huh? What do you mean by that? I know this better than you. Fushiguro Megumi interjected. Whenever a sorcerer takes on a mission, we always gather intel about the location first. Fushiguro fell and stepped beside Yuji Itadori, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. That woman earlier was calling for Emisa, she probably meant Masashi Okazaki. He killed a schoolgirl in a hit-and-run while driving without a license, and it wasn't even his first time. But even so, we can't just turn a blind eye to someone's life, can we? There are people who deserve to be saved, and there are those who don't. Suguru Geto glanced back at Yuji, his earlier gentleness gone, replaced by a stern seriousness. Honestly, Itadori, I hope you don't cling too tightly to kindness. In our line of work as sorcerers, most of us aren't exactly normal. You can choose to save people, sure. But if the person you save becomes a threat to others, what's the point of saving them in the first place? Yuji Itadori fell silent, lost in thought. For a moment, the image of the innocent girl struck down by the car flashed through his mind. As if making up his mind, he clenched his fists. I understand now. That kid, you're easy to brainwash, aren't you? Sukuna's mouth suddenly appeared on Yuji's hand, his voice mocking. Yuji hastily covered Sukuna's mouth, forcing an awkward grin. He still pops out to talk whenever he wants. It's fine, Suguru Geto replied with a small smile, then added with a dose of sarcasm. I suppose that's the only way he can speak these days, by hijacking someone else's body. Sukuna sneered from within Yuji, amused. These modern sorcerers might not be strong in other ways, but when it came to arguing, they were experts. No matter. Enjoy your little victories while you can. Kinjaku is probably already preparing for my return. As their conversation wound down, Suguru Geto and the others came upon a body sprawled on the floor. That's Masashi Okazaki, Megumi said coolly, glancing over with clear disgust. Photos don't do him justice. He's even more despicable in person. I actually think he looks a bit like a monkey, Suguru Geto mused with a smirk. Ugly just like one too. Nobara Kujisaki let out a startled cry as a black hole suddenly opened beneath her feet, sucking her down in an instant. It's here. Suguru Geto gathered cursed energy in his hand, unleashing a miniature whirlwind that shot forward with astonishing speed, slamming into a bizarre cursed spirit that had crept up between Yuji and Megumi. With a thunderous crash, the cursed spirit smashed into the wall, its eyes wide with terror as it stared at Suguru Geto. Zulfast! Megumi exclaimed, dumbfounded. He hadn't even registered the cursed spirit's appearance before it was taken out. If not for having Master Geto leading the team this time, I'm afraid that even my strongest 3-in-1 Shikigami wouldn't have stood a chance. You two, go find Nobara. Leave this guy to me. Geto Suguru spoke calmly, while a gust of wind gathered in his hand and surged forward. Technique expansion, black and white divine dogs. Fushiguro Megumi formed a hand sign, and a double-headed wolf with black and white fur appeared at his side. Unlike ordinary divine dogs, the fused black and white divine dogs possessed not only far superior tracking abilities, but also the power to actually harm a special grade curse. Their only drawback was high attack, but weak defense. For Fushiguro, who couldn't manifest them completely yet, if the black and white divine dogs were destroyed, both would be lost at once. Itadori, let's go. Fushiguro shouted to Yuji Itadori. Got it. Yuji cast one last glance at Okazaki's corpse, then immediately sprinted away. Go have some fun with him, Smallpox. Geto smiled faintly, and the Smallpox deity emerged from the black void behind him. Daiten, seeing the fierce face of the Smallpox deity, couldn't help but shudder in shock. Geto watched as the curse before him, panicking at the sight of the Smallpox deity, wrapped its arms around its head and broke into an awkward dance, prompting him to let out a genuine laugh. What a peculiar little thing you are. It was as if Daiten had been provoked. Yellow, cursed energy condensed in its hands and exploded outward in a shockwave. A shockwave technique, is it? Geto's eyes narrowed. He raised a hand and easily blocked the attack. Yet, Daiten's blast of cursed energy had absolutely no effect on Geto. Unhurried, Geto strode forward, smiling as he spoke. At least you were born in a juvenile detention center, and the ones you killed were just the dregs of society. Count yourself lucky. I won't torture you. Hearing this, Daiten seemed utterly humiliated. Yellow, cursed energy surged again as a massive beam shot from its hands. This isn't the power of an ordinary special grade curse. Geto's already narrow eyes squinted further, and he muttered to himself, Zen'in was right. If we had let Itadori and the others handle this alone, it would have been a disaster. With another casual wave, Geto blocked Daiten's energy once more. Seeing that its attacks couldn't touch the sorcerer before it, Daiten was already thinking of fleeing. Trying to run? Geto watched as Dayton's foot slid back. I'm afraid you won't get away. Let me show you what a real curse looks like. Smallpox deity, unleash your domain. At the command, the smallpox deity let out a thunderous roar at Daiten, and the three of them were drawn into its domain. And then, Daiten was eradicated in an instant. Watching Daiteon, who was barely clinging to life, Suguru Geto frowned and unleashed a vortex upon him, absorbing his cursed energy version of the Kamehameha into his own collection. I wonder if Itadori and the others are finished over there, Suguru Geto mused as he pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed from outside the juvenile detention center. It seems this incident has come to an end, Geto said, casting one last glance at the facility before turning on his heel and leaving the place behind. How did it go, Geto? On the playground in Kyoto, Zen'in was lounging comfortably on a chair, phone in hand, making conversation. Not bad. Suguru Geto raised a finger to his lips, signaling quietly to Nanako and Mimiko beside him, warning them not to interrupt or speak out of turn. Nanako stuck out her tongue mischievously, but then leaned in unabashed, eavesdropping openly on the conversation by the phone. You too, Geto said with a resigned sigh. He truly doted on his two adopted daughters. In the past 10 years, they had become the closest people in his life. Family in every sense of the word. With a helpless rub of his forehead, Geto's expression turned serious. There's something watching Daiteon, who was barely clinging to life. Suguru Geto frowned slightly. He unleashed a swirling vortex upon Daiteon, absorbing his spell-powered Kamehameha into his own arsenal. I wonder if Itadori and the others have wrapped things up on their end. Just as Geto was about to take out his phone and make a call, the howl of a wolf echoed from outside the juvenile detention center. Looks like this incident has come to an end. With one final glance at the detention center, Geto turned and walked away. How did it go, Geto? On the playground in Kyoto, Zen'in lounged comfortably in a chair, phone in hand, speaking with a relaxed tone. Not bad. Geto shot a warning gesture at Nanako and Mimiko beside him, signaling them to keep quiet. Nanako stuck out her tongue in a playful face, then shamelessly leaned closer to the phone, blatantly eavesdropping on their conversation. You too. Geto could only sigh helplessly. He doted on these two adopted daughters beyond measure. After 10 years together, they'd become the closest of kin, a true family in every sense. Geto rubbed his forehead in exasperation, then grew serious. There's one thing you're right about, Zen'in. If I hadn't been there, Itadori and the others would have been killed by that cursed spirit for sure. Yeah, Zen'in gazed up at the sky, the sunlight stinging his eyes so much that he squinted. A memory flashed through his mind. Back then, in his moment of despair, Itadori let Sukuna take over his body for the first time, unleashing a domain and destroying that cursed spirit. But also put Fushiguro Megumi in Sukuna's crosshairs, setting off all the events that followed. Looking at things as they are now, it seems unlikely Megumi or Tsumaki will be possessed, Zen'in reflected inwardly, piecing together the chain of events in his mind. That little Tsumaki has never even fainted this whole time. Sensei has pretty much been staying at home to protect her, so it's unlikely Kinjaku has had a chance to mark her. Even though Tsumaki's brain bears the crest of a technique, none of the family wants her to become a sorcerer. As long as she can grow up happily, meet someone she loves, and get married, that's all they ask for. But then, Zen'in thought of Yurom, that hopeless romantic. He wondered what kind of form she would take in this altered world when she returns. Come to think of it, if Kinjaku wants to set his plan in motion, isn't Mahito's idol transfiguration indispensable? Maybe Geto could take out Mahito ahead of time, beat Kinjaku to the punch, and claim his technique first. But then again, Geto doesn't seem to have cursed spirit manipulation right now. Zen'in? Zen'in. Geto's voice on the other end of the line snapped Zen'in out of his mental storm. Did you zone out just now? I know it's nothing. Zen'in's face flushed. Here he was nearly 30 years old, and yet he still managed to get distracted while on the phone with someone. In that case, I'll hang up now, all right? Suguru Geto smiled warmly. I'd better work a bit harder myself, or else our Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High will end up getting outclassed by your impromptu Kyoto squad. Stop teasing me, Geto. Zay replied with an awkward laugh. His mind wandered back to his first day on the job. His students had either stared at him blankly or tried to stifle their giggles. Clearly, teaching wasn't his calling. But if even Satoru could be a teacher, was he really any worse? He shook that thought from his mind. Worse than Satoru? What a ridiculous idea. That guy was still the eternal runner-up. Even now. See you at the exchange event, Zen. No problem. Geto hung up, and Zen'in leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight. How long had it been since he'd been this relaxed? 10 years. Or maybe 5. I bet old Nobito is enjoying life just like this right now. After Zay had inherited the position of clan head, Nobito Zen'in had officially retired, not just from clan affairs, but from being a sorcerer altogether, settling into his twilight years. By now, he was probably sunbathing in Malaysia. You really know how to take it easy, don't you, special grade? About that question from 12 years ago, can you answer me now? What kind of woman do you like? A mature woman's voice sounded suddenly right beside him, as if materializing out of thin air. Zay glanced over with a disinterested look. Why are you back again? Didn't you enjoy your time abroad? It was none other than Yuki Tsukumo, whose comings and goings were always mysterious. This time, she was accompanied by a tall black man with glasses and a cute girl who looked to be just past 20. Miguel. Zay's interest was piqued. What brings you here? A few veins popped on Yuki's forehead. Was this man really more interested in another guy than in her? She shot Zay a glare and said in a low voice, "This is Africa's strongest sorcerer. He's here for the exchange program between the 2 jujitsu schools in Japan." I don't think I can take it. Zay was fighting the urge to burst out laughing. After all these years, he hadn't felt the urge to laugh this hard in ages. Every time he met Miguel's eyes, random images would flash through his mind, and just seeing those made it impossible not to crack up. I've heard so much about you. Miguel. Zen'in Zay tried to keep a straight face, feigning perfect composure as he shook Miguel's hand, though he was clearly fighting back a smile. After the handshake, Miguel looked puzzled. He leaned over and whispered to Yuki Tsukumo, "Is this so-called strongest jujitsu sorcerer sick or something?" Is he holding back a laugh? The corners of Yuki Tsukumo's mouth twitched. You know, most sorcerers are a little crazy anyway. Speaking of which, who are you? Only now did Zen'in Zay notice the adorable girl in uniform standing behind Yuki Tsukumo. Ah! The girl let out a soft, cheerful laugh, then struck a confident pose. "There's no one who doesn't know my name. I am Riko Amanai. Zen'in Shi." Well, come to think of it, since arriving in this world, he hadn't actually met Riko Amanai face to face. Back then, he'd only heard her voice from outside the Star Corridor. Now, Riko Amanai had grown into a young woman, her look even more innocent and enchanting than before. "But, Miss Riko, I seem to remember that Geto went out of his way to send you overseas for your safety, didn't he?" Zen'in Zay gave Riko a curious glance. Riko Amanai seemed a bit embarrassed, her words stumbling over themselves. "Well, I just wanted to—" "All right, that's enough." Yuki Tsukumo found Riko's flustered expression amusing and gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "You're here as a foreign exchange student at Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, so what's there to be afraid of?" "That's right." Riko instantly straightened up, her confidence returning. She looked Zen'in Zay in the eye and declared, "I'm here to study abroad, after all." Zen'in Shi. "Come on, girl. Even a fool could tell you just wanted to sneak back for some fun, right?" Yuki Tsukumo chuckled and then pulled Zen'in Zay aside. "Actually, Riko awakened her curse technique not long ago. I believe she has the potential to become a sorcerer, so I brought her back to Japan. Are you sure it's not because you sympathize with her fate as a former star plasma vessel, just like you once were?" Zen'in Zay cast a cool, knowing glance at Yuki Tsukumo. Looking at Zen'in Zay's handsome face, especially those eyes of his. Even someone as composed as Yuki Tsukumo felt her cheeks grow warm and murmured, a bit flustered, "Honestly, I just think Riko's technique is really impressive, and I started thinking about taking on a student." "Even you think it's that strong?" Zen'in was genuinely surprised. After all, Yuki Tsukumo's technique, Wrath of the Stars, grants her pseudo-mass, something so formidable that even Kinjaku must approach with caution. In the original story, if it hadn't been for Yuki Tsukumo's thoughts of fleeing Tenjin and Choso, perhaps Kinjaku would have perished together with her in that final gamble with the black hole. "That's right." Yuki Tsukumo winked playfully at Zen'in Zawa. "You're currently serving as the advisor for Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, aren't you? In that case, you really have to give Riko some proper guidance." All right, I'll think about it." Yuki Tsukumo turned to Riko with a gentle smile. "Riko, this is the advisor from Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High. You can show him your technique." "Ah, sure." Without a moment's hesitation, Riko Amanai summoned her cursed energy, and in the blink of an eye, a handgun materialized in her hand. A construction technique. Zen'in Zawa looked slightly taken aback. This was a technique similar to Maki's. No. Yuki Tsukumo's smile turned alluring. "Her technique is modern firearms." Zen'in Zawa. They watched as Riko casually fired the handgun. The bullet pierced through the distant wall, leaving a clean hole. Judging by its speed, Zen'in Zawa estimated that even most grade 2 or 3 sorcerers would struggle to dodge it. But that wasn't the end. This time, a sniper rifle appeared in Riko's hands. Well, that I can accept. Zen'in thought of his sister, Maki, who also seemed capable of creating sniper rifles. In the original story, she even took a shot at Kinjaka with one. Seeing Zen'in's calm reaction, Riko decided to give him a taste of genuine Riko-style shock. With a surge of cursed energy, a rocket launcher suddenly appeared in Riko's hands. Zen'in, the second time I'm left speechless like this. It's not me who's the problem, it's you. Riko flashed Zen'in a mischievous smile. Even Miguel wouldn't dare try to block this rocket head-on. Miguel, who had been quietly standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is she kidding? I can't even use reverse cursed technique, and the cursed energy packed into that rocket could shatter most defenses. If I actually got hit, I'd probably lose a limb or two. Seeing everyone fall silent, Riko stuck out her tongue in a playful face, then aimed the rocket launcher skyward. Zen'in's face turned pale with alarm, but by the time he realized what she was doing, it was too late. Riko had already pulled the trigger. Just kidding, it's a dud. Watching the expression on Zen'in's face, Riko couldn't help but double over with laughter. She never expected to see such a look on his face. Zen'in's, was it a mistake to save this troublemaker 10 years ago? He continued to watch Riko, who was still gleefully making fun of him, his face darkening with exasperation. Yuki Tsukumo shot Riko a glare, and seeing that Zen'in's expression had soured, she stepped in to smooth things over. That's just how Riko is, don't mind her. It's fine. On the surface, Zen'in remained calm, but in his mind, he was already planning Riko's intense training regimen. 100 laps around the track every day to build up her stamina, and yes, daily sparring matches with to do, so she could rack up some real combat experience. Noticing the way Zen'in was eyeing her, Riko Amanai shivered involuntarily. Is he planning to make me his target? By the way, does Gojo and Geto know you're back? Zen'in turned to ask Riko Amanai. They have no idea yet. Riko quickly tossed out her suspicion that Zen'in might be plotting against her, and replied in a lively voice. You all have that exchange event coming up, right? I'm thinking of showing up with Kyoto's team and giving them a good shock. That's a great idea. Well then, let's get training. Zen'in glanced around and saw that the students from Kyoto Jujutsu High had already gathered outside the dorms. Sensei, and the advisor too. Aoi Tadu spotted Yuki Tsukumo standing with Zen'in and asked, curiosity piqued, what brings you back all of a sudden? Tadu, this time, I brought back a senior student for you. Yuki Tsukumo teased with a grin. Huh. Aoi Tadu was stunned. Wait, I thought I was your first student, sensei? Little junior, I'm older than you, you know. Riko Amanai suddenly appeared at Tadu's side, flashing him a mischievous smile. Aoi-go, why do I get the feeling the senior isn't reliable either? Yuki Tsukumo looked over the Kyoto students, a sly, alluring smile curling on her lips as she turned to Zen'in. I'm leaving this rambunctious bunch in your hands. You'd better give it your all. Don't let Gojo and Geto's Tokyo team outshine you. I have some business abroad, so I'll be heading out soon. Zen'in. He shot Yuki Tsukumo a disgruntled look. You're finally back. Can't you stay and help? You're the official advisor, aren't you? I bet you just want to wash your hands of everything. Zen'in fixed Yuki Tsukumo with a long, meaningful stare, then drew a deep breath and addressed the Kyoto students. To welcome our new classmate today, let's all join her for 100 laps around the track. Get fired up, everyone. The Kyoto students. Riko Amanai. Wait, is it really okay for him to be this blatantly vindictive? Meanwhile, in a certain Tokyo apartment. Moshi, who is this? A girl with tea-brown hair, still groggy with sleep, picked up her phone and spoke into it. Shoko, did you stay up late again last night? On the other end of the line, a cool male voice replied, if you keep that up, you'll end up with dark circles under your eyes, you know? Huh. The moment she heard that voice, Shoko snapped wide awake. Zawa? Why are you? Why? There was a teasing note in Zen'in's voice. I've been away from Tokyo for a few days now. Can I call to check in on you in the morning? It's not that. Shoko, clutching her phone, shook her head so vigorously she looked like a bobblehead, her cheeks tinged with warmth as she mumbled, it's just that someone never calls me in the morning, that's all. Well, even though we do talk on the phone every day, want me to give you a wake-up call every morning then? Zen'in was sitting on a bench by the track field, watching Riko Amanai run past on the track, a smile on his voice. Amanai, that's lap 27. Jerk. Riko Amanai shot Zen'in a fierce glare and called out in exasperation. Just you wait, once I get to Tokyo, I'm going to get Gojo and Geto to beat you up. Just behind her, Tadu Aoi, who had lapped everyone else by 3 rounds, twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that this senior really didn't have a clue about the current state of affairs. The strongest jujitsu sorcerer of the modern era. You're talking about the guy right in front of you. Bro, I jogged over to Zen'in Zawa, gesturing back at Nishimiya Momo and Miwa Kasumi, and whispered, "Could you let the three of us rest a bit before running again?" "No problem," Zen'in Zawa replied with a sunny smile, cutting off Riko Amanai just as she was about to raise her hand. "You've only just become a sorcerer. Your basics need more work, so you should keep running to build up your stamina." Riko Amanai interrupted mid-incantation. "Just you wait. You're so unfair, you jerk." She gritted her teeth and kept running, determined not to let it slide. Zen'in Zawa chuckled. "Shoko, did you hear all that?" Shoko, brushing her teeth on the other end, let out a soft laugh. "Zawa, are you sure it's okay to treat her so differently?" "I'm just training her. Amanai only just became a sorcerer after all." Zawa grinned, but he was honest with Shoko. "The first day she arrived, she tried to prank me. If I don't keep her in line, she'll think I'm easy to push around." Puffed. Shoko couldn't help but laugh at him. "You really haven't changed at all. You're just as childish as ever." She remembered that time, years ago, when they'd been alone and Zawa had tried to imitate the way she exhaled with a whooshing sound. To this day, she still couldn't help but smile at the memory. Men remain boys at heart until the day they die, don't they? Zen'in Zai said evasively. "If we're talking about karma, I suppose I even saved her life once." "That's not all you know." Shoko slipped on her coat and walked to the apartment door, swinging it open. "Back in the day, someone here took on nearly all the Jujutsu World's missions in a single day, just to win a bet with Gojo and the others. Do you remember how many lives you saved in that one day?" Shoko's memory drifted back to that morning, when a young man's words to a girl enlightened her, just as she was first stepping into the world of Jujutsu. It was then she realized how the boy before her was different from Gojo and Geto. "That time, huh?" Zen'in Zai's thoughts returned to that month in his first year of high school, when he and Gojo Satoru, along with Geto Suguru, bet on which team could rack up more credits. In just one day, he completed what would normally take someone a month. Even Maharaga, the 10 Shadows Shikigami, was taken out with a single sword stroke back then. Not to mention, Sasuke's abilities were practically overwhelming. The outcome, naturally, was... "I was acting like some kind of trigger general back in the day." Zen'in Zai shook his head with a wry smile. "Some kind of what?" Shoko frowned as she walked toward Jujutsu High, her delicate face full of confusion. "Are you hiding another story from me?" "Oh, I am. Want to hear it?" Zen'in chagrined. "But this time, it'll cost you 1,000 yen per story." "You porcupine head. I'll pay you next time." Shoko huffed, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "Why does it keep getting more expensive every time?" "Well, someone's salary keeps getting higher and higher." Zen'in Zai teased her again. "Our precious treasure of Jujutsu High, Yeri-san. You better hope I don't catch you." Shoko hung up in a huff, still not satisfied, so she quickly typed a message in Chinese to the contacts saved as Porcupine Head. "Just you wait." Shoko had learned Chinese as a second language back at Jujutsu High, personally taught by Zen'in Zai. As for the reason, feigning anger, Shoko switched off her phone, but then glanced at her watch in surprise. "It's almost 11 already? Oh well. The principal never checks my attendance anyway." With that, Shoko strolled leisurely into the barriers surrounding Tokyo Jujutsu High and made her way to the school infirmary. "Morning, Shoko-sensei." Yuji Itadori greeted her energetically on the path, with Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki at his side. "Good morning, Shoko-sensei." Nobara beamed with a sweet smile. "Oh hey." Only Megumi greeted her with a blank face, giving no hint of emotion. Who knows who he was trying to imitate? "He's one of Zai's students, isn't he?" Shoko looked at Megumi Fushigiro's expression and couldn't help but recall Zen'in Zai from her student days. That blank face, always delivering the most unserious lines in the most serious tone. The memory of how Zen'in Zai had just irritated her left Shoko, feeling inexplicably annoyed. So Shoko smiled at Megumi and said, "Your name is Megumi Fushiguro, right?" Megumi glanced at Shoko, suddenly gripped by a sense of impending doom. If his hunch was correct, wasn't Shoko-sensei the most likely candidate to become his teacher's wife? "Fushiguro, there's a whole load of medical equipment outside the school that needs moving. Do you have some time?" "Megumi, I knew it. The only reason to call me over was to get me to do the heavy lifting." "All right, I get it," Megumi muttered under his breath as he turned to leave. "I'll have my Shikigami help me move the stuff later." But before he could get away, Shoko called out again, "No using Shikigami. This is a task your teacher specifically assigned to you." Megumi nearly tripped over his own feet. Zen'in Zai's face flashed through his mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He couldn't believe his teacher would be so childish, but since it was Shoko who said it, maybe it was possible? Without another word, Megumi headed straight for the main gate of the school. Megumi, Yuji Itadori called after him, catching up with a cheerful grin. Are you in a bad mood, or something? Of course not. Mind your own business, Megumi snapped, stubborn as ever. Come on, Megumi was totally in a bad mood just now. Don't poke at him, Yuji, Nobara Kujisaki chimed in with a smile at Megumi. It's definitely because someone was scowling at him earlier. Shut up. The three of them bickered their way out of Shoko's sight, their playful arguing echoing down the hall. Watching them go, Shoko couldn't help but smile. The three figures in her eyes seemed to blur and morph into a group of four. Zen'in stood beside her, trading barbs with Satoru Gojo in his signature sunglasses, while Suguru Geto occasionally jumped into the fray, tossing a jab or two at both Gojo and Zen'in. Shoko laughed behind her hand, then looked up at that boy. How could it feel like so much time had passed, when it had only been 12 years? Just 3 summers, yet they haunted her so deeply. When had she first fallen for that guy, anyway? Shoko walked into her office, her days so busy that the constant rush had long since become routine. It was nothing but the same cycle, dissecting the bodies of fallen comrades, or using her technique to heal wounded sorcerers. She sat down at her desk and reached out to the shelf above, pulling down a book. It was the reference material Zen'in had given her back when she was studying for her medical license. She turned the pages slowly. The paper had yellowed, time wearing away its former appearance. Only the slightly curled corners whispered of those days when a young girl hunched over the book, reciting passages over and over in classrooms and dormitories. This is... Shoko came across a photograph. Staring at the boy's blank face in the photo booth picture, she couldn't help but smile. You big dummy. Shoko gently caressed the photo, then took it out and placed it beside 2 other framed pictures. One was a group photo of all the students at the technical school. Shoko stood in the center, with Gojo and Geto by her side. Zen'in was just behind her, and at the very edges stood Hibarayu and Nanami Kento. In another frame, a girl with short chestnut hair sat blushing next to the same stoic-faced boy. But Shoko noticed that the boy's lips were ever so slightly curved into a smile. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly stood up to search for something. She pulled open the drawer beneath her desk, revealing a thick diary. It's been so many years, but thank goodness my cursed energy can keep this diary in good condition, Shoko said with a chuckle, 2 dimples appearing on her elegant face. Since childhood, Shoko had always kept the little habit of writing in a diary. She opened to the first page. Lines of handwriting greeted her eyes. Mid-April 2005. Spring. Outside the window, rain fell in a constant, gentle patter. Inside Tokyo Jujutsu High, boys and girls sat at their desks, bored out of their minds. Maybe everyone's like this, zoning out in class, coming alive after the bell rings. In that bright, youthful time, Shoko still missed those carefree days more than anything. Shoko had been specially recruited into the school. Unlike Zen'in and Satoru Gojo, who came from established jujitsu families. She hadn't been born into an ordinary family like Suguru Geto, who was also recruited for his talent. Still, the Yuri family, her own, was quite prominent in the area, even if it couldn't compare to the 3 great clans. I wonder what kind of people I'll meet in the future. Before entering the school, Shoko's personality was no different from now. She was just like any other little girl, daydreaming about her future life. Until one day, she met a strange girl dressed in a red and white kimono. The girl in the red and white kimono looked at Shoko in surprise. You can use reverse cursed technique, and even project it outside your body. Yeah, Shoko answered, unfazed, a lollipop in her mouth. That day, the girl, her name was Uchiha Mayori, chatted with her from morning until night, their conversation drifting from school to the Yuri household. So, that place is full of people just like us. With a bright, innocent look, Shoko asked Uchiha. Her parents hadn't shared much with her yet about the world of sorcerers. Uchiha, on the other hand, was completely smitten as she nuzzled her face against Shoko and said, Of course, anyone studying at Jujutsu High is a newly discovered talent in the world of jujitsu. So what do you think? Want to transfer right away? Just judging by your technique, you're sure to become a treasured figure in the future. Shoko tilted her head, thoughtfully rubbing her fair chin for a moment before nodding. It wasn't as if she was having much fun at this regular middle school anyway. That means I'll be your upperclassman, Shoko-chan. Uchiha exclaimed with delight, quickly pulling out her phone so they could exchange contact info. Bye-bye, Shoko waved after Uchiha as she walked away. Tokyo Jujutsu High, huh? That evening, Shoko went to her parents' room and shared her thoughts about her plans for the future. And the very next day, she gave Uchiha her definite answer. Shoko, you're able to enroll so soon? Uchiha's excitement was palpable even through the phone. That means you'll definitely land a job where you don't have to risk your life. Really? Thank you, Uchiha-senpai. Shoko was still sprawled out in her room, pale legs stretched up toward the ceiling, hands cupping her phone. And before long, Shoko found herself standing at the gates of Tokyo Jujutsu High, only to discover that, at a glance, it looked no different from any ordinary school. She walked into the campus, surprised by how quiet it was, quite unlike the bustling place she had pictured. Maybe classes are in session right now. She mused to herself, glancing around while fiddling with her phone. Uchiha-senpai is out on a mission, so I guess I'll have to find a registration room on my own. Suddenly, Shoko spotted someone with spiky hair dressed in white, confidently making his way through campus. On a sudden impulse, she decided to take a chance. With a hint of uncertainty in her voice, she approached the spiky-haired upperclassman from behind and called out, senpai? He turned around and looked at her. Do you need something? Shoko stared at him for a moment, secretly congratulating herself on her cleverness. Judging by his tone, he really is an upperclassman. Now I don't have to bumble around on my own. She quickly stepped up to walk beside him, sneaking a sidelong glance at his face. This guy, isn't his expression a bit too indifferent? Oh well, overthinking things is just exhausting. So the two of them walked on in silence. With the aloof upperclassman leading the way, Shoko arrived at a classroom. They weren't the first ones there. In a bright, tidy room, a boy with a distinctive fringe was already sitting at his desk. Her ears were adorned with black studs, her hair tied up in a bun, and she always wore the smile of a model student. But what puzzled Shoko was that the upperclassman who had accompanied her didn't leave after dropping her off. Instead, he found a seat and sat down. Though she found it odd, politeness kept her from asking any questions. At that moment, another boy, just as polite, stood up and slowly walked over to Shoko. Then Suguru Geto also got to his feet, approaching Shoko with a gentle smile. Hello. Seeing Suguru Geto come over to greet her so proactively, Shoko couldn't help but feel pleased. She hadn't expected her new classmates to be so welcoming. She introduced herself in turn, and also introduced the upperclassman who had brought her over to Suguru. Just as the three of them were engrossed in conversation, an obnoxiously loud and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted them. Shoko looked over and saw a boy in a black uniform, sporting white hair and sunglasses, clambering in through the window. This was Shoko's first impression of Satoru Gojo, though at the time she found it rather odd. But she didn't dwell on it. What she never expected was that, despite always thinking herself clever, she was utterly fooled by that guy. In those brief 10 minutes of introductions, Shoko learned that the white-haired boy was named Satoru Gojo, the one with the odd bangs was Suguru Geto, and also, Shoko discovered that the so-called upperclassman's name was Zen'in. He wasn't an upperclassman at all. He was her classmate. A strange and inexplicable feeling suddenly welled up inside Shoko toward this fake gentleman. She really wanted to give him a good thrashing, but there was just one problem. She probably couldn't beat him. Neither Gojo nor Geto could take him down, either. Oh, what a headache. Why in the world is this Zen'in guy so strong? And so, amid this clever misunderstanding, Shoko's carefree youth quietly began. It was a time she would never forget, not for the rest of her life. Spring, the season of all things awakening. At this moment, rain fell gently in Tokyo, painting the sky in somber, muted tones, as if someone had swept a layer of gray across a canvas, leaving everything dull and lifeless. Shoko sat at her desk, propping her chin in her hand, lazily gazing out the classroom window at the steady drizzle. Even at a school for sorcerers, class could be unbearably dull. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were desk mates, sitting in front of Shoko, bickering with each other from time to time. One thought protecting the weak was utterly boring. The other believed it was a sorcerer's duty to protect those without powers. Hey, we're bangs. Satoru Gojo scoffed. Snow it. Suguru Geto shot back, not backing down in the slightest. Trust Suguru Geto. He could do what Zen'in never managed, give people nicknames with ease. The moment Principal Yaga walked into the classroom and saw these two arguing, two black lines appeared on his forehead in exasperation. These two troublemakers. Principal Yaga cleared his throat and then announced in a loud voice, "Today's situation is a bit special. I won't be the one teaching. If it's not Principal Yaga today, then who could it be?" Satoru Gojo raised his hand, feigning ignorance as he spoke. "I guess it's probably Zay, right?" Suguru Geto hinted knowingly, turning to Shoko and smiling. "How would I know?" Shoko shot Suguru a glance. "What's that spiky-haired guy got to do with me? Why do I get the feeling there's something going on between you two?" Satoru Gojo turned his head as well, his tone teasing as he added fuel to the fire. "I've known Zay since we were kids, and I've never seen him talk to a girl as much as he does with you. So you two must be childhood sweethearts." Shoko fired back, teasing Satoru in return, as if catching a whiff of a new ship. You three, that's enough. Principal Yaga, seeing the conversation getting out of hand, strode over to Satoru Gojo and brought down his fist of discipline. Ouch! Satoru Gojo immediately clutched his head, grumbling. Sensei, why do you always take it out on me? Principal Yaga gestured for Satoru to look around him. You two traitors. Satoru looked in shock at Suguru and Shoko, who were now sitting up straight with perfect posture, realizing he'd been abandoned by his own team. Damn it, Satoru shot Suguru a glare, then quickly straightened up himself. Since everyone's settled, let's begin. Principal Yaga stood behind Satoru and called toward the door. Zen'in pushed the door open and walked in, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips as he looked at the three students below. Huh, that guy Zay is really going to give a lecture. Satoru whispered to Suguru, has the big gorilla finally lost it? I wouldn't say that. Suguru's eyes flicked over to Principal Yaga, seeing that his attention was fixed on Zen'in, and then he relaxed. My guess is today's lesson is about that domain expansion Zay mentioned a couple days ago. Satoru's eyes lit up as if he'd just stumbled upon a rare treasure. That old man. Once we master domain expansion too, let's team up and give him a taste of his own medicine. What do you say? Sounds good to me. Suguru remembered the day Zen'in and Satoru had chased after him and started plotting in his mind. Might as well give that annoying white-haired kid a lesson too. Shoko stared blankly at Zen'in standing at the podium. She hadn't expected that even though he'd only been here a few days, just like her, he was already qualified to teach them a class. This time, Zay will be sharing his own insights into jujitsu. Listen well and learn everything you can, Principal Yaga reminded them from the side. Zen'in looked down at Gojo Suru and Geto Suguru, who were whispering to each other below. He fought back the urge to charge down and give them both a good beating, then slowly began to speak. As everyone knows, there are many different types of jujitsu. The innate technique is something every jujitsu sorcerer possesses, so I won't go into detail about that. Zen'in glanced at Gojo Satoru, who was still talking, then smiled and said, Gojo, do you know what else there is in jujitsu? What else? Gojo, now called out by name, adjusted his sunglasses. Reverse de technique, doma. Half right, Zen'in turned around and picked up a piece of chalk, writing on the blackboard. I'm sure you've all heard of the highest grade Kyokushi. The so-called Kyokushi is a special move that pushes one's technique to its absolute limit. It's the strongest finishing move, aside from a domain. Hey Zay, do you know what the Kyokushi is for the limitless technique? Well, it's definitely not your hollow purple. You even know that. Gojo looked shocked. Even within the Gojo clan, very few people knew about that move. As for the Kyokushi of Geto's cursed spirit manipulation, I know it better than anyone. Instead of answering Gojo's question, Zen'in began to talk about Geto Suguru's technique. It's called Vortex. If you use it against a grade 1 or higher cursed spirit, you can extract that spirit's technique. What? Geto couldn't keep his composure. Zen'in even knew the future potential of his own technique. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean Geto could end up possessing thousands upon thousands of techniques? Gojo exclaimed in astonishment. That's right, Zen'in nodded calmly. But as for the Kyokushi of Limitless, I really don't know. Come on. Gojo pouted in mock annoyance and turned to Shoko. These two are totally leaving me out. It's just not fair. Shoko's mouth twitched slightly. She realized that this Gojo really had a knack for getting on people's nerves. Resisting the urge to slap him, Shoko raised her hand. Zen'in, does my technique have a Kyokushi? You mean the Kyokushi for the reverse technique? Zen'in shook his head. I don't think so. After all, the reverse technique is more about support. I see. Shoko lowered her hand, a little disappointed, her expectations for her technique dropping a notch. This guy acts like the reverse technique is just some cheap vegetable at the market. Zen'in noticed the change in Shoko's expression and couldn't help but smile. Next up is domains, Zen'in said as he picked up the chalk again and started drawing and writing on the blackboard. Domains fall into two types, closed domains and open domains. An open-type domain? Satoru Gojo raised his eyebrows in curiosity. There's a domain like that. That's right, Zen'in continued explaining. It's like painting in the sky out of thin air, projecting the domain into reality without any boundaries, giving your opponent space to escape. Seriously? You can do that? Gojo and Geto Suguru both stroked their chins thoughtfully. Shoko, however, had stopped paying attention to the lesson and started writing in her diary. Every so often, she'd glance up at Zen'in on the podium. The young man was energetically sharing knowledge she couldn't quite grasp. In fact, when he mentioned the open-type domain, even Principal Yaga paused to ask a question. But after a while, Zay moved on to discuss the technique he'd used to break through Gojo's limitless technique last time. Something called domain expansion extension. Even Shoko found herself curious. so she set her pen down and rested her chin on her hands, gazing quietly at Zay, just as she would watch raindrops trickle down the window pane. Bit by bit, Shoko found herself drawn into the world of jujitsu knowledge. It was a strange, almost mesmerizing feeling. What is this guy's head made of anyway? How can he understand so much? Shoko felt quite content just then. To her surprise, she could actually follow Zay's explanation about domain extension. Maybe she really did have what it takes to be a jujitsu sorcerer. She pulled 2 lollipops out her bag. Peeling off the wrappers while Principal Yaga wasn't looking, she popped them both in her mouth in one swift motion. To wrap the domain's guaranteed hit effect around yourself like water. Gojo stroked his chin in deep thought. Looks like I'd better hurry up and master domains myself. Speaking of which, Zay, have you already learned how to use a domain? Geto looked at Zen'in Zay and suddenly asked, then shot Gojo a mischievous grin. If that's the case, he really did unleash a whole Pacific Ocean the other day. What? Gojo was shocked. He immediately yanked off his sunglasses, his sky blue eyes brimming with indignation. Don't tell me you weren't even using your full strength? I guess you could say that, Zay replied with a light laugh, meeting Gojo's gaze. My domain is still incomplete. It's enough to deal with you, Gojo, but even so, Gojo fell silent. For the first time since he was born, Soru Gojo felt truly underestimated. Zen'in, don't push your luck, kid. Gojo glared at the spiky-haired boy, gritting his teeth. You're getting more and more infuriating, you know that? Shoko stifled a laugh, covering her mouth while her other hand snuck Gojo's sunglasses onto her own face. These sunglasses aren't all that special, are they? Of course. Satoru Gojo caught Shoko's little gesture but didn't pay it much mind. These sunglasses are just to hide my devastatingly handsome face. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to step outside. Sometimes being too good-looking is its own kind of curse. Zen'in Zay, I can't take this anymore. He ought to be locked up. Suguru, Geto. Shoko. Zen'in Zay really couldn't hold back. His hand reached out toward Gojo's head, clearly intending to give this guy a good knock. Geto and Shoko exchanged a silent glance, both wordlessly pulling out their phones, ready to film the moment. Gojo, meanwhile, assumed they were both admiring his handsome face and immediately struck a flamboyant pose. You brat, still obsessed with your looks? Zen'in Zay loomed over Gojo, then delivered a solid punch to his head. Oh, come on. Gojo clutched his head and shouted. You sneak attacked me. That's just not fair play. Then he turned to Geto and Shoko, complaining. Geto, you didn't even warn me. Is this what you call brotherhood? Geto, trying to hide his guilt, quickly set Gojo's pained expression as his phone wallpaper, then replied, trying to sound tough, Zay moves way too fast. I didn't even have time to react. Yeah, sure, Geto. You're just as bad as Zay, corrupted by his fake seriousness. Speaking of which, Shoko said, sending the photo of Gojo getting smacked to the girls' group chat, her expression full of curiosity. Do the 3 of you share a dorm room? No, just those 2 live together. Zen'in Zay shot a glance at Gojo and Geto. I live on my own. Shoko's lips curled into a mysterious smile. So, Gojo and Geto, does that mean you 2 are? Gojo, Geto. Why does Shoko suddenly sound like a fangirl? She wasn't like this when we first met. Why do you live alone? Shoko asked Zay with genuine curiosity. This guy's definitely up to something. Gojo chimed in, feigning a wounded tone. He's avoiding us on purpose. There's no way that's innocent. I agree, Geto said, for once siding with Gojo. Zay, you're obviously isolating us. Zen'in Zay's mind flashed back to that one time during a 3 Great Clans gathering, when Gojo stayed in his room and, in the middle of the night, started sleepwalking. He'd muttered nonsense in his sleep, saying, once I become emperor, Zay will be my crown prince. Ever since then, Zen'in Zay had vowed never to share a room with Gojo again. Shoko walked over to Zen'in Zay, gave him a smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of playful teasing. The 4 of them joked and teased each other in the classroom, their cheerful laughter filling the space and adding splashes of vibrant color to the otherwise gray sky outside. Gradually, the rain outside began to ease, and their chatter slowly faded to silence. It was obvious that each of them was plotting how to slip out early. Shoko glanced at the 3 boys and said with a grin, Cover for me, with Teacher Yaga in a bit, will you? With that, she was the first to stride out of the classroom. She was in a hurry to get back and take a shower. Hey, Zen'in Zay was about to call out to Shoko, having just noticed that Principal Yaga had left a stuffed doll on the teacher's desk. Looks like Shoko's reputation as the model student is about to be snatched away by Yaga. Satoru Gojo also spotted the doll and flashed an expression that said, Good thing I didn't try to skip. Zen'in Zay suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Meanwhile, in the faculty office, Masamichi Yaga, who was sharing his vision with the doll, darkened with surprise. He hadn't expected Shoko, the supposed model student, to be the first to slip away. Shouldn't it have been Gojo, the usual troublemaker? Shoko jogged all the way to the girls' dormitory and arrived in no time. Seeing the dorm room was still empty, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I made it before Senior Udaheim. Made it before who, Shoko-chan? Udaheim suddenly hugged her from behind, laughing playfully. Are you going to bathe with your senpai again today? Shoko blushed, but quickly refused. I actually prefer bathing alone. Oh, is that so? Udaheim seemed to see right through Shoko's embarrassment. Don't tell me it's because of your... Udaheim, don't tease Shoko anymore. Mei entered, dressed in her signature black uniform. She's still a young girl, you know? She can't handle your antics. Fine. Udaheim pouted, looking put out. Phew. Shoko let out a long breath, inwardly giving Mei a thumbs up. Udaheim's enthusiasm was starting to overwhelm her. Without delay, she gathered her clothes and headed for the shower. One after another, the three of them finished bathing and then sat together, chatting away. Wrapped in bathrobes, the girls gathered around the table in the dorm, enjoying their conversation. Shoko, you've got quite a few handsome guys in your year. Udaheim said to her with bright eyes. That white-haired boy with glasses and one with a bun, both are cute. At this point, Udaheim still had no idea about the true personalities of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. She shook her head, reconsidering. No, I think the one who looks a bit cold is actually the best looking. Really? Mei, her hair loose and flowing, chuckled. I think that Zen'in boy is pretty handsome myself. His family's rich too. Just my type. Miss Mei, do you only like wealthy people? The songstress teased. No, I only like money, Mei replied with a sultry smile. Sasuke, you're really in luck. Don't let this opportunity slip by. The songstress grinned at Kasumi. So many handsome guys spending day and night around you. And didn't you text me, saying that guy was pretty interesting? Yeah, Kasumi squinted, thinking back, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Who pretends to be an upperclassman just to trick someone on the very first day of school? Sasuke, you're just too naive. The songstress patted Kasumi's head, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. You know, upperclassmen always have a natural fondness for underclass girls. Since he's willing to go along with you, maybe he's got some. Noticing Kasumi's sharp glare, the songstress quickly clamped her hand over her mouth and didn't say another word. But then, Kasumi's thoughts drifted to Zen'in, recalling his eloquent manner at the podium. So many things she'd never heard before, as if all that knowledge was engraved right into his mind. Even the medical skills she prided herself on. That guy seemed to know them too. Zen'in, just what kind of person are you, really? The first month of school slipped by quietly, and Kasumi was gradually getting used to life at Jujutsu High. She found herself having all sorts of conversations with those three strange and peculiar cursed spirits, how to manipulate cursed energy, all kinds of jujutsu techniques. At the same time, she came to know these three on a deeper level. Satoru Gojo, arrogant, yes, but also sensitive and not without kindness. Suguru Geto, righteous at heart, steadfast in his desire to protect the weak, which often led to arguments, sometimes even fights, with the arrogant one. Zen'in. He seemed reliable, and unlike Gojo, his manner was reserved and cool, though he seemed to value the bonds with those around him. Kasumi reflected on the little moments of the past month. She caught herself glancing at that guy's face more than 10 times, and every now and then, she'd catch a fleeting, unguarded smile. He really is pretty handsome. Kasumi woke up early today, not for any special reason, just that conversation she'd had a few days ago with the songstress, and Mei kept replaying in her head, making it hard to keep a straight face. With Kasumi's abilities, even if you can't fight, you're definitely the best when it comes to healing. The songstress hugged Kasumi tightly. After all, who could possibly refuse treatment from someone as cute as you? Kasumi chose to ignore the songstress's words for now and turned her gaze to Mei. For the first time, I think she's making sense, Mei agreed. But the way you use your technique matters too. Take mine, for example. Black bird manipulation isn't just about controlling crows to share vision. Sasuke. Mingming looked at Shoko with a serious expression and said, You might not know this yet, but your technique is actually a natural counter to cursed spirits. Huh? Shoko's face was full of confusion as she replied, uncertainly. Me? I heard from Udaheim that you can heal others, right? Yes, Shoko answered in a small voice. Then that's it. Mingming smiled slightly. Unlike sorcerers, who use the reverse technique to restore their bodies, cursed spirits simply use cursed energy to regenerate their wounds. Their bodies are filled with negative energy, so if your reverse technique can be projected outward, any cursed spirit that comes into contact with it would be doomed. By this point, even Shoko, a complete novice in jujitsu, understood. She felt a surge of hot-blooded excitement. She wanted to rush straight to Masamichi Yaga and take on a mission right away. But Mingming quickly doused her enthusiasm. There's no way they'd let you act alone. At the very least, you'll be assigned a partner. It'll probably be soon. Since there are 4 of you in your class, it'll likely be 2-person teams, right? Who would you like as your partner? Mingming teased, her gaze playful. Gojo, Geto, or maybe Zen'in Zei, the one you've chatted with a few times along with Uchiha? An image popped into Shoko's mind of Zen'in Zei, standing at the podium, confident and full of spirit. Trying to sound tough, she declared, I would never choose that annoying guy as my partner. That's not really up to you, Shoko-chan. Uchiha joined in, her eyes glinting with mischief. The school decides the pairings, and it's completely random. For example, Miss Mingming and I were randomly assigned as partners. But Shoko, Mingming suddenly grew serious, her red lips parting slightly. You need to understand that as time goes on, the opportunities for you to take on outside missions will only become fewer and fewer. The old geezers at the top won't ever let you roam free. That's right. Uchiha's expression turned gloomy as well. The corruption and cowardice of today's jujitsu leadership is already beyond remedy. Shoko fell silent for a moment, a vague sense of unease creeping over her. The next day, in the classroom, Masamichi Yaga looked down at the 3 boys and 1 girl before the podium and announced in a deep voice, I will now announce the partner assignments. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. Hearing this, Shoko felt a swirl of emotions in her heart, a tangle of complexity. So it really is him as my partner. Wado Ido. But why do I feel a bit happy about it? What's going on with me? Yaga cleared his throat and looked at Zen'in Zei and Shoko. And the 2 of you will be together. To be honest, I actually feel more at ease having Shoko paired with you. When it came to Zen'in Zei, Principal Yaga felt completely at ease. Not only did the boy have an honest, trustworthy face, but his temperament was far more stable than the others. Son Sai, why do you look like you're sending your daughter off to get married? Satoru Gojo glanced at Principal Yaga, a mischievous glint sparkling behind his pale blue eyes beneath his glasses. Zei, you'd better make the most of this. Suguru Geto looked back at Zen'in Zei, then compared him to Gojo at the front. Yes, the classmate in the back definitely seemed more reliable. At this moment, Shoko found herself spacing out. Should she be happy about this, or should she refuse? Gojo grinned at Zen'in Zei. Looks like we're rivals for credits now. I'm not about to let you beat me. You, Zen'in Shishkuft. Even if you and Geto team up, your scores this semester won't top mine. Lunna, bet. A wager. Gojo raised his eyebrows, a sly smile on his face. How about this? Whoever loses has to clean the boys' dorm for a whole year. If Geto and I lose, the 2 of us will clean for 2 years. But if you lose, you'll be scrubbing the place solo for a year. How about it? Geto's interest was piqued too. The idea of Zen'in Zei having to do their chores was honestly thrilling. Gojo was brimming with confidence. Not because he underestimated Zen'in Zei, but because Shoko's technique was strictly supportive. He didn't think she'd even be able to participate in the cursed spirit exorcisms. Are you sure? Zen'in Zei asked again, eyes sharp. I'm sure and absolutely certain. Gojo met his gaze with equal resolve, then looked to Geto. You're in too, right, Geto? Fine. The pact is sealed, Zen'in Zei replied flatly, already plotting how to deal with these 2 arrogant guys. A formal binding vow. Gojo's sunglasses slid down his nose. Zei, do you really think I'd back out? I'm questioning your integrity right now, Zen'in Zei said coolly. Gojo realized he could out-talk anyone, except for this childhood friend he'd grown up with. Every time, Zei would leave him speechless. He snorted. Just you wait, Zei. Come on, Geto, let's go. Geto could only shake his head at Gojo, exasperated. As always, Gojo was great at everything, except his attitude. But even Gojo had to bow before Zen'in Zei's tyranny. He never dared act tough around him. After saying goodbye to Principal Yaga, Gojo and Geto left the classroom together. Principal Yaga looked at Zen'in Zei and Shoko with a satisfied smile. You kids do your best. As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged his stuffed toy and turned to leave the classroom. Hey, do you really think you can win? After a long pause, Shoko finally looked at Zen'in Zei's face, her tone full of concern as she said, After all, both of them are pretty strong, and I might not be much help to you in a fight. Shoko. Zen'in Zei spoke slowly, his expression as calm as ever as he looked at her. Do you know something? Everyone has their own strengths. There's no need to compare yourself to others. You have abilities that are uniquely yours. You don't have to worry about holding me back or being a burden. From today on, we're partners. You're one of a kind. The boy's clear, cool voice echoed in Shoko's ears. She lifted her gaze, meeting Zen'in Zei's handsome features. Unlike Gojo Satoru's youthful exuberance, There was a sense of comfort and security in Zay that made her heart feel at ease. In that moment, it felt as if time had stopped. The world fell silent, and all she could hear was the rapid pounding of her own heart. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, her ears burning with heat. Without answering Zay's words, she turned and left the classroom. Zen'in Zay smiled quietly, making no move to follow her. Instead, he turned his eyes to the window. By now, the spring rain had almost stopped. A shaft of sunlight broke through the thick, dark clouds, illuminating the ground outside the classroom. He knew his time as Shoko's partner wouldn't last long. Those in power were a cowardly lot, always wary of both himself and Satoru. But even with your reverse technique, you never managed to save a single soul. When you watched the last of your classmates fall in Shinjuku, what went through your heart at that moment? Old memories stirred within Zen'in Zay, ripples breaking the calm surface of emotions that had lain undisturbed for years. Sometimes, it is those who survive who must bear the greater pain. One endures solitude, carrying the memories of everyone, and walks forward alone. Let's just call it redemption for regrets that can never be undone. Perhaps it's also because I've truly lived 16 years in this world. Every bit of those 16 years has made it impossible for him to treat this world as something illusory. On the contrary, he cherishes the bonds he shares with everyone. Outside the classroom, Shoko hadn't gone far. She hid just around the corner by the door. She gingerly touched her burning cheeks, as hot as a furnace, and murmured, "He's really good at saying sweet things. I'm one of kind." Time slipped by quietly. Out on the training grounds, the four teenagers played and laughed together, their bonds of friendship deepening with every passing moment. Kashimo and Zen'in Zay were partners, while Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto formed the other team. As they spent more and more time together, their bonds deepened. Every now and then, Zen'in Zay would tease the drowsy Kashimo with a sprig of catnip, prompting her to scold him in mock annoyance. Kashimo often found herself in the midst of their banter, watching the four of them bicker and joke with each other. These days felt exceptionally carefree and pleasant. But as the semester neared its end, among the four of them sitting in the classroom, only Kashimo would steal glances at Zen'in's impassive profile, her cheeks flushing pink without her realizing it. Does he always speak so sweetly to girls? Remembering what he'd said when they first paired up, Kashimo was seized by a strange thought and shot Zen'in Zay a sharp glare. Sensing an inexplicable hostility, Zen'in glanced at Satoru Gojo. Just as Gojo happened to turn his head, their eyes met, sunglasses reflecting the tension in the air. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken rivalry. Satoru Gojo. Zen'in. Gojo cleared his throat and broke the silence. "How have you been? Yesterday, Geto and I took on several missions, you know." After months of living side by side, Gojo, Geto, and Zen'in knew each other inside out, even down to their quirks and secrets. That's just how friendship goes for guys, simple and straightforward. There are only 2 days left this semester. Just wait, you'll be in charge of cleaning for us, Gojo declared with a grin. Then he called out to Geto, raising his voice on purpose. "Hey Geto, let's mess up the dorm a little so someone here has plenty to clean up." "Gojo, are you itching for trouble?" Zen'in raised an eyebrow, challenging him. "If we fought now, I wouldn't say it's 70-30 anymore. 90-10 sound about right. I could take you down 9 times in a minute," he added smugly. Gojo, grinding his teeth, Gojo retorted, "Damn it, don't you think you're underestimating me a bit too much? Is there a problem?" Zen'in replied with a dismissive laugh. "You've never beaten me, not once since we were kids." Gojo turned away awkwardly, deciding not to argue further. After all, Zen'in was paired with that girl who couldn't fight, so there was no way they could outmatch him in Geto, with his limitless curse technique and Geto's cursed spirit manipulation. "Don't get too cocky just yet, Gojo," Geto whispered slyly. "I have a feeling Zay is hiding something up his sleeve. He might just turn the tables on us." "No way, no way." Gojo grinned, thumbing his chest in confidence. "Sure, maybe I can't beat Zay alone, but there's no way the two of us together could lose to that guy." "Kashimo," Zen'in called, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he watched Gojo and Geto whispering. "Would you like Gojo and Geto to treat you to all your meals and a year's supply of lollipops?" "Huh." Shoko looked at Zen'in Zay with a puzzled expression, her gaze meeting his dark eyes. In that moment, she suddenly remembered what he had said a few days ago. A one-of-a-kind existence. Shoko fell silent. Zen'in Zay took her quietness as agreement, so he patted Gojo Satoru on the shoulder, the boy sitting in front of him, and said, "Gojo, how about we raise the stakes a little?" For context, Zen'in Zay sits behind Gojo Satoru, and Shoko sits behind Geto Suguru. Raise the stakes. Gojo's interest was piqued, and he turned around. "What do you have in mind?" "If I win, You and Suguru have to dress up as girls and walk around the streets of Tokyo, plus you'll have to cover my meals and daily needs for a year. Geto Suguru's eyes widened in shock. He was about to object, but Gojo beat him to it. And what if you lose? I'll take care of your meals, daily needs, and dorm cleaning for 3 years, and I'll join you both on the Tokyo streets in a dress. Deal, deal. We're in. Gojo said with absolute confidence, completely missing the way Suguru buried his face in his hands with dismay. I am doomed. There goes my reputation. Suguru could already picture the humiliating side of himself and Gojo parading in girls' outfits. He had always suspected Zen'in was hiding some trick up his sleeve. Chores were one thing, but cross-dressing was a whole new level of embarrassment. Relax, Suguru. Gojo, beaming with confidence, tried to reassure his gloomy friend. Just like I said, it's the two of us against one. Odds are in our favor. Suguru, let's get moving right now. With that, Gojo grabbed Suguru and hurried out of the classroom. Puffed. Are you really going to cross-dress? Shoko looked at Zen'in, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Do you really think I'd lose? Zen'in replied with a question of his own. Of course not. Shoko gave him a gentle smile, laughter dancing in her eyes. The teardrop-shaped beauty mark at the corner of her eye made her smile all the more enchanting. Just as you believe in me, I believe in you too. Remember the story you told me about My Little Pony? Shoko tilted her head and smiled at him. Of course I do, Zen'in grinned, pulling a lollipop from his shadow space. I remember you even fell asleep halfway through. Shoko took the lollipop from him, shooting him a playful glare. Wait, there's a starry sky pattern on this lollipop. Of course, it's drawn by hand on edible rice paper. Really? That must be expensive. Shoko exclaimed, surprised. Not at all. Just a few dollars. Zen'in waved it off nonchalantly. He was lying, of course. The little treat was specially ordered. As for the price, for someone like him, flush with cash, it hardly mattered. Shoko left the classroom, unwrapped the lollipop, and popped it into her mouth. She frowned, her delicate brows drawing together. This doesn't taste that great. What an idiot, that spiky-haired moron. Well, I guess it's still pretty sweet. The night passed, and the next morning, the two met as promised at the school gate. The morning sun was just right, and the rain that had lingered over the neon city for months had finally stopped. The weather was growing hotter. Midsummer was slowly approaching. High above Nagoya, if anyone had looked up, they would surely have been alarmed. A gigantic owl was gliding slowly through the sky, its flight reminiscent of the mythical Kuenping soaring to the heavens, its back as broad as a mountain. This enormous owl was none other than Nu, a Shikigami summoned by the Ten Shadows technique. At that moment, its size gradually shrank as it landed atop a tall building. Come to think of it, this is our first mission outside Tokyo, isn't it? The girl with short chestnut hair slid down from Nu's back, glancing at the boy beside her as she spoke. The boy answered seriously, flipping through a thick stack of documents in his hands. I bet Satoru and Suguru are probably feeling pretty pleased with themselves right about now. But are you sure about this? A hint of worry crept onto Shoko's face, so subtle she didn't even notice it herself. You're trying to finish a month's workload in a single day. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Don't worry, Zen'in replied calmly, stretching his body a little. Besides, using Nu to travel around is a good way to burn off my cursed energy. It's not as convenient as Satoru's teleportation, but flying slowly like this, watching the city pass beneath us, isn't so bad. Shoko watched in silence as Zen'in summoned his powerful Shikigami with such ease. Leaning against the railing on the rooftop, a sudden wave of uncertainty washed over her. What kind of person did she want to become in the future? Can I really become a jujitsu sorcerer? My technique isn't suited for combat. Even if I'm naturally effective against curses, I'm not cut out for close-range fighting. Two possible futures flashed through young Shoko's mind. In one, she refused Yudaheim's invitation to join Jujitsu High and continued as an ordinary high school student, forever keeping her secret hidden deep inside. In the other, she became a sorcerer, only to be overwhelmed and crushed by the stress and endless workload. As if sensing the confusion on Shoko's face, Zen'in stepped up to her side and asked gently, Are you feeling down? I'm not, Shoko replied stubbornly. Watching her, Zen'in shifted his gaze to the bustling crowds in the city below. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the place where he was born and grew up, a place that wasn't the Zen'in household, but rather, all the people beneath our feet are desperately striving for their own lives. Maybe they'll all get swept away by the tide of the mundane world, and then forget what their hearts truly desire. Zen'in looked again at Shoko's delicate face. The girl's long lashes trembled faintly, and her lightly pressed lips betrayed the turmoil within her heart. If we always live by other people's definitions of success, How can we ever call that true success? Shoko, let me ask you, what is it that your heart truly wants? Everyone has an obsession, Zay said with a smile to the girl beside him, as the breeze gently brushed past. I have obsessions too, though I still don't know quite what they are. So you have something you can't let go of as well, and you're wondering what it is that I want. Shoko stared at Zen'in Zay, her nose tingling with emotion, and all at once, the image of her father in his white coat, working year after year in the hospital, flashed through her mind. He was also the head of the Yeri family, but had given up his life as a sorcerer to be an ordinary doctor in the world of non-sorcerers, diligently tending to others, never turning away a single patient, even with the risk of catching a deadly illness. And yet, it was precisely because of a virus contracted from a patient that he had to leave his post. But when Shoko recalled her father's face, she could not detect a trace of regret, and that memory left her deeply shaken. Shoko listened closely. Her father's gentle smile seemed as vivid as yesterday. He had once cradled young Shoko in his arms and spoken softly. As doctors, we must not lose ourselves in the pursuit of money. The true calling of medicine is to heal the sick and save the dying. I do hope you become a doctor one day, but more than anything, I want you to be truly happy. Grow up healthy and safe, and if you meet someone you love, I hope you'll have the courage to follow your heart. That's all I wish for. She remembered her younger self watching the endless stream of white coats in the hospital corridors, witnessing the myriad emotions of patients' families, lovers parted by terminal illness, a wife who still smiled even after her husband's passing. There were also elderly couples, hair turned silver, gazing at each other as they shared their final moments side by side. She had seen more farewells than she could count. After a long silence, Shoko finally emerged from her memories and murmured, so softly that only she could hear, "To be happy, and to be with someone I love." Shoko looked at Zen'in Zay, and in that glance, which seemed to stretch on for ages, perhaps she truly understood her own heart at last. You, and those two are truly different. Father, I think I've finally found my own purpose. On this morning, even after so many years, the girl could never forget. It was a memory that belonged to the two of them alone. Maybe, I want to become a doctor someday. Really? Zen'in Zay looked at the girl, noticing the faint redness in her eyes. He smiled gently and said nothing more. Let's go, Shoko. Zen'in Zay spoke softly to Shoko, who seemed a little saddened as memories resurfaced. Okay. Shoko nodded absent-mindedly. Such feelings may be cherished as memories, but back then, I was lost in confusion. It was as if Zen'in Zay saw straight through Shoko's heart. He recited a poem in fluent Chinese. Shoko replayed his words in her mind, her face full of puzzlement. Did you just speak Chinese? That's right. Zen'in Zay answered as he walked alongside Shoko. You can even speak Chinese? Shoko stared at Zen'in Zay's head, growing ever more convinced that he was truly remarkable. Maybe I should cut his brain open just to see what's inside? Shoko muttered to herself, as if saying it for Zen'in Zay to hear. Zen'in Shi. Seriously, is it really okay for you to covet my brain right in front of me like this? Catching the mischievous glint in Shoko's eyes, Zen'in Zay couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to tease me, Shoko. Ha. As if she'd startled Zen'in Zay and was quite pleased about it, Shoko felt an easy happiness bubble up inside her. Who knows? For all I know, that Chinese you spoke was just a fancy way to insult me. If you think so, then maybe it was. Zen'in Zay shot Shoko a glance, then walked ahead with a faint smile. Idiot, Shoko rolled her eyes at Zen'in Zay, then caught up to him. Hey, will you teach me Chinese? Of course. But why do you want to learn it? I'm not telling you. Even Shoko herself couldn't say why, but some new, inexplicable feeling was quietly budding in her heart. The boy had helped her find her true direction, and in doing so, she saw the path of her future life more clearly. Without realizing it, the last barrier in Shoko's heart toward Zen'in Zay quietly faded away. It was a feeling unlike what she had for Satoru Gojo or Suguru Geto, a different kind of affection. The two walked into the building below. In the gloomy office, the lights flickered on and off, and the slow, steady sound of water droplets echoed down the empty corridor. Zen'in Zay and Shoko made their way down the pitch-black hallway. Shoko turned to glance at Zen'in Zay's profile, only to notice that his eyes had changed. Instead of his usual dark irises, his right eye glowed crimson, while his left shone a deep violet. This guy really is quite handsome, Shoko thought as she watched Zen'in Zay, unconsciously comparing him to Satoru Gojo. Thankfully, he wasn't the same sort of scoundrel as Gojo. Zen'in Zay's eyes darted back and forth. He could sense it. There had to be two cursed spirits lurking in this place. Soon enough, Zen'in Zay and Shoko stopped in front of the door to a large office. Inside, a portly man was chasing after a woman, who darted about in terror, desperately searching for a place to hide. Nanzi, you don't need to run anymore. The man cackled maniacally, rummaging through drawers and cabinets without a care for the Zen'in and Shoko just outside the door. If I catch you, it won't just be cigarette burns this time. Shoko and Zen'in watched in silence. The woman called Nanzi trembled beneath the desk, and, sensing someone behind her, she turned her gaze towards Zen'in. Zen'in chafroned. In such a dim, deserted place, there really shouldn't be anyone else here. Need a hand? Shoko asked, glancing at Zen'in. As a jujitsu sorcerer, her duty was to exorcise curses. She wasn't like Suguru Geto, who dedicated himself to protecting the weak, but she couldn't bring herself to act with cold indifference either. Let's help, Zen'in replied, stepping forward. It wasn't out of a sense of justice, but rather because both the man and woman seemed suspicious. They were probably connected to one of the hidden curses. Who are you? The fat man shouted, glaring at Zen'in as he approached. Don't get any funny ideas. My family runs a conglomerate. Before he could finish, Zen'in's palm struck his face with such force that the man was flung straight into the wall. That sensation. Something's off, Zen'in muttered, a strange suspicion flickering in his mind. Could it be? Shoko, watch out. Zen'in suddenly shouted toward the doorway. At that moment, the woman's head began to split open, revealing her true form. The woman who had been playing cat and mouse with the man was nothing more than a hollow shell, long since emptied of her insides. From within Nanzi's body, a cursed spirit with 8 writhing tentacles burst forth, drooling purple saliva as it lunged at Shoko. So, you're not even going to acknowledge me? Zen'in stared coldly at the spider-like curse. In a flash, he and Shoko swapped places. By the time the spider curse realized what had happened, the Soul Eater blade was already plunged deep into its heart. The curse shuddered in shock and spat a jet of black liquid from its mouth. Zen'in tilted his head aside, dodging neatly as the black liquid splattered against the wall, hissing and sending up clouds of acrid smoke. With one hand, Zen'in formed a seal, his eyes turning icy. Electricity crackled fiercely along the blade of the Soul Eater. He raised the sword and slashed upward, cleaving the spider curse neatly in two. This is precisely the application of the lightning escape ninjutsu, though forming hand seals with just one hand is a skill passed down from Sasuke in the Zen'in X Boruto legend. Zen'in took a step back, avoiding the splatter of violet blood. Sometimes Satoru's limitless is actually pretty handy. At least I don't have to worry about getting splashed while killing these cursed spirits, he remarked. Shoko stared in stunned silence at this sudden reversal. It hadn't even been 10 seconds since Zen'in entered the room. Zen'in walked over to Shoko's side, glancing at the man from earlier. Just as he suspected, it was nothing but another hollow shell, emptied of its organs. Did that scare you? Zen'in smiled at Shoko. Of course not, Shoko shot him a glare. How did you know? It was simple. When I struck that guy, I realized it right away. Zen'in looked at his palm. It was all soft and squishy, no resistance at all. Seems like you've gotten quite skilled at slapping people around. Huh. Shoko teased, raising an eyebrow at Zen'in. Practice makes perfect. Zen'in recalled how, in his younger days, he'd often encounter curse users. His usual method was to start with a slap, then finish them off for good. Shoko twitched at the corner of her mouth. This guy really is something else. She casually reached in her pocket, about to pull out a cigarette, when suddenly, a pitch-black silhouette lunged fiercely at Zen'in. Get down! Shoko cried out in alarm, shoving Zen'in aside with all her might. In that split second, Shoko shut her eyes, bracing for an impact that never came. Instead, Zen'in stood in front of her, catching the massive fist of the shadowy attacker. A cursed spirit shaped like an upright cockroach. Is scraping by in such a miserable existence really worth it? Zen'in's voice was cold. All it takes is a whim of mine, and your life is forfeit. With a steely gaze, Zen'in stared down the arrogant cursed spirit, then turned to the girl and spoke softly. Sorry, Shoko. Next time there's a damsel in distress moment, let me play the hero a few more times, all right? Idiot! Shoko rolled her eyes at Zen'in, though a gentle warmth welled up inside her. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, a light, drizzling rain was falling. Satoru Gojo walked down the street beneath a transparent umbrella, a smile spreading across his face as Suguru Geto approached. Hey, Geto, you're really late, you know? Sorry about that, Sue, Geto replied with a faint smile. Ran into a little trouble on the way. The two of them strolled leisurely through the streets of Tokyo. Gojo's azure eyes tracked a low-flying blackbird, while Geto watched the non-sorcerers bustling around them. They soon arrived in front of an abandoned house. Gojo was the first to stride up and kick open the front door, marching right in. Satoru, don't be so hasty. Geto hurried after him. There's one grade 1 cursed spirit and 2 grade 2s inside, Gojo said with a sharp grin. You scared? Are you kidding me? A cursed spirit appeared behind Suguru Geto. Blue cursed energy surged from Satoru Gojo's hand, and in the blink of an eye, the spirit before him was crushed into pieces by cursed technique. Blue. Save some for me to absorb. Suguru Geto looked helplessly at the now-dead grade 2 cursed spirit. Next time, I promise. That year, they were all just 15, Zen'in, Suguru Gojo, Suguru Geto, and Shoko, hailed as the strongest quartet at Jujutsu High. The 4 young sorcerers each chased after their own dreams, their joyful days gleaming like pearls. In their memories, what sparkled wasn't just time itself, but also the laughter-filled days shared by 4 young friends. Zen'in set his gaze on the cockroach-shaped cursed spirit, its fist pressed against his own. He didn't care whether the creature could understand him or not. His tone remained calm as he spoke. Isn't staying alive a good thing? Currents of electricity crackled over Zen'in's body, and a flock of chirping birds manifested around him, lightning leaping from his hands into the cockroach spirit. Chidori style. First form. The cockroach spirit's body twitched with paralysis, desperate to break free from Zay's grasp. As if granting its wish, Zen'in let go. Then, with a wicked smile, the black marks on his body, a string of tomo beads around his neck, spread like ink across his face. This was the first stage of the curse seal. In a flash, he appeared behind the cockroach spirit, leaping onto its back. Rising to his feet, he seized its 2 front limbs with both hands. Sakura, no, Soko. Zen'in murmured softly, appearing like a demon from the underworld before the trembling cockroach spirit. So these were the hands you tried to use for a sneak attack. With a violent tug, he tore the limbs apart. Purple blood spurted from either side of the creature's body. This guy. Shoko stared in stunned silence at Zen'in's uncharacteristically brutal display. Can he really be this ruthless? Watching the jet-black curse marks spread across Zay's pale skin like flames, Shoko, unlike most, didn't find the sight disturbing or horrifying. Zen'in quietly watched the cockroach spirit twitching on the ground, estimating it was about grade 1. A blade of lightning formed in his hand, and with a few swift strokes, he sliced the spirit into pieces. Without skipping a beat, he finished it off with a blazing fireball, reducing it to ashes. Want one? Shoko walked up to Zen'in, feeling the moment was a bit strange, but she didn't bother asking why he had techniques besides the 10 shadows. She simply took a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and offered it to him. Zay accepted the unwrapped lollipop from Shoko and popped it into his mouth. To be honest, he hadn't expected the Sasuke template to even include the cursed seal state. Nearly falling prey to an ambush today had soured his mood, and he'd lost control as the cursed seal spread from his neck. Though Orochimaru's soul wasn't among them. But why am I feeling so angry? Is it really just because Shoko pushed me away? Zen'in glanced at Shoko beside him out of the corner of his eye. Her expression was as calm as ever, without the typical flush of embarrassment. Let's go. He spoke softly, forming hand signs with his fingers. A tiger-shaped shikigami and a slightly smaller, yet massive, chimeric beast materialized at his side. Tiger burial, Seisho. Find the remaining cursed spirits in this building and exorcise them all. After giving his orders to the shikigami, Zen'in and Shoko made their way back to the rooftop. The gentle breeze brushed past them as Zen'in closed his eyes, as though reaching out to embrace someone unseen. His mind was awash with countless thoughts, Sasuke's memories flickering rapidly through his consciousness. The bonds of Team 7, the chaos at the 5 Kage Summit, the 4th Great Ninja War. The memories of his previous life grew ever more distant, fading in a mist like a bygone dream, replaced by the image of a girl with chestnut brown hair. In this world, there is no Naruto and no Sakura, and Obito never revealed the truth about Itachi out of kindness. There's no need for me to be weighed down by those old contradictions. This world has Gojo and Geto and her. And my family. He thought of Nabito Zen'in, of Toji whom he hadn't contacted for years, of Naoya always trailing behind him, of his mother, of Maki, and my calling out to him in their childish voices. As if he had finally let go of every obsession, Zen'in stood at the edge of the rooftop, unmoving for a long time. And it was from this moment on that he never again heard that mechanical voice in his mind. Idiot! Shoko came up behind him and pulled him back forcefully. Anyone who saw you would think you were about to jump. How could I? Zen'in answered calmly, then smiled. Thanks for earlier. But did you ever consider that taking that blow from that guy, you might have died? I wasn't worried. Shoko smiled, surprised to see Zen'in actually return her smile. She gazed into his face for a long moment before turning her eyes to the horizon. I believe you'd definitely be able to save me, wouldn't you? It's not just faith in your strength, but in you yourself, because I know you'd never let me get hurt. Shoko kept these words in her heart. The two of them exchanged a glance, but neither spoke the thoughts that lingered on their lips. At that moment, Zen'in felt as though he finally understood something. A short while later, Seisho and Tiger Burial returned to Zen'in's shadow. The whole process had taken 12 minutes. Shoko, it looks like we'll have to pick up the pace. Zen'in formed News Hand Seal. So, we've only been chatting for a few minutes. Nonsense. Shoko shot him a glare, reaching into her pocket for a cigarette. But after glancing at Zen'in, she decided against lighting up in front of him. At most, it's only been 3 or 4 minutes, right? All right, Zen'in replied with a faint smile. We've got another dozen hours of overtime ahead of us. Is that okay with you? Of course. Shoko perked up, her voice brimming with confidence. Let's go. Zen'in was the first to climb onto Newsback, extending his hand to her. I swear he's doing this on purpose, Shoko muttered under her breath as she looked at his outstretched hand, but still placed her hand in his. But I don't mind this feeling at all. Is this what my parents once described as liking someone? She repeated the thought silently to herself, glancing at Zen'in, an unbidden smile gracing her lips. I'll be counting on you from now on. Hearing the way she addressed him, Zen'in was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled in return. And I'll be counting on you too. Shoko. One day, I want to show you my hometown, Shoko suddenly said, catching him off guard. Show me what? A memory stirred in Zen'in's mind, but he wasn't curious how she knew. He answered softly, didn't someone say they lived in Tokyo? He gazed into the distance, his eyes thoughtful. The year's almost half over. It's about to get cold. He thought of the pressure from the higher-ups. He wasn't afraid, but there would always be resistance. After all, Shoko's technique was a rare treasure. He couldn't just kill all those people in power. Someone even worse might take their place. Violence wasn't the answer to everything. But spring always comes, doesn't it? Shoko said with a bright, gentle smile. Zen'in couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, spring always comes. In that moment, they understood one another without needing to say more. So you do like me? Shoko thought, glancing at Zen'in by her side, all her doubts finally melting away. The two of them sat together on Newsback, soaring beneath the clouds. Zay's left hand crackled with lightning, transforming into a long spear of light that shot forward, piercing the cursed user in an instant. Zay used some strange technique. Suddenly, he swapped the cursed spirit's head right off its body. Zay breathed out a sea of fire, then wreathed his Soul Eater blade in lightning. Without taking a single step, as soon as the cursed spirit approached, he sliced it cleanly in two. At Tokyo Jujutsu High, the swing swayed gently in the breeze, and the distant chime of wind bells floated through the air. A few teenagers sat on the swings, lightly rocking back and forth. 3 boys and 1 girl. One with premature white hair, another with a quirky fringe, the third with spiky hair, and finally, a girl with short, chestnut-colored hair. At this moment, Shoko was animatedly describing something to a thoroughly dispirited Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. You bastard, ah! Gojo clutched his white hair with both hands and let out a wail of anguish. Just how much did you hold back when you fought me? Oh, probably just about an entire Pacific Ocean. Zen'in chuckled, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes as he thought of Itachi. Satoru, I told you the time, Sai. Geto covered his face, clearly exasperated. How was I supposed to know Zay would go all out like that? Who works themselves to the bone in a single day like this kid? Gojo, at this point, looked utterly heartbroken, as if he'd just been betrayed by his closest friend. He cast a wounded, resentful look at Zen'in. To think, after all these years, Zen'in had always been holding back. There's no helping it, Satoru. Zen'in smiled and shook his head. I'm just not interested in going all out against friends. But facts are facts. Accept it, Suru. Zay looked at Gojo with a calm gaze. You lost again, the eternal runner-up. Not that I'm the least bit surprised. Gojo, Geto. Shoko grinned at the 2 troublemakers and pulled out 2 short skirts and uniform tops. I've already got these ready for you. No, please. Gojo hugged himself in terror, feigning the look of a frail, delicate girl. Zen'in. He really wanted to hit him. What should he do? No choice. In the end, Geto, ever the responsible one, gritted his teeth and dragged Gojo off to the bathroom to change. Satoru, you better hope I don't get the chance. Geto shot Gojo a dark look. I swear, I'll team up with Zay and make you pay. Are we supposed to be learning something today? Gojo lounged back in his chair, legs propped up on the desk, fingers laced behind his head, the chair tilting dangerously far back. Yaga Mazamichi glared at Gojo, his face dark with annoyance, but said nothing. Satoru, Geto lowered his voice. Aren't you being just a little too disrespectful? Maybe so. Gojo finally put his legs down and, looking at Yaga, began to feel a bit sheepish. He leaned back and pleaded, Zay, can you put in a good word for me with the big gorilla later? Zen'in Zay, with his head cocked and his expression blank, shot Gojo a sidelong glance. I'll make sure to paint you in the worst possible light. Gojo. Seeing that Zay was no help, Gojo quickly turned to Shoko. Look at him. Just look at him. Shoko stretched and let out a huge yawn, wiping away the tears that sprang to her eyes. Gojo, what Zay wants to do doesn't have anything to do with me. Then why do you call him Zay and call me Gojo? Gojo protested indignantly. I'm used to it, Shoko replied indifferently, brushing off Satoru Gojo's concern. Gojo shot a disdainful look at Zen'in Zay, who stood nearby with a blank expression. All right, Mazumichi Yaga strode up to Gojo, ready to demonstrate a guiding punch, but Gojo was already on guard. Today's lesson is all about hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat. Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued. This was his forte. Hand-to-hand combat. Gojo scoffed. What's the point? As long as you've got techniques, that's all you need. Having powerful techniques is certainly enough, Yaga corrected. But there will always be times when someone runs out of cursed energy, or when someone's techniques are simply too weak. That's why I'm here to remind you. Gojo remained utterly unimpressed. Yaga looked at him helplessly. In a bit, your upperclassmen will be coming to show you how to train your bodies. Watch carefully and learn well. Yeah, whatever, Gojo replied absent-mindedly. Let's go outside, Zen'in Zay said to the sleepy Shoko. I have a feeling something interesting is about to happen. What Zen'in Zay didn't expect was that he would be the star of today's show. Shoko squinted and smiled. She'd already heard from Mei that it was her turn today. On the field, the four watched as Uchiha, dressed in a red and white kimono, and Mei, in her black suit, approached. Huh? Gojo cried out in surprise, raising his voice. Uchiha's so weak, and she's supposed to teach me? Satoru Gojo. Uchiha's temper flared as soon as she heard him. She'd had enough of his jabs all semester. I'm your senior. Can't you show a little more respect? Well, that's only because you're too weak. Gojo spread his hands, his eyes full of mischief. You really do have an awful personality, Satoru. Mei couldn't help but laugh. Today, I'll be the one teaching you hand-to-hand combat. The rules are simple. You can't use any techniques, but weapons are allowed. If you can defeat me, you pass your hand-to-hand exam. Then Mei turned to Shoko and winked. Shoko, you're exempt. Hurrah! Shoko half-heartedly raised her hand in celebration, then grinned at Zen'in Zay beside her. Looks like I won't be able to keep you company after all. Oh, is it so hard to stay with me? Zen'in Zay asked, pretending to be offended. That look is way too fake. It won't fool me. Shoko reached for Zen'in Zay's waist, aiming for a pinch. My bad. Zen'in Zay dodged backward, putting up a defensive front. Smart move. Shoko, seeing Zen'in Zay flustered, couldn't help but snicker smugly. Gojo watched their banter in silence, then strode forward confidently. He looked at Mei. I'll go first today. Mei offered a bewitching smile and said, This concerns your final exam grade, you know. Are you sure about this? Of course I am. As expected, at this moment, Satoru Gojo, who had no interest in martial arts and relied heavily on jujitsu techniques, fell behind. In just 2 minutes, he failed to impress Mei. Sorry, Gojo, you didn't pass. Mei pulled out a sheet of paper, wrote down his grade, and gave Satoru Gojo, who looked as if he'd lost all hope, a sympathetic smile. Damn it, I can't believe I'm having such a miserable day. Gojo clutched his head in despair, his whole demeanor plunged into agony. Uchiha, holding Shoko, snickered from the sidelines. Who would have thought that aside from the Zen'in clan, Mei could also make Gojo show that kind of face? He had it coming, Shoko replied, glancing at the ongoing sparring match. She no longer felt that envy she'd had at the start of the semester, thanks to the guidance of a certain someone. But do you think Geto knows martial arts? Anyone who hangs around with Gojo, the scoundrel, can't be up to much good, Uchiha said, pouting as she hugged Shoko a little tighter. You'd better never become like those two. Shoko glanced over at Zen'in Zay in the distance and smiled. Don't worry, Uchiha-senpai. I'd never turn out like those two jerks. Well, that's a relief. Uchiha nuzzled Shoko's cheek affectionately. It's all right, Suguru Geto walked over to Gojo's side. Take it easy, you'll get there. Don't tell me you're a martial arts expert too, Geto. Gojo eyed him suspiciously. Oh, not really, not really. Geto laughed it off, avoiding Gojo's piercing blue gaze. Starting today, I'm going home and learning every martial arts manual my family owns. So who's next? Mei turned to the remaining two. Shoko glanced at Zen'in Zay, clearly wanting to see him in action. Guess I've lost this one. Catching her gaze, Zen'in sighed in resignation and stepped forward. I'll go. Though truthfully, he could have skipped the exam. Such is the power of money. Need a weapon, Junior? Mei hefted an axe in her hands, playing for keeps. A katana, please. Zen'in produced a black-handled, white-bladed sword from his 10 shadow space. What's that? Gojo stared in surprise as Zen'in suddenly drew the blade. Since when did he know how to handle a katana? The blade of the void, Zen'in replied, gripping the sword. It was a type of Kusanagi sword, the very weapon Sasuke always used. Let's see what you've got, Junior. Mei gripped her axe with both hands. No jujitsu techniques allowed. Without another word, Zen'in brought the Kusanagi sword across his body with his left hand and vanished from sight in an instant. So fast. A sense of shock rippled through Ming's heart. By now, Zen'in had already appeared before her, his axe clashing fiercely with the grass cutter sword in her hand. With a sharp flick, Ming forced Zen'in back, then raised her axe high and swung down hard. But Zen'in's right Sharingan, I caught her every move. He had already seen right through her. Instead of dodging, he moved straight toward the falling axe. In a flash, his right hand seized the axe handle with a grip so strong it startled Ming. At the very same moment, his left hand, holding his katana, struck like lightning, aiming directly at Ming. Senpai, you've lost, he said. Ming gazed at Zen'in's face before her, momentarily lost in thought. With a bewitching smile curling at her lips, she replied, Junior Zen'in, you've won. Off to the side, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were the most shocked of all. That speed, were they kidding? Shoko, on the other hand, seemed entirely unsurprised. She hummed a little tune, pulled a lollipop gifted by someone out of her bag, and popped it into her mouth. P.S. The whole fight happened in an instant. After all, the Sharingan's insight is no joke. If you want a sense of the speed, think of Sasuke fighting Kinshiki in Boruto. Hey Geto, have you noticed something's off between and Shoko lately? Gojo was now sneaking around with Geto outside the classroom window, stealing glances at the pair, one boy and one girl, inside. It seems Shoko has even changed the way she addresses Geto murmured thoughtfully. She calls him now, but she still calls us Gojo and Geto. Could it be that those two are actually... Gojo waggled his eyebrows at Geto and whispered, I've known that guy since we were kids. Never thought he'd actually like girls. What's this? Geto asked with a curious glance. You thought he liked you? Gojo shuddered and shot back with a laugh. Come on, I'm as straight as they come. He hasn't acted goofy in ages, Gojo mused, letting his thoughts drift back to their first meeting in a bookstore 10 years ago. A black-haired boy in white and a white-haired boy in an orange hoodie. Their encounter was the start of a shift in the world's balance. Gojo grinned at Geto. Still, it's nice that he might have a little romance. I mean, I'm so good-looking. What if he really swung that way? Geto, did you really just say that out loud? Geto could only look helplessly at the flippant white-haired boy in front of him, mouth twitching in disbelief. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Zen'in's face darkened. He caught every word from those two idiots outside. At first, their conversation had seemed normal enough, but now they were making him sound like some kind of clown. Shoko glanced at Zen'in's less-than-pleased expression. She, too, had overheard the conversation outside the door and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. So, you and Gojo, you really have known each other since you were kids? That's right, Zen'in nodded. Back then, that guy was actually pretty normal. No idea what went wrong with him later. But I do get the sense he's a bit of an oddball, she added. Zen'in, I'm coming for you. Gojo Satoru burst through the classroom door, glaring daggers at the spiky-haired boy not far away. What do you mean, oddball? I'm perfectly normal. Coming for me? Zen'in smiled with a hint of mischief, his voice smooth and teasing. Then he crooked a finger. Go on, then show me what you've got. I'm not kidding. I'm coming for you. Gojo Satoru readied himself, poised to make a move. Geto, why aren't you stopping me? Suddenly, Gojo's expression froze as he looked back at Geto Suguru, who was clearly just there to enjoy the show. Well, Satoru, I think this is your chance to set the record straight. Geto gave Gojo an encouraging gesture. I'm rooting for you. Go defeat the great demon king. Gojo, honestly, what's with these two so-called best friends of mine? Gojo glanced awkwardly at Zen'in, forcing a sheepish smile. I was only joking, you know. Shoko, watching Gojo's embarrassment, couldn't help but laugh as well. So even the egomaniac has days like this, huh? A while later, outside the classroom, two boys in matching white shirts rode a bicycle, laughing without a care in the world. Geto Suguru sat up front, steering. He closed his eyes, letting himself soak in this fleeting moment of youth. On the back seat, Gojo Satoru looked a little disheveled, but his face was lit up with the same carefree grin. It was deep winter, yet the sun shone unusually bright. The dazzling sunlight was almost blinding. Shoko lifted a slender hand to shield her eyes, just enough to block out the glare. She lay quietly in the patchy shade beneath a big tree, watching the boy beside her leaning back on his hands, and couldn't help but feel a dreamy, joyful sense of peace. If only it could always be like this, Shoko murmured to herself. Will we always get to live so carefree? The boy beside her smiled. Youth only lasts a moment. Maybe that's what makes it so precious. Is that so? Shoko smiled, her gaze returning to the boy, a hint of wistfulness in her eyes. But in the next instant, she suddenly noticed that his figure seemed to blur and fade. She reached out, trying to touch him, only to find nothing but empty air. Shh! Shoko suddenly cried out, startling Zen'in beside her. What is it? Zen'in looked at her with curiosity. I'm right here. Was it just an illusion? Shoko stared blankly at Zen'in beside her. As if compelled by some mysterious force, she reached out and touched his face. At last, the heavy weight pressing on her heart was lifted. Thank goodness, it's real. Just a moment ago, fleeting memories had surfaced in her mind, memories of an existence that never was. In this world, there shouldn't be anyone named Zen'in. What am I even thinking? Shoko shook her head with a wry smile. Maybe I'm just seeing things. She looked up at Zen'in again, only to catch the glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Teasingly, he asked, How much longer do you want to keep touching my face, Yeri? Shoko fell silent. In an instant, her cheeks flushed bright red, and her ears burned with heat. She quickly pulled her hand away, turning her head and body aside, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing the usually composed Shoko so flustered, Zen'in couldn't help but find it amusing. He continued to tease, So, do I get to return the favor? No way. Shoko shot back, her tone firm and resolute. The blush faded from her face as she glared at Zen'in. Only I'm allowed to touch you. You're not allowed to touch me. All right. Zen'in raised both hands in surrender, surprised to discover this domineering side of Shoko. He glanced over at Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, who weren't far off, and called out loudly, Suguru, let's go hang out somewhere. Are you serious? Gojo Satoru appeared right in front of Zen'in in a flash, his eyes sparkling. Are you saying the four of us are skipping class together? Geto Suguru, nearly losing his balance on his bicycle nearby, thought to himself, Satoru, I swear, one of these days I'll finally get my chance to clobber you. That's right. Zen'in whispered a quick wink at Shoko, then grinned at Satoru. Let's go check out the city. Perfect. Satoru beamed. Last time I wore a dress, I didn't even dare to look anyone in the eye. This time, I'm going to have as much fun as I want. And who was it who acted all coy last time? Geto Suguru shot back, pushing his bicycle and giving Satoru a sideways look. Shut it, Satoru retorted, glaring at Suguru. Inside a certain arcade, the three boys gathered around an arcade machine. You lost again? You're hopeless. Satoru crowed, laughing as Zen'in grimaced at his defeat. Let me have a turn, Satoru. Suguru took Satoru's seat and challenged Zen'in to a game. Before long, a giant OK flashed on the screen, the colors turning gray and white. The three of them were playing King of Fighters 97. Lost again. Satoru clapped on the shoulder, snickering. Man, you're seriously lacking any gaming talent. Suguru tried to suppress his laughter. His rational side told him he shouldn't mock his best friend. But Satoru had no such restraint, continuing to tease Zen'in, who was completely clueless in the world of video games. Zen'in could only fall silent. He lifted his watch, his expression calm and unruffled, as if he hadn't just lost the game. Let's go. It's almost time to head to Ginza. Aren't you going to play your favorite Momotetsu anymore, Suguru Geto eyed him with a mischievous glint. Someone's really losing his cool, huh? Satoru Gojo laughed, clearly delighted. Zen'in glanced at the two of them, already plotting how he'd teach these two troublemakers a lesson tonight. Tokyo, Ginza, 5:40 p.m. For young men strode merrily through the bustling streets of Ginza. Towering buildings rose all around them, symbols of the area's prosperity, hailed as the priciest district in all of Asia. Yet today, it seemed Ginza had met its match in two particular troublemakers. One of them walked with his hands stuffed in his pockets, dressed in a black puffer jacket over his school uniform. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and behind a pair of trickster sunglasses, his handsome face wore a look of outrageous confidence. Beside him was a boy of similar height, wearing a dark gray zip-up jacket with a high collar. Wisps of hair brushed his temples and cheeks, and his deep black eyes held a hint of cool detachment. Let's have a contest. See who can buy the most in 1 hour. Gojo stepped between the two boys, slinging his arms around the shoulders of Geto and Zen'in, grinning. Only what we buy in Ginza today counts. What? You want to compete with me in spending power? Zen'in shot Gojo a cool glance. We're both from the big three sorcerer families, but I've always wondered, do you get more allowance than I do? Gojo laughed, freeing his arms and tossing a side glance at Shoko, who stood by Zei's side. Then he grabbed Geto by the arm. Come on, Suguru, let's go. I'll pick up the tab for everything today. Suguru Geto, in his dark school uniform, looked a bit sturdier than the others, his face always soft with a gentle smile and a heart full of purpose. Watching the two of them walk away, Zen'in turned to Shoko and said, Let's go. I'll pay for everything today. Idiot. Shoko rolled her eyes at Zei, but then stepped ahead of him, a smile breaking across her face. She'd put on a touch of light makeup before leaving the house, though she hadn't had time to change and was still in her school uniform. Still, her fair complexion and the signature beauty mark beneath her lent a captivating charm to her delicate features. As he glanced at the luxury boutiques lining both sides of the street, Zen'in felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. The power of cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, back in a classroom at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Principal Yaga stood at the podium, looking down at 4 conspicuously empty seats. His expression darkened. The scorching summer of 2006 seemed almost inescapable, its stories stirring the hearts of everyone at Jujutsu High. A new term had begun several months ago. All 4 sorcerers were now second years, and along with them, 2 new students had joined the ranks. The one with the pale golden hair is named Kinto Nanami, and the boy with the gray watermelon-shaped haircut is Yu Hibara. Zen'in spoke calmly to Satoru Gojo, who was standing in front of him, his face full of complaints. It's been so long, and you still haven't remembered their names? Outside the classroom, the cicadas sang incessantly, while inside, the boys' lively discussion never seemed to end. Shoko sat quietly beside Zen'in, watching the 3 boys she had spent a year with. Though she hadn't said a word, the familiarity between them was unmistakable. Shoko didn't join in their conversation. She kept a lollipop in her mouth, her eyes fixed on Zen'in so intently that even she didn't realize it herself. Jia seems to have high hopes for that Yohibara, doesn't he? Satoru Gojo said to Suguru Geto. I can't figure out why that guy is so passionate all the time. Gojo, Suguru Geto paused, then said to Satoru Gojo in a serious tone, being passionate is a good thing. That's how you stand up for the weak and fight injustice. Protecting others is what really matters. There you go with that line again, Satoru Gojo retorted with a scoff, turning away and resting his hand on Zen'in's desk. People as strong as Zei and me don't need to waste our time worrying about the weak. Suguru Geto's expression darkened as he glanced at Gojo. Let's talk outside. I'm not going. There they go again, Satoru and Suguru, Shoko said to Zen'in with a smile. Aren't you going to do something about them? Zen'in sighed. You too. Do you really want another lesson from me? Gojo and Geto immediately straightened up, sitting at attention as if nothing had happened. Let's go, Zen'in said, putting on a serious face. I've arranged to meet with Nanami, Hibara, and Mei, plus Yudahime. We're all skipping class, just this once. Gojo's expression changed instantly. I knew it. You're getting more rebellious by the day. Geto stroked his chin thoughtfully. For the first time, I think Gojo actually has a point. So, are you coming or not? Of course. Geto and Gojo exchanged a glance and answered in unison, their grins matching. Years later, Shoko couldn't help but laugh whenever she remembered Zen'in's proposal. Who does that? Inviting everyone to skip class together. That guy was something else. Arriving a step behind at the classroom, Principal Yaga couldn't help but sigh. It's one thing for Jia, but even Shoko is skipping class. Maybe Zei is being led astray by Gojo too. He watched the 4 students' backs as they walked away, making no move to call them back to class. After all, they were his students. No matter how stern he acted, in the end, he couldn't help but indulge them a little. The sky was a brilliant blue, especially clear that summer. A group of exceptionally gifted sorcerers roamed Tokyo, laughter and mischief echoing wherever they went. Each of them basked in the spirit of midsummer, moving freely through the world with unrestrained joy. Country fields, rushing streams, fireworks blooming in the night, and bustling festival crowds all became part of their summer tapestry. Mei and Yudahime walked close to Shoko, a few crows perching on their shoulders as if they were part of the group. Mei, watching the 5 boys walking ahead side by side, lowered her voice and said to Shoko, So, how are things going between you and Zen'in? Yudahime, catching the scent of gossip, looked at Shoko with eager curiosity. Come on, Shoko, tell us. Compared to those 2 idiots Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, Zen'in's personality is 100 times better. What nonsense are you spouting, Yudahime? At that moment, Gojo Satoru appeared at Yudahime's side as if he'd teleported, his grin teasing as he taunted her. Weak as you are, you still dare to skip class? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Gojo Satoru. Yudahime glared at him in outrage. Show some respect to your senpai. To think that when the semester started, I actually thought you had a decent personality. Ugh, I must have been blind. Go utli unapolit. But then, someone did just try to gossip about me behind my back, didn't they? I have no desire to talk to you. Yudahime turned away, refusing to look at his infuriating face. Seeing Yudahime so riled up, Mei couldn't help but chuckle. Really, Gojo was like Yudahime's destined nemesis. Put the two together, and they'd always end up bickering. Satoru, Geto Suguru called from up ahead, turning to grin at Gojo. Quit picking on the weak, will you? How many times do I have to tell you? Yeah. Gojo waved him off, shooting another playful look at Yudahime. Yudahime's just a little chick after all. Gojo Satoru. Amid the group's teasing laughter, Yudahime hugged Shoko in mock distress. Shoko, tell Zen'in to come deal with these two. Yudahime-senpai, Shoko sighed in resignation. I really can't boss him around. Really? Mei looked at Shoko, hooking a finger under her chin. But Shoko, you could totally go after Zen'in, couldn't you? Zen'in Naoya, catching this sapphic scene out of the corner of his eye, couldn't help but twitch. Hey, cut it out. Meanwhile, the ever-energetic Gojo Satoru and the hot-blooded Yuhibara were the first to dash down the subway steps. Hibara gazed at the approaching train, on his voice. Wow, Tokyo really is something else. Hibara, look at you, like you've never seen the world before. Gojo clapped him on the shoulder with a sigh. Stick with us, and we'll show you every corner of Tokyo. Guaranteed. Huh? Are we skipping class together again, next time? Hibara blinked in surprise. Gojo Satoru's lips twitched, then he glanced over at Nanami Kento, who had just walked past him. Nanami Kento, looking a little sullen, turned back to glance at Gojo and muttered quietly, Senpai Gojo really is as unreliable as ever. He and Senpai Zen'in are like two extremes, he added. Nanami Kento slowly walked into the subway, his eyes drifting over his companions coming and going. An inexplicable feeling welled up inside him. Let's go, Zen'in called out, leading Suguru Geto, Shoko, and the others down the stairs as well. Spotting Gojo, standing motionless, he gave him a gentle push. In this cheerful, lively atmosphere, 8 young sorcerers bounded toward the waiting train. At the same moment, on the same platform, a girl in a school uniform stepped off the train, her bag swinging at her side. She turned her head to look at Zen'in and his friends, who couldn't have been much older than herself. Their carefree smiles tugged at her heart, stirring a longing she hadn't expected. They looked so happy. Could I have friends like that too? The girl stood frozen, staring at the group of young sorcerers, lost in thought. As if sensing something, Shoko's gaze drifted in the girl's direction, and for a moment, their eyes met. The girl didn't linger. She hurriedly left the subway station. Yet, in that sensitive heart of hers, she had no inkling that soon, her fate would become inextricably entwined with these young sorcerers. Just 2 short days, yet they would become an unforgettable chapter in her life. Okinawa, in summer. Those 2 seemingly aloof young sorcerers noticed her gloomy mood with surprising sensitivity and decided to stay on the island an extra day. On the eve of assimilation, brilliant sunlight filtered through the leaves, and those 2 boys, finding silent agreement on a street corner, resolved to help her resist assimilation, even if it meant going against Master Tenjin himself. In the Star Plasma Vessel Hall, the boy with the unusual bang smiled at her with confidence and said, No matter what happens in the future, we'll make sure you have one. Because the 3 of us are the strongest. Tears still staining her cheeks, the girl's smile blossomed. She took the hand the boy offered. This time, there was no sound of a gunshot. Shoko found it odd as well. She felt as if she'd seen that girl somewhere before. She didn't dwell on it, letting her gaze return to the boy in front of her. A year had passed since they last met, and though both of them had always understood each other's feelings, neither could bring themselves to speak first, restrained by their personalities. For Zen'in, poking her forehead was as far as he could go right now. Not long after this, Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto would receive the mission to guard the Star Plasma Vessel, and Zen'in would begin to tame Maharaga. Afterwards, Zen'in returned from Southeast Asia and fulfilled the promise he made to Toji 10 years ago. They faced each other in a real battle, master and apprentice. If Zen'in lost, everything would proceed as in the original storyline. The Star Plasma Vessel would be killed, a special grade would defect. But if Zen'in managed to stop Toji, then everything could change. Fortunately, Zen'in was victorious, and he was bound to win. After 10 years, Zen'in's strength was no longer on the same level as Toji's. Outside the tombs of the star, Zen'in looked at Suguru Geto, pounding his chest with a single fist. Do you have any idea how serious it is to refuse the merging of Tenjin and the star plasma vessel? As a core member of one of the big three sorcerer families, Zen'in didn't just rely on memories from a previous life. He had also learned much from conversations among the family's upper echelons. Zay, do you disagree with Satoru and me? Suguru Geto countered, though he was certain that his closest friend would always stand with them. Of course I agree. I'll always trust the decisions you and Satoru make. Zen'in schmoiled. To love and hate without fear, that was the Uchiha way. He would never persuade Riko Aminai to give up her life, nor would he take the initiative to become Tengen's enemy. What he could do was trust in his friend's choices. For the Uchiha, it was never logic that moved them, it was always emotion. Logic told him that the merging of the star plasma vessel and Tenjin could thwart Kinjaku's plans, making his schemes futile. Gaining the curse technique manipulation would be meaningless. But Uchiha have always doubted the world first before doubting themselves. Tenjin will be fine, even without merging with the star plasma vessel. At worst, he'll evolve into what again? Suguru Geto paused, then looked at Zen'in and broke into a smile. Zay, you sly fox. You never say what you really mean, do you? Thank you, my only other true friend. That's enough with the sappy talk. After a brief silence, Zen'in looked at Suguru Geto. Will the summers to come be bitter ones? Suguru was momentarily surprised, then replied with a smile. The 3 years with you all here, those can never be bitter summers. Though he said that, a year later Zen'in still pulled Suguru Geto back from the edge of darkness. That guy's just like me, always saying the opposite of what he feels. On this day, everything in the world of jujitsu changed. The destinies of Tenjin, the star plasma vessel, and the 6 eyes were peacefully severed, without a single voice of opposition. Because those who would have opposed had all been eliminated by the Zen'in clan's own assassination squad. Hey, no one had expected that the Zen'in clan's 10 Shadows technique, together with a curse user who had survived 1,000 years, would be the ones stirring the waters behind the scenes. Her thoughts returned to the present, staring at that final graduation photo from 2008 and the dreams they had inscribed on it. Shoko found herself reminiscing about those countless days and nights of hard study and the companionship of her youth. Zay, thank you for being there with me back then, for sticking by my side as we earned our medical licenses together. My youth was brighter because you were in it. I am truly grateful. Shoko gently closed her diary. Whether it was mist in her eyes or just a yawn, her gaze was tinged with a delicate redness. How dazzling youth can be, like the brightest moment in a summer sky filled with fireworks. Those memories are forever etched in her heart. Inside a hidden room at Tokyo Jujitsu High, Itadori, Nobara, Kujisaki glanced around at their surroundings. Are we really going to get away with secretly watching TV here? It's class time right now. I think it's probably because Gojo-sensei is turning a blind eye, Megumi Fushiguro replied, arms crossed, his gaze falling on a bear-shaped puppet on the table. That thing's probably a cursed corpse made by Principal Yaga. Gojo-sensei's always been like this. Recalling just how unreliable their teacher had seemed when taking him and Yuta Okatsu under his wing, Megumi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. I wonder how Sensei is doing in Kyoto, Megumi said, looking in the direction of Tokyo. Deep in the forest along a nighttime highway. Are you sure Satoru Gojo will pass through here? A blue, one-eyed cursed spirit peered uncertainly at the man beside him, lowering its voice. Absolutely, Kinjaku replied with a confident smile. My informant has given me all the intel I need, and with what happened with Kokichi before, it's almost time to pull the net tight. You won't even get the chance to use your plan. The blue cursed spirit, Jogo, let out a smug laugh, then shot a warning glance at Hanami, hovering nearby. Don't butt in. Satoru Gojo is nothing. I'll take care of him easily. Kinjaku gave a helpless smile. Hanami, don't let Jogo get himself killed. Step in when you must. His expression suddenly hardened, voice dropping. He's here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kinjaku made a hasty exit, not daring to linger. On the highway, a black sedan pulled to a stop. Satoru Gojo, hands in his pockets, looked into the car at Ijichi, exasperated. What do you take me for? Inside the car, Ijichi managed an awkward smile. After all, this senior was infamous for being the most troublesome member of the strongest trio. Once he was sure Gojo wouldn't slug him, Ijichi quickly drove away, eager to escape. Gojo stood alone on the dimly lit road, the glow from a few streetlights casting long shadows. He could already sense the presence of a cursed spirit nearby. With a calm voice, he called out, Since you've come all this way, why not step out and have some fun with me? Small fry. Hearing Satoru Gojo's taunt, Jogo's single eye burned red with rage. He leapt down from the moonlight, flames swirling in his hand. Gojo nimbly dodged as Jogo slammed down from above, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Yet Gojo only grinned. So you're that so-called intelligent cursed spirit, aren't you? Gojo spoke with disdain. You've been hiding abroad for years, too afraid to make a move. What's made you so bold today that you dare to attack me? Save your breath. Jogo sneered with icy contempt. A man at death's door isn't worth so many words. With that, Jogo swept his arm, and 2 volcanic mounds erupted from the wall and ground behind Gojo. Flames burst forth in an instant, swallowing Gojo's figure in molten lava. It's done, Jogo said with a satisfied smile. One of humanity's so-called strongest is nothing special after all. Still, it's not as oppressive as Zen'in Toji. What did you say? Gojo's uncertain tone made Jogo's expression freeze awkwardly. At the same time, he could sense the man's simmering anger. Before Jogo could react, Gojo drew him in with a sudden pull, and his curse-enhanced right fist drove straight into Jogo's stomach. Gojo looked down at the cursed spirit, now coughing up dark purple blood, his gaze cold and indifferent. Would you care to repeat that? Who exactly am I inferior to? Bastard. Seizing the moment, Jogo thrust his palm at Gojo's abdomen, and a torrent of flames surged outward. It's not over yet. Several spiked firebugs sprang from Jogo's volcanic mounts. Firebugs! The insects darted toward Gojo, exploding in a thunderous blast. As the smoke settled and silence fell, Jogo turned confidently away. Finished. But suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. You still haven't answered my question. What? Jogo swung his fist at the figure behind him, but his punch stopped just a hair's breadth from its target. So you refuse to answer me, do you? Gojo's smile was merciless as he drove his fist into Jogo once more, sending him flying 10 meters away. It's not over yet. I'll return those words to you. Gojo extended his palm, and a powerful force pulled Jogo back toward him. A red energy orb formed at Gojo's fingertips. Tell me, which is stronger, my red or Zen'in's lightning technique? If your answer pleases me, maybe I'll use Curse Technique Reversal, Blue, to exorcise you. How about it? Jogo broke out in a cold sweat, sensing the overwhelming surge of cursed energy behind him, so far beyond his own that there was no comparison. Still not answering? Gojo's expression darkened. His mood was already at rock bottom today. In that case, I'll give you 2 shots of red. Gojo Satoru flashed a maniacal grin. Multiple curse techniques, huh? I've never played with that before. In an instant, 2 streams of crimson, cursed energy shot from his hands. Jogo took the full brunt of both attacks and was hurled away by the tremendous force, tumbling uncontrollably down the mountainside until he finally crashed into a vast lake. Damn it, this guy. Jogo wiped the scorched march from his face, and once again, memories of the terror he felt under the Zen'in clan's reign 12 years ago crept into his mind. If that's how it is, then let's settle this with a domain. He scanned his surroundings, remaining on high alert for a sudden assault from Gojo Satoru. The very next second, the person he'd been obsessing over appeared before his eyes, and brought 3 others along. So you're still alive, huh? And here I even cranked up my attack a little, Gojo commented, arriving with the 3 students in tow. Sukuna's vessel. Jogo's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned ignorance. You brought a few human shields with you? How utterly foolish. Standing there like a sitting duck, Gojo shot him a mocking smile. It's because you're just that weak. In a flash, the volcano heads on either side of Jogo, as well as the one atop his crown, erupted. A wave of scorching heat surged over the lake, barreling toward Gojo and his group. Domain expansion. Coffin of Iron Mountain. A black sphere engulfed everyone present, and within its confines raged a hellscape of fire and molten lava. Ordinary sorcerers would be reduced to ashes the moment they step into my domain. Jogo's gaze locked onto Gojo Satoru. Just as that guy said, listen up everyone. Pay close attention and learn well. Gojo stood there, utterly unruffled, and explained calmly, a sorcerer's ultimate battle, the real clash, comes down to domains. By channeling cursed energy to construct a barrier, you create a territory imbued with a technique, granting you an inescapable, guaranteed hit. Fushiguro, you should understand this best. Come over here and touch me. Yuji, Megumi, and Nobara all gathered closely around Gojo Satoru. They watched as Gojo formed a hand seal, his index and middle fingers pressed together. Domain expansion, unlimited void. The 3 students looked on as their teacher strolled unhurriedly up to the cursed spirit, casually gripping one of the volcano heads. Under the silvery moonlight, Gojo seized the volcano head and yanked it upward, tearing it out at the base. Purple blood spattered everywhere. Thus was born the legend of plucking a head beneath the moon. With his foot pressing down on Jogo's remaining head and a playful smile on his lips, Gojo teased, "Volcano head, if you don't answer my question, you'll be dead before you know it. Say whatever you want. Victory doesn't have to be mine." With only one head left, Jogo still refused to concede. "The ones laughing in the wasteland 100 years from now don't have to be us. We are the new mankind." Gojo Satoru's gaze turned icy. The cursed spirit beneath his feet possessed a strong sense of kinship. There was no way he could let it live. "Cling to your pathetic ideals, and take them to hell." With a powerful stomp, Gojo crushed Jogo's head beneath his foot. Purple blood splattered, but not a single drop soiled Gojo's pant leg. At the edge of the cliff, Hanami stood in shock. She had just been preparing to rush in and save Jogo, when suddenly, Suguru Geto appeared out of nowhere, blocking her path. "Hanami, withdraw at once." A voice flashed through Hanami's mind. "Leader, Jogo's body is already dead. Staying here serves no purpose. Leave now." "But, go." The voice was devoid of all emotion, yet it sent a shiver through Hanami's heart. "Are you planning to disobey me?" Hanami gave Suguru Geto a long, searching look, then activated her technique. A pure white flower blossomed in her palm, and in an instant, a sea of flowers swept over the cliff. Even Gojo, far in the distance, was affected by the bloom. This curse spirit. Suguru Geto's expression grew tense as he readied himself for battle, the cursed spirits behind him stirring with anticipation. But then, he was seized by a brief spell of distraction. It was one of Hanami's techniques, sapping his fighting spirit. Unexpectedly, Hanami made no move to fight him. Instead, she turned and fled without hesitation. In just a moment, Geto snapped back to his senses, only to find Hanami had already vanished into the distance. "Geto." Gojo had now come to stand beside him. "What brings you here?" "Zen'in called me," Geto replied with a smile, glancing at Gojo. "He said to follow you when you rode out tonight, just in case any cursed spirits tried to rescue that talking one." "Ugh, why didn't you show yourself sooner?" Gojo suddenly complained. "If you'd come out earlier, I could have just let you absorb that guy, and then we could head straight for the old monster's lair." "I'm afraid it's not that simple," Geto frowned, analyzing the situation coolly. "That one had some kind of technique to weaken resolve. I'm not sure how it works, but in a split second, she managed to escape. And I have a feeling there's someone else lurking nearby." "Ah, don't be so uptight." Gojo laughed it off, giving Geto a friendly slap on the shoulder. "With the three of us holding the line, nothing's going to catch us off guard. That so-called ancient demon is just a rat cowering in the shadows." "I suppose you're right." Geto looked at Gojo's familiar smile and words, and couldn't help but be moved. "Sensei." Itadori Yuji hurried up with his companions in tow, catching up to Gojo. "Is that cursed spirit really dead, just like that?" "Yeah." Satoru Gojo removed his blindfold, his gaze drifting into the distance as he smiled. "But it's not over yet." "Gojo-sensei, did you pick up this habit of speaking in riddles from Zen'in-sensei?" Megumi Fushiguro suddenly asked. "Now that you mention it," Nobara Kudasaki chimed in, "I've only met him once or twice, but the vibe just now was spot on." "Not bad, but maybe don't imitate him next time." Gojo Satoru. "Come on, since when did my adorable students start giving their reliable teacher such a hard time?" Kyoto Jujitsu High. Zen'in sat comfortably in his office chair, phone in hand, eyes narrowed with a sly smile. "So those old geezers finally couldn't resist and secretly reached out to that guy. Cousin, just as you predicted, there's a traitor among the higher-ups." "I figured that out a long time ago." Zen'in scribbled something on a sheet of paper with a pen. "In the next few days, take Bing with you and look into what the Kamo family's been up to lately. Especially dig up the exact origins of Noritoshi Kamo. My suspicion is that he's the latest of their experiments." "No way, really?" came a startled voice over the phone. "That guy's been the Kamo family's prodigy since birth. Hard to believe he'd side with curse users, don't you think?" "Naoya," Zen'in tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his tone cool. "So, do you trust me, or your gut?" Back in Tokyo, Naoya Zen'in flushed red, then stammered awkwardly, "Sorry, cousin, I spoke out of turn." "No worries," Zen'in replied, unbothered by Naoya's curiosity. After all, even he was intrigued by this. Noritoshi Kamo wasn't a character from the original story, after all. The main thing is to find out just how deep the Kamo family's ties to Kinjaka go at the top. As for the old man who leaked Satoru's whereabouts tonight, Zen'in's gaze turned icy, his face devoid of emotion. "Kill him. Let it serve as a warning to those old fools." "Understood, cousin." Naoya responded with excitement, signaling a grade 1 sorcerer beside him to leave, then whispered, "Recently, Zen'in-kun and Zen'in-su have both secured spots as supervisors over high-level sorcerer resources." "Cousin, Do you think it's time to just tear down the partition now? We've already secured about half the seats in the council. Even if it comes to all-out war, if we can pull the Gojo family to our side, there's a real chance we could win. Let me think it over first. Zen'in tapped his forefinger lightly on the table, running countless scenarios through his mind. By the previous year, his own faction had already secured nearly half of the High Council seats. By bribing members of the cabinet, he had already secured the position of second-in-command, just one step away from becoming head of the supervisory department. Soon after, he made his first tentative proposal to make all information public regarding both sorcerers and non-sorcerers, a suggestion that was, unsurprisingly, met with opposition. Old Tangerine argued that such a move would create widespread panic, and there was a significant chance it would amplify negative human emotions, thereby strengthening the power of curses. Zen'in also emphasized that this would increase the likelihood of discovering ordinary people with special grade potential, much like Sugura Geto. If they were to meet with misfortune before being recognized, or right after their abilities awakened, it would mean a needless loss of valuable talent. Yet the old guard remained stubborn, and since decisions in the supervisory department required a 2/3 majority, he was always just a hair's breadth away from changing the balance of power. Thanks to his years-long relationship with Satoru Gojo, the century-old rift between the Gojo and Zen'in families had greatly diminished. They weren't exactly inseparable, but the days of open and covert conflict were behind them. Still, the world of jujitsu was not ruled by the three great houses alone. Beneath them lay countless smaller families, each entangled in webs of interest. Striking the right balance was his first priority. These minor families also held seats in the supervisory department and the partition. Currently, the Kumo family stood firmly with the conservatives, while the Gojo clan, albeit discreetly, had joined forces with the Zen'in house on the side of reform. Yet many of the conservative-aligned small families clung stubbornly to their views. Wiping them all out would only provoke greater backlash. The Inumaki family has joined us now, haven't they? Zen'in asked. Yes, just a few days ago, the head of the Inumaki family signed a contract with me. After pondering for a moment, Zen'in spoke again. Kenjaku is still in hiding. It's not wise to make any big moves now. He thought for a while longer and then instructed Naoya. Take care of the old man who leaked the information. After that, start putting pressure on and absorbing the smaller families. Bring them under our wing if possible. Once they're in, we have to rule with both kindness and severity. If anyone resists, you know what to do. This time, don't operate from the shadows as before. We'll act openly and make our intentions clear. No problem, cousin. With that, Zen'in hung up and turned back to his writing. Meanwhile, Zen and Naoya, kneeling in his room and staring at the now silent phone, set it down respectfully and allowed a cruel smile to spread across his face. The old fools, my cousin has decided to act at last. Let's see if you can still enjoy your time hiding behind the partition. He clapped his hands, and a boy with a braided ponytail, looking every bit the protagonist from a shonen manga, entered the room and greeted him respectfully. First seat. What are your orders? Naoya had been the head of Hei's unit for nearly 7 years now, and he had fully brought this elite squad of the Zen'in clan under his command. As for himself, he looked up to Zen'in Zema as his chief and guide. From today on, we can start openly pressuring and acquiring those minor families, Naoya Zen'in said with a cold smirk tugging at his lips. But don't go overboard. We wouldn't want to cause trouble for my cousin. Go rein in our people. No unnecessary killings unless absolutely needed. The most important thing is seizing the seats of power they hold. At your command. The young man with the braided hair made a formal gesture of respect, then prepared to leave as quietly as possible. Rantai, wait a moment. Naoya's eyes narrowed as something occurred to him. Let me get ready, then we'll head to the supervisory office together. The supervisory office? The young man was taken aback, then excitement lit up his face. Has the clan head finally decided to topple those old relics? Shoo. Naoya pressed a finger to his lips, a dazzling smile spreading across his face. Let's not make too much of this. The supervisory office is still, at least in name, the center of authority. Our task is to clear away every hidden threat and obstacle for my cousin. But this time, we're just rooting out a traitor. Yes, sir. Rantai's face shone with excitement. To serve the most legendary head of the Zen'in family was the highest honor he could imagine. Go fetch Shinichi. We'll set out together. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Zen'in estate, Ugi Zen'in sat in utter dejection within a dark cell. Zema Zen'in had prepared this cage specially for him, a place where no sunlight could ever penetrate, where endless darkness stretched on forever. Now, he couldn't even find a way to end his own life. Suddenly, a thin beam of sunlight broke through, and for a moment Ugi felt a flicker of hope. He turned quickly toward the light. Ugi, it's me. A woman's voice reached him. She hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Things never should have come to this between you and your son. Ugi let out a cold snort. You don't need to persuade me anymore. He and I both understand that our relationship is nothing but mutual exploitation, a wager, nothing more. He knows that if he, too, had no cursed energy or technique, just like those two useless ones, I wouldn't treat him any better. Outside the cell, Zemma's mother listened to the man's words, her expression a complex mix of emotions, and disappointment welled up in her heart. She said nothing more. After passing the meal inside, she quietly turned and left. Ugi simply stared blankly into the darkness, sinking back onto the ground, motionless and silent. Standing nearby, Shinichi Zen'in watched with cold eyes as Zemma's mother departed, then turned away himself. As Shinichi walked through the ancient halls of the Zen'in residence, observing the clan's growing prosperity, even he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Our clan head truly is one of a kind. After Zen'in Zei became the clan head, he launched sweeping reforms within the Zen'in family. He abolished the hierarchical relationship between the Kokuryu squad and the Hyo squad, placing young clan members with potential but without cursed techniques into those teams, and, at the same time, preventing them from being exploited by the Hyo squad. He also improved the treatment of the Kokuryu squad, ensuring that even clan members without cursed techniques could hold respectable positions within the family. These days, the Kokuryu squad boasts no shortage of physically formidable members. As for resistance, it was simple. Zen'in Zei, brandishing Chidori in one hand and resting the Soul Eater blade on his shoulder with the other, fixed the elders with a cold gaze. Within moments, he had dispatched every elder off to a retirement home, while appointing young, insightful Zen'in clan members to the Council of Elders. People like Naoya and Shinichi were among them. Zei had even considered inviting Toji back, but Toji had flatly refused. You little brat, don't even think about roping me into work for you. Toji shot Zen'in Zei, who wore his usual emotionless expression, a baleful glare. Zen'in Zei said nothing. Now, the Zen'in family was united as one, a far cry from its former lifeless state. Shinichi, Zen'in Noburo, quietly approached Zen'in Shinichi and murmured, It seems Naoya is about to make his move. Do you think our Kokuryu squad should coordinate with him? Shinichi shook his head. As captain, you cannot act recklessly. Since the clan head has given no orders, you shouldn't take any action. But, Zen'in Noburo looked at Shinichi with concern. Naoya's so much younger than you. Are you really willing to let him outrank you? Fool! Shinichi barked in anger. Are you still living in the past? How narrow-minded you are. The Zen'in family today is nothing like it was 10 years ago. The fact that you can even speak so freely with me now. You should go thank the clan head in tears for that. Noburo quickly bowed in apology. The reforms Zen'in Zei had pushed were mainly aimed at the Hyo squad and the Council of Elders. Noburo, who had suffered exploitation 10 years ago, still hadn't shaken off his old mindset. While Shinichi, Naoya, grinning, appeared with Zen'in Rantai, the two joining the others to form a group of 4. So, you're here too? Naoya teased Noburo with a mocking look. This guy tried to bribe him just a few days earlier. Naoya thought he should really ask his cousin for permission to take care of this troublemaker. The Zen'in family now had no room for such riffraff. Noburo forced a sheepish smile, anxious that Naoya might expose or blackmail him, and hurriedly excused himself. Useless, Naoya scoffed, then turned to Shinichi. The clan head has given orders. In a bit, you'll lead a Hyo squad up to the higher ranks. Thanks to the recent reforms, the Hyo squad have been divided into 3 teams, each led by its own captain. The chief, in title, is Bing's top authority, able to command any unit and oversee all those below. In the past, no one within Bing could restrain the chief. Now, however, he is supervised by the 3 captains. When taking action, a captain must first seek approval from the chief and cannot mobilize forces on their own accord. Only in emergencies can they act independently, but if they cannot justify their actions afterward, they will be dismissed from their post. Among the 3 captains, Shinichi is the strongest, serving as the leader of the first unit. I'll follow your lead, Zen'in Shinichi said, glancing at Zen'in Naoya without questioning his instructions. No, Zen'in Naoya replied with a cheerful smile. You're not following me. You're following the head of the family. Shinichi was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a hearty laugh. Of course. Bing exists to serve the head of the family. Let's go. Ignoring Shinichi's attempts to ingratiate himself, Zen'in Naoya strode straight out through the main gates of the Zen'in estate. Shinichi signaled with a gesture, and 10 semi-grade 1 sorcerers emerged at once. Commence the operation. At your command. Moments latte. With a faint smile, Zen and Naoya led his group as they barged straight into the Jujitsu Supervision Department. This is the Supervisory Department. Zen and Naoya, don't do anything reckless. Zen and Naoya shot a glance at the speaker, clearly just a security guard. Saying nothing, he walked up to the man. The sheer force of his presence left the guard speechless. Then, with a single punch to the stomach, he took him down. Keep moving. He gave the order to those from Bing following behind. At last, they reached the sliding partition. Facing those on the other side with a broad grin, Zen and Naoya announced, by order of Zen'in Zei, second seat of the Jujitsu Supervision Department, I am here to arrest the traitor, Kumo Genkawa. I've said my piece. Who supports this? Who objects? What's going on with all of you? With the same infuriating grin as in the original story, Zen and Naoya strode to the center of the partition. If no one's stopping me, I'll just go ahead and take him away, you know? When no one responded, Naoya's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, Bing's members dragged an elderly man out from behind one of the partitions. Hold on, Zen and Naoya crouched down in front of the old man, his tone suddenly gentle. He's already at this age. Be gentle with him, all right? As he spoke, Naoya squeezed the man's shoulder, leaving the elder drenched in cold sweat. Take him away, Naoya said, his smile tinged with mockery as he shot a glance at the partition before turning and leaving. Leading from the front of his team, Zen and Naoya suddenly spotted a familiar face approaching. The principal of Kyoto Jujitsu High, Gakuganji Yoshinobu. Without greeting him, Zen and Naoya and the principal brushed past each other in silence. Gakuganji Yoshinobu looked back at Bing and Zen and Naoya, his expression troubled and full of conflicting emotions. He was regarded as a representative of the hardliners, but in truth, he was not firmly on their side. Instead, he believed that Zen'in Zei's pace of reform was far too aggressive and should not be implemented so hastily. On the other hand, Zen'in Zei saw the jujitsu world as suffering from a long-standing malaise. If the right cure was not administered quickly, the illness would only grow worse. Rakaganji Yoshinobu stepped into the center of the sliding partitions, letting out a sigh. Everyone, oomph. A cold snort came from behind one of the partitions. Zen and Naoya, just a dog relying on his master's power. Another voice echoed from a different partition. Now the entire Zen'in clan has fallen into Zen'in Zei's hands. This child is wildly ambitious, a true scourge for our jujitsu world. I believe he's even more of a threat than Satoru Gojo ever was. That's right. Now that the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan has lowered himself to remain at the Jujitsu High, it's utterly laughable. It's just a pity we can't count the Gojo clan as leverage against the Zen'in clan. This was not an official meeting of the supervisory department, so only representatives of the hardliner faction were present. There was no one from Zen'in Zei's camp. Precisely because of this, these men dared to speak their minds so openly. At the very center partition sat the head of the Jujitsu Supervisory Department. He spoke slowly. We absolutely cannot agree to the reforms proposed by Zen'in Zei. The more special grades there are, the harder they are to control. This is no way to ensure steady progress. In the past, the head of the supervisory department was never from any of the big 3 families. From the perspective of the Japanese cabinet, to maintain balance in the jujitsu world, if one of the big 3 became the leader, the delicate 3-way standoff would be shattered. If it weren't for Zen'in Zei's intervention, the influence of the big 3 within the supervisory department would have been nearly equally divided. Yukumo clan people are truly foolish. You let confidential information leak so easily and still remain oblivious. The head's voice carried a note of anger. The Gojo clan's stance is still unclear, but given the 6 eyes relationship with Zen'in Zei, I doubt they'll stand idly by. You are the last face of the big 3. Don't yield to the Zen'in clan so easily. Since ancient times, never has anyone of the big 3 acted as Zen'in Zei does now. With such ravenous ambition. Yes, sir, replied the head of the Kumo family respectfully from behind the partition. Rakaganji, how is Zen'in Zei doing at Kyoto Jujitsu High? The head of the supervisory department asked through the partition. Everything's going smoothly. It seems he hasn't noticed anything amiss, Rakaganji answered after a pause. But if we press him too hard, won't it just corner him? Listening to these influential figures, Rakaganji Yoshinobu could only feel helpless. Zen'in Zei's intentions were pure, yet in the mouths of these men, he became someone driven by wild ambition. Oomph. An old man let out a cold snort, then sneered, thanks to that fellow, we managed to get leverage on some of those who always remain neutral. Only then did we have the chance to threaten them into voting with us and temporarily push Zen'in Zei out of Tokyo. That's made things a lot easier for us. He truly lives up to the reputation of a curse user. Laughter erupted behind the sliding doors, laced with scorn. And now they want us to hunt down our own partners? Zen'in shi. I don't know how you discovered him, but after all, you're still young. A curse user? Don't ask too many questions, Rakaganji. Rakaganji sensed something was off. Who exactly was this he? What did it mean to call someone partner? Was the celebrated Jujitsu Supervisory Headquarters really collaborating with curse users? Keep monitoring Zen'in Zay. That's all, the head of the supervisory department said coolly. Yes, sir. With a head full of questions, Rakaganji Yoshinobu slowly exited through the sliding doors. At the end of the corridor, he stared at his phone, torn over whether to call Zen'in Zay, but in the end, he didn't dial. Rakaganji looked back at the endless stretch of sliding doors, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Not a single ray of light shone through. The future of the jujitsu world was just as unclear to him. With a supervisory department like this, is there really any hope for the jujitsu world? At that moment, Rakaganji Yoshinobu's heart was full of confusion. He could no longer see a way forward. Tokyo. On a stretch of beach, the turquoise sea washed gently against the shore, while palm trees swayed vividly in the sea breeze. There were only a few small dots on the sand. As the view drew closer, it became clear they were a handful of creatures who looked like they had nothing in common. Jogo, you're still alive? Hanami stared in shock. She had witnessed Gojo Satoru crush Jogo's head with her own eyes and had felt Jogo's presence vanish. It was the boss and him who brought me back. Earlier, the boss told me to entrust a part of my soul to Kinjaku, just in case someone cut off your support. Jogo, what do you think of Gojo Satoru? Kinjaku asked with a cheerful smile, looking at the weakened Jogo. He's unbelievably strong. Jogo replied, still shaken. If I hadn't experienced Zen'in Zay's terrifying power firsthand, I'd honestly believe Gojo was the true strongest. My attacks never even touched him. That's right, Kinjaku kept smiling. But as it stands, 12 years ago, Zen'in Zay had already subdued Maharaga and obtained a domain, even though he rarely takes action himself these days. I'm afraid he's become even more unfathomable now. You have to remember, 12 years ago, Satoru Gojo only knew how to use the basic form of his technique. As Jogo recalled the battle from 12 years prior, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead again. Back then, I could sense that Zen'in Zay was far from his peak. He could have easily neutralized my ultimate move without even resorting to his domain. Arrogant as he usually was, even Jogo had to admit his admiration for Zen'in Zay, this human sorcerer who had effortlessly countered his strongest attack with nothing but basic moves. Oh my, Jogo, why are you praising the enemy and belittling yourself? Mahito leaned in with a carefree smile, resting his chin on Jogo's shoulder. Hasn't that strange human already made his preparations? That's right. Kinjaku narrowed his eyes, looking down at a square-shaped cursed tool and a razor blade in his hand, his lips curving into a faint smile. Everything is ready now. All we need is the right opportunity. Zen'in shi. Satoru Gojo. Shibuya has been meticulously chosen as the stage just for the two of you. His gaze drifted toward a distant figure with long black hair, their features obscured, and anticipation surged within him. It all depends on you now, my partner in crime. Kawasaki City, Kanagawa Prefecture. On the bustling street, Junpei Yoshino had just finished his classes. As he walked among the crowds, a sense of relief washed over him. If it weren't for Sensei, I think my life would be in a much worse place right now. The thought of those scumbags in his class made Junpei furrow his brow. Those guys don't dare bully anyone in front of me anymore, but behind the scenes, they're still up to their petty tricks. Pathetic lowlifes. Gone was the weakness from 3 years ago. A year of training with Zen'in Zay had transformed his physique and his fighting skills, making him someone no one dared to pick on at school. Now, the once frail boy would never allow the past to repeat itself. If the homeroom teacher won't step up, then I'll do it myself. Junpei's gaze turned icy as he thought of the teacher's indifference in the face of bullying. Even if he wasn't the one being targeted, the injustice still filled him with anger. I wonder how Sensei is doing over there. It's been almost 2 months since he left, hasn't it? Junpei murmured to himself as he strolled down the street. Maybe I'll go catch a movie later. Better let Mom know in advance. Suddenly, a figure with long blue hair caught his eye. That's... In an instant, Junpei remembered the cursed spirit his teacher had warned him about 2 months ago. Blue hair, a human-like appearance, and the most distinctive feature, countless stitches running across its face. The words Zen'in Taka had spoken on the rooftop still echoed in Junpei's ears. Junpei paused for a moment, then caught on and put on a guileless expression as he followed along. What struck Junpei as a strange coincidence was that the cursed spirit had also gone to the movie theater, and, as it turned out, was watching the very same film as he was. Earthworm Man 3, The Creation of Humanity, was one of his favorite movies, and as he waited at the ticket counter, he even spotted some old classmates. "So you're here too?" Junpei approached a tall, thin man in a white shirt with a smile, giving his shoulder a friendly squeeze. "Who's the unlucky one today?" Junpei asked amiably, his smile warm and kind. Is it me you're after?" "Don't be silly," the man replied, wincing slightly from the grip on his shoulder and forcing a sheepish, ingratiating smile. "We're just here to catch a movie, that's all." "Is that so?" Junpei let go and moved a step closer, glancing at a burly, dark-faced man. "Well, I hope you all enjoy the show." With that, he made his way to a seat in the middle of the theater, settling in just behind and to the side of the blue-haired cursed spirit. "That bastard," the burly man muttered, scowling at Junpei's back. "Never thought we'd run into him out here." These were the very same delinquent students who had made bullying a way of life at school. The burly man was their ringleader, notorious for tormenting other students until Junpei had, one by one, put them in their place. "Come on, Tsubasa," the burly man grumbled, dragging along a girl with a shock of frizzy hair as they entered the theater. Junpei sat in the dim light, the movie already at its most intense moment. Yet he couldn't focus on the plot. His eyes were drawn again and again to the blue-haired cursed spirit. Soon enough, though, the noisy chatter from the four delinquents began to pull his attention back to the film. Those four lowlifes. Junpei stared at his so-called friendly classmates with a blank expression. He was about to get up and warn them from behind when the very person he'd been watching made a move. "One should really follow the rules when watching a movie," Mahito said cheerfully as he appeared behind the group. Even in the gloom of the theater, Junpei could feel the surge of cursed energy. "They're changing. Something's happening to all four of them." Junpei kept his gaze fixed on Mahito, watching as he touched the group, and then quietly left the theater. Junpei stood and hurried after him. He didn't need to wonder what had happened to those four scumbags. They were surely dead beyond saving. Yet Junpei felt not a shred of guilt. He knew exactly who deserved to die, and who deserved saving. That much was clear to him. In a deserted alleyway, Junpei finally caught up with Mahito. "Are you here to blame me?" Mahito asked with a smile, as if chatting with a friend. "Were they really that special to you?" "No." Junpei forced a smile, trying to mask his true feelings. "I just think you're the special one." "Is that so?" Mahito's smile widened, as if he'd discovered a new toy. The night passed. By 10:30 the next morning, once again at the movie theater, in the same location as before, stood a man with light blonde hair who looked reliable, and beside him, a man with a gray, bowl-cut hairstyle, both quietly surveying the scene of the previous incident. The dependable blonde was Kento Nanami, and the gray-haired man was his longtime partner, Yuhibara. Judging by the lingering traces of cursed energy, this curse must have had quite a formidable technique, Hibara mused, crouching behind a seat and stroking his chin. And the way those people were transformed, it's really extraordinary. "No doubt about it," Nanami replied coolly, walking over and giving Hibara's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Honestly, we don't need to work ourselves to exhaustion over this, because being a jujitsu sorcerer is crap, and so is this job." "Nanami, don't say that." Hibara stood up, grinning. "Personally, I think being a sorcerer is great. Just being able to help others however I can. That's more than enough for me." Nanami looked at the ever-enthusiastic Hibara and could only sigh in resignation. "In that case, let's hurry up and track down the culprit. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head back to Tokyo." "All right, let's get fired up," Hibara shouted excitedly, dashing out of the crime scene with a grin so wide it made Nanami's mouth twitch involuntarily. "It's all crap, so I chose something that suits me better," Nanami muttered under his breath. "Maybe you're right, Hibara." Watching Hibara's retreating back, a spark of determination flickered in Nanami's heart as well. He smiled, then followed after his partner. Meanwhile, in the damp, shadowy underground sewers, Mahito placed his hand gently on Junpei's head, murmuring softly, "Idle, transfiguration." Cursed energy gathered in Mahito's palm, and his technique activated in an instant. Junpei was struck by a sensation unlike anything he'd ever experienced. "I think I can feel the technique within me. So it really is because of this curse's abilities?" Junpei stared blankly at Mahito's smiling face, then forced another awkward grin, trying to seem earnest. "I really appreciate this, Mr. Mahito. Is there anything I can do for you?" "There's no need for anything," Mahito replied, glancing at Junpei before sprawling contentedly on the ground. "I just thought it would be fun, that's all." Junpei remembered Zen'in Zawa's warning to him. Whatever you do, never confront that guy alone. Watching Mahito lying defenseless on the ground, Junpei suppressed his urge to act, waved goodbye to Mahito, and turned to leave. How fascinating. These creatures called humans, Mahito mused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as Junpei's figure receded into the distance. I wonder what kind of expression that guy will show when the time comes. Kinjaku, when will Sukuna's vessel arrive? He asked. Any moment now, Kinjaku replied, stepping out from the shadows with a smile as he looked at Mahito. So, Kinjaku, what do you think we should do once we lure Sukuna's vessel here? Mahito strolled carelessly down the street, idly counting on his fingers. Should we just try to persuade him to work for us, straight away? Kinjaku, with his signature black hat shadowing the stitches on his head, chuckled lightly. Of course not. I have one of his fingers here. If you get the chance, just feed it to him directly. And what's your goal in all this? Mahito eyed Kinjaku with suspicion. Is it really just about feeding him the finger? Of course, Kinjaku replied, his smile unchanged. Well, if you say so. Mahito could tell Kinjaku wasn't being fully honest, but he didn't press further. Dealing with a schemer like Kinjaku was always playing with fire. Yet for their side, the cursed spirits, there really weren't any better options. Anyway, you'd better get ready. Jujutsu High has only sent 2 Grade 1 sorcerers to investigate you for now. So be careful, Kinjaku advised. If they send in a special grade, I'll let you know. Don't worry. Mahito waved his hand dismissively. I'm not as reckless as Jogo. If I run into a special grade, I'll be out of there in a heartbeat. But it'd be nice if I could fly like Hein no Takashi. That way, no sorcerer could ever catch me. Suddenly, Mahito seemed genuinely excited. Do you think I could alter my soul enough to grow wings? Let's hope so. Kinjaku gave Mahito a fleeting glance, then turned to leave, murmuring to himself. That cursed spirit called Hein no Takashi has grown at a remarkable pace. In less than a year, it's already mastered the extreme variant technique. Mahito was a linchpin in his current plans, but Kinjaku couldn't shake a bad feeling, a vague sense of resistance, as if something unseen was working against him. Taking out his phone, Kinjaku squinted at the messages on the screen. Zen'in Zawa, so you're making your move as well. You truly are my greatest adversary, he muttered. Even more dangerous than Satoru Gojo, not just in strength, but in every way. So quick to snatch away one of my pawns already. A confident smile crept across Kinjaku's face. But unfortunately for you, I am not your opponent. But soon, Kinjaku's smile would only reappear a month later, during that earth-shattering incident. Meanwhile, Kinto Nanami pressed his fingers to his forehead, watching as Yuji Itadori was already getting along famously with Yoshio Haibara. With a helpless sigh, he gritted his teeth into his phone and said, Gojo-senpai, why is Sukuna's vessel here too? Oh dear. On the other end of the line, Satoru Gojo laughed breezily, entirely unconcerned. Everyone knows that, aside from Geto and myself, you're the most reliable adult around. That's why I can absolutely trust you with Yuji. Hearing Gojo shamelessly praise himself for being reliable, Nanami couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This guy really did have the nerve to say anything. After a pause, Nanami decisively chose to hang up on him. He looked over at Yuji Itadori, his feelings a bit tangled. Forget it. He's still just a kid. Shaking his head, Nanami turned to the 2 who were still horsing around and said, Let's get going. We need to head to Kanagawa Prefectural Sakura High School first. Before that young sorcerer realizes his powers can actually hurt people. No problem. Yuji instantly straightened up at the order, looking at Nanami with deep respect in his eyes. Catching that look, Nanami recalled how, over a decade ago, when he first entered Jujutsu High, he'd looked at Satoru Gojo with exactly the same eyes. Let's go, Yuji. Haibara grinned cheerfully, stepping right up to Yuji. I feel like we really get along. How about becoming my disciple? Even though I teach second years, and you're still a first year, right? Yuji stared blankly at this teacher before him, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. Was this just too much hot-blooded enthusiasm? Was this guy even more excitable than him? Kanagawa Prefectural Sakura High School. Mahito stood atop the school's rooftop, imitating the gestures of a human sorcerer as he pressed his index and middle fingers together. Born from darkness, descending into deeper darkness, impurity and filth be purged. A vast curtain of shadow enveloped the entire school, and Mahito looked on at his handiwork with great satisfaction. These things humans invented are actually quite interesting. He murmured to himself. No ordinary person can leave, only enter. It's perfect for my slaughter. Just a thought made Mahito chuckle darkly. Mere humans. How could they ever compare to me, to beings like us, birthed from endless cursed energy? Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Mahito snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless grotesque creatures appeared throughout the school. They began to attack the humans, and a chorus of desperate screams rang out, echoing in Mahito's ears. With a smile curling on his lips, he strolled leisurely down the stairs. In the school corridor, one of the giant jellyfish at Junpei's side stretched out a tentacle and instantly knocked a modified human flying. He glanced at the person who had just been attacked. It was Shota, the school's top student. Junpei looked at Shota's terrified face with undisguised disgust. Swallowing his anger, he spoke in a low voice. "You'd better get going. Once you're out, just don't mention any of this to anyone." "I understand. Thank you." Shota stared blankly at Junpei. Although they had hardly interacted before, he had certainly heard of Junpei's reputation. Still, it seemed Junpei rather disliked him. He hurried down the stairs, glancing back every few steps, praying not to run into any of those bizarre creatures. When he finally reached the playground and saw there were no strange beings in sight, just a blue-haired human, he suddenly burst out laughing. "I knew it. I'm the real." Before he could finish, a hand landed on his shoulder and a teasing voice whispered, "What's got you so happy? Mind if I have a little fun, too?" Mahito stood behind Shota, eyes crinkled in a smile. "Didn't you know? I absolutely hate it when humans laugh. But you really are celebrating a bit too soon." Idle transfiguration. Suddenly, Shota's body twisted and transformed. He became an ugly, duck-billed monster. "Oh, Sukuna's vessel is on his way. Time for me to make myself scarce." Sensing Itadori Yuji's rapid approach, Mahito slipped away with an exaggerated, almost comical gesture. Meanwhile, Junpei Yoshino found himself trapped in the middle of the corridor, flanked on both sides by a countless swarm of modified humans. That one is, Junpei seemed to recognize one of the modified humans, his own grotesquely transformed homeroom teacher. This was the teacher who had always turned a blind eye to bullying, even blaming the victims for their suffering. Junpei felt not a shred of sympathy. Rather, his resolve to exorcise Mahito and become a sorcerer only hardened. "Shiger," Junpei gave the order. "Poison mist." Junpei entered the body of a giant jellyfish, which then spewed a thick cloud of purple mist outward. In no time, large patches of modified humans were sprouting purple blotches and collapsing to the floor, lifeless. But the cost was steep. His Shikigami, Shiger, was now barely holding its form. His former teacher, now a monstrous giant baby, seized the opportunity and lunged at Junpei. At that moment, Itadori Yuji crashed through the glass from outside, just as he had when coming to Megumi Fushigiro's aid before, earning his reputation as the school's glass breaker. Divergent fist. Blue energy surged around Itadori's fists as he punched the lunging giant baby, sending it flying. A confident grin lit up his face. "My name's Itadori Yuji. I'm here to back you up." "Is that so?" Yoshino Junpei also burst into laughter, his cursed energy gathering once more as he turned to Itadori Yuji and said, "So, does this mean the two of us are fighting side by side?" "Junpei, watch out!" Itadori Yuji shouted, swinging his fist to land a heavy blow on a mutated human attacking from behind Junpei, sending it flying through the air. There aren't many left now. Itadori Yuji was a little out of breath at this point. He and Yoshino Junpei had been battling these mutated humans here for nearly 10 minutes. "Yuji, you need to be careful." Yoshino Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Clearly, he was on guard against Mahito. "Don't worry, we still have Nanami with us." Itadori Yuji grinned and looked downstairs, already catching sight of Nanami and Higuruma. "Is that so?" Yoshino Junpei suddenly felt relieved, his vigilance fading for a brief moment. But just then disaster struck. A massive white hand shot out in an instant, pinning Itadori Yuji against the wall, while below, both Higuruma and Nanami were simultaneously assaulted by a barrage of razor-sharp feathers. Mahito had appeared silently behind Yoshino Junpei, a sly smile curling on his lips as he said, "It seems our little connection ends here. Junpei." For Mahito, Yoshino Junpei had always been nothing more than a plaything. When Junpei managed to detect his presence, Mahito's interest had only grown, prompting him to tamper with Junpei's mind. Now, he intended to turn Junpei into another mutated human, striking at Itadori Yuji's heart. Cursed energy surged from Mahito's palm. With a light chuckle, he declared, "Idle transfiguration." Yoshino Junpei immediately sensed the danger and spun around to face Mahito's grotesque grin, but by then, it was already too late. Yes, just like this. Push Sukuna's vessel to the brink, shatter his spirit, force him to use reverse cursed technique to heal this boy, and seize the chance to forge a binding vow with him. That way, Sukuna will be compelled to join the side of the curses. A surge of satisfaction swelled in Mahito's heart. But just as his hand was about to make contact with Yoshino Junpei, his right hand, and his entire right side, suddenly erupted in black flames. Mahito froze in place, stunned by the searing pain coursing through his right side, all from that uncanny black fire. He glanced at Yoshino Junpei, only to see a thin line of blood trickling from Junpei's eye. Within his gaze, a six-pointed star shone vividly, and for a fleeting moment, Mahito thought he saw a shadowy figure behind him. Panic-stricken, Mahito stumbled backward and hurled himself against the wall, desperate to extinguish the bizarre flames. What's going on? Why won't this fire go out? Mahito grimaced as the black flames grew fiercer. With grim determination, he morphed his left hand into a long blade and, slicing through his own shoulder, cut away the burning half of his body. Junpei Yoshino touched his eyes in a daze, and the moment he felt the familiar cursed energy swirling within them, realization struck him. It must be from Sensei. He instantly understood. This was Amaterasu, the technique Zen'in had implanted during their final meeting, using a transcription seal. The trigger for its activation was that Mahito had to be right behind Junpei. Junpei quickly formed hand seals, and Dinyue's body expanded again. Its jellyfish tentacles morphed into a massive broadsword, which slashed fiercely at the half-crippled Mahito. With only half of his body remaining, Mahito toppled sideways, crashing heavily onto the open ground beneath the school building. At the same time, his body rapidly regenerated. His right hand twisted and transformed, becoming a long, white spike that stabbed toward Dinyue, who was in hot pursuit. Dinyue swung its broadsword, knocking the spike aside, and spat out a cloud of venom. A bit of a nuisance, aren't you? Mahito cocked his head to dodge, evading the toxic spit just before he landed. Then, glancing up at the figure hovering in the air, he chuckled. Well, Yugao, you came too? The boss sent me to back you up. Suspended in midair, a winged curse spirit sat with arms folded, its head sharp and hawk-like, yet possessing limbs much like a human. Mahito took a step back, extending his leg, grinning at Yugao. As expected of a curse born from humanity's dread of the sky. Wings sure do come in handy, don't they? Mahito, watch your words. Yugao shot a cold glare at Nanami and Hybera below. We are the real humans. Yes, we are the real humans. Mahito smiled faintly, shifting his gaze to Junpei and Nanami, who now stood together. I'll take on those 2 grade 1 sorcerers. You go and kill that brat Junpei Yoshino, force Sukuna out. No problem. Mahito burst out laughing, twin crescent blades forming from his hands as he lunged straight at Junpei. Junpei twisted aside, narrowly dodging Mahito's slash. At the same time, Dinyue flickered in and out of view in his grip. Technique expansion, poison vine. Tentacles sprouted from Junpei's hands, all darting toward Mahito. Itadori, help me pin him down. Got it. Blue cursed energy surged around Yuji Itadori's fists as he stepped up to confront Mahito, swinging a punch. Mahito, focused on Junpei's tentacles, overlooked the transparent threat of Itadori, who lacked any sorcerer technique. Itadori's fist crashed into Mahito's face, knocking him to the ground. Mahito was a little shocked by the sheer force. No technique, just bare fists. Brushing dust from his face, Mahito didn't seem to mind. But the next instant, blood trickled from his nose. Sukuna. Mahito narrowed his eyes at Itadori, a flicker of real wariness crossing his mind. Meanwhile, Nanami Kinto gazed at the cursed spirit in the sky, his expression grave. He was unable to touch that creature. His ratio technique had lost its effectiveness. Hybera, it's all up to you now. No problem. Hybera replied, his eyes resolute. My technique is the iron condensation curse. It lets me control and generate iron, manipulating its mass and density. As Hybera revealed his technique, a volley of iron swords materialized densely behind him, all of them launching in unison toward Hagoromo. Mere child's play. Hagoromo's eyes flashed coldly as it darted through the air at high speed. The feathers on its wings bristled, then shot down toward Nanami and Hybera on the ground below. Nanami raised his blunt-tipped blade, using the curse tool to parry, all the while twisting and dodging to evade the razor-sharp feathers. But when he glanced to the side, he saw Hybera forging an iron shield right before him, strolling forward with ease behind its protection. Nanami couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, a touch of envy surfacing for Hybera's technique. Offense and defense, all in one, unlike himself who could only fight up close. Hagoromo swooped down, swinging its blade-like feathers in a vicious arc aimed squarely at Hybera's back. Damn it, this thing! Nanami rushed to cover Hybera, raising his long ruler to block Hagoromo's wing. Hagoromo didn't linger, soaring back into the sky before unleashing another barrage, feathers raining down like a relentless downpour. Let me handle this. Hybera stepped forward, and, much like Hagoromo, countless iron spikes formed behind him at the command of his cursed energy, hurtling upward to clash with the falling feathers. Nanami couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He hadn't expected his role in this fight to be reduced to backing up Hybera. Oh well, he figured, this kid probably enjoys it anyway. Watching the bright smile on Hybra's face, Nanami thought that maybe being a jujitsu sorcerer wasn't such a miserable job after all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Mahito was gradually being pushed into a corner, beset by the combined assault of Junpei Yoshino and Yuji Itadori. A massive character for death flashed through Mahito's mind. Am I going to die? The thought echoed in Mahito's head. No, surely not, right? Suddenly, he remembered the new world that curses dreamed of, a future he longed for. As if struck by revelation, his lips curled into a fresh smile. Mahito tilted his head back toward the sky, opening his mouth wide. Within, four small hands intertwined in a complex series of seals. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. A domain? Yuji Itadori's eyes went wide in shock. He remembered that night a few weeks ago, when Gojo-sensei had taken him and Fushiguro out into the wild to experience a domain battle firsthand. This is bad. Junpei's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He had heard of domains before, their construction from cursed energy, and how they could imbue a lethal technique with an inescapable guarantee. Before their eyes, a black sphere enveloped both Yuji Itadori and Junpei, while countless hands tumbled the two of them over and over in a relentless, dizzying dance. Yuji, I'm sorry. Junpei glanced at Itadori, his voice tinged with regret. Right now, we're completely at his mercy. We should. He remembered that Mahito's idol transfiguration technique required physical contact to activate. In that instant, he realized the true horror of Mahito's domain. Yuji, Nanami Kinto, witnessing the peril from a distance, couldn't help but panic. He called out to Higuruma, Higuruma, can you hold out on your own? That cursed spirit has unleashed its domain. At this point, we have to break through its outer shell from the outside, or else Itadori and that young man will die for sure. Don't worry. Higuruma poured even more cursed energy into his stance, facing off against the airborne Yukio with unwavering determination. I should be fine. Nanami, hurry up and help them. You don't need to worry about things here at all. Higuruma, hang on for just a moment. Behind his sunglasses, Nanami's eyes gleamed with resolve as he took his first determined step toward Yuji's location. Sorry, this road's closed. Yukio wasted no time with games, appearing instantly before Nanami, then swung his blade-like wings with a casual, lethal grace. Zulfust. Nanami was caught off guard. He reflexively raised his blunt blade, a cursed tool, to block the attack, but he was a step too slow. A bloody gash sliced open across his chest. Nanami staggered back, bracing himself as if facing a mortal enemy, his eyes fixed on Yukio. This creature wasn't just in the air a moment ago. No, its speed far surpassed that of the blue-haired cursed spirit. That one must have evolved its strength mid-battle. And this thing hasn't even used a domain yet. Is it simply not interested in killing us? Or could it be that it doesn't even know how to use a domain? You guessed right. Yukio seemed to read Nanami's thoughts and didn't bother to deny it. I haven't mastered domains yet. After all, I've only been alive for a year. This is bad. Yuji. Nanami ignored Yukio, his worried gaze fixed on the black sphere. But at that moment, Yukio appeared before him once more, wings slashing down again. Don't lose focus, Nanami. Higuruma's iron sword forced Yukio back temporarily. With a cheerful grin, he called out, Have you forgotten who's inside Yuji's body? Sukuna. Inside Mahito's domain, Mahito himself looked on with smug satisfaction at Yuji Itadori and Junpei Yoshino. As of yet, he had no idea just how grave the situation was about to become. Prioritize killing Yuji Itadori first. Mahito calculated silently in his heart. First, destroy Yuji Itadori's body, forcing him to relinquish control, which will draw Sukuna out. Let's do it. Mahito burst into laughter, locking onto Yuji as the inevitable target within his domain. As for Junpei, in his eyes, the boy would be dealt with in a mere instant. And precisely because of this, Mahito and Yukio's plan was utterly ruined this time. Mahito's consciousness found itself in a strange space. It was pitch black here, with mountains of ox skulls piled high. Atop the bone mountain sat a lone figure. He gazed coldly at the cursed spirit ant beneath his feet. You dare touch my soul? Sukuna showed not a shred of mercy, even though this cursed spirit stood against Yuji Itadori. With a simple wave of his hand, a slanted slash extended from Mahito's waist to his shoulder. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Know your place, fool. With a thunderous crack, the black sphere shattered. Mahito's domain had collapsed. Damn you, Sukuna. Mahito fell to one knee, clutching the diagonal wound, cold sweat running down his face. What was going on today? First that blast of black flames, and now Sukuna's devastating slash. Mahito. Seeing Mahito's miserable state, Yukio couldn't help but be distracted for a split second, which was all Nanami needed to seize the opening. Ratio, technique. My technique divides my opponent's length into 10 equal parts, then strikes a critical blow at the 7-3 point. Nanami's voice was calm as he spoke, his blunt blade smashing into Yukio and forcing him back. What a pity. Yukio, retreating, raised his wings to block Nanami's attack on his weak spot and taunted, "You're too slow." Nanami glanced at Uchiha, who was nearly at his limits, his face heavy with concern. At the same time, Yuji Itadori and Junpei Yoshino also noticed that things weren't going well for Nanami and Uchiha in the other battle. Nanami shouted, "Itadori, don't worry about me," and Uchiha. Over there, Itadori's side had already gained the upper hand. As long as he could hold off this cursed spirit, they could exorcise the blue-haired one. "We'll hold this cursed spirit back, even if it costs us our lives." But Yuji Itadori hesitated, looking at Nanami. "We're adults, and you're seniors." Nanami forced a smile, his tone resolute. "It's our duty to protect you young ones." "I understand." Seeing Nanami's fearless, resolute smile, Yuji's heart trembled, and Gojo-sensei's words echoed in his mind. A sorcerer never dies with regrets. If he couldn't exorcise this cursed spirit called Mahito himself, surely he would only end up disappointing him. In that case, let's finish this quickly. He and Junpei Yoshino exchanged a glance, then strode toward Mahito ahead of them. "I won't let you get your way," Yugao said coldly, his cursed energy surging higher and higher within him. Ultimate formation fideur. Suddenly, everything before Yugao was blotted out by darkness, an overwhelming cloud of feathers, and among them, countless birds in flight. Ultimate formation. Nanami stared in disbelief at the surreal spectacle before him. This cursed spirit had only been born less than a year ago. Nanami was momentarily stunned. Realizing the danger, he shouted urgently to Hiroshi Hiwara, "Get down, Hiwara! Move!" Hiroshi looked up at the sky, at the endless rain of feathers and birds, and for a moment, he too was frozen in shock. "No, I can't give up yet." Hiroshi gritted his teeth, gathering every ounce of cursed energy he had left to raise a towering wall of iron. But the wall he conjured stood between Nanami and the oncoming attack. He didn't have enough cursed energy left to shield himself as well. "How pointless, humans!" Yugao sneered, watching the desperate resistance of the sorcerers below. Then his gaze flickered to where Itadori and Junpei steadily closed in on Mahito. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a sonic blast so powerful it shattered every window in the school classroom. Itadori and Junpei stopped in their tracks, startled by the force. "Go!" With a sweep of his arm, Yugao sent a storm of razor-sharp feathers and birds, transformed into deadly blades, plummeting toward Nanami and Hiwara below. At that instant, a voice, neither quite male nor female, rang out in Yugao's mind. "Hurry, go! He's almost here! He's coming!" Yugao froze, then the realization struck. His expression changed in an instant. Without sparing another glance at Nanami and Hiwara, Yugao rushed toward Mahito, hooking Mahito under his talons and flying off at breakneck speed. Hiwara turned to Nanami and smiled, as if the two of them were merely out for a stroll together, nothing more. "Hiwara," Nanami murmured, watching his friend smile at death as if it were nothing, then closed his eyes. "Am I too late?" Sugiyama Noriaki's, voiced by Kana, calm and steady tone reached Nanami's ears. He opened his eyes to see the most dependable upperclassman from the Sorcerer's High School standing before him. "Zen'in senpai." Zen'in raised his left hand, and in a sweep, all the feathers and birds were drawn into him, vanishing into the darkness. After all, these were merely products born from the cursed energy system, and as luck would have it, his Rinnegan had just the ability to absorb cursed energy. At the very limit of his abilities, Zen'in utilized 10 Shadows technique and swapped places with Huiyuan Xiong, effortlessly neutralizing Hikayo's deadly move. "Those two sure know how to run," he remarked. Zen'in touched the ground with his hand, tapping into the canine Shikigami's tracking ability. Within a vast radius, he realized that the traces of the two cursed spirits had completely vanished. "How odd. Did they spot me ahead of time?" He stroked his chin, deep in thought. "That shouldn't be possible. I concealed all traces of my cursed energy. There's no way those two could have noticed me." As Zen'in pondered, Itadori Yuji and Yoshino Junpei arrived at the scene. "Sensei, you're here." Junpei's face lit up with excitement. "I didn't expect you to return from Kyoto so soon." "I just left Kyoto for a short while," Zen'in replied with a calm shake of his head. "I can't stay long. There's something big happening in Tokyo." "Something big?" Nanami Kinto walked up to his side. "Is it about the headquarters?" "That's right," Zen'in answered without hesitation. I imagine those people must be in a real panic by now. Heh, you really are pragmatic, aren't you? Nanami quipped. Suddenly, a mouth appeared on Yuji's hand, the mouth of Sukuna. So, the strongest sorcerer of the modern era seeking to dominate the jujitsu world? That fits my expectations for someone with real strength. Sorry, Zen'in-senpai. Yuji hastily covered the mouth on his hand. He just pops out and talks sometimes. No buetis. Zen'in smiled. Then his eyes shifted, one red, one violet, as he gazed at Yuji. Be silent, Sukuna. In the next moment, Zen'in appeared within Sukuna's innate domain. Right now, you don't even qualify to pique my interest. No. Perched atop a mountain of skulls, Zen'in looked down upon Sukuna on his throne, his face devoid of emotion. At this moment, there's nothing you can do. You hide in your snake and shout sign. I'll call Uchiha Sasuke for you. A small fry like you. I've never considered you worth my attention. In a flash, Zen'in vanished from the Bone Mountain. He glanced back at Sukuna, his violet Rinnegan eyes reflecting a universe of possibilities. King of curses? You're just a mortal born in an era without me. In the face of these eyes, all your tricks are meaningless. Kid, you better not get too cocky. Sukuna's face twisted into a sinister grin, though he maintained that air of effortless arrogance, his expression never slipping. Although he had no idea what exactly those eyes of Zen'in were, nor why Zen'in was able to enter his innate domain, it didn't shake his confidence in the slightest. What's wrong? Zen'in's face suddenly twisted into a mocking smirk. Was shattering your heart in our first encounter not enough for you? Beneath his white kimono, Sukuna's hand clenched into a reluctant fist, then lashed out with several slashing attacks aimed at Zen'in. Zen'in curled his lips in disdain. Looks like I didn't teach you enough of a lesson, King of Curses. Within the shrouded darkness of the domain, a spectral violet figure pierced Sukuna's chest once again. The once invincible King of Curses sank slowly to the ground. Zen'in had unleashed the illusionary power of the Rinnegan upon him. The very same technique Sasuke once used on Sakura. Blood trickled from the corner of Sukuna's mouth as he glared at Zen'in, defiant even in defeat. You little brat. You're only winning now because I have just a few fingers worth of power. I swear I'll tear you limb from limb. I swear it. With that, Sukuna slipped into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, out in the real world, it seemed as if nothing at all had happened. On his face, Junpei Yoshino wore an excited grin as he spoke. Hey, why don't you all come over to my place and relax for a bit? My house is pretty big. Pretty big, huh? Lost in thought, Zen'in snapped back to reality just in time to catch this line, a subtle twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'm in. Itadori Yuji shot his hand up enthusiastically. I'm starving right now. How about you, Zen'in-senpai? Nanami Kinto turned his gaze to Zen'in. I have no objections, Zen'in replied, hands in his pockets, his face unreadable. All right then, let's go everyone. Junpei gathered the group and led them out of the school gates. Pulling out his phone from his pocket, Zen'in gave Ajichi a quick call. Hello, Ajichi? I need you to come take care of the aftermath here. The location is... Before Ajichi could even answer, Zen'in had already hung up. Old man Ajichi. In the original story, didn't he seem to have some feelings for Shoko? As everyone knew, Zen'in was magnanimous by nature. He would never target someone just because of personal matters. Riko, M&I. Ajichi left hanging, and so the group strolled out of the school alongside Junpei, following him all the way to the Yoshino residence. Wait a second, aren't we forgetting someone? Zen'in suddenly spoke up, catching everyone off guard. Nanami Kinto glanced back, only to realize that his ever-present companion was nowhere to be found. It's Higuruma. Nanami suddenly felt a wave of dread. Was Zen'in-senpai getting unreliable these days too? Could it be from spending too much time around Satoru Gojo? Meanwhile, slumped somewhere far away, Higuruma Hajime remained the optimist, gazing hopefully in their direction, certain that Zen'in-senpai would come back to heal him. Zen'in. It seemed as if, caught up in a lively conversation with Sukuna earlier, he had actually forgotten how he was supposed to swoop in and save the day right on time. Night had fallen. Everyone had gathered at Junpei Yoshino's house, and even the underage Yuji Itadori had joined in with a beer in hand. Zen'in couldn't help but smile, a rare sight these days, as he watched Nanami Kinto and Hayaburyu, both with flushed cheeks. The scene brought back fond memories of his own student days. I seem to recall telling an Ultraman story at a drinking party once, didn't I? At the time, Satoru even insisted he had to learn to fight Belial using Mirror Knight's signature moves. Zen'in-senpai, Hayaburyu let out a tipsy hiccup. How are you able to hold your liquor as well as Shoko-senpai? I know, right? Nanami clinked glasses with Hyabra. Among all of us, she's truly the heavyweight champion. Shoko's a legend. She could drink 1,000 glasses and not falter, Zay laughed. A real connoisseur. But his smile froze for a moment as a memory resurfaced. The night he told that Ultraman story, Shoko had claimed she was drunk and asked him to walk her home. That girl really does go to great lengths. Zay shook his head. To be honest, his resolve was wavering. Right now, everything seemed to be turning for the better. The traitor had been dealt with days ago, which had put the old guard on notice for the time being. Their acquisition of the smaller families was proceeding smoothly, and their standoff with the old jujitsu higher-ups was finally beginning to tip in their favor. Compared to shouldering everything alone, he found himself yearning more and more for the connection he shared with Shoko. Just a little longer. I'll wait until her birthday. He thought carefully. Her birthday, if he remembered right, actually came before his own. Speaking of which, wasn't Satoru's birthday the same day as his? And what about Geto? Wasn't his December 24th? Wait, isn't that supposed to be a Memorial Day? Zay clapped a hand to his mouth. Geto was still very much alive. How could it already be a memorial? Everyone, dinner's ready. A poised, short-haired woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes and shaking her head in gentle exasperation at the group. You're all tipsy before the meals even started. It's fine, Mom. Junpei chuckled. The woman was none other than Junpei Yoshino's mother, Nagi Yoshino. Nagi Yoshino could never quite manage her son, and she shot a playful glare at Zen'in Zay. Zay twitched a smile, cleared his throat, and spoke up in a clear voice. Mrs. Yoshino, I'd like to ask if Junpei could attend a school in Tokyo. What do you think? Tokyo. Nagi paused in surprise, then smiled warmly at Zay. If it's your decision, Mr. Zen'in, I have no worries at all. My troublesome son will be in good hands with you. Sensei, can I really become a sorcerer? That's right. Zen'in Zay took a sip of sake, a faint smile playing on his lips. In 2018, there were only 4 first-year students at the Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High. Kyoto and Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High. Today, the sunlight was just right, gentle and golden, shining through a thin veil of clouds, bathing the Kyoto school's training ground in a warm glow. Zen'in Zay lounged contentedly on a chair he'd set up on the field, reclining with his eyes half closed, basking in the sun. This guy makes us run laps while he gets to relax like that. Riko Amanai, still catching her breath after her run, shot a glare at the comfortable Zen'in Zay. For a moment, she was tempted to yank the chair right out from under him. Just wait till I get back to Tokyo. I'll definitely have Gojo and Geto teach you a lesson. Mai, who had just caught up from behind, gave a helpless smile and patted Riko on the shoulder. Let go, Riko. Gojo and Geto together still can't beat my brother. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Riko shook her head with the stubborn resolve of someone about to join a cause. Gojo and Geto are both so strong. There's no way they can't beat him. I could only sigh inwardly, hoping that 3 days from now Riko would still be this innocent and carefree. As everyone gathered near Zen'in Zay, he seemed to sense it and slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, swept his gaze across the group, and smiled. In 3 days, it'll be the inter-school exchange event. I trust you're all prepared. Advisor, we're all ready. Aoi to-do answered first. He'd been the most diligent about Zen'in Zay's special training recently. Very good. I like your spirit. Zen'in Zay smiled and then looked at Riko. Miss Riko, you seem to have some complaints about me. Stupid pink eye. Riko huffed. I'm far too magnanimous to bother holding a grudge against you. That's what I like to hear. Genisha stretched lazily. Starting today, special training is canceled. For the next 3 days, train however you see fit. Let's aim to give those Tokyo folks a good thrashing at the exchange, shall we? No problem. The Kyoto students answered as one, eyes blazing with excitement. Zen'in Zay smiled, a mysterious glint in his eyes as he glanced at Mekamaru, then turned and left the field. 1 more week, and I'll be back in Tokyo. Far away in Tokyo, Shoko sneezed, glanced in the direction of Kyoto, and couldn't help but smile. Hey Mai, the adorable Kasumi Miwa sidled up to her, nudging her with an elbow. Did you see that smile on Advisor Zen'in's face just now? It made me feel so happy. So, in the end, you were still thinking about Senior Shoko, weren't you? Nishimi Momo came over, clearly enjoying the excitement. Mai, do you know all those little stories about Zen'in's advisor? Riko Amanai's interest was piqued as well. She leaned in, pretending not to listen, but obviously eavesdropping from nearby. Surrounded by the girls like this, Mai felt a bit embarrassed. She glanced nervously at Zen'in Zay's back and whispered, I'll tell you all about it when we get back to the dorm. On his way out, Zen'in Zay couldn't help but smile wryly. His little sister just gave her big brother away so easily. Principal Rakaganji, what did you want to see me about? Zen'in Zay entered the principal's office, took a seat on the sofa, and spoke in a calm, even tone. Rakaganji Yoshinobu looked at Zen'in and let out a heavy sigh. You probably already know what I'm about to say. There's really no need to rush. Reform can be a gradual process. There's time to do things slowly. Gradually? Zen'in let out a soft, almost mocking laugh, as if scoffing at Rakaganji's naivete. He looked at Rakaganji with open disdain. The jujitsu world is so weak now that it's beyond saving. The old men at the top are stuck in their ways, clinging to empty traditions and propping up a crumbling facade. Zen'in stood up straight, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. This isn't reform. It's a revolution. And a revolution always comes with sacrifice and blood. Rakaganji fixed Zen'in with a long, searching look, as if steeling himself for what needed to be said. 3 days from now, at the Kyoto Exchange event, there's a plot brewing against you. A plot against me? Zen'in gave a dismissive laugh. No scheme can stand in the face of absolute power. That's true, Rakaganji conceded with a nod. But what if all they want is to keep you in Kyoto? To keep me in Kyoto? In 3 days, a curse user named Kaikan Shimo has declared he'll challenge you publicly. In other words, he wants to take the title of the strongest modern sorcerer. So, since you're his only target, the higher-ups have already decided in a meeting that you must stay in Kyoto to face him. What? Kaikan Shimo. He's challenging me? Zen'in's face darkened. So that means I can't leave Kyoto until the exchange event is over? That's right. Rakaganji confirmed with a nod. All the influence you've built up, none of it could stop this decision. It was handed down by the 3 elders. Zen'in's eyes turned icy. The 3 elders. He knew exactly who they were. After all, he himself was the second seat among them. The inner council of the top 3 seats is only permitted to convene once a year, and only in response to emergencies. Who would have thought it would be called for because of me? Is the sole purpose just to keep me in Kyoto for a few extra days? Kinjaku, you really are a master of schemes, aren't you? Zen'in let out a silent, mocking laugh in his heart. That man's machinations were indeed troublesome. He then turned to Rakaganji Yoshinobu. Why are you telling me this in advance? Have you finally come around? I merely saw a ray of light, that's all, Rakaganji said, gazing out the window at the young sorcerers outside. My eyes can no longer see a future for the jujitsu world as it is. That's why I'm taking a gamble. Rakaganji shifted his gaze back to Zen'in. I'm betting that you can create a new world. In truth, I could wipe out the current leadership entirely, Zen'in replied coolly. And what about the minor clans? Rakaganji raised his voice. Can you kill them all? Even if you did, the entire supervisory department would be nothing but an empty shell. You see the situation clearly. That's exactly why I haven't purged that group, Zen'in said. For the past decade, he had methodically drawn in allies and suppressed rival factions, much like a powerful minister in ancient times. If the supervisory department was the emperor, then the minor clans under his command were the officials. Only with officials does an emperor wield real power. Without them, the throne is nothing but a hollow illusion. So, are you planning to join us? Rakaganji fell silent, a tacit agreement hanging in the air. Let's work well together from now on. Zen'in turned and left the principal's office. As he stepped outside, he saw Kamose, advisor Zen'in. Kamose greeted him, but received no response. Not that it mattered. Kamo just smiled faintly and walked off in the opposite direction. Zen'in estate. Has that old man talked yet? In a plain room, Zen'in Naoya sat facing Zen'in Ranta, his tone flat, though his mood was clearly sour. Ed. Ranta glanced nervously at Naoya. We've tried every means available, but he just won't talk. Then take care of him tonight, Naoya ordered, waving his hand dismissively. I'd hoped to use him to get evidence of the higher-ups colluding with the cursed users, but it turns out they're more united than I expected. Ed. A tall man emerged from outside the room, his expression equally grim. We've been tracking Zen'in-san for several days now, but there's still no sign of him. Shinichi, you've really let me down. Zen'in Naoya's face turned icy as he looked at Zen'in Shinichi and said in a cold voice, the family head doesn't know about this yet. We need to handle it as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Shinichi and Ranta bowed respectfully and left the room. With Zen and Zoa away from Tokyo, Zen'in Naoya was temporarily in charge of all the affairs of the Zen'in family. He took out his phone, hesitating for a long moment before deciding not to call Zen and Zoa. Don't worry, cousin, I'll get rid of Zen and Oji as soon as possible. I can't let you bear the blame of patricide, nor can I let that old scoundrel Oji run wild and do as he pleases. Naoya's gaze turned cold as he looked at several figures outside the room. He suspected that someone within the clan had already been bought off by that man. The Fushiguro household. Sumiki sat next to Fushiguro Toji, the two of them watching a melodramatic romance series on TV together. As the absurd plot unfolded on screen, Toji's mouth twitched in disbelief. But when he saw the joyful smile on Tsumiki's face, he forced himself to hold back his irritation and continued watching. Suddenly, Toji's phone vibrated. Mao-chan, you forgot to put your phone on silent again. Tsumiki pouted in annoyance and shot Toji a glare. Toji hurriedly apologized. When it came to his daughter, he did everything he could to make up for the years he neglected her. As for Fushiguro Megumi, well, as everyone knew, boys were meant to be raised tough. Toji checked his phone and saw a private message from the family group chat, happy family together. His mouth twitched again. That brat Zen'in Zawa. What kind of group name is this? I'm already part of the Fushiguro family, yet he still pulled me into the Zen'in family group chat. Then he left right after, saying he wanted me to interact more with the new blood of the Zen'in family. Mao-chan, did you just mention Uncle Zawa? Tsumiki's face lit up with admiration. Toji suddenly felt like his precious daughter was being led astray and quickly reminded her, he's your uncle, you know. Of course I know. What are you thinking? Tsumiki rolled her eyes at Toji. Uncle Zawa is my idol. Does that guy really have that much charm with women? Well, he is my student and cousin, after all. Tsumiki scooted closer to Toji, peering at the private chat on his phone. She saw a message from someone named Zen'in Naoya. Cousin Toji, Zen'in Oji has escaped. Toji's eyes widened, and he quickly typed in the group chat. How is that possible? Only a few of us, me and Biao's people, knew about that secret room. Zawa told me himself. That's right, Zen'in Naoya replied. Most likely, some of Biao's people have betrayed us. I suspect Zen'in Oji has already fled to Kinjaku's side. Jinsua, Jinner narrowed his eyes, recalling that many years ago, when he had taken on the mission to hunt star plasma vessels, he had indeed seen people in several places with a ring of stitches across their heads. But, come to think of it, there were both men and women among them. Brother Jinner, so I'm counting on you. Until we get to the bottom of this, I can't really trust either Lantai or Shinyi. No problem, I'll keep an eye out. Jinner typed quickly, deciding at that moment that he would go find Kong Shiyu right after. Did something happen? Jamiji asked curiously. No, it's nothing. Jinner smiled gently and patted Jamiji's head. Oh, come on. I saw you acting suspicious, and you're still trying to fool me. Jamiji pouted. You're just like Xiao Hui, never honest with me. In that case, I'm not cooking for you tonight. I'll just make my own dinner. Jinner brushed off his daughter's threat with a confident smile. I know how to cook. 1 hour later, after making sure Jamiji was fast asleep, Jinner quietly fetched a short blade and a broadsword from his bedroom. At this moment, a purple-blackish cursed spirit was tied to his shoulder. Jinner stuffed the broadsword into Chobao's mouth and gripped the short blade in his hand. Old friend, it's been over a decade since I last wielded you, hasn't it? Jinner murmured to himself. In his hand was the heavenly inverse spear, the very blade that once broke through Sakura Gojo's limitless technique. But after searching for more than 10 years, I still haven't found that missing piece of the blade. Jinner toyed with the heavenly inverse spear as he made his way toward the Zen'in clan estate. This time, Jinner's visit to the Zen'in clan was certainly not to repeat the night of annihilation. He was here to speak with Zen'in Naoya face to face. And after so many years, it was the first time he had returned to the Zen'in household. He wanted to see for himself what kind of changes this kid, Zen'in Zei, had brought to the family. Jinner stood at the gates of the Zen'in estate, gazing at the plaque above the entrance that read Zen'in. A smile flickered across his lips, one that could have been nostalgia or perhaps a hint of sarcasm. He walked straight into the estate. Along the way, he saw many young people like himself, those without sorceress abilities. Though it was already nighttime, several of these young ones were still diligently training. What caught Jinner's attention was that a sorcerer was training alongside them, and the relationship seemed quite harmonious. Looks like you really have made some changes, haven't you? Jinner continued on his way. Even when he encountered a Zen'in sorcerer in the corridor, there was no trace of mockery on there, faced for his lack of cursed energy. On the contrary, the sorcerer offered to show him the way, though Jinner politely declined. With measured steps, Jinner proceeded into the Zen'in family's forbidden vault where special-grade curse tools were kept. Zen'in Naoya had been waiting there for quite some time. You're here. Naoya greeted him, a warm smile on his face. It seems you've been waiting for quite some time. Toji spoke in a calm, detached tone. I'm here to see that place. I understand. Naoya Zen'in didn't waste words. He took a key from his pocket and unlocked the door to the forbidden vault. Toji followed Naoya down the corridor, his mind drifting back to the days of his childhood. Because he was born without cursed energy, he was labeled worthless. Even his own parents couldn't hide their disgust. At one point, they went so far as to throw their own son into the pack of cursed spirits kept by the Zen'in clan. Those spirits were bred specifically to train, or rather torment, those deemed useless for lacking techniques or cursed energy. So it really has changed, Toji thought, gazing at the empty space where the cursed spirits that had left a scar on his lips once prowled. A weight lifted from his heart, and he smiled with relief. Zawa, you truly are someone who can change the world. Memories of that scrappy kid from a decade ago surfaced, those distant days still vivid in his mind. Tokyo Jujitsu High. A white-haired young man lounged at a desk, one leg propped up, an eye mask covering his gaze. Bored, he teased the person sitting across from him. Hey Nanami, why do you respect Zawa so much but never show me any respect? Kinto Nanami, barely glancing up from his newspaper, replied dryly. Everyone knows that Satoru Gojo, the first-year homeroom teacher, is completely unreliable. Gojo felt a twinge of indignation, but when he thought of Suguru Geto, a supposedly responsible upperclassman who proved otherwise, he couldn't help but laugh it off. Later, let's play catch with some expired rice balls while discussing the separation of church and state. Then we'll post it online and watch the arguments roll in. Gojo raised his hands dramatically, a picture-perfect imitation of an old friend who used to shout, "Bring me a big bowl of beef noodles." Play by yourself. Nanami's mouth twitched. What on earth goes on in this guy's head? By the way, Nanami fixed Gojo with a look, unimpressed by his antics. Zen'in Senpai asked me to stop by the Forbidden Vault in the next few days to retrieve the special grade cursed object, the Cursed Womb, death painting. And then find a few death row inmates, or serious criminals, to act as vessels. Oh, Gojo's interest was piqued. He grinned. So Zawa has these kinds of fun ideas now. Finally ready to cause some trouble with me? I doubt it. Nanami's eyelid twitched. Somehow, it was impossible to imagine Zen'in Senpai ever wanting to wreak havoc with the likes of Gojo. He silently grumbled about Gojo's unreliability, but then asked aloud, how many of Sukuna's fingers have you already had Itadori swallow? Well, Gojo stroked his chin, as if genuinely pondering. Counting the very first finger, and then the 3 he's eaten since, he should have 4 fingers inside by now. There's still 6 more in the Forbidden Vault, right? Nanami Kinto suggested. Why don't we just have Itadori eat all the fingers at once? That's probably because if he eats too many fingers at one time, Itadori's soul might be temporarily suppressed by Sukuna, Geto Suguru replied. He entered the room carrying a teacup with his usual poise, taking the seat beside Gojo Satoru. Shoko Yeri, dressed in her signature white lab coat, followed close behind. Geto's hair was still tied up in a bun, much like in his student days, but now he let it grow long, and even his earrings remained black. As for Shoko, she was still breathtakingly beautiful, her long hair cascading to her waist. Every now and then, she'd absent-mindedly twirl a lock of chestnut hair with her finger, a casual gesture that never failed to tug at a certain someone's heartstrings. That's why Gojo decided to feed him a finger every few days. Once Itadori's eaten all 20, Sukuna will be fully sealed inside him. I stop, Gojo suddenly declared, slinging his arm around Geto's shoulders with a grin. That's my best friend for you. Besides Zen'in, no one knows me better than you, Geto. We're colleagues, Gojo. Geto smiled faintly and took a sip of the freshly steeped black tea in his hand. Yeah, colleagues. Gojo's mood dipped for a moment, but he quickly brightened up again. Speaking of which, the exchange event between the 2 schools is about to start. Zen'in should be back soon, too. The 4 of us will finally be together again. Shoko hasn't seen a certain someone in 3 months, you know. Shoko was in high spirits today, with no dark circles under her eyes. She shot Gojo a glare. And how do you know I haven't seen Zen'in? You 2 meeting in secret. Huh. Gojo teased, unable to resist. Shoko didn't even need to imagine what kind of smug grin Gojo must be wearing under his blindfold. Her expression darkened. Gojo, are you looking for trouble? Gojo froze for a moment, as if the words sounded oddly familiar. He pointed at Shoko and began, a perfect match, husband and wife. Before he could finish, Geto hurriedly clamped a hand over Gojo's mouth, having noticed the very real murderous aura radiating from Shoko. Geto had no idea why he reacted so quickly, but his body had moved on its own, muscle memory, perhaps. Shoko shot Gojo a frosty glare, already plotting how to get back at him later for constantly poking fun at her in Zen'in's relationship. Geto, you're going to suffocate me, Gojo mumbled, struggling under Geto's hand. Geto quickly let go, only to realize that Gojo had struck a deliberately provocative pose. Geto sighed internally. He could suddenly understand why the Zen'in clan enjoyed beating Gojo up so much. If it were him, he'd probably do the same. Geto stood up. I've got things to take care of. You 2 carry on. Gojo and Shoko watched Geto's retreating figure, their expressions complex. For a moment, neither could find the words to speak. So, when do you think he'll finally remember? Shoko suddenly turned to ask Satoru Gojo. Huh? Gojo looked at Shoko in surprise. You're the doctor here, and you're asking me? Why not? Shoko's eyes danced with mischief. Someone lived with Suguru for 3 years, you know? I bet there's nothing about him, even down to his underwear, that you don't know. A vein twitched on Gojo's forehead. He could tell Shoko was getting back at him, so he muttered under his breath. When did Shoko get as petty as Nanami? What was that? Shoko shot Gojo a sharp look. What are you saying about Nanami? Gojo chuckled awkwardly and waved it off, pretending it was nothing. Nanami Kinto watched the three banter and couldn't help but smile before turning his attention back to his newspaper. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto made his way to the third-year classroom. Inside sat 2 girls, one with jet black hair, the other with bright yellow locks. The moment they saw Geto, both girls lit up with excitement, and each clung to one of his arms. Sensei Geto, you too. If only you had this much energy during class, Geto said with a helpless smile to his 2 foster daughters. Uffed. Nanako stuck out her tongue playfully, then piped up, Sensei Geto, can I do your hair today? It's class time, you know, Geto replied with a gentle smile. Come on, please, Nanako whined, her tone sweet and coaxing. All right, Geto raised his hands in surrender. When it came to these 2, he really couldn't refuse. He led the girls up to the school rooftop, carrying a chair with them. Geto let his hair down, sat in the chair, and opened his lesson plan. Hey, Mimiko, after this, let's go get crepes at Takeshita Street with Sensei. Nanako texted Mimiko on her phone. They'll be closing soon, but now's probably not the best time, Mimiko replied. A gentle breeze drifted across Geto's face, making him feel strangely distant, as if transported elsewhere. In his mind's eye, he saw 4 young sorcerers traveling together, one with sunglasses and a cocky grin, a boy with an emotionless face gazing at the sunset, a chestnut-haired girl seeming to watch someone intently, and one more with a gentle smile. Was that himself? Sensei Geto. Nanako's voice pulled him back to the present. Sorry, I was just lost in thought, Geto said apologetically, wearing a sheepish smile. Were you remembering the old days? Mimiko, sitting on the ground hugging a doll, looked up with sudden excitement. Something like that, Geto replied, a bit uncertain himself. Nanako and Mimiko exchanged a knowing smile. Lord Zen'in, do you remember now what our teacher said? That night 12 years ago, it was you and him who saved us. Suguru Geto shook his head. I have no memory of that. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Disappointment appeared on both girls' faces at the same time. He was your dearest friend. Your very best friend. My dearest friend? Suguru murmured the words, recalling how Suguru Gojo had just mentioned a best friend. For a moment, he fell into a daze. Is it that summer which can never return? The bitter summer we can't escape from? At the long staircase of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Every year, the schools in Tokyo and Kyoto would hold an exchange event at the campus of the winning school, and last year, Yuta Okatsu himself had participated. So, you mean this year it's in Tokyo, and we're not going to Kyoto? Nobara Kudasaki, utterly crestfallen, clung to Panda. How could this happen? Panda gave a helpless shrug. Well, last year Yuta was in the fight. There's nothing we can do about it. It was almost a total victory for us last year. Maki grinned, resting a naginata on her shoulder. But my brother's training over there this year, so maybe Kyoto will be a lot stronger than before. Salmon. Inumaki muttered quietly from his side. Megumi Fushiguro, Yuji Itadori, and their newest companion, Junpei, were still animatedly discussing the game they played together the night before. We didn't expect all of you from Tokyo to come out and welcome us. How very polite. A voice carried up to the Tokyo students. Looking down the long staircase, they saw a group dressed in black uniforms ascending together. In the center stood Maki's younger sister, Mai Zen'in. Behind her came the rest of the Kyoto Schools team. That's a lot of first years. For them, Mekamaru spoke in his flat, mechanical tone. Is all this really necessary? Is Akari not around? I'll wait to do scratch his head, sizing up the students opposite. At least bring those 2 third-year girls up here, don't you think? Mai gave Maki a provocative grin. What's with that look? Maki rolled her eyes at Mai and stepped closer. Still playing innocent? Want me to tattle to our big brother? My bad. Mai's bravado vanished, and she looked up at Maki with a pitiful expression. Much better. Maki chuckled. But I'm still your big sister, you know. Can't you show me a little respect? You're different, Mai muttered, cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she glanced away from Maki. But Maki didn't notice. She simply rejoined the Tokyo team, taking her place among them once again. Everyone, stop arguing. The songstress, who had been walking at the end of the group, slowly made her way forward, sighing helplessly. You kids are always so quick to start a fight. What about those 2 idiots? Who? Yuji Itadori looked at Junpei, puzzled. I have no idea. Junpei was just as confused. Satoru and Suguru are running late. Panda mused, stroking his chin in thought. No one actually said the idiots were Gojo's sensei. Megumi Fushiguro replied with his usual deadpan expression. Good morning. Gojo Satoru came running over from a distance, a large bag in hand. I just want to get some souvenirs for everyone. Right, Suguru? That's right. Suguru Geto followed behind Gojo, giving his shoulder a resigned pat. Behind Suguru, Nanako and Mimiko trailed after. Gojo Satoru, Kasumi Miwa, looked on in admiration as the white-haired, blindfolded man handed out gifts. One for each of you. No fighting over them now. Gojo teased as he handed out simple dolls to the Kyoto students, then stuck his tongue out at the songstress. None for you, songstress. Who wants your gift, anyway? The songstress clenched her fists, realizing that, compared to Suguru Geto, she still found Gojo Satoru even more insufferable. Sensing that someone was missing, Gojo raised his eyebrow, just about to ask, when he spotted Master Gakuganji and Principal Yaga approaching together. With his trademark impudence, Gojo sidled up to Gakuganji. Still as tough as ever, old man. I was starting to think you were Aura. Before he could finish, Suguru quickly dragged Gojo away. Keeping Gojo's mouth in check was his responsibility. Gakuganji's mouth twitched, clearly guessing what Gojo was about to say. He trembled with anger, but then, thinking of Zen'in Naoya, he suppressed it. Sensing the tension, Principal Yaga paused, then pulled Gojo to his side. The first event of this exchange meeting is a team battle. The objective is to exorcise cursed spirits. Whichever team is the first to eliminate the designated Grade 2 spirit within the area will be the winner. However, there are also many Grade 3 and lower spirits scattered throughout. If there's no clear winner by sunset, victory will be determined by the number of exorcised spirits. As Yaga explained to the group, he kept Gojo in a firm grip. Seeing Gojo finally taken down a peg, the songstress covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. If only they were still students, she would have doubled over, clutching her stomach and laughing at Gojo without restraint. A smug chuckle slipped out. At that moment, a woman from the back of the Kyoto team stepped forward, snapping a photo of Gojo's sorry state with her phone and bursting into laughter. So even a scoundrel like you can have a day like this. Her laughter rang out. Gojo Suguru and Geto Suguru both froze when they heard that familiar voice. They turned to look, and sure enough, it was Riko Aminai. Why? Gojo was so shocked that he could barely get the words out. Weren't you overseas? What now? Riko Aminai frowned in mock annoyance, teasing, Is it really so strange that I come back to my hometown? Of course not. Gojo twitched at the corner of his mouth, but didn't say much more. He suspected this was Zen'in's doing. Odds were, he and Suguru were the last to know. Hey. Riko Aminai marched right up to the still-dazed Geto, her tone impatient. Aren't you even going to say hello to me? Oh, sorry. Geto snapped back to himself, looked at her, and smiled. Nice to meet you. My name is Geto Suguru. Riko blinked in confusion, then realization struck. She burst out laughing, giving Geto a hearty slap on the shoulder. So you're sulking just because I didn't give you a heads up? Really? Riko, Gojo slipped out of Principal Yaga's bear hug and leaned in close to Riko, lowering his voice. Something happened. Suguru's had amnesia for quite a while now. Amnesia? Riko turned to Gojo, her face full of disbelief. But when she looked at Geto again, saw his innocent, unguarded expression, and realized the two weren't playing some elaborate prank on her, her mood suddenly grew a little gloomy. Amnesia, are you serious? Seeing Riko's reaction, Gojo seemed used to it. He patted Geto on the back and laughed heartily. Riko, it's fine. He's still alive after all. Sooner or later, Suguru's bound to remember everything. Yeah, Riko still hadn't shaken off the shadow of Geto's amnesia. She stared at Gojo and Geto, murmuring to herself. Sensing the mood in the room turning somber, Principal Yaga cleared his throat and suddenly announced in a booming voice, All right, everyone disperse for now. The official match begins at noon. In the Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High Teachers Lounge. You're saying something big happened in Kyoto? Gojo asked loudly. A special grade curse user? That's right. Jiganji Yoshinobu nodded, ignoring Gojo's brashness. That guy specifically demanded that Zen'in stay in Kyoto, while everyone else attends the exchange event as usual. Otherwise, he'll attack all non-sorcerers in Kyoto indiscriminately. We're still not sure what technique that guy uses, Principal Yaga added. That's why Zen'in has to stay behind in Kyoto to deal with it. Sounds like a conspiracy, doesn't it? Gojo sneered, glancing in the direction of Kyoto. No big deal. It just means the gathering gets postponed a couple of days. That guy's not someone the average person could stop anyway. Kyoto. Zen'in stood on the streets of Kyoto, his gaze cold as he looked into the distance at the dense sea of cursed spirits. At this point, there had to be more than 100 of them by now. His mood was at rock bottom. He couldn't figure out what tricks that curse user had pulled to summon so many spirits. Even if it wasn't difficult, It must have taken quite some time. He was in a hurry to get back to Tokyo to see Shoko, but Geto's treacherous scheme had dragged him into this mess, forcing him to stay in Kyoto for a few more days. Zen'in formed hand seals, and Mahoraga, along with the Chimera Beast, emerged from the shadows. He spoke with a frosty tone. You, together with the Chimera Beast, the three of us will wipe out every last cursed spirit here. Understood. Sensing that their master was in no mood for games today, Mahoraga didn't banter either. Instead, it brandished its demon-banishing sword. You know as well as I do, any cursed spirit that comes near me is as good as dead. Excellent. Zen'in's ocular power surged, Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan appearing once again. By now, there were no ordinary people left in the area, and Yakaganji's only instruction to him was try not to destroy any buildings. Who cares about that now? Zen'in drew the Kusanagi sword from shadow space and unleashed lightning release, the blade crackling with electricity. Go! With the Kusanagi sword in his left hand, Zen'in teleported right into the heart of the cursed spirit horde with heavenly hand power. With a casual swing, a swath of cursed spirits were struck down in a flash of lightning. At the same time, Mahoraga swung its demon-banishing sword, cutting through the enemy ranks. No matter their size, any cursed spirit that crossed its path vanished instantly. The Chimera Beast, a fusion of 8 Shikigami, everything except the rabbit escape, joined the fray. Now, all Zen'in wanted was to finish this fight as swiftly as possible. 3 figures darted through the sprawling horde of nearly 1,000 cursed spirits, leaving a trail of death in their wake. Purple blood splattered the streets. Suddenly, Zen'in's attention was drawn to a crimson cursed spirit. It was a gigantic, winged creature wielding a war fan and a samurai sword, with an elongated nose and thick eyebrows. Zen'in recognized it at a glance. A special-grade imaginary cursed spirit, the Great Tengu. Standing before the Great Tengu, Zen'in was dwarfed by nearly 3 meters. Yet his gaze remained icy as he stared up at it. With a fierce glare from his left Rinnegan, Zen'in swapped the Great Tengu's left, sword-wielding hand away. In just a split second, the creature had already lost a limb. Mahoraga, having just dispatched another cursed spirit, walked over to Zen'in and remarked, "This time, why didn't you swap out its head?" Zen'in glanced at Mahoraga, then turned back to the Great Tengu. "Only when the mood strikes me." All right, enough. Even Mahoraga couldn't help but roll its eyes. "Can you stop acting cool for once?" "No," Zen'in said coolly, forming hand signs as the wings of the Nu sprouted from his back. Sasuke's skills were impressive, but it was a pity he couldn't fly like Naruto. If only he could take to the skies. Then Zen'in gathered power in his legs and shot forward like a cannonball. The Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning, pierced straight into the chest of the giant Tengu, thunder roaring in its wake. It didn't explode. Zen'in paused in mild surprise. Then a cruel smile crept onto his face. "Well then, I suppose I'll take my time playing with you. Mahoraga, until I finish exorcising this Tengu, if you and the Chimera Beast haven't eliminated at least half of the curses, you can forget about leaving my shadow for a whole month." Mahoraga, stuck with someone like this, Mahoraga could only curse his luck. Caught up in a sudden whim, Zen'in decided to experiment on the Tengu a bit more. The Tengu swung its left hand, summoning a gale, but Zen'in switched places with it using heavenly hand power. The Tengu gripped a staff, lightning bursting forth and arcing towards Zen'in. "Trying to match me in lightning?" Zen'in raised his palm, and the hungry ghost path absorbed all the electricity. Chidori's sharp spear. 2 lances of lightning extended from his hands, slicing toward the Tengu. With a single strike, the entire body of the Tengu was shattered into pieces. How tedious. Zen'in looked down to see that Mahoraga and the Chimera Beast had already taken care of most of the curses, a smug, self-satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Nothing beats having someone else do the dirty work for you. Before he could finish speaking, a flock of birds launched themselves at him. Chidori Sunban. With a swift motion, Zen'in transformed the basic Chidori, sending out a flurry of razor-thin lightning needles that shot down the birds one by one. He gazed coldly at the figure before him, a person wearing a one-eyed cat mask, their gender impossible to discern. "So you're the curse user who organized this Hyaki Yagyo?" Zen'in spoke with icy calm. "Where is Kinjaku?" "I have no idea," the one-eyed cat replied with a grin. "I'm only here to challenge you. I came alone." "You think I believe that?" Zen'in's eyes turned frosty. He didn't waste words. He just used Genjutsu to wring out all the information soon enough. In a flash, Zen'in swapped places with the one-eyed cat. The Chidori in his hand pierced straight through the stranger's chest. and he fixed them with a piercing stare. The masked figure, as if already familiar with Zen'in's techniques, shut their eyes in advance. At the same time, with a single hand sign, the body Zen'in had pierced suddenly melted into a puddle, flowing away beneath the city. Meanwhile, their real body appeared behind Zen'in, launching a punch at him. Zen'in dodged instantly, then burst out laughing, muttering words that sent a chill down the one-eyed cat's spine. Zen'in covered his eyes with a cold sneer. Very good, very good. You still dare to play tricks on me? Wouldn't it have been easier to give up struggling and just die? I'd even considered sparing your life to get some information about Kinjaku from you. Very good, very good. You're quite the character. He chuckled darkly. Let's see how long you can last under my hand. The madness in his words left the one-eyed cat momentarily stunned. For a second, he couldn't tell whether he himself was the curse user, or if it was Zen'in who was the real monster. A bead of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was just about to speak when sharp pain shot through his hand. Glancing down, he realized in horror his left hand was gone. Stunned, the one-eyed cat barely had time to react before Zen'in was already upon him. With a single sweep of the Kusanagi sword, his right hand was severed as well. What is happening? Wasn't his technique supposed to be 10 shadows? Panic surged within the one-eyed cat's heart. Even though this was just a spiritual possession through Granny Tail's ritual, the fear he felt was all too real. 1,000 lightning needles rained down again, each one sharp as a blade. In an instant, the one-eyed cat was pummeled from midair into the ground by Zen'in's fist. Zen'in appeared before him in a blink, pressing his hand down on the one-eyed cat's head and ruthlessly grinding his face into the dirt. A brutal, intimate greeting with the earth. Please, have mercy, let me go. Zen'in looked down at the delirious, begging man, crouched beside him like a demon. Can you tell me, what is 1,000 minus 7? 993. Wrong. The answer is pain. Zen'in smiled coldly, pressing his hand to his eye, while the man's legs were set ablaze with amaterasu, clinging like flesh-eating maggots. No, please. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Spare my life. But Zen'in showed no mercy. Under the control of Kagetsuno Mikoto, amaterasu formed black flaming spikes that pierced the one-eyed cat, while at the same time, Zen'in unleashed a reversal technique for outward healing. Burned to nothingness. With a crackling flash, Chidori spear in hand, Zen'in struck, slicing the one-eyed cat clean in two at the waist. The burning black flames of amaterasu reduced his remains to ash. Zen'in turned his gaze once again to the distant throng of curses, now nearly wiped out. In his left hand, he gripped the Kusanagi sword, its blade flickering with black fire. In his right, Chidori sparked with lightning. Anyone who stands in my way will be cut down one by one. Leaping high into the air, Zen'in raised his right hand. The clear blue sky began to darken. Just a little one this time. Kirin. Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Jujutsu High's sister school exchange event, the curse exorcising competition was in full swing. Riko Amanai darted nimbly through the forest. After nearly 3 months of grueling physical training under Zen'in, her speed had improved dramatically. At this moment, she was the one who had exorcised the most curses among all the teams from the Kyoto campus. Just as Riko Amanai darted swiftly through the sky, she finally caught sight of her target, a Grade 2 curse spirit. Found you. Riko's lips curled into a captivating smile, and in an instant, a sniper rifle materialized in her hands. She took aim, her sights locked right onto the cursed spirit's head. In theory, Riko Amanai's technique was immensely powerful. With enough cursed energy, she could conjure tanks, planes, and even atomic bombs out of pure cursed force. Nothing was off limits for her imagination. Yet, in the jujitsu world, a person's total amount of cursed energy is determined from birth. Riko's reserves were only slightly greater than Megumi Fushigiro's, not by much. Just as Riko was about to pull the trigger, a rope suddenly appeared around the Grade 2 cursed spirit's neck. The rope jerked upward on its own, severing the spirit's head cleanly from its body. Huh? Riko blinked in astonishment at the bizarre scene before her. Did I just see a ghost? Wrong answer, Miss Riko. From the shadows, Mimiko stepped out, holding her little rain doll and flashing Riko a bright smile. That's my binding technique at work. Whatever I do to my rain doll happens to my target. This time, I used a piece of rope. That easy. Riko pouted, clearly displeased. I have to use a gun and spent ages practicing after awakening my technique. She faces backlash too, you know. Nanako, the blonde, emerged from the darkness, her phone in hand and an unmistakable air of pride about her. If her target is Grade 1 or Special Grade, Mimiko will suffer quite a bit of damage. I see, Riko mused thoughtfully. That means we win this round. Nanako and Mimiko clapped their hands together and cheered in delight. Wait a second. Riko instantly transformed into an adorable big-eyed girl, pleading cutely with the sisters. Can't we have a contest? I really want to win too. Well, Nanako's resolve wavered at the sight of Riko's irresistible charm. She finally understood why she and Mimiko could always get their way with Suguru Geto when they acted cute. Who could possibly resist that? Clearly, Mimiko was already won over. Sigh. Nanako pressed a hand to her forehead, conceding with a helpless sigh. All right, fine. How about this? The three of us compete. Whoever wins gets credit for exorcising this cursed spirit. Deal. Perfect. Riko and Mimiko hugged each other, bubbling with excitement. Nanako, whose little sister are you anyway? Now that she had swayed the two sisters, Riko grew serious. I'll set my bullets and explosives to their lowest power so none of you will get hurt. Okay? Come on. Nanako showed not the slightest hint of panic. At worst, she could always ask Master Geto to heal her with the reverse curse technique once everything was over. In an instant, the three girls were locked in battle. Riko Tenin conjured a handful of grenades, hurling them in several directions. At the same time, a handgun materialized in her grip, and she opened fire in rapid succession. Wary of any surprises, she slipped a hand across the ground, right in the sisters' blind spot. Under the hail of gunfire, Nanako and Mimiko had no choice but to take cover behind a boulder, each glancing at the other. They exchanged a look, communicating without words. If Miss Riko had been this powerful back then, would Master Geto and Teacher Gojo even have needed to protect her? I'm starting to think it should have been Miss Riko protecting them instead. While they conversed in silence, Mimiko took out her rain doll, aiming it at Riko Tenin to record her information, then flicked the doll's forehead. Ouch! Riko Tenin halted mid-action, clutching her forehead in pain. Ouch! Mimiko echoed her, also holding her forehead. But this time, surprise flickered across her face. Miss Riko is actually a grade 2 sorcerer? I'm not surprised, Nanako replied coolly. With a technique as broken as conjuring firearms, as long as the bullets can pierce through cursed energy defenses, even a single shot is impressive. Without missing a beat, Nanako closed in on Riko. Unlike the more playful Mimiko, Nanako had spent over a decade under Geto Sugiru's tutelage, never neglecting her physical training. Looking for a close-quarters fight? Riko's lips curled into a smirk. You won't get that chance so easily with me, little sister. With that, a rifle appeared in Riko's hands, and she unleashed a wild barrage in Nanako's direction as she charged. Nanako rolled nimbly, darting through the hail of bullets. Seizing a brief opening, she whipped out her phone and snapped a picture of Riko, who seemed thoroughly caught up in the thrill of the firefight. Suddenly, Riko's movements froze in place. Why did I stop moving? In the blink of an eye, barely 2 seconds, Nanako had already reached the immobilized Riko. Riko snapped out of her stupor just in time to block Nanako's straight punch. Nanako surged her body with cursed energy, pressing the attack with a swift roundhouse kick aimed at Riko. No wonder you're Geto's adopted daughter. Your hand-to-hand skills are nothing to scoff at. Riko's eyes widened in surprise as she raised her arm to block the kick, but inside, she was secretly delighted. Thank goodness that red-eyed troublemaker put her through intense physical training. Even if it was just for 3 months, it was enough to get her through situations like this. Riko launched a counterattack, reinforcing her body with cursed energy and striking back at Nanako. By now, Mimiko had arrived on the scene. Out of respect for Miss Riko, she chose not to use her rain doll, instead joining the hand-to-hand fight herself. Riko Aminai was gradually overwhelmed by the sisters' pincer attack, but this was all within her expectations. In the midst of real and feigned moves, Riko kept being pushed back. After about half a minute, a smile appeared on Riko Aminai's face. She looked at the sisters and grinned mischievously. Looks like I win. That strange feeling underfoot. Nanako was the first to sense something was off. She immediately pulled Mimiko close to her side. A puff of white smoke billowed up from the ground. It was the landmine Riko had planted earlier. We lost, Nanako said, resigned. She tapped Mimiko's forehead with her finger and sighed. There, see? We just handed victory away after working so hard for it. Blah! Mimiko made a silly face at her sister, but then, remembering Nanako's hug, her tone softened. Sis, rather than winning this match, wouldn't it be better to hear Miss Riko's stories from 10 years ago, when she met Master Geto and the others? That does sound nice. Nanako glanced over at Riko Aminai. Humph. Seeing the sisters' curious gazes, Riko couldn't help but look a little smug. Well then, let me tell you all about it. It was a sunny morning 12 years ago. The sisters settled down at Riko's sides, gradually becoming utterly absorbed in her tale, completely forgetting they were still in the middle of a match. Hearing stories from Geto Sugiru's past filled their hearts with a quiet joy. In this warm atmosphere, the three girls, who had barely known each other before, quickly became close friends. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Geto, Suguru, and Satoru Gojo were sitting together, sipping tea. Geto, who do you think will win this time? Satoru Gojo took a sip of hot tea and asked casually. That's not really something you need to ask me, is it? Geto replied with a smile. Even though Tadu has made big strides this year, he's still the only first-grade sorcerer on their side. Our team still has a better chance of winning. You too. Yudaheim's forehead creased with irritation as she glared at the easygoing duo. You really don't take us Kyoto students seriously, do you? Oh, come on, not at all. Satoru Gojo waved dismissively. Even if Geto says we've got the advantage, remember, this year, Zen'in gave your students some special training on your side. The results aren't clear yet. But honestly, if it's just you, Yudaheim, you're so weak that this year I'm absolutely, positively, without a doubt sure we'll win. No sooner had Gojo finished speaking than Yudaheim flung a cup of scalding green tea at him. But perhaps knowing Gojo always kept his limitless technique active, she didn't even bother to watch where it landed. All these years, and you still don't know the first thing about respecting your upperclassmen. Satoru Gojo grinned, baring his teeth. Teasing Yudaheim was one of his favorite pastimes. How could that ever change? Yet, as he considered the current, unpredictable situation, a hint of concern flickered across his face. He turned to Suguru Geto and asked, Geto, have the cursed womb, death paintings been relocated for Jujutsu High? They've all been moved, Geto replied, setting down his tea. In his amnesiac state, he was far more composed than in their school days, no longer joining Gojo and bullying Yudaheim. But according to the Zen'in clan, I haven't touched a single one of Sukuna's fingers, Geto added calmly. After all, their only plan is to feed them to Yuji. A cold smirk played at the corner of Gojo's mouth. I don't know when they'll make their move, but it seems their goal is the same as ours. As long as all 20 fingers are inside Yuji, that king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna, will never see the light of day. He looked upward, his voice tinged with regret. Still, I'd love to cross blades with the most powerful sorcerer of 1,000 years past. Aside from my fight with Toji 12 years ago, it's been far too long since I've tasted a true battle. Then, with a laugh, he added, if I get the chance, I'll make sure to beat Sukuna before Zen'in does. Geto watched his colleague and couldn't help but chuckle as well. I've got a hunch. You just might get your wish. Gojo blinked, surprised. To get Sukuna out, you'd have to feed Yuji a huge number of fingers at once, and even then, you need to take Yuji right from under our noses. That's not going to be easy. Are you two getting more and more off topic? Yudaheim interjected, shooting them a sidelong glance as she brewed herself another cup of tea. We're here to discuss the inter-school exchange event. Gojo's reply was full of mischief. Yudaheim, you're still here? You're so weak, I didn't even notice your presence just now. Yudaheim was silent for a moment. She knew all too well that Gojo was trying to get under her skin, and unfortunately, he succeeded. The flush of irritation was plain on her face. Meanwhile, on the competition field, aside from Riko Amanai and the twin sisters Nanako and Mimiko, the situation was much the same as in the original story. It was worth mentioning that Kasumi Miwa, though aware that relying solely on new shadow style made her fighting too predictable, still hadn't followed Zen'in's advice to use her own curse technique. After all, Zen'in didn't know what her technique was either, so his only suggestion had been to try using it more often. Kasumi's technique had never been revealed to outsiders, and she herself knew how weak it was. That's why she chose to apprentice under Kusakabe and take up new shadow style as her main form of combat. As in the original, her opponent was Maki Zen'in. Maki's martial arts were influenced by Naoya Zen'in, and she began training from a very young age. It didn't take long before Miwa Kasumi was defeated at Maki's hands. Right after that, it was time for a sparring match between the Zen'in sisters, Maki and Mai. Did you seriously not make any progress after studying with Nissan in Kyoto? Maki teased, looking at Mai's proud and stubborn face. Don't get so full of yourself. Mai snorted, refusing to back down. I'm not the playful kid. I was back at the Zen'in clan. I've learned Big Brother's martial arts too. And so, the two sisters started bickering back and forth, their playful quarrel echoing through the forest as they sparred. Meanwhile, Mekamaru and Panda ended up fighting after a misunderstanding. This time, however, Mekamaru's control over cursed energy was noticeably stronger than in the original story, allowing him to defeat Panda. Elsewhere, Noritoshi Kumo was determined to face Megumi Fushiguro. Like him, wielded the Ten Shadows technique. Knowing that Megumi was Naoya Zen'in's disciple, Kumo was eager to see how his own inherited technique compared to that of another of the big three clans. But in time, He came to understand why his uncle had spent so many years chasing after those two, only to eventually give up. The red blood manipulation, the 10 shadows technique, and the limitless, there was simply no comparison between them. And finally, the heavyweights entered the scene, as if guided by fate itself. Aoi To-do encountered Yuji Itadori and Junpei Yoshino, who were walking together with Nobara Kujisaki. Yuji glanced at Nobara, his voice steady and serious. I recognize this guy's presence. He's a grade 1 sorcerer. Nobara, you go on ahead and keep exorcising the curses. I'll cover our retreat. Yuji, Junpei, be careful. Nobara didn't hesitate. She understood this was her friend's resolve, just as Megumi had stayed behind earlier to hold off Noritoshi Kamo. So, you're Sukuna's vessel, huh? Aoi To-do looked at Yuji with great interest, almost forgetting Junpei was there at all. You jerk. Junpei summoned Shigamo, his blue jellyfish Shikigami, surging straight for To-do. To-do didn't even bother using a technique. With sheer physical strength, he blocked the incoming jellyfish and sent it flying with a single motion. He then charged at Junpei, his powerful arm wrapping around Junpei's neck and slamming him into a tree. Junpei! Yuji shouted, instantly reinforcing his fist with cursed energy and throwing a punch at To-do. To-do grinned and answered with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, and the impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. This guy's physical strength is off the charts. Is it because of Sukuna? To-do studied Yuji with surprise. His interest piqued even more. Suddenly, he swept Yuji's legs from under him, knocking him down, and followed up with a punch to the chest, sending Yuji crashing into the roots of a tree. He's so strong. Yuji struggled to his feet, helping Junpei up, both of them now facing To-do with utmost caution. Is this what it means to be a grade 1 sorcerer? Junpei wasn't all that surprised. He just managed a faint smile. He understood the ranking system of jujitsu sorcerers better than Itadori did. After all, the last time they fought side by side at school, those two were seasoned veterans among grade 1 sorcerers. Both of them reinforced their bodies with cursed energy, watching Aoi To-do across from them with wary eyes. But Aoi To-do didn't rush to attack. Instead, he looked at Yuji Itadori with a broad grin. In an imitation of his teacher Yuki Tsukumo, he asked, "What kind of women do you like?" Then, as if realizing this might be impolite, he corrected himself. "Actually, what about you two? What kind of women do you like? Tall women with big hips, I guess." Yuji Itadori stroked his chin in earnest thought. Someone like Lawrence. Meanwhile, Junpei stayed on high alert, his eyes fixed intently on Aoi To-do. Hearing Itadori's answer, To-do paused for a split second. Suddenly, memories that never existed flashed through his mind. He realized he and Yuji Itadori must be brothers. Aoi To-do looked at Yuji Itadori, and once again, almost instinctively, ignored Junpei. He spoke with a calm indifference. "You, the skinny one. Why don't you go? I don't want to hurt you." Huh? Junpei looked at Aoi To-do, baffled, feeling more and more certain that this guy was not right in the head. "Go on, Junpei. The more curses you exorcise, the better our chances of winning." "But that guy's grade 1. Junpei hissed in a low voice. "If you try to hold him off alone, you'll get seriously hurt." "Don't worry." Yuji Itadori pointed confidently at his own chest. "That guy definitely won't just stand by and do nothing. Doesn't he still want to take over my body?" Sukuna, Junpei seemed to understand now. He gave Yuji Itadori a long, searching look before turning and running off. Now it was just Aoi To-do and Yuji Itadori, ready for a passionate one-on-one showdown. Relying solely on their physical strength, the two clashed. To-do quickly realized that Itadori didn't know how to use cursed techniques, so he refrained from using his own boogie-woogie as well. In his heart now, Yuji Itadori had become his dearest friend. As the exchange of blows continued, To-do grew more certain of Itadori's strength, and his excitement only intensified. "Excellent, excellent. Even though you look thinner than me, your natural strength is actually much greater." Yuji Itadori stared at the muscular man before him, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Was it just his imagination, or did he see joy in those eyes? A bad feeling crept over Yuji Itadori. He shivered involuntarily. Wait a minute, could this guy possibly be that way? And so, with their own thoughts and suspicions, the two kept trading punches in the depths of the forest. "So, what made you want to become a jujitsu sorcerer anyway?" Mai leaned against a big tree, turning to ask her sister Maki, who stood nearby. "Do you know why?" Maki looked at her younger sister, momentarily taken aback, and instead of answering directly, she asked Mai in return, "What about you? Why do you do it? Isn't being the family's young lady a good life?" Mai shot her a look of disdain. "Didn't you also give up that life to come to Tokyo Jujitsu High? The Zen'in clan already has Naoya to manage things. Compared to a life where everything is handed to me on a silver platter, I'd rather be a jujitsu sorcerer, Maki replied, a gentle smile lighting up her face, her eyes full of longing. Are you sure it's not because of our big brother? My studenti grined mischievously, grabbing Maki's waist. I remember a certain someone used to cling to him all the time. So even when it came to choosing a school, you picked Tokyo instead of Kyoto. What are you talking about? Maki's cheeks turned pink as she muttered. You can't tell anyone, okay? Actually, I do admire our brother a lot. That's why I wanted to become a sorcerer, just like him. I didn't want to be left behind, not by a long shot. Maybe, one day, it'll be my turn to protect him. Even though he's never said it, I've always had this feeling that he's been carrying everything alone in the darkness. Maybe that's why he's never made things official with Shoko-senpai. Is that so? Mai's face was lit with a gentle smile as she hugged Maki, her eyes glistening with the thread of tears. Then, when our brother finishes dealing with everything, let's make a promise. The four of us, as a family, will gather together and never be apart again. Okay? Of course. Maki hugged her back, and the two of them lay there beneath the shade of the tree. Run. For the first time, Inumaki spoke words other than food ingredients. He shouted down toward Fushiguro Megumi and Kumo Noritoshi, who had just finished their fight. At the same moment, countless vines, sharp as spears, surged toward Inumaki and Fushiguro. Oh! Mahito's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched the writhing mass of vines. Grinning, he turned to his fellow curse user, Haruta Shigemo. Hanami's making a move too, and the barrier's already in place. You'd better hurry up and get to work. With a carefree laugh, Shigemo leapt down, brandishing a knife with a purple hilt. Time for a good old ambush on those sorcerers. In Mahito's mind, a cold, emotionless voice echoed. Just take the finger. Our goal doesn't depend on the cursed womb. Death paintings. Do you understand, Mahito? Understood, boss. A sly grin spread across Mahito's face as he stood up and looked down at the black barrier that had descended. He couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. At that same moment, the teachers from Jujutsu High had all gathered outside the barrier. Gojo Satoru looked at the billowing black smoke in his palm, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Are those guys targeting me again? This is getting ridiculous. Aren't I supposed to be weak in their eyes? The songstress glanced at Satoru Gojo, who was grumbling under his breath, the corners of her mouth twitching. She ignored him and, together with Yojinji Kanasuke, who was holding a black box, walked into the tent. Gojo watched the two of them enter, feeling a wave of admiration. That's just like Zei, always one step ahead. He really saw all of this coming. So what's next? Are we going to turn the tables? Or is Jie going to absorb that blue-haired cursed spirit? Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. Blood manipulation, purification / Noritoshi Kumo hurled a pouch of blood forward. Under his control, the blood morphed into a spinning circle, hurtling straight at Hanami. Hanami stared coldly as the blood circle rushed toward her. Yet, not a single mark appeared on her skin. She let out a chilly laugh and raised her fist without hesitation. Don't move. Toji Inumaki lowered his high collar and shouted at Hanami. In an instant, Hanami's movements stiffened, her body frozen in place. At the same time, Megumi Fushiguro formed a hand sign and sprang behind Hanami. Purple lightning crackled in his palm as he pressed it against her back. The electricity sent Hanami reeling, but Megumi didn't let up. He summoned Divine Elephant and sent it crashing down from above. A plume of dust erupted where the elephant landed, but when it cleared, Hanami stood unharmed. Wasting no words, she unleashed her technique. Vines burst from beneath her feet, surging and spreading wildly. Her voice was cold and resolute. This planet no longer has time left for humanity. The vines surged toward the trio. Noritoshi pressed his palms together and glanced at Megumi. How about it? Think you can handle this? Of course, sweat broke out on Megumi's forehead as he formed the sign for his Chimera Beast. Chimera Beast. A Shikigami fused from 3 different familiars emerged from Megumi's shadow. Unlike Zen'in Zei, Megumi couldn't fuse 8 Shikigami at once. 3 was already pushing him to his limit. The Chimera Beast lunged at Hanami, its sharp claws raking a bloody gash across her pale skin. This Shikigami is powerful. Hanami quickly retreated, ducking aside, just in time to avoid Noritoshi's piercing blood technique. Megumi drew a black short blade and slipped into the Chimera Beast's shadow, calling out to his companions. Cover me and handle support. I need to focus on controlling the Chimera Beast. No problem. Toji and Noritoshi replied in perfect unison. They understood. The Chimera Beast was their only chance to defeat this cursed spirit. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Aoi Tadu and Yuji Itadori had run into their own adversary. The cursed spirit of the sky, Yukio. Inside the tent, Yuji, this one's strong. Aoi Tadu's fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he faced Yukio, who hovered menacingly overhead. A broad smile spread across his lips. This was the first time he fought side by side with his dearest friend. Of course I know that, Yuji Itadori replied. After receiving Aoi Tadu's special training, his strength had noticeably improved. Now, he was able to concentrate cursed energy in every part of his body. Yuji glanced up at Yukio, who hovered motionless in the sky. A sense of unease crept into him as he recalled the battle between Nanami and Hirano that day. Both of his seniors had been completely overpowered by this creature. Go Yuji! Tadu laughed heartily, clapped his hands together, and instantly swapped his position with Yukio. Yuji reacted in a flash, understanding Tadu's intent. Without hesitation, he launched a punch straight at Yukio. Yukio looked on with mild surprise at Tadu, now suspended in midair. Is this that kid's technique? He can actually pull me down from the sky? It must be a position swap. Yukio quickly used his wings to shield himself from Yuji's punch. With a powerful sweep, countless feathers shot toward Yuji like a deadly storm. Tadu clapped his hands once more. Instantly, Yukio and Yuji's position switched. Damn it! Yukio took a step back, his gaze icy as he stared at Tadu. So, even feathers formed from cursed energy can be swapped. Huh? It seems the technique lets him swap places with anything imbued with cursed energy. Yukio was quickly piecing together how Tadu's ability worked, and wasted no time launching his next attack. Yukio's innate technique allowed him to generate razor-sharp feathers at will in the surrounding space. Though the effect seemed simple, the wings on his back gave him an unparalleled advantage. After all, in today's world of jujitsu sorcerers, those who can fly are fewer than you can count on one hand. Yukio soared rapidly to a higher altitude, forcing Tadu to hesitate before using his technique again. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, Yukio spiraled downward toward the earth. Feathers spun in rings around him as he whirled, diving straight at the ground. He moved so fast that Tadu barely had time to clap his hands. Tadu shouted to Yuji, "Yuji, watch out for that one." Yuji's eyes widened at the deadly storm in the sky. In an instant, he leapt to the side. A thunderous crash shook the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Tadu quickly activated his own cursed energy to defend himself, then looked toward the spot where Yuji had been moments before. He was about to run toward Yuji when Yukio suddenly appeared behind him. Bladed Feather Lotus. Yukio slashed at Tadu's hands with razor-sharp wings. By now, he'd already figured out the weakness of Tadu's boogie-woogie. Technique expansion, poison arrows. Dozens of purple, venomous arrows shot toward Yukio, filling the air like a deadly swarm. Yukio immediately abandoned his assault on Tadu, retreated 3 steps, and slashed furiously at the poisonous arrows that came within an inch of piercing him. What a perfect opportunity! Aoi Tadu darted swiftly to Yu Gao's flank, and while Yu Gao was distracted, launched a powerful punch at him. This guy is really tough. Not only is his technique formidable, but his speed is astonishing as well. Yu Gao soared into the air, narrowly evading Aoi Tadu's iron fist, and seized the chance to counterattack. Feather Barrage. The feathers on Yu Gao's body bristled and then burst forth, cascading down like a torrential rain, striking indiscriminately below. Junpei, get out of there now! Yuji Itadori shouted anxiously. Junpei, having just returned to assist Aoi Tadu, was now caught in the chaos. All 3 of them rolled and dodged on the ground, narrowly escaping the deadly downpour of feathers. What was usually soft and harmless now became weapons of lethal intent. Junpei, fire another poison arrow at him. Aoi Tadu whispered, sidestepping a falling feather. Understanding Tadu's intention without a word, Junpei directed his jellyfish Shikigami to silently launch a toxic arrow toward Yu Gao. A feint? No, it must be that strange technique of his. Yu Gao quickly withdrew from Junpei's attack, his eyes darting warily, searching for any sign of Aoi Tadu's ambush. At the same time, he intensified the barrage of feathers. No, where did Aoi Tadu go? In that critical instant, Yu Gao suddenly lost track of Tadu's cursed energy. Over here, using the terrain for cover and the jellyfish's bouncy form for leverage, Yuji Itadori sprang high into the air, blue cursed energy swirling rapidly in his hands. Are they trying to swap positions? Yu Gao watched Yuji approach, calmly poised for the attack, his wings ready to slice through anything ahead. He was determined to sever Tadu's arm the moment they switched places. He knew all too well that Sukuna's vessel posed no true threat to him. The real danger was Aoi Tadu. A cold smirk crept onto Yuji Itadori's lips. You guessed wrong. I'm the main attacker. Black Flash. Damn, I've been completely outmaneuvered. Yugao's expression twisted in shock. He never expected his opponent to break all the rules. He frantically flapped his wings, trying to slash at Yuji, but his earlier lapse in composure had already cost him control of the situation. Now it was much too late. A surge of black lightning struck Yugao squarely in the face. The multiplied force of the blow sent him spiraling from midair, crashing hard to the ground. This round he had lost. At the very instant black flash landed, Aoi, to do, seized the momentum. He hurled his jellyfish shikigami, Hazuki, with lightning speed, then clapped his hands together, swapping places with the swiftly moving creature to arrive right where Yugao had fallen. Black flash. A surge of black lightning also crackled in Aoi to do's hand. The intense coordination with his ally, combined with the strategic clash against their enemy, filled him with a deep sense of exhilaration. This is bad, Yugao exclaimed in alarm. He could clearly sense that Todu's black flash was on a completely different level from Yuji Itadori's. Feather shield. A shield formed from feathers materialized before Yugao. Taking no chances, he reinforced his entire body with a layer of cursed energy for added protection. A wicked grin spread across Todu's face as his black flash-powered fist punched through the feather shield, step by relentless step, before landing squarely on Yugao's body. Seizing the brief moment of relaxation that followed Todu's black flash, Yugao kicked off with both legs and sent Todo hurtling through the air. Clutching his chest, Yugao spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood. Todu's black flash had struck him straight in the chest, its force and damage far surpassing the one delivered by Yuji Itadori. Yugao cast a cold gaze toward Junpei's jellyfish shikigami. It must have been that creature that swallowed Todo, concealing his cursed energy and leading Yugao to misjudge the situation. If that's how it is, then I'll end this quickly. With a powerful beat of his wings, Yugao surged forward, cursed energy swirling violently around him. Domain. But before he could finish, a voice echoed in his mind, just as it had in Mahito's. All the curses in Kyoto have been wiped out. Withdraw now. Zen'in Zawa could arrive at any moment. Frustration flickered in Yugao's eyes as he glanced down at the trio below, then shot upward into the sky. Yuji Itadori and the others could only watch as Yugao disappeared, sighing helplessly. Must be nice to be able to fly, one of them muttered. While Yuji and his friends were locked in fierce battle with Yugao, elsewhere Megumi Fushigiro's group was facing off against Hanami. Divine dogs launched wave after wave of attacks at Hanami, while Megumi, hiding in the shadows, seized every opportunity to pin Hanami down. At the same time, Noritoshi Kumo and Toji Inumaki harried their foe from a distance with blood manipulation and cursed speech. Hanami caught one of the divine dog's punches, its arms scorched black by a flash of violet lightning, and quickly retreated a step. It seems you're still able to use your Shikigami's abilities, Hanami spoke gravely. This youth named Megumi Fushiguro. If not eliminated now, he could well become another Zen'in Zawa in the future. With that thought, Hanami unleashed even more cursed energy. Countless vines erupted from the ground like monsters, spreading toward the divine dogs and Inumaki. Crush! Toji tried to speak, but a sudden sweetness welled up in his throat. Clutching his mouth, he realized the backlash from using cursed speech had taken its toll. Is this our limit? Noritoshi Kumo's expression grew grim as he saw that Inumaki could no longer use his technique. Without hesitation, he scooped Inumaki up and began a swift retreat. Shung Beast melted into a pool of shadows, burrowing swiftly into the ground, while Megumi Fushiguro leapt out from the darkness, sweat streaming down his forehead. Prolonged control over Shung Beast was taking a heavy toll on him. My cursed energy should let me keep summoning Shung Beast for about another 5 minutes. Megumi ran to Noritoshi Kumo's side and whispered, "We have to find a turning point, something decisive." Noritoshi Kumo stayed silent, keeping his focus on running. This guy. Megumi twitched at the corner of his mouth as the three of them reached a wooden door. Just as Noritoshi reached out to push the door, it suddenly morphed into twisting vines, stretching menacingly towards the group. Hyakuren, piercing blood. Noritoshi quickly set Toji Inumaki down and unleashed his crimson blood manipulation, slicing through all the vines before them. At that moment, Hanami appeared behind the trio. Her elongated fingers fused together into a wooden sphere, which she hurled directly at them. Megumi thrust out both hands, clearly preparing the hand signs to summon Maharaga. "Megumi, what are you planning to do?" From above, Nobara Kujisaki called out with a bright, bold laugh. At the same time, she hammered a nail with her right hand, sending it flying from her left and knocking Hanami's sphere away. Arriving beside her was Momo Nishimiya, soaring through the air on her broomstick. 2 more reinforcements, huh? Hanami's expression remained unchanged as she glanced up at the two women. Judging by their cursed energy, neither seemed to be a match for her. Let's make this quick, just like before. As if sensing something, Hanami spread her arms wide. A massive flower unfurled behind her, its petals opening to reveal countless eerie blossoms lined with sharp fangs. At Hanami's command, the monstrous flowers lunged at all 5 fighters. So this is what a special grade curse is capable of. Megumi drew a black dagger from the Shadow Realm, his expression grave as he faced Hanami. At the boundary of the curtain, Yoshinobu Gakuganji stood in his rockstar attire, squaring off against the curse user Juzo Kamiya. Yudahime Iori watched quietly from the side. Suddenly, a chill crept up her back. She whirled around, heart pounding. There stood a blond man, grinning mischievously and holding a long sword. Well, looks like you spotted me, beautiful lady. With that, Haruta Shigemo thrust his sword at Yudahime. Haruta's grin only widened, as if already celebrating his victory. Clang! A heavy cleaver struck Haruta's sword, sending a shock through his arm. He spun around, eyes wide with surprise at the newcomer. Kento Nanami strode forward, his face dark and determined. He spoke in a low, even voice. Zen'in senpai already warned me. Someone particularly nasty would be lurking around, waiting to ambush us. Although I had mentally prepared myself, why is it that just seeing your face still makes me inexplicably irritated? Nanami Kento pulled off his tie and wrapped it around his fist. His well-developed muscles and icy gaze left Shigemo Haruta so terrified he couldn't even move. Without any obstacles, Nanami strode right up to Shigemo, towering over this bully who preyed on the weak. He swung his fist with brutal force into Shigemo's stomach, then grabbed his disgusting ponytail, lifting him up and clamping his hand around his neck. If you'd faced Singer-senpai in an honest fight, maybe I wouldn't be so angry. I might even have spared your life. But your despicable behavior has really ticked me off, kid. You're about to pay for that. Nanami's fists rained down on Shigemo, blow after blow. Even when Shigemo's eyes rolled back and he nearly passed out, Nanami didn't relent. All right, that's enough, Singer hurried over. She was a little touched that Nanami had gotten so angry on her behalf. But surely they couldn't kill the guy just yet, right? But what Singer didn't know was that Nanami would get this angry for just about anyone, except for that white-haired guy in the blindfold. Nanami Kento shot a cold glance at the battered and bruised Shigemo Haruta, but didn't continue. Let's wait for Zen'in senpai to come back. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo received a call inside the barrier. Moshi Moshi? Gojo answered the phone with a smile. Hey Geto, how's it going on your end? In the warehouse, Geto Sugiru's expression was a bit grim. I made a miscalculation, and that guy managed to escape. But according to Zen'in's plan, we've let him take 6 of Sukuna's fingers. The death painting wounds are still in my possession. That's good enough. Our objective has been achieved, Gojo grinned. Zawa's already marked Sukuna's fingers with a curse energy tag. I'll use hollow purple to strike with pinpoint accuracy, and afterward, I'll track them straight back to their hideout. Gojo hung up, then soared to the top of the barrier. Forming hand signs, he unleashed a surge of overwhelming cursed energy, shattering the barrier designed specifically to contain him. Hovering high above, Gojo surveyed the forest below, taking in the situation across the battlefield. Yuji seems to be holding up well. Did he pull off a good combo with Aoi and Junpei? His gaze shifted to Hanami, and his eyes turned cold. Hanami was now wrapped in wooden vines, preparing to flee. So you're already planning your escape, huh? Gojo pressed his palms together and, in a flash, appeared before Hanami, a chilling smile on his lips. He reached out and grabbed Hanami. You're not getting away today. Satoru Gojo. Hanami's voice trembled with terror. In the blink of an eye, Gojo whisked Hanami away from the place where Fushiguro and the others were fighting. Azure Attraction. With a single hand, Satoru Gojo conjured a powerful force, his face breaking into a crazed, almost manic grin. Hanami was yanked into Gojo's grasp, utterly powerless, like a lamb awaiting the butcher's knife. The thorny vines that sprouted from Hanami's body in a desperate struggle were instantly shredded to nothing by Gojo's overwhelming strength. He dispatched Hanami in the same brutal fashion he had dealt with Jogo, violently tearing Hanami's head clean off. Let's leave this for Geto to absorb. With Hanami dealt with, Gojo teleported once again, this time arriving at the battlefield where Kujisaki and Inumaki were fighting Mahito. Just as in the original story, Kujisaki rushed Gojo in a frenzy, only to have his limbs shattered by Gojo's immense gravitational force. Now then, it's your turn. Gojo offered a faint smile, pushing his 6 eyes to their maximum, quickly honing in on that familiar cursed energy. Reversal technique, azur. Reversal technique, crimson. As before, a colossal surge of violet cursed energy gathered in Gojo's hands. Unlike before, though, this time he unleashed it with both hands. Holo technique purple. Twin beams of purple energy erupted from his hands, ripping through the earth and carving two deep scars in their wake. Mahito, battered and disheveled, was still reeling from his life-and-death struggle with Geto. He had only just escaped, nearly being touched and transformed into a cursed spirit orb. Suddenly, a chill swept down his spine. Turning, he saw the violet energy already barreling toward him. Sukuna's 6 fingers clattered to the ground as Mahito was left with nothing but his legs. How utterly pathetic, Mahito. A mysterious figure with long black hair appeared before Mahito, raising a hand with casual indifference, instantly causing the massive surge of purple energy to vanish. The figure stooped to pick up Sukuna's fallen fingers, a knowing smile appearing as he detected someone's subtle interference. So Hanami's been left behind by Gojo, has he? One day after the sister school exchange event. To think I'd actually lose to you, am I? Gojo scratched his head in frustration, casting an annoyed glance at Zen'in Naoya, who stood expressionless nearby. And you, how could you do that to Amanai, a beautiful young woman of 25, in the prime of her life? He didn't get to finish before Riko Amanai, fuming with anger, swung a fist at Gojo to shut him up. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm old? Well, it's true, Gojo retorted, refusing to back down. You're only 2 or 3 years younger than me, right? Amanai fell silent, turning imploring eyes toward Geto Suguru. Geto could only sigh and pulled Gojo away. Gojo, Amanai's our guest. You could at least try to... I don't care in the slightest. At this moment, only a few people who had been the same year as Satoru Gojo remained in the room. Even he hadn't noticed that his way of addressing himself had shifted from modesty to a more casual tone. Riko Amanai followed after Gojo and Suguru Geto, hurling playful insults as they left together. It felt as if they had traveled back in time to that summer on the beach. Deep down, Riko was profoundly grateful to these 2 people before her. It was they who had given her the freedom to choose her own path. That summer, as the kayak glided over the clear water, she reached her hand into the lake, feeling the world's beauty and the coolness that cut through the blazing heat. She'd once held her maid Korwa's hand as they gazed at a sea of jasmine blooms, watched a gentle breeze ruffle a few palm trees, while Gojo and Geto followed quietly behind, never intruding. The seashore at sunset brimmed with endless tenderness. With the 3 most important friends in her life, she slurped steaming ramen in Okinawa. It wasn't the most exquisite feast she'd ever had, but it was a memory she cherished above all. I can't forget the loneliness of wandering the aquarium by myself back then. I was so afraid that, after assimilation, I'd be left to endure unending solitude and darkness. Wearing a long dress, the girl wandered through the aquarium, watching the beluga whales glide behind glass. Looking at them, she saw a reflection of herself. Behind her, the young Gojo and Geto saw right through to her heart. Sharing a glance, they exchanged a smile, their determination only growing stronger. Now, Riko trailed behind the 2 of them, watching Gojo shouting boisterously and Geto smiling gently. A faint smile played on her lips. Thank you, truly, Satoru and Suguru. Isn't someone going to chase after them? Shoko, watching the 3 figures recede into the distance, wandered over to Zen'in Zei and nudged him. That's between the 3 of them. It has nothing to do with me. I was busy taming Maharaga at the time. After all, Zen'in Zei tapped Shoko lightly on the forehead, shrugging helplessly. Besides, you have no idea what that guy calls me behind my back. What does he call you? Shoko's curiosity was piqued. She looked at Zen'in Zei with interest. Zen'in Zei fell silent for a moment, his face darkening. The jerk with the red eyes. Shoko burst out laughing, clutching her stomach as she doubled over. She laughed so hard that, in the end, she had to lean against Zen'in Zei for support. Feeling her warmth, Zen'in Zei teased. Are you trying to take advantage of me? So what if I am? What are you going to do about it? Shoko shot back with a mischievous glint in her eyes and a sly smile. Zen'in Zei said nothing, simply leaned in and kissed her. Sensing his intentions, Shoko's smile softened, and she closed her eyes. I like you. A moment later. Was that your way of confessing? Shoko sat down on the sofa, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she looked at Zen'in Zei. And you didn't even bring me a gift? Of course, Zen'in Zei replied without hesitation. Actually, I was planning to confess on your birthday this year. But while I was in Kyoto, I did a lot of thinking. I realized it's time to bring all of this to an end. Is that so? Shoko rested her head on Zen'in Zei's lap, her delicate brows knitting together. Back when we were students, you always said you'd wait until everything had settled down. But I never figured out what it would take for those people to finally reach this settling down you kept talking about. With a gentle smile, Zen'in Zei smoothed out the creases between her brows. He didn't answer, only spoke in a soft, warm voice. Don't frown for no reason. It ruins your pretty face. I want to. Shoko, playful as a young girl, scrunched up her brow again in defiance. You just have to smooth them out for me. All right. Zen'in chuckled helplessly and placed his hand gently over her elegantly shaped brows. So, tell me, when did you start liking me? Shoko asked, her eyes closed, her voice light and curious. Let me think. Zen'in paused, his hand still, considering for a moment before looking at Shoko with sincerity. If I had to say, maybe it was that radiant smile you gave me when you handed over the drink all those years ago. Or maybe it was the way you pushed me out of harm's way, brave and unafraid for your own safety. Shoko simply listened in silence, her gaze drifting into Zen'in's eyes, losing herself in them. For some reason, it felt as if his eyes could speak. Whether or not Zen'in spoke aloud, Shoko could see straight into his heart. Maybe that's how it is. Even if I don't hear the words, I can always read his feelings in those eyes. What a fool. He never even realized that his eyes could speak for him. But perhaps, sensing something, Zen'in fell silent, his endless talking coming to a halt. Shoko, I need to head out for a bit. Idiot. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Mekamaru, Makimiwa poked her head through the doorway, arms full of documents. The deadline for submitting the report is today, you know. She glanced at Mekamaru, who sat motionless on the sofa, and called out to remind him. Sorry, Miwa. Mekamaru replied in a neutral tone. I need to rest for a while. The report's on the table. Just take it. Makimiwa tapped Mekamaru's cold metal head with her finger, curiosity in her voice. It's only early evening, and you're going to sleep already? When she got no response, she poked him again. Come to think of it, where exactly is Mekamaru's real body, anyway? Seeing that Mekamaru still hadn't moved at all, Kasumi Miwa sat down beside him and began to observe him carefully. It seems like he's never shown up in person, has he? At the same time, in a dim room bathed in a reddish light, Kokichi Muta, his whole body wrapped in bandages, lifted his head and looked expressionlessly at the visitor. You're so late. I almost thought you'd forgotten about me. We wouldn't make a mistake like that. Kenjaku, still wearing the body of an ordinary man, stepped through the door with a faint smile on his lips as he looked at Kokichi Muta. After all, we've made a binding vow. Breaking our word wouldn't be wise. You should know all too well the terror of a cursed binding, don't you? The state you're in now is thanks to that vow and the heavens themselves, right? Kenjaku walked in slowly from outside, hands in his pockets, his face always adorned with that mild smile, as if nothing in the world could ever surprise him. Mahito, standing nearby, looked rather feeble. You could say fortune had both cursed and spared him. Sensing the overwhelming power of the hollow purple, he'd hastily transferred his soul into his leg, only to run into the cursed spirit leader. Otherwise, Satoru Gojo would have easily exorcised Mahito by tracking the cursed energy on Sukuna's finger. At the time, even Kenjaku had been a little surprised. Zen and Naoya seemed to have the upper hand in their match. No matter. Even if Kokichi Muta survives today, it doesn't matter. That memory technique of his is already sealed by the binding vow. Once it's over, he'll know nothing of what comes next. Let's begin, Mahito. This place still reeks of mold, it's disgusting. Mahito's face looked pale, but his sharp tongue remained. What a waste. He's our enemy anyway. Let's just kill him and be done with it. Not yet, Mahito. Kenjaku didn't even glance at him, speaking coolly. He's provided us with information and assisted us. In return, you'll use idol transfiguration to heal his body. Our binding vow ties us together. Only after he's healed can we kill him. I had hoped he'd be useful in Shibuya, but there's no helping it. Kokichi Muta stared coldly at the two before him. I told you not to lay a finger on anyone from Kyoto Tech. You've already broken the terms of our vow, haven't you? Mahito's expression darkened, and he shot Kokichi a chilling grin. Hanami, who attacked, is already dead. Thanks to you all, I swear, I'll kill you soon enough. In fact, I'll kill every last human. Save it, Kokichi replied with utter disdain. I've no interest in arguing with a cursed spirit. Just hurry up and heal me, you bastard. In a moment, I'll turn you into a caterpillar and finish you off. Mahito stroked his chin in deep thought, as if genuinely considering the feasibility of his own words. Don't get any ideas, Mahito, Kenjaku sighed, pressing a weary hand to his forehead. If you break your own shackles before the ritual is complete, who knows what kind of catastrophe will befall us. Yeah, I get it. Mahito shuffled over to Yukichi, deflated like a balloon that's lost all its air. Be grateful, you wretched thing, Mahito said, placing his hand on Yukichi's head. Purple cursed energy surged around his fingers. Idol transfiguration. Yukichi's skin gradually took on a violet hue. Not long after, he stood up for the first time from the nutrient tank, his complexion pale as porcelain, a young man come to life, elegant and striking. The bandages around his body unwound on their own. He looked at Mahito, who had stepped back, and curled his lips into a cold smile. "You're finished." "What do you mean?" Kinjaku shook his head from the sidelines. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he knew both this young man's temperament and Mahito's terrifying gift. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Yukichi was as good as dead. Blazing release, Kagutsuchi. Countless black flame spikes erupted, crashing into every corner of the room. In an instant, the entire mountaintop where they stood shattered with a deafening roar. Zen'in. Kinjaku dodged a hailstorm of rubble, stunned and furious. When he looked up at their visitor, abject fear twisted his face. "So, we finally meet again, Kinjaku." Zen'in regarded Kinjaku's terror as one might greet an old friend after years apart. "When was our last encounter? Was it outside the Fallen Star Palace 12 years ago? Or at that gathering of the big 3 clans 20 years past? You and I have clashed for years, but it seems today's game is finally mine to win. My methods of hiding cursed energy far surpass yours." Zen'in's cursed energy surged ever higher, his gaze icy and unblinking as he watched Kinjaku's every move. "This can't be. How'd you find this place?" Kinjaku's voice trembled. Facing Zen'in now was the last thing he wanted. "Mahito, forget about Yukichi and run." Kinjaku shouted down the mountain, his voice cracking as Mahito trembled in fear below. Was it Yukichi who reached out to Zen'in? Damn it, how could he dare shatter his own shackles? 12 years, and still, I'm powerless against this monster. Mahito felt the overwhelming pressure of Zen'in's cursed energy. Terrified, he stared up at the figure in the sky, then broke into a frantic dash through the forest. "Advisor Zen'in, I'll go after him." Yukichi, piloting a giant mecha, addressed Zen'in. Zen'in waved him off. "Don't bother. Once I kill this one, the rest falls into place." The Rinnegan in his eyes focused on Kinjaku's head, and, with a flicker, he unleashed the heavenly hand power. "It's not working. What's going on?" Zen'in sensed resistance and reacted instantly, switching positions to appear behind Kinjaku. Chidori shot from his hand, aiming straight for Kinjaku. Technique reversale gravity. Kinjaku caught a glimpse of Zen'in's silhouette, and at the same time he felt the chill of death closing in from behind. Zen'in's movement was momentarily hindered, but this gravity was different from Kagaya's gravity domain. It didn't completely pin him down. Chidori continued its relentless thrust toward Kinjaku's head. "Does he know who I really am? Why is he aiming straight for my head?" Kinjaku was startled, hastily turning the gravity onto himself. In a desperate move of self-harm, he managed to narrowly evade Zen'in's head-piercing Chidori. "I can't let him get close to me with that strange footwork again." Kinjaku's expression was grave. At the same time, he noticed Mahito fleeing, and a sudden wave of relief washed over him. Mahito is a crucial step in launching the culling game. He absolutely cannot die here. Not so easily. Blood manipulation, supernova, countless drops of blood manifested behind Kinjaku. Unlike the original Noritoshi Kumo, or the current Kumo Noritoshi, Kinjaku's mastery of the blood manipulation technique was second to none. His control over blood was unmatched, far surpassing anyone in the Kumo clan. This was his insurance, a precaution against Zen'in reappearing behind him. By locking the technique's target onto a single individual, he traded flexibility for greater destructive power, a restriction he'd just imposed on himself. Zen'in narrowed his eyes, as if he had already seen through Kinjaku's schemes. With a cold, mocking smile, he said, "If all you can do is defend passively, let me tell you, you'll die a terrible death." "Oh, really?" Kinjaku smiled faintly, pressing his hands together. "Well, I have to at least give it a try, don't I?" Piercing blood. A massive pillar of blood shot from Kinjaku's clasped hands, its initial speed so great it broke the sound barrier. But Zen'in showed no interest. Lightning crackled in his palm, and an equally powerful bolt of thunder surged forth. The blood column was instantly scorched and evaporated by the lightning, shriveling away. Kinjaku barely managed to dodge Zen'in's ferocious Chidori spear, but not without consequence. A bloody gash appeared on his face, where it had grazed him. "Is that news thunder from the 10 Shadows?" Kinjaku analyzed rapidly, puzzled as to why this man hadn't summoned a Shikigami to fight so far. Zen'in drew the Kusanagi sword, lightning dancing along its blade. With a casual swing, 3 bolts of lightning shot toward Kinjaku. "It's not over yet." From the Shadow Realm, Zen'in pulled out a Fuma shuriken and hurled it at the trees behind Kinjaku with lightning speed. Kinjaku sidestepped easily, avoiding the shuriken, though suspicion lingered in his mind. Nonetheless, he continued to gather blood in his palms, preparing for the next move. The cursed spirit manipulation technique still can't be used. A wicked smile played across Zen'in's lips. With heavenly hand power, he swapped Kinjaku in the space on the tree trunk, then gave a sharp tug with his left hand. The steel wire wrapped around his wind demon shuriken snapped taut, tying it firmly to the tree. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Majestic Dragon Fire Technique. The fire dragon clashed violently with 3 bolts of lightning descending from the sky. The resulting explosions echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. "Are you still alive, Kinjaku?" Zen'in smiled faintly, his expression calm and unruffled. The wings of Nu behind him kept him aloft as he gazed down at Kinjaku, whose body was now half destroyed. As expected, he's absurdly strong. Kinjaku increased the output of his reverse technique for healing, while most of the supernovas on his body hurtled toward Zen'in, bursting around him like shotgun blasts. There's not even the slightest opening to resist him. Kinjaku recalled with bitter regret how, years ago, he'd scoffed when he first saw Zen'in's lightning and fire techniques. He almost wished he could travel back in time just to strangle his past self. Why hadn't he eliminated Zen'in right then and there? Now, with this guy watching his every move, escape was completely out of the question. "Are you out of tricks?" Zen'in used heavenly hand power to move away from the center of the blast, simultaneously unleashing 1,000 Chidori Senbon. With the Sharingan's insight, he fired them towards the supernovas near Kinjaku. Kinjaku hastily deployed domain expansion to neutralize the supernovas, then quickly conjured a wall of blood to block the countless Senbon. Still, a few struck the supernovas, detonating them. Blood spattered across Kinjaku's body. "If you don't open your domain soon, you're dead." Zen'in sneered coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at Kinjaku, who was utterly powerless before him. "If you have no faith in your own domain, then just die." Chidori crackled in Zen'in's hand, and the sky darkened once more. He unleashed the very technique that had wiped out all the cursed spirits in Kyoto in a single stroke. The miniature Qilin. The technique wouldn't drain his cursed energy to exhaustion after use. Though its power was somewhat reduced, it was still formidable, and its greatest advantage lay in the precise control it offered over the explosion's range. Staring up at the massive attack gathering in the sky, Kinjaku's teeth chattered and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He knew he had been driven to the brink. Even his teleportation talismans were spent. If he didn't risk everything now, this half of his soul would be lost for good. Gritting his teeth, Kinjaku formed hand seals with both hands. There's no other way. Domain expansion, eternal weight village. In an instant, the domain formed by the gravity technique Kinjaku had seized enveloped both him and Zen'in. Suddenly, overwhelming gravity pressed down on Zen'in inside the domain. This was the domain's guaranteed effect. Not just the power of the technique, but a sure kill strike that could not miss. A space with gravity, similar to Kagaya's domain. Under the crushing force of gravity, the Qilin's trajectory veered off course and missed Kinjaku. "In that case, I'll deploy my own domain." Zen'in pressed his hands together in a seal, fully aware that Kinjaku's open-type domain was a perfect counter to his own closed barrier domain. Still, Zay had his own calculations. Earlier, he'd done something. He'd already dispersed 2/3 of his cursed energy. Coupled with what he'd spent so far, he now had just enough left to activate his domain once. He could impose bindings on his domain to mimic an open-type effect, but unlike Sukuna, for him, placing such restrictions on himself was nothing short of a gamble. Domain expansion, shadowy shrine. A black shrine erupted from the ground, rising around Zay as its center. Instantly, the surroundings plunged into darkness, and a sphere of shadow enveloped both Kinjaku and himself. "Haha." Kinjaku's face remained expressionless, but inwardly, he sneered. This kid at least had the sense not to underestimate him and dared to clash domains head-on, unlike a certain someone who always pinned his hopes on others and died without ever deploying a domain. Yet, Zay was still too young. He had no idea how Kinjaku's boundless domain could utterly overwhelm a closed domain. The moment he shattered that shell, in other words, "I've already won." Catching sight of the smile flickering across Kinjaku's face, Zay grinned as well. "Do you really think you've won? To keep you from pulling any resurrection tricks, I have to force you to reveal more of your hand. Otherwise, if my juniors ever encounter you, they'll pay dearly for it." He knew Kinjaku was a schemer who had plotted for 1,000 years. There was no way he'd come unprepared. But Zay didn't know why in. The end, Kenjaku's beheading had left him with no means of retaliation, but he would not waste this chance to deal Kenjaku a heavy blow. He shifted the structural parameters of his domain, just like Gojo Satoru had in the original story, compressing the black sphere until it was no bigger than a basketball, massively increasing the toughness of its outer shell. How is this possible? This monster? Kenjaku cursed under his breath. This guy could shrink the shell of his domain without changing its internal size, raising its precision to a terrifying degree. How is that even possible? Kenjaku would never realize that Zei had learned this from Gojo Satoru, who in turn was inspired by the prison realm Kenjaku had once wielded. A cold sweat broke out on Kenjaku's brow. His own everlasting gravity was constantly being neutralized by the shadowy shrine's guaranteed hit, but the effect of his domain was still far weaker than Zei's. At this rate, as long as he suffered a critical blow inside the domain, the battle would be lost. There's only one thing left to do. A bold idea suddenly sparked in Kenjaku's mind, something he had never attempted before. Naturally, no one else had ever managed to suppress themselves to such an extent with a closed domain, either. Once again, he pressed his hands together, forming seals, and summoned the last of his cursed energy to manifest a domain. Domain expansion, Crimson River, scale descent. Kenjaku placed a binding restriction on himself. Within his own domain, he would be unable to use any techniques. In exchange, he gained the ability to unfold a second domain while the first was still active. This was a scenario unheard of in all history, but Kenjaku himself was a living exception. What he possessed went far beyond two techniques or two domains. On the periphery, the guaranteed hit effects of the open-type domains, Crimson River, Scale Descent, and Everweight Sanctuary, were layered together under Kenjaku's command. The shell of Zen'in Zei's domain began to fracture, cracks spreading across its surface. Unable to hold back a triumphant smile, Kenjaku felt a surge of satisfaction. After all that maneuvering, constantly probing Zen'in Zei's domain for weaknesses, his hopes had soared and plummeted. But now, at last, victory was his. He turned to Zen'in Zei, ready to declare his triumph. But to his surprise, Zen'in Zei's lips curled into a wicked, knowing smile, as though he had always foreseen this outcome. A sudden, inexplicable unease gripped Kenjaku's heart. Yet, only a heartbeat later, Zen'in Zei's domain shattered in an instant. And the combined, guaranteed hit effects of Everweight Sanctuary and Crimson River, Scale Descent struck Zen'in Zei without fail. Zen'in Zei was pinned down by overwhelming gravity, rendered utterly immobile, while countless torrents of blood pierced through his body, leaving gaping wounds. Why? Kenjaku narrowed his eyes at Zen'in Zei, utterly baffled by his intentions. Was your aim to help Mahoraga adapt? No, Kenjaku dismissed the notion almost immediately. He doesn't have Mahoraga's wheel on his body. There's no sign of an incomplete manifestation, nor is there a proxy for Mahoraga to adapt in his place. What are you really after, Zen'in Zei? Blood trickled from Zen'in Zei's lips, but he could feel the power simmering in his eyes. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter. Now, beneath the lethal, guaranteed hit effects of Kenjaku's double domains, his life was truly threatened, exactly as he had hoped, even if he had intentionally held back. If, years ago, subjugating Mahoraga had been a way to comprehend domains, then today was the day to comprehend Susun. His laughter rang out, wild and unrestrained, echoing like the infamous Uchiha Sasuke cackling. Kenjaku, are you still dreaming of killing me? Even as he laughed, Zen'in Zei activated the reversed curse technique again and again, healing his body, all the while fixing Kenjaku with a look of gratitude. Be proud. You've helped me awaken a new power, and you'll be the very first to witness it. At once, Kenjaku braced himself as if facing a formidable enemy. He knew that Zen'in Zei would never resort to empty threats or bravado. That simply wasn't his style. If anything, it meant Zei truly had a trump card up his sleeve. But what exactly was that trump card? This is the power of the third force. Suzunwa. Zen'in Zei gripped the crackling Kusanagi sword in one hand while forming a hand seal with the other. In Kenjaku's eyes, it was as if Zen'in Zei now stood cradled in the palm of some terrifying monster. Zei's one-handed seal was nothing more than a flourish, a show of style. Violet cursed energy erupted from his body, taking on the skeletal form of Susanoo, which then rapidly grew, muscles and sinews weaving themselves into place. Second form. Have you ever witnessed true, absolute defense, Kenjaku? From within the looming Susanoo, Zen'in Zei gazed out coolly at Kenjaku, who was still pouring more power into his domain. The appearance of Susanoo now meant that the guaranteed hit effects of both domains could no longer so much as touch Zei. In all those years sparring with Satoru Gojo and the others, Sei had never truly experienced the razor's edge between life and death. After all, they'd never harbored murderous intent toward him, and the cursed spirits he'd faced were laughably weak by comparison. This time, he'd used Kenjaku to reach that precipice. In a sense, they had achieved greatness together. Now, not a single drop of Kenjaku's blood water could breach Susanoo's outer shell, and the crushing gravity could no longer weigh down upon Zen'in Sei. It's over. Susanoo raised its left arm, and from its forearm formed a purple crossbow. Blaze release, Susanoo Kagutsuchi. The bow of Susanoo took aim at Kenjaku, black flames flickering hungrily along the arrow. With a thunderous release, the black arrow was loosed. Sweat poured down Kenjaku's face as he desperately fled toward the edge of the domain. You thought there'd be only one arrow? Zen'in Sei laughed, covering one eye with his hand. Here's another. Blaze release, Susanoo Kagutsuchi. Again, Susanoo drew its bow, this time imbuing the arrows with the searing transformation of Amaterasu. Several terrifying arrows, each wreathed in black fire, rained down from the heavens. Countless blazing arrows and the inferno of Amaterasu closed off every possible escape for Kenjaku. In the end, he simply gave up resisting and slumped to the ground. Giving up already, Kenjaku? I thought running away was your specialty. From his towering vantage point, Zen'in Sei looked down and taunted the now motionless Kenjaku. Kenjaku remained silent, yet deep down he felt no fear. After all, he'd made his preparations long before coming here. Zei's voice was wild with excitement, as if he were Satoru Gojo in those early days, freshly awakened to the power of the reverse curse technique. Within the massive Susanoo, Zei continued forming hand seals with bravado. The black Tengu armor encased Susanoo's body, its helm still looming above them. I'm running out of cursed energy. Zen'in Sei had intended to unleash the complete form of Susanoo in one fell swoop, but since he had already deployed his domain earlier, he no longer had enough left in him to evolve once more. Next time, I'll just go straight to Susanoo. After all, I have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he mused. Witnessing Zen'in Zei's near-mythical power, Kenjaku could only force a bitter smile. The confidence he'd once held in Sukuna and the cursed spirit leader's ability to defeat Zen'in Zei had vanished without a trace. But I suppose I still have to give it a try, Kenjaku muttered to himself, his words barely audible. Zen'in Zei harbored no dissatisfaction. Having fully mastered the power of Susanoo on this journey, he no longer cared whether he could truly kill Kenjaku. After all, this was just a minor character. That was the unshakable confidence Sasuke had passed on to him. Kagutsuchi blade. A black flame longsword materialized in the hand of the Crow Tengu, who then brought it crashing down with tremendous force. The ensuing explosion of black fire flattened the entire landscape in an instant. Kenjaku's body was obliterated, not even ashes remaining. Meanwhile, Mahito, who had fled far away, was struck by the black fire as well. He severed another leg, perhaps grateful that Amaterasu was the ultimate physical attack, and nothing more. So this is new power. Just as I expected, he chuckled darkly. The overwhelming aura from the Amaterasu explosion was so powerful that even Satoru Gojo, far away at Tokyo Jujutsu High, sensed it. That must be Zei's doing, causing all that commotion, Gojo said as he lifted his blindfold and glanced out the window, then shook his head. I can't hope to catch up to him anymore. But now that Jie has absorbed that special grade curse spirit, maybe once he regains his memories, we can spar again. How many years has it been since our last match? Deep down, he truly felt both admiration and joy at Zen'in Zei's continued progress, though he knew he might never defeat that man in his lifetime. And it wasn't just Satoru Gojo. Almost every sorcerer in Tokyo had noticed the battle, witnessing firsthand the black flames that threatened to destroy the world itself. Especially Yukichi, who was observing from close by. Suddenly, his own Gundam felt like a complete joke. Senpai Zen'in's Gundam. That was the real deal. So this is the strength of the mightiest modern sorcerer? No, that's the power of a god. Inside Tokyo Jujutsu High, Zen'in Zei and his two companions were training together in an open field, reminiscent of the day 11 years ago when Satoru Gojo first mastered the automatic, limitless technique. But this time, the show-off wasn't Gojo's limitless technique. It was Zen'in Zei's Susanoo. And there was one person missing from their midst. Reversal technique, red. A surge of repulsive red, cursed energy burst from Satoru Gojo's fingertip as he aimed red directly at Zen'in Zei. Careful, Gojo called out with a grin, watching as Zen'in Zei radiated with crackling violet energy. Give it up, Gojo. The Susanoo is true absolute defense, Zen'in said calmly, arms folded inside the Susanoo. There was a time when Zen'in had to dodge or use his skills to deal with Gojo Satoru's red technique. But now, fully awakened, he only had to stand his ground, utterly invincible. The repulsive force of the red slammed into the surface of Susanoo. Though an explosion sent up a cloud of smoke, it couldn't even crack Susanoo's outer shell. As I thought, Gojo Satoru sighed, walking up to the Susanoo. He ran his hand along its surface as if caressing a peerless beauty. If only I had such a cool skill. This power. There's no way it's just the 10 Shadows technique. How did you even pull this off? That's a secret, Zen'in replied with an air of mystery. They say the Sharingan is the true emblem of the Zen'in clan. Gojo's mouth twitched. You're the only one in the Zen'in family with red eye syndrome or purple eye syndrome. Aren't you laying it on a bit thick? What did you just call it? Zen'in's face darkened, his tone turning frosty. Gojo, care to repeat that? I'll just excuse myself now. Gojo Satoru pressed his palms together with a cheeky grin, then wasted no time teleporting out of that dangerous place. Nearly 30 and still so unreliable. Zen'in shook his head helplessly, dismissing the Susanoo. Ever since unlocking this ability, he finally understood why Sasuke went blind in a single day. It was just too addictive. If not for the eternal Mangekyo, at this rate, he'd be summoning the Susanoo just to go to the bathroom, and would probably go blind even faster than Sasuke did. It really is amazing, Shoko said, stepping out from the shade of a tree to join Zen'in. It looks just like a Gundam. So, is this the biggest it gets? Of course not, Zen'in replied with a smile. Want to try standing on the head of a 300-meter Gundam? Shoko stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Not just yet. Maybe when I'm not scared of heights. You can take me for a ride? Absolutely. Zen'in clan. Zen and Naoya lounged in the family's main hall, smiling as he spoke into his phone. Grandpa, you have no idea. When my cousin unleashed that move, the whole of Tokyo was captivated by that power. I was at the Zen'in estate at the time, and even from several kilometers away, I could feel the ground tremble. It could only be my cousin's cursed energy. Back in Malaysia, Zen'in Abido was basking on a sunny beach, chuckling heartily. What new tricks has that kid come up with this time? Is he not even using our family's 10 Shadows technique anymore? As soon as Naoya Zen'in heard mention of the 10 Shadows technique, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Every jujitsu sorcerer has witnessed that power. The 10 Shadows technique and the Gojo clan's limitless technique are nothing but a joke in the face of that near-mythical strength. Really? Are you serious? Abido Zen'in was a little skeptical. Back in the day, he could barely believe it when they said Zen'in Oji-san had awakened the 10 Shadows technique. And now, to think that this once legendary technique had become little more than a punchline compared to Zen'in Zeshin's power. It was almost unthinkable. As for the red blood manipulation, save it for bedtime stories. One of these days, when I'm back in the country, I'll see for myself whether you're just blowing smoke, kid. Naobito huffed, his mustache bristling as he glared. Don't you dare try to fool your old man. Relax, will you? Relax. Naoya shot back, showing not a shred of respect for his father. The entire jujitsu world already knows. Do you really think your doubts matter? Without another word, Naobito hung up the phone, put his sunglasses back on, and returned to sunbathing in peace. Listening to the dial tone on the other end, Naoya understood his old man was having another one of his little tantrums, but he didn't take it to heart. By my calculations, it won't be long now before it's time to clean house at the top. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto Jujitsu High, to celebrate finally beating Tokyo High for once, let's eat to our heart's content. For the first time in years, a victory celebration was being held at Kyoto Jujitsu High to mark their long-awaited win over Tokyo. Yudaheim's cheeks were tinged pink from drinking, and as she looked at everyone gathered, her heart swelled with joy. At last, they'd managed to defeat Satoru Gojo's side, even if only this once. Year after year, Kyoto had been soundly defeated by Tokyo, especially last year, when Satoru Gojo somehow unearthed a 16-year-old special grade sorcerer who single-handedly wiped out everyone from Kyoto High. At the time, Aoi Tadu had felt a pang of regret for not being present. Thankfully, this year Yudo Katsu had been sent on a slew of assignments to exorcise cursed spirits, and was now rarely ever seen on the Tokyo campus. Of course, all those missions had been dumped on him by Satoru Gojo, which was why Rika's resentment toward Gojo-sensei was running high. Aoi Tadu, off to the side, was also drinking by himself, thoroughly satisfied with how things had turned out. After all, he had finally found a true brother who really understood him. Tadu, you seem awfully happy, Noritoshi Kamo remarked, eyeing Tadu's smiling face. Is it because of the Sukuna vessel? No, Tadu replied solemnly, looking Noritoshi straight in the eye. He is not just Sukuna's vessel. Sukuna merely impose an image onto him, but in my heart, he is my dearest friend and brother for life. In the corner, Momo Nishimiya and my Zen'in were whispering to each other, casting teasing glances at the quiet Kasumi Miwa. Someone doesn't seem too happy about this trip, huh? Didn't you already get a gift from Gojo-sensei? A blush swept across Miwa's cheeks as she bashfully looked toward a certain spot, only to find it empty. Disappointment flickered in her eyes, but she hurried to explain, I'm not that let down. It's not like I was hoping to see him. Oh, Mai and Momo exchanged gossipy looks. See who exactly? Your face is all red. Just then, the door to the activity room swung open, and Yoshinobu entered, dressed in casual sportswear. He glanced at Miwa, who was blushing for Mai and Momo's teasing, and his face softened into a gentle smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Out on the training field of Tokyo Jujutsu High. What do you expect me to do with this trash? Zen'in Zei cast a glance at the bound Haruta Shigemo. The hexagram in his right eye spun slightly, and black flames, like the grasp of death itself, seized Shigemo's life. With a howl of agony, Haruta Shigemo died. Geto, have you found the 3 suitable candidates? Zen'in Zei turned to Suguru Geto, his voice grave. I have. Should we start now? Geto produced 3 jars filled with liquid from behind his back. Inside were the first 3 cursed womb, death paintings. Whenever you're ready, Zei replied with a faint smile, then added something that left everyone baffled. 150 years of solitude. For them, it may have been nothing but endless idleness. But even so, no one can truly bear such loneliness, can they? Geto seemed to ponder this for a moment before handing the jars to Zen'in Zei. Zei took out the cursed objects and stuffed them into the mouths of the 3 men before him. At once, the men's bodies began to twist and change until they had transformed into 3 distinct beings, each with their own unique shape. Zei stepped back, expressionless, gazing at these 3 figures, identical to those in his memories. My name is Zen'in Zei. I've waited so long for you, Choso. Moments latte. On a bustling street in Tokyo. This is our first official date, you know, Zei, Shoko said with a radiant smile as she strolled beside him through the city. Have you finished taking care of everything? Not quite, Zei replied, ruffling Shoko's hair, which earned him a playful pout. There's just one last thing, and I plan to handle it soon. What is it? Shoko asked, curiosity lighting her face as she slipped her hand around his waist. Don't tell me you're planning to leave on another long trip? Of course not. What are you thinking? Zen'in Zei turned his hand to clasp Shoko's, a gentle smile on his lips. I imagine that when the time comes, whether it's Ru, Suguru, or even you, all of you will feel a sudden sense of relief. Could it be? Shoko's gaze drifted to the side of Zen'in Zei's face. With her other hand, she twirled a strand of her long hair, not the least bit surprised. You're finally planning to put an end to their story? Who else but you would understand me so well? Zen'in Zei watched Shoko play with her hair, a ripple of emotion crossing his heart. He teased. If you were their spy, I'd really be doomed. Shoko burst out laughing at his words. I've known you for 12 years. How could I possibly miss even your subtlest intentions? Zen'in Zei raised an eyebrow, continuing to jest. Satoru's known me for 29 years, and I still have no idea what kind of underwear he wears. Before he could finish, Shoko slipped her hand from his and cupped his face in both palms, her tone earnest. I've watched someone for 12 years. Maybe you don't realize, but every expression, every look in your eyes, I can pretty much tell what you mean. Zen'in Zei fell silent, gazing at the stubborn girl before him. In that moment, the last of his doubts faded away completely. After all, whose youth lasts 12 years? Meanwhile, inside a black sedan on the other side of town, Assistant Supervisor Nida Akira sat behind the wheel, driving as he explained the details of the incident to the people in the back seat. Fushiguro. Nobara Kujisaki shot Fushiguro Megumi a disgruntled look. Aren't you Zen'in Senpai's student? It shouldn't be that hard for you to get me his autograph, right? Yuji Itadori perked up, turning to Junpei beside him. Hey Junpei, do you know what that purple Gundam Zen'in Senpai has it all about? Megumi and Junpei exchanged a helpless glance, sighing in sync. They were just as curious. Who would want to pilot a Gundam that could unleash special moves? But Zen'in Zei had never shown off any such ability before. What none of them knew was that before long, Zen'in Zei would once again shatter the jujitsu world's understanding of what true strength meant. After a round of investigation at the school, they hadn't uncovered any meaningful clues. However, to everyone's surprise, back in middle school, Megumi had actually been the big boss on campus, beating up the local delinquents and even being recognized by the teachers. Usually the picture of Zen'in Zei's poker face composure, Megumi couldn't help but flush, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Who would have thought Fushiguro had such an adorable side? Nobara teased, grinning at Megumi. No way. Megumi Fushiguro insisted, stubborn as ever. That was just a childish mistake from when I was younger. Before long, after making some inquiries, the four of them found themselves standing beneath the 88 bridge. Megumi looked at the creature in front of him. A cursed spirit not unlike the one they'd faced during the juvenile detention center incident, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in exasperation. Without hesitation, he summoned his chimera beast. Surrounded by the four of them and 2 Shikigami, the twin cursed spirits were defeated on the spot. Yuji Itadori was the first to pick up the finger, only to have a mouth suddenly appear, Sukuna's, and swallow it whole in an instant. So, this is the so-called king of curses? Turns out he's just some sneaky guy who only knows how to ambush people. Yuji looked at his hand with obvious distaste. All he does is sneak snacks when no one's looking. Brat, you'd better pray I never get the chance to take over. If I do, I'll slaughter you and every single one of your friends and family. No one will be spared. Sukuna's icy words echoed in Yuji's mind, the overwhelming killing intent sending a chill through everyone present. Yuji, maybe don't provoke him any further? Junpei stepped up beside Yuji, trying to persuade him in a low voice. Zen'in senpai told me he had a friend who also had a monster living inside him. But that friend even managed to charge the monster rent. Meanwhile, this guy inside me does absolutely nothing. He just spouts threats now and then to try to scare people. Yuji's frustration was written all over his face. Megumi couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. He walked over and patted Yuji on the shoulder. It's one of our teacher's friends. Just take it with a grain of salt, okay? Yuji. For some reason, seeing Megumi's serious expression, Yuji found it impossible to keep a straight face. At the same time, deep within his domain, Sukuna was lost in thought. The awe-inspiring force Zen'in Zei unleashed that day still lingered in his mind, stirring an excitement he hadn't felt in ages. He felt a burning urge to seize control of this brat's body and reclaim all his power, just to face Zen'in Zei's mysterious strength, or perhaps even kill him outright. But less than a second after that terrifying aura erupted, he'd clearly sensed Kenjaku's presence vanish. Was Kenjaku already dead? No, that guy wouldn't go down so easily. Sukuna recalled how, 1,000 years ago, Kenjaku had sought him out with utter confidence, almost arrogance. If Kenjaku had no trump cards to save his own life, he'd never have dared show up. That kind of self-assurance bordered on delusion. What are you waiting for, Kenjaku? On October 25, 2018, the Jujutsu headquarters officially issued a notice. Zen'in Zei has been appointed as captain of the newly established Jujutsu Inspection Squad, with full authority over personnel, appointments, and dismissals within the entire Jujutsu Supervisory Department, in addition to retaining his position as second seat. This is the unanimous decision of the entire council. It's already a disaster. The Supervisory Council has agreed to dissolve the partition, and Zen'in Zei will be forming an inspection team. To think that we old foxes have lost to a youngster's schemes. What a bitter irony. Hiding behind the partition, the head of the Supervisory Council wiped cold sweat from his brow. That boy, Zen'in Zei, now wields an influence over our political situation far beyond anything we could have predicted. All the major families are starting to rally behind the Zen'in clan. One of the elders snorted contemptuously. It's nothing but a scramble for power. They dress it up as reform, but to me, he's just a brat with delusions of grandeur. Enough, everyone. Let's not argue any further. The only elder from the Kumo family, who had seen firsthand how formidable Zen'in Zei could be, spoke with gravity. Two of the great houses have already formed an alliance. Our Kumo clan must also seek out a new path for itself. It's already too late for that, Elder Kumo. Zen'in Zei's calm, detached voice carried through to everyone behind the partition. Behind him stood the full might of the Zen'in family's Byakuya organization and their retained elite. Zen'in Naoya and Zen'in Shinichi stood at his sides, glaring at those behind the partition with open disdain. From this day forward, the partition will cease to exist. Do you understand? Zen'in Zei's words were cold as steel. He had waited far too long for this moment. For decades, he had maneuvered and schemed, alternately drawing in and suppressing the various factions, until his influence had quietly seeped into every corner of the Supervisory Council. Although the partition was the pinnacle of authority within the council, its members were representatives of the major families, each serving a tangled web of interests, which made it dangerously unpredictable. So, Zen'in Zei had let them run wild for 12 years. But now, at last, the time for reckoning had come. The family head's decree is this. As of today, the partition is officially disbanded. All you old relics are hereby under arrest on charges of colluding with curse users. Did you hear me? Zen'in Naoya spoke with icy resolve, drawing his katana with a sharp, menacing flourish. Criminals, one of the middle-aged men, third among the council, still harbored a sliver of hope. He spat insults at Zen'in Zei, his voice trembling with rage. You little wretch, all you did was play a few petty tricks, and, at your age, you think you can rule over us? Bastard! Zen'in Naoya was ready to leap forward, but Zen'in Zei held him back with a firm grip. Expressionless, Zen'in Zei strode to the center of the partition. Though these elders had spent years judging and commanding others, now they sat in the very same seats, but with the tables turned, they were the ones awaiting judgment. What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't try anything reckless. Sensing how dire the situation had become, the head of the supervisory council shouted out in desperation. Zen'in Zei ignored them. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful force of attraction emanated from his palm, pulling the middle-aged man who had insulted him straight into his grasp. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew the Kusanagi sword from the Shadow Realm. The blade flashed, and a blood-soaked head tumbled to the ground. The people from Fusama, though seasoned and accustomed to storms both literal and figurative, could not help but shudder at Zen'in Zei's unflinching brutality. This man, was he truly cold-blooded at his core? I've already told you once. I won't say it again. Zen'in Zei's icy gaze swept across the room. This is a revolution, not some minor reform. And revolutions demand blood. I intend to destroy, and then to rebuild. To achieve that, I won't hesitate to kill any one of you, no matter your status. Do you understand? His cold, emotionless words echoed through the chamber, chilling every elder from the great families to their very bones. Perhaps you still don't realize. 12 years ago, it was I who arranged the deaths of those who opposed the star plasma vessel. Zen'in Zei continued in a detached tone. Later, it was by my orders that the disciples of the Ponching sect were left for Kugu to finish off. All their wealth was absorbed into my hands. In the world I am creating, there is no place for the worthless. Even though Satoru, following Geto's advice, spare those people, it doesn't mean I did. I've chosen to shoulder all darkness alone, for the sake of a new world. No matter how deep the darkness ahead, nothing will stand in the way of my ambition. The only reason I kept you around all these years was to maintain a balance. But now I have no need of it. This was the side of Zen'in Zei he had never revealed to Gojo Saru, Geto Suguru, or Shoko. After all these years, his hands were far from unstained by blood. He had always dwelled half in the light, half in shadow. Seeing that no one dared speak, Zen'in Zei waved his hand weakly. Except for the Gojo clan, arrest everyone else. Their sentences will be determined according to their crimes. And if anyone dares resist, Zen'in Zei leaned in to whisper in Zen'in Naoya's ear, execution. Understood. Zen'in Naoya caught the meaning at once. He gave a cold, predatory smile. We'll do exactly as the clan head commands. Bing and Kugu surged forward with their teams, breaking down the sliding doors and exposing the elders within. No longer aloof and untouchable, but disheveled and desperate. What awaited them now was death. Zen'in Zei would grant them no mercy. He knew all too well. If the roots are not cut, the weeds will always return come spring. Zen'in Zei strode slowly down the dim corridor, the anguished cries of the old man behind him seeming to fill the entire world. The endless darkness gradually receded. At last he stepped outside. Gazing up at the pale blue sky, a rare, genuine smile appeared on his face. Saruko, it's already spring. Inside Tokyo Jujutsu High. So Uzei's finally made his move. Gojo Saru murmured softly as he read the message on his phone. I didn't expect him to be the first to realize his ambition. Looks like my time as a teacher at the school has been for nothing. He stood up and stretched lazily. Over the years, although Zen'in Zei had always lent him support within the upper echelons, neither of them had ever been truly invincible in the political landscape of the jujitsu world. There was simply too much to consider, and too many unexpected changes. Just like when Zen'in Zei was suddenly transferred from Tokyo to Kyoto, or when confidential information about Gojo himself was sold out by those in power. The higher-ups were rotten to the core. Gojo had once considered joining them, but he simply didn't have the patience or tenacity to scheme and maneuver all day long. That's why he chose to remain at the school as a teacher, hoping to raise a new generation of sorcerers who shared his ideals. And after all this, will I still stay here? Gojo gazed out the window, lost in thought. Zei, these past 29 years, you've become more reliable with each passing day. Having a true friend like you really puts my mind at ease. Gojo felt his entire mood relax. He leaned back in his Barcelona chair and closed his eyes. With his trademark blindfold covering his face It was impossible to tell whether he was actually sleeping. Memories flickered through Gojo's mind, meeting Zen'in Zei as a child, the moments the three of them shared during their student days. At this moment, countless memories surged up. The times he'd bickered with Yutaheim, welcoming the newcomers Nanami and Hybara, and finally, the empty classroom after graduation. Yet, in those memories, there was no trace of Zen'in Zei ever existing in this world. Gojo pondered this for a long time, so long that he hadn't even realized he'd fallen asleep. Perhaps it was simply because the pressure from above had finally vanished completely. After what seemed like ages, Gojo thought he heard someone calling his name. Gojo-sensei! Gojo-sensei! Don't call us here just to doze off yourself, okay? Fushiguro Megumi commented dryly. He's awake, came Itadori Yuji's cheerful voice. Gojo pulled off his blindfold, revealing a striking azure eye. A faint smile played on his lips as he let out a light chuckle. Looking at the four students he'd been guiding, he paused for a moment, then stood up from his chair. Kujisaki Nobara seized the opportunity to sit down. This chair must be expensive, huh? That's not fair. Next up is me. Junpei laughed as he tugged on Yuji Itadori's arm. What are you smiling about? Megumi Fushiguro noticed the hint of a smile at the corner of Satoru Gojo's mouth and asked, Thanks to your Zen'in teacher. But it's nothing, really? Satoru Gojo didn't answer directly. He simply turned his back, leaving Megumi with only his silhouette. October 31st, 2018, 7 p.m. sharp. So you mean you want us to stall Satoru Gojo for 1 minute? Jogo's huge eyes were filled with disbelief as he shouted. Are you insane? Do you want to get us killed? Hanami is already dead. It's just 1 minute inside Satoru Gojo's mind. Kinjaku replied with a cheerful grin. As long as he stays near the prison realm for 1 minute, a third of our plan will already be a success. But uncertainty remained written all over Jogo's face. He couldn't bring himself to trust this human before him. After all, facing a monster like Satoru Gojo, even surviving for a single second could mean instant death. Jogo, I don't think the boss would send us to our death for nothing. Don't worry, Yuram tried to reassure Jogo. If the plan is flawless, we're bound to succeed. Yuram is right, Kinjaka said as he took out the prison realm. I don't know if Zen'in Zei will figure out I'm using this, but just in case, I've already made some modifications. Tonight, those two are sure to follow the script I've written. 20 minutes later, inside Tokyo Jujutsu High, all the sorcerers had gathered in a room for a final pre-battle briefing. The barrier in Shibuya is already up, and they're demanding that both of us be brought over. Satoru Gojo's tone was light and dismissive. Trying to threaten us using the lives of non-sorcerers? That's truly despicable. Zen'in Zei sat quietly on the sofa, his mind racing as he tried to reconcile the situation with the notes he'd taken. His notebook only recorded the specific month, not the exact date, and he had no way of predicting when Kinjaku would make his move. Because Kinjaku always held the initiative in this game. Even though Zei had taken over the head office 5 days ago and begun a thorough investigation into Kinjaku's whereabouts, he found nothing in the little time he had. Now, he was the head of the Jujutsu headquarters. Among those present, even Masamichi Yaga had to follow his arrangements. After a brief silence, he spoke in a steady voice. Each grade 1 sorcerer will lead a team and guard the perimeter outside the barrier. This is a scheme targeted at both Satoru and me. Most likely, there will be some trap inside the barrier designed to restrain us, so in that case, Geto will be our strongest force outside. He released a large number of cursed spirits to monitor all activity outside the barrier, and by around 9 o'clock, no matter what happened in there, the order was to go in. Zen'in Zei turned his gaze to Yuta Okatsu. Yuta, for now, I want you to stay back at Jujutsu High. At exactly 9:30, you'll move out for Shibuya. Unless something unexpected happens, as long as they dare to show themselves, I should be able to bring this farce to an end within an hour, or even half an hour. Yuji Itadori, visibly anxious, looked at Zen'in Zei. Senpai Zen'in, they've taken all the civilians in Shibuya hostage. Do you really not care about that? All eyes in the conference room shifted to Zen'in Zei. He shook his head. It's different. Before we act, we have to mentally prepare ourselves. This conspiracy, though we're certain to win, inevitably comes at the cost of civilian lives. From the moment those bastards dropped the barrier, the fate of those people was sealed. If they're meant to die, they will. If they're meant to live, they will. Whether I care or not doesn't matter anymore. Gojo Satoru stared at Zen'in Zei, momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Zei, you're getting colder by the day, I see. I'm simply stating the truth, Zen'in Zei replied, his face expressionless. Bloodshed is inevitable. Long before today, I knew Shibuya would become an ocean of blood. Those bastards, Yuji Itadori muttered, anger simmering in his voice. Zen'in Zei cast one last look around the room at Nanami Kento, Ino Takuma, Hyaburyu, Enrico Amani, who had stayed behind at Jujutsu High. The teams are as follows: Geto and Amani, together. After the meeting, only the three from Zen'in Zei's class remained in the room. Geto Suguru set off for Shibuya. Zei, I have a strong feeling that tonight he'll reclaim what he's lost, Gojo Satoru said quietly, looking at Zen'in Zei. That guy has been planning for decades, all for this one night. Tonight, I'll kill him myself and avenge Geto. Gojo shouted, ripping off his blindfold, his eyes sharp. He's kept Geto in the dark for so long. I won't rest until I've taken his head. Gojo, don't go getting yourself caught in your own trap, Shoko said with a soft laugh, hand over her mouth. If you don't get over your arrogance, you'll fall for it before you know it. Say, do something about her. Gojo raised an eyebrow in protest. I'm just confident in my own strength. There's no way that so-called Kenjaku can keep me still for even a minute. Let's hope so, Zen'in Zei replied, his tone cool, but with a rare note of teasing in his eyes. But I'll say this now. If you really do get locked up, don't expect me to let you out before a year or two has passed. You really are underestimating me, Zei. Gojo Satoru glared furiously. Do you dare make a bet with me? You still want to bet against me? Zen'in Zei's interest was piqued. Have you forgotten how you had to clean for me for 3 years back when we were students? As they spoke, Zen'in Zei glanced toward the window of the conference room. Outside the window, Geto Suguru was leaving campus with his 2 adopted daughters, Enrico Amani. Truth be told, Zen'in Zei was tempted to use illusion magic to show Geto those memories directly, but something invisible seemed to be blocking him. Every time he tried, the illusion would fade before it could even begin. Gojo, Zen'in Zei's eyes grew dark as he glanced at Gojo Satoru. Gojo immediately put on a look of understanding, winking at Zen'in Zei, then quickly left the conference room. Zei, I'm heading to Shibuya first. Hurry up and get there. Zen'in shishite. He had only wanted to go over tactics with Gojo one last time, since there were less than 10 minutes left. Somehow, that guy seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. Zei, tonight, Shoko murmured softly, you're the strongest, aren't you? Silly girl. Zen'in Zei gently tapped Shoko's pale forehead and said quietly, you have to trust me. This little farce is nothing more than some underhanded trick being played from the shadows. There are less than 10 minutes left now. I have to hurry. But my intuition tells me, Shoko said, hugging Zen'in Zei from behind with worry in her voice. Something about tonight just isn't right. Sensing her concern, Zen'in Zei, still facing away, couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. Come back early. No problem. October 31st, 2018, 7:30 p.m. In Tokyo's Shibuya district, the streets were overflowing with people. Thanks to Halloween, crowds were dressed in all sorts of wild and colorful costumes. Hey, look up there! A man shouted, pointing at the sky. Is there something up there? People around him turned, drawn by his voice, and all looked up. At the same time, a man suddenly tripped and fell for no reason. He pointed ahead at what seemed to be empty space and said in confusion, I think I just ran into a wall. What these ordinary people didn't know was that massive barriers, each with a radius of about 800 meters, had quietly descended over Shibuya, splitting the district into east and west. An enormous conspiracy was about to unfold. Bring Zen'in Zei and Gojo Satoru here. That's what they said. Right then, Akira Nida spoke in a grave tone. With barriers this large, there must be curse users behind all this. TCH, what a bunch of lowlifes. Naoya Zen'in spat disdainfully from the sidelines. Do you really think people of this caliber are worth Cousin's time? We're supposed to help with the cleanup outside, aren't we? Maki, carrying a long case on her back, asked in a deep, steady voice. Maki, Cousin already told you not to come. Why can't you just listen? Naoya shot an unfriendly glance over his shoulder at her. I don't want anyone going against his wishes. This is my duty as a sorcerer. Maki stood her ground without the slightest hesitation, facing Naoya head-on. Just don't get yourself killed, otherwise he'll be really upset. With that, Naoya dropped the matter, turning his gaze elsewhere. Nobara Kujisaki, unfazed by their argument, piped in. So is our team called the Zen'in Squad, or what? That's right. Akira Nida replied with a cheerful smile. Each squad is led by a Grade 1 sorcerer. Unlike before, the Zen'in team's Grade 1 sorcerer had been switched to Naoya Zen'in, while Panda, Yuhaibara, and Junpei were grouped together. Even Mr. Geto is personally leading a team this time. Outside the curtain, Yuhaibara spoke with shining eyes. Panda, Junpei, the three of us need to give it our all. Haibara, don't you think all of this is just a little too convenient? Panda leaned casually against the roadside guardrail, his tone relaxed yet thoughtful. That flying curse spirit you fought before, and those curse users who attacked the school. They're obviously all working together. Junpei joined in, analyzing the situation. There are already at least 5 intelligent curse spirits. Where did they start showing this kind of discipline? I guess they found themselves a leader or something by now. Hibara seemed unconcerned, answering with his usual cheer. We just have to trust that Zen'in senpai and Gojo senpai will take care of everything inside the curtain. Let's hope so. Panda watched his passionate homeroom teacher, Yu Hibara, with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro stood between Nanami and Ino, his gaze fixed grimly on the curtain that blotted out the sky. The tension inside him only grew. He took out his phone and sent a message to Toji. "Take care of my sister." Toji, back at home, glanced at his phone and snorted with a laugh. "Do you really need to tell me that, kid? If things get too rough, just call me. I'll head straight to Shibuya." Inside the curtain, a blond man pounded at the barrier with all his strength, shouting, "Hurry up and bring Satoru, Gojo, and Zen'in over here. Don't waste everyone's time." Who are Gojo and Zen'in supposed to be? How should I know? The blond man snapped, turning away in annoyance. "All I've heard is that if those two don't show up, we're not getting out of here. Didn't you see all those people being sucked into the subway station? It was just like water swirling down the drain in a bathtub." The blond man was still rambling at the edge of the barrier when someone coming in from outside knocked him flat to the ground. "Ow, that hurt," he grumbled, glaring resentfully at the strange figure with white hair and an eye patch. "Keep quiet." Zen'in stood behind Satoru Gojo, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the blond man. "Or you'll be the next one to get sucked in, idiot." "What did you say?" the blond man shouted back angrily. "Say that again." The tension between the two was about to erupt into a fight, and for once, Satoru Gojo played the peacemaker, worried that Zen'in might just kill the guy in the next second. "Here, take some money and let's just drop it." "Are you serious?" At 8:31 p.m., Zen'in and Satoru Gojo arrived at the scene together. From what those civilians were shouting, "I guess I'm supposed to stay here while you head east, right?" Standing in place, Satoru Gojo turned to his close friend. "Those guys sure are making quite a move. I'm really curious what kind of tricks they'll pull." "Enough talk. Stay sharp. Don't get caught in their trap." Zen'in spoke coolly, still taking the time to warn Satoru. "Did you bring what I gave you yesterday?" "Of course." Satoru Gojo thumped his chest with confidence. "How could I possibly forget something so important?" "Good. I'll head over first. Watch yourself." Zen'in sighed as he looked at Satoru's relaxed expression. Is this guy really going to fall for it again? No way. The inverted spear of heaven is with him now. Zen'in made his way slowly toward the eastern district of Shibuya, weaving through the dense crowds. He could clearly sense an aura. It was faint, but there was no mistaking it. It was that guy. After 7 minutes, Satoru Gojo also followed the crowd down to the third basement level of Shibuya Station. So this is the epicenter, and they've set up a barrier here, just like outside, trapping the non-sorcerers? Satoru squatted atop a platform, analyzing their motives. Not much different from what Zay said. What a boring tactic. With his usual mischief, Satoru Gojo leapt down. In the startled gaze of a girl, his feet landed mere inches from her face. Amidst the astonished looks from the ordinary people, Satoru Gojo bounced and skipped his way down to the fifth basement level, stopping on the subway tracks. 9 minutes had passed since he and Zen'in had split up. TCH, so it's you guys, huh? Satoru scoffed. Then his tone shifted, tinged with surprise. Kamo Noritoshi? You're actually working with them? Kamamori kept his gentle smile, his face betraying no emotion. Since the Zen'in clan and Gojo Satoru could join forces to target the Kamo family, why shouldn't I join hands with cursed spirits to fight against you? For a full 20 years, I've lived in the shadow of you and Zen'in. Whether it was at gatherings of the three great families or interschool exchange events, it was always the same. If it were simply a matter of defeat in battle, I could accept it. But why should Zen'in have the power to decide the fate of the Kamo family? We are one of the three great families too. Listening to Kamamori speak so calmly, Gojo Satoru seemed to understand a great deal in that moment. He felt no urge to kill this man now. He shifted his gaze to Jogo, leaning on his cane in the center, and Hanami on the side. His voice turned cold. So, the two of you, cursed spirits who just won't die. Let me be the one to send you to hell. Aoyama's cemetery. Right now, Itadori Yuji was at his wit's end. He looked at the three oddballs surrounding him, headache pounding. Hey, I keep telling you, I'm not your Otudo. Can you please stop getting it wrong? Choso stared earnestly at Itadori. There's no mistaking your aura. We really are brothers, even if we have different parents. Yeah, that's right. The flamboyant Esso chimed in, backing up his big brother. Sure, maybe we're from different eras, but there's this mysterious bond tying the four of us together. Itadori glanced at Esso and let out a helpless cough, sighing in resignation. Let's just focus on finishing the mission Zen'in Senpai assigned us, okay? Those two men actually left the backup to you, sis. That's just too much. A flush-faced little boy sat beside Mei, grumbling. You're so strong after all. You, Mei teased, correcting her little fan. Don't think of those two as ordinary men. Especially that Zen'in Zay. Hey. Yu pouted jealously. You're only wearing your hair like that because he said it suited you, right? Mei just smiled at Yu without answering. Just as Mei was about to speak, her phone rang. I see. She handed the large, red cloth-wrapped object to Yu. Change of plans. We're going to Meiji Shrine next. There's a barrier there, just like the one in Shibuya. Whatever you say, sis. And so, this group of 7, 3 obsessed with their big brother and 1 with his big sister, ambled off toward their new destination. Shibuya subway station, 5th basement level. Come on, I don't want to kill you. Satoru Gojo's voice was cold as he stared at the 3 figures before him. You're human. Satoru Gojo, stop trying to change the subject. Jogo sneered, then lunged straight at Gojo without hesitation. Flames erupted from Jogo's hands. In an instant, the automatic gates along the subway platform, meant to keep passengers away from the tracks, swung open one after another. Amidst terrified screams, crowds of ordinary people tumbled down onto the subway tracks. Trying to use civilians to hold me back? Gojo instantly saw through the cursed spirit's plan. Too bad for you. Even if it means sacrifice, I'll exorcise the both of you right here and now. Step back. Stay here and you'll die. Gojo shoved a young girl behind him, his eyes fixed on Jogo and Hanami as they charged straight at him. Watching the 2 cursed spirits slaughter non-sorcerers without mercy, Gojo's mood darkened further, even though Zen'in had tried to prepare him for this kind of situation. Seeing his teammates spring into action, Noritoshi Kumo leapt high into the air. Blood streamed from his body, instantly hardening into blades. Blood manipulation, blood sword. At the same time, he drew blood from the civilians around him, activating another technique. Blood manipulation, crimson meteor. A massive torrent of blood surged through the crowd, joining Jogo and Hanami in their assault. The flood of blood crashed against Gojo's infinity barrier and was forcefully repelled. In that moment, Hanami and Jogo closed in on him. Kumo Noritoshi, are you out of your mind? Gojo, seeing Kumo attack non-sorcerers, could no longer stand by and do nothing. Satoru Gojo, don't underestimate us, you bastard. Jogo's fists and Hanami's razor-sharp wings both glowed with reinforced cursed energy. On top of that, they had learned a new technique from Kinjaku. Domain amplification. Fists and wings, coated with the guaranteed hit effect of domain amplification, kept neutralizing Gojo's limitless. For the first time, Gojo seemed genuinely surprised. Zawa's domain amplification? I can use it too. Gojo's surprise lasted only a moment. He smirked coldly. If you think my only weapon is my technique, then you're finished. He didn't dodge their attacks with teleportation. Instead, he deliberately deactivated his limitless defense and reached out, grabbing Jogo's fist and Hanami's wing as they came at him. He actually deactivated the limitless? At that moment, Jogo still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. It simply believed Gojo's strength lay solely in his overwhelming technique. Gojo tightened his grip, and both cursed spirits immediately cried out in pain. Satoru Gojo was slipping into madness, gripping Jogo's fist tightly before twisting it back with a sudden motion. Jogo cried out in pain, stumbling back a step and shouting desperately to Hanami, "Whatever you do, don't break the domain extension." Gojo paid no mind to the 2 curses scheming loudly right in front of him. He stepped onto Hanami, and with the same hand he'd just used to twist Jogo's arm, he grabbed Hanami's remaining wing. To keep you from flying off again, I'd better break your wings first. Gojo grinned with the deranged smile of a madman. Hanami's face was stricken with terror. It stared at the man before it, who looked every bit the Demon King, as he wrenched its wing off with brute force, so mercilessly that Hanami had no chance to resist. With a careless kick, Gojo sent the now wingless Hanami hurtling away. He removed his blindfold, and his azure eyes seemed to flicker with a chilling white light, a tangible killing intent. You idiots really think you could beat me with this pathetic display? Gojo strode forward, each step ringing out like the footsteps of death in Jogo's ears. Jogo, still unwilling to believe, charged forward and swung another punch at Gojo. Gojo let him come, easily catching his arms with both hands. For Jogo, it was as if he had been shackled by 1,000 pounds. There was no hope of breaking free. With Jogo in tow, Gojo leapt upward, dodging Noritoshi Kumo's incoming blood manipulation attack. Up you go. With a laugh, he snapped Jogo's entire arm. Now, both curses had their upper limbs broken by Gojo's hands. Next up is Kumo. Gojo turned his gaze to Noritoshi Kumo, ready to unleash his technique and finish him on the spot. By the standards of the jiu-jitsu world, Noritoshi Kumo was now undeniably a curse user. Jogo and Hanami fled into the crowd like fugitives, tossing non-sorcerers from the platform at Gojo as they ran. Fine, I'll just deal with you all, Gojo muttered, reopening his limitless technique. He intended to simply wrench off each of their heads by brute force and bring them all back for Suguru Geto to absorb. Deep within the subway tracks, Kenjaku and Dagon watched the scene unfold in silence. Seeing Jogo and Hanami at their limits, Kenjaku pulled out his phone and sent a message to Mahito. On the crowded platform, the two curses and Gojo darted through the panicked masses, one fleeing, one chasing. For the two curses, there was no escape. Noritoshi Kumo kept blending into the crowd, using his blood to harass Gojo at every turn. Just as Gojo was growing tired of this game, Mahito's train finally pulled into the station. Shibuya, East District. Zen'in Zakai had arrived at the heart of the district. The wings of Nu on his back lifted him above the neon-lit streets below. As he gazed down at the bustling nightlife, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart. "You've finally arrived? Our first meeting at last." A figure with long black hair appeared suddenly before Zen'in Zai. With a gentle and refined face and a faint smile at the corner of his lips, he gazed calmly at Zen'in Zai, who stood in opposition to him. As Zen'in Zai took in his face, it was as if memories long buried were awakened. Recollections from a previous life surfaced once more in his mind. "You're not a cursed spirit. What are you?" Zen'in Zai asked coldly, eyes fixed on the newcomer. "Another curse user?" The figure smiled serenely. "My name is Xianin. Altering my physical form is no challenge for me. After all, as a cursed spirit, I can't afford to let a Maharaga touch me." "Xianin." Zen'in Zai narrowed his eyes, then let out a short, sardonic laugh. "How ironic. A name that means seeking peace, yet you become a curse user? You go so far as to transform yourself into a human body, only to consort with creatures as base as cursed spirits." Xianin ignored the jab, responding with a cool detachment. "You're both right and wrong. I am the ruler of this world. It doesn't matter who my allies are. My goal is singular, to devour and correct this world. This planet has no place for outsiders like you, Zen'in Zai. If you hadn't been born as a cursed womb all those years ago, merely a consequence of this world's balance between yin and yang, I would have acted long ago. When sorcerers become too powerful, balance must be restored through the cursed spirits. That's why I was born from a cursed womb. Such tedious rules." Suddenly, Xianin seemed to catch himself. "Forgive me, I may have said too much." He clapped his hands together, cursed energy gathering around him. "So today, I'll have you die." He thrust a hand forward, striking at the air. The very space before Zen'in Zai seemed to split apart, and a wave of immense force surged toward him. A flash of violet light burst from Zen'in Zai as the skeletal armor of Susanoo materialized instantly. The tremendous force failed to push him back even a step, and Xianin's words sparked a faint curiosity within him. "What exactly are you?" he demanded, eyes locked on Xianin. Inside, Zen'in Zai was shaken, and Otsutsuki, his Susanoo, transformed, evolving into a colossal form. Four-limbed, clutching a sword of black fire in one hand and a purple bow in the other, Susanoo's fourth form. "Blaze release, Susanoo Kagitsuchi." Xianin offered no further explanation. He brought his hands together in a seal and whispered, "A ray of space." The eastern quarter of Shibuya began to compress under Xianin's command, the very fabric of space closing in on Zen'in Zai. Arrows of black energy shot forth, bombarding an invisible, unyielding wall. Explosions blossomed, yet none could pierce the increasingly warped space around them. Zen'in Zai keenly noticed that the space around the objects was instantly sealed off, as if a perfect cube had locked everything inside and was now slowly crushing them. He couldn't help but laugh. Every object and living being in eastern Shibuya was being relentlessly compressed. From high above, Zen'in Zai watched coldly as the space around him shrank smaller and smaller. So after all this fuss, it's just the same old sealing trick. A surge of violet cursed energy rose from his body. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, and his eyes began to evolve. One crimson, one violet, both flickering with an unnatural light. "You think something like this is enough to kill me?" The violet curse energy intensified and kept evolving, until at last, as he donned the mask of the Crow Tengu, a colossal purple giant, 300 meters tall, materialized in the east of Shibuya. The complete Susanoo, the ultimate weapon passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. Even the mere shockwave from its appearance sent the surrounding buildings crashing to the ground, and inevitably, some ordinary people were trapped beneath the rubble. Zen'in Zai didn't spare them a glance. Yet, a faint sense of unease crept into his heart. "I don't know what your purpose is, but I do know one thing. You will never succeed." With a cold sneer, Zen'in Zai made his move, the fully formed Susanoo drew its massive purple blade. He would restrict the destruction to eastern Shibuya. As long as it didn't spill over to the station, he no longer cared about the rest. "Do as you please," Zen'in replied with a faint smile, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the air of a reclusive master. What is that? At that very moment, not just the people of Shibuya, but nearly all of Tokyo, could see the purple giant standing tall. That's Senior Zen'in's. Ino Takuma and Nanami Kinto stared in utter shock, some people's knees even beginning to tremble. Is this really power a sorcerer can possess? Within Yuji Itadori, Sukuna caught sight of the complete Susanoo too, and a savage grin spread across his face. Excellent. Wonderful. This era is truly to my liking. Zen'in, I want to kill you with my own hands. Only you are worthy to be my opponent. Floating in midair, Zen'in watched Zen'in's display of strength without much surprise. Clenching his fists tightly, he murmured, "I know this is a power from beyond the world itself. It's a bit troublesome." Space kept compressing, but the complete Susanoo immediately drew its twin swords from its waist. Two purple blades, one left and one right, as if ready to shatter the very fabric of space. Cracks began to spiderweb through the air. Zen'in furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask, "You left a clone to split your power? I don't sense you at your full strength. So you noticed after all?" A cold sneer curled on Zen'in's lips as the power of his fully formed Susanoo surged once more, forcefully pushing the surrounding space several meters further aside. He was only using half his strength now, and yet his opponent was already on the verge of collapse. "Don't think you can escape, either." Zen'in formed a seal with one hand atop the head of his complete Susanoo. Uchiha fire formation. "Then let's see who breaks free first, or who gets sealed away first." Zen'in replied, his voice as calm as ever. The beam of the approaching train pierced the gloom of the platform, growing ever brighter, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the subway's arrival. At last, people seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope and surged toward the subway doors. But as the doors slid open, instead of fellow survivors, they were met with a horde of bizarre, grotesque cyborgs. Gojo Satoru's expression darkened as he watched the flood of modified humans pouring from the train, tearing into the non-sorcerers on the platform. The fury in his heart blazed to its peak. "These bastards, especially that volcano-headed one. I swear, I'll make you pay dearly. I'm sorry. I can't save everyone, but I swear, I will exorcise every last one of these monsters." "You know," Mahito said with a wicked grin, "the biggest flaw of humanity is that there are just too many of you." He pointed upward, and suddenly, a group of people came plummeting down through a hole in the ceiling, free-falling all the way to the 5th basement level where they stood. Gojo Satoru's eyes grew cold as he watched those thrown down by Jogo's pitcher being blocked by infinity, and all around him, non-sorcerers were being slaughtered by the cyborgs. For a moment, he stood frozen in place, as if in shock. "Yes, that's it, just like that." Jogo and Mahito looked on with smug satisfaction at the stunned Gojo Satoru. Now, all Gojo Satoru could do was activate Unlimited Void, killing us and all these people together. But that's a price he simply cannot accept. You can only accept casualties if we kill them, not if you do it yourself. Hesitate, waver, focus. Jogo repeated these thoughts to himself, but then, all at once, the three cursed spirits and Noritoshi Kumo's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief twisted their faces as they stared at the scene before them. "No way," Mahito muttered, staring at the white-haired man in black, standing on one leg like a crane amid the crowd. "Domain expansion, Unlimited Void." Gojo Satoru formed a hand sign, his gaze razor-sharp, his tone icy as frost. The effect of Unlimited Void was instantaneous. The brains of every living thing around him, including the cursed spirits, froze, overwhelmed by the flood of information. Just like in the original story, Gojo Satoru activated his domain for 0.2 seconds. To be honest, he already regretted not having discussed tactics with Zen'in before the battle began. This was, after careful consideration, the best solution he could devise, one that wouldn't turn all these ordinary people into broken shells. If only he could discuss this with perhaps he would know how to handle a situation like this. But there was no time for such thoughts now. Satoru Gojo plunged into the crowd at lightning speed, weaving through the masses of people without a pause. His hands never stopped moving. One by one, he severed the heads of the modified humans, his face twisted into a grimace that evoked the image of a death god descending from hell. In just 299 seconds, he had slain more than 1,000 of these altered creatures, and a streak of fresh blood splattered beneath the corner of his piercing blue eyes. Once the last of them had fallen, Gojo stood motionless. In each hand, he gripped the head of a modified human, gasping for breath in great, ragged gulps. Even for him, taking down so many modified humans in such a short span had pushed him to his limits. Prison realm. Open the gate. Just as the powerful sorcerer's breathing began to steady, a crimson cube was thrown at his feet. A gigantic eye fixed its unblinking gaze on him. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Gojo instinctively took a step back. Gojo, it's been a long time. I remember everything now. Suguru Geto emerged from who knows where, greeting Gojo with a smile. Hearing himself addressed in a way he hadn't heard in 12 years, Gojo slowly turned his head and saw Suguru Geto, clad in a black hat. Gojo thought for a moment that Geto had come to help him. The corners of his mouth twitched. He almost managed to smile. But in the next instant, a hand crackling with lightning burst through Geto's chest. Geto's eyes widened in shock as he looked back. Standing there was none other than Zen'in, cold and expressionless. Gojo stared, stunned, as Zei's Chidori pierced Geto's chest. What was happening? Why were Zei and Geto appearing here together? Why would Zei kill Geto? How could he strike down his own dearest friend? No, something was off. That Zei was a fake, a transformation technique. But then what about Geto? Both his body and cursed energy screamed that this was really Geto. Had he truly remembered everything? This had to be him. And yet, why was his soul screaming in denial, urging him to flee this place? For a brief moment, Gojo's mind flickered with memories of the 3 years he, Zei, Zen'in, and Suguru Geto had spent together at Jujutsu High. The three of them used to roughhouse and fool around in the boys' dormitory. They'd skip class together to play arcade games at the shop down the street. Sometimes, Geto would tease Zei and Shoko about the unusually close bond they shared. Back then, they were just 3 young boys strolling through Tokyo's sunlit streets, laughing with all the joy in their hearts. All the things Zen and Zei had gone through since childhood, those 2 happiest days spent guarding the star plasma vessel alongside Geto, Suguru. Warm memories began to resonate like the gentle strumming of a harp, and now Satoru Gojo found himself utterly lost in recollection, the most cherished moments hidden in his heart flooding his mind and refusing to let go. At last, he remembered the get-together he'd suggested to Geto Suguru before Suguru lost his memory. And only then, in the end, did he finally recall Zei's warning to him. Be careful of that red, square box in his hand. No, wait, that thing is the prison realm. Suddenly, realization struck Gojo with a jolt. His expression changed dramatically. But before he could react, every prison realm around him sprang open, revealing several sinister eyes within. In an instant, the prison realm writhed like a living rope, shooting straight at Gojo to ensnare him. Damn it! Gojo's gaze turned icy cold as he realized he could no longer summon his cursed energy. You really are sentimental, aren't you? Zen'in Zei let out a cold laugh, and then his form melted away, revealing the real Mahito. The fake had merely been Mahito in disguise all along. Grinning, Mahito turned to Geto Suguru beside him. Didn't expect you to guess right after all. The wound in Geto's abdomen began to close, healing rapidly. He shrugged it off and replied, he really does have a knack for putting his faith in the strangest places, doesn't he? Caring about feelings. That's your biggest weakness. Satoru, who the hell are you? Are you Kinjaku? Bound hand and foot by the prison realm, Gojo shouted at the figure before him. Geto Suguru. It hasn't even been that long, and you've already forgotten me? Geto's lips curled in a slight, disappointed smile. I'm really not Kinjaku, you know. Whether it's your cursed energy or your body, my 6 eyes and every sense tell me you're Geto Suguru. But my soul keeps screaming otherwise. Gojo roared. Zei told me everything ages ago. You're Kinjaku. Damn it. What a headache. Geto Suguru, or rather, Kinjaku, sighed with exasperation, then smiled wryly. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by Zen'in Zei. To think he'd already sniffed out all my secrets so early on. Did he somehow foresee all of this in advance? But there's one thing he could never have predicted, something only modern technology could make possible, cloning. 12 years ago, I deliberately took only a part of Suguru Geto's body. Out of consideration for convenience, I made a point not to kill him and then take over his body. From the moment before I acted, I had already calculated everything that would happen today. I knew that as long as it was his face, or even Zen'in Zei's, I could keep you here for at least a minute. And that would be enough, regardless of how things turned out. By using the Curse King's memory technique to deal with Suguru Geto, and then ensuring that either you or Zen'in Zei was sealed within the prison realm, I could achieve my goal either way. Everything I'm doing now, it's all for you, Satoru Gojo. But if possible, I would have much preferred to possess your body or Zen'in Zei's. Unfortunately, both of you are just too strong. So strong that you end up interfering with my plans. Kinjaku continued to speak to Suguru Gojo in Suguru Geto's voice, relentless and cold. My original intention was to manipulate the higher-ups into sending Suguru Geto on missions alone, isolating him from you all, and gradually breaking his spirit. Maybe that would have driven him to defect. I knew that someone as carefree as you would never notice, and Shoko Yeri, who doesn't understand the dynamics between you men, wouldn't say a thing either. But, as it turned out, it was Zen'in who ruined my plans again. I had no choice but to settle for another approach. All I can say is, he truly is my most troublesome adversary. Gojo let out a cold laugh. Then you should know, as long as Zay is around, your filthy lot will never see the light of day. What if I told you his situation is now the same as yours? All I need to do is get you out of Shibuya in the end. Kinjaku gave a faint smile. He's even stronger than you, and his personality is flawless, unlike you, who are so easily swayed by emotions. If it had been him in your place, just now, I imagine the moment he saw the prison realm, he would have immediately summoned that terrifying power. But, judging by how long it's taking, the fact that Zen'in hasn't arrived, yet means the plan has succeeded. I don't need to kill you, or Zen'in. As long as I have a plan that can keep both of you busy at the same time, that's enough. Gojo's heart sank. Zay had warned him countless times about everything Kinjaku might do, yet he still ended up falling into his trap. And I also know that you might be carrying the inverted spear of heaven, Kinjaku said mildly, his words sending a shock through Gojo. That's why, over these years, I went to great lengths to find the broken blade of the inverted spear of heaven, and successfully fused it into the prison realm. Using the principle of like repels like, it can fully neutralize the spear's ability to break open the prison realm. In other words, the inverted spear of heaven you're hiding is now completely useless against the prison realm. Good night, Satoru Gojo. Kinjaku narrowed his eyes, a gentle smile playing on his lips, as if he were truly Suguru Geto. Let's meet again 1,000 years from now. Prison realm, close. As the prison realm snapped shut, Satoru Gojo's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Kinjaku. Though he was surprised that Kinjaku had predicted every move he and Zen'in Toji might make, he didn't appear overly worried. Because outside the curtain, there were still 2 special grades waiting. Kinjaku moved to pick up the prison realm, but the moment he reached out, he was met with a pressure as heavy as a mountain. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Still struggling, even now? Right then, the prison realm shifted from a deep crimson to a vivid blue. Its once blood-red eyes transformed, mirroring Gojo's own azure gaze. It seems the prison realm is busy assimilating his information. Let's wait for a while longer, Kinjaku remarked, glancing back at Jogo and the others, who were slowly regaining consciousness. A faint smile lingered on his face. Our plan has already succeeded. Outside the curtain, Suguru Geto was suddenly racked with searing pain. In an instant, memories from his 3 years at Jujutsu High flooded his mind, all the emotions he'd been missing crashing over him like a tidal wave. He witnessed, with agonizing clarity, the entire scene of the imposter using his own body to seal Satoru Gojo inside the prison realm. Doubling over in pain, he dropped to one knee, sweat pouring off his brow in heavy drops. Sensei Geto! Nanako and Mimiko rushed to his side, hastily supporting him. Their voices trembled with concern. Are you all right? Riko Amanai also hurried over, worry etched across her face as she looked at Geto. I'm Yufine. Geto managed to stand, a trace of exhaustion in his voice, but his gaze was resolute, piercing through the curtain as if he could see the underground chamber where Satoru Gojo was now sealed. It's all come back to me. Gojo, Toji, and everyone else. I remember everything. Really? Tears of joy welled up in Nanako and Mimiko's eyes as they threw their arms around Geto. Does that mean we've all remembered too? Of course. Geto gently stroked their heads, his tone soft but tinged with fatigue. All these years, I couldn't have done it without you. Nanako and Mimiko's eyes grew misty. It wasn't hard at all. It was you and Lord Zen'in who gave us this life. Geto turned his gaze to Riko Amanai once more. It's been a long time, Riko. Yeah, it's been a while, weird bangs. Tears shimmered in Riko's eyes. Taking a step forward, Geto spoke in a low, steady voice. What comes next will be dangerous. You two should stay here. Riko, come with me. All right. Geto understood the strength of Riko Amanai's technique and the fruits of her years of training. That was why he chose her as his partner for what lay ahead. But Mimiko was still a bit hesitant. Mimiko. Nanako looked at her and shook her head. Teacher, Geto understands. If we go along with them, we'll only hold them back. The 2 girls leaned against each other, watching as Suguru Geto and Riko Amanai slowly made their way toward the tent. At the same time, Suguru Geto took out his phone and sent a message to all the sorcerers affiliated with Jujutsu High. Move out. Meanwhile, far away at the Zen'in estate, in a room that Zen'in hadn't returned to for a long time, the wardrobe creaked open quietly, and a figure stepped out. If you looked closely, you'd realize to your shock, it was Zen'in, the very one supposedly dragged away by Shien in an Easter Shibuya. Sorry to disappoint you all, Shibuya will be the grave for every last one of you. Zen'in strode into the main hall of the Zen'in estate, ignoring the astonished stares of his clan members. He formed a hand seal, and the colossal form of Nu materialized in the sky above. He leapt onto Nu's back and soared off in the direction of Shibuya. The Zei in Shibuya was actually his true body, while the one here was a creation, an entity produced by Zen'in using the principles of shadow clone technique, fueled by cursed energy. It was just like those legendary clones Naruto used during the Fourth Great Ninja War. This clone was infused with half of his cursed energy, programmed to awaken automatically tonight, October 31st. That was the premise Zen'in had set when he created it. He had two goals: ruthlessly exorcise every cursed spirit, including the Shien character. The other objective was just like the one he achieved back in the day, by subduing Maharaga, Shibuya's western edge, at the barrier's perimeter. Right now, Shibuya was in absolute chaos. Both sorcerers and ordinary people had witnessed the towering, 300-meter-tall giant. Suguru Geto had just stepped inside the barrier when his pupils contracted sharply. Then he let out a wry laugh. So he really does up the ante every single day, huh? But he didn't let the sight of that enormous purple giant distract him for long. His true aim was to make his way straight to the 5th basement level of Shibuya Station and snatch the prison realm back from that imposter. A black vortex suddenly opened behind Suguru Geto, and countless cursed spirits appeared at his command, swarming toward the barrier's edge. This maneuver was meant to support those waiting outside the barrier, allowing them to gather information quickly and converge on the 5th basement level together. As for Zen'in, he wasn't worried about him at all. Most likely, Zei had run into a tricky opponent, but he'd shake free soon enough. Meanwhile, Kenjaku also felt a jolt of unease. He glanced at the prison realm, which had smashed a crater into the ground, and couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Chances are, Suguru Geto has already regained all his memories. With the resonance between his cursed energy and his body, the sorcerers from Jujutsu High should be on their way by now. Adjust your positions and hold those guys off as long as you can. Buy me enough time to move the prison realm. What about Itadori Yuji? Jogo rubbed his hands together excitedly. I've already brought all of Sukuna's fingers here. With the 3 that Yuram gave me, all of Sukuna's fingers have finally been gathered. Kenjaku stroked his chin with a smile. If we can bring him over to our side, the victory would undoubtedly belong to you curses. No, Maito is native. After we've dealt with Zen'in and Gojo Satoru, it's true that we'll be able to fight the sorcerers to a standstill, right? That's why I want to kill Itadori Yuji, Sukuna himself. As Mahito recalled the wound Sukuna had left on him earlier, he let out a cold chuckle. What? Jogo was so furious his teeth ground together. Mahito, you bastard. What's your problem? You know a draw and a total victory are two very different things. Hey now, Jogo, don't get so worked up. Mahito showed no fear of Jogo at all. In fact, he even leaned against Jogo's shoulder. Let's make a little wager. If you run into Itadori Yuji first, you can try to win him over. But if I find him first, I'll kill him. Sound fair? Jogo fell silent, seemingly weighing the odds. If you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes. Mahito let out a wicked chuckle, then split off an identical copy of himself from his body, each heading off in a different direction. Mahito, you, don't forget our agreement, Kenjaku. Kamo Noritoshi's face was cold as he looked at Kenjaku, who was wearing Geto, Suguru's body. After this is done, help me wipe out the Gojo and Zen'in clans. Of course, no problem, Kenjaku replied with a smile. But at the very least, let's wait until this whole commotion is over, shall we? After that, you'll be able to slip back into the sorcerer ranks at Jujutsu High as our spy. Your first targets should be Geto, Suguru, and Okatsuyuta. The rest aren't worth worrying about. I understand, Kamo Noritoshi replied flatly. But let me confirm one more thing. Can Zen'in really be held off for that long? Well, that depends on whether he survives or not. At 9:17 p.m. local time, the moment Gojo Satoru was sealed in the prison realm by Kenjaku, the news was instantly transmitted to the phones of every sorcerer, and even the curse users in hiding. Granny, are you sure this is safe? Atop Shibuya's S building, 3 figures watched the fully manifested Susanoo in the distance. Their faces a mix of excitement and fear. I can't help worrying that monster might suddenly charge over and wipe us all out. Arasaka, Jairu stammered, his voice trembling as he turned to the old woman beside him, Baobaba, Ashigami. Don't worry, Earlyong, Granny Waishin chuckled dryly. This is a grand event summoned by that fellow himself. Haven't you seen the news that Satoru Gojo has already been sealed? And besides, that monster hasn't moved an inch for nearly 20 minutes. Granny Waishin drew a small capsule from her robe, inside of which lay some mysterious ashes. Thanks to that person, I've managed to get my hands on something truly extraordinary. What's that? Earlyong Kurosaka stared in surprise at the tiny bottle in Granny Waishin's hand, momentarily taken aback. This is the ancestor of a certain someone. Granny Waishin glanced in the direction of Zen'in Ziju's body and smiled slyly. If, after all this, he learns that his own ancestor has slaughtered everyone he ever cared about, just imagine the look on his face. Earlyong Kurosaka caught on and let out a cold laugh. Even that cold-blooded killer might finally feel a sting of grief. Huh? Come, then let us reclaim the freedom we lost so long ago. We curse users have hidden our names ever since those two were born. Today is the day we step out of the shadows. With an enticing gesture, Granny Waishin tossed the capsule to the young man at her side. Swallow it, my dear grandson. Without the slightest hesitation, the young man accepted the capsule and swallowed it in one gulp. His features began to shift and change. The figure of a long-haired, spiky-headed man gradually overlaid itself on top of the young man, until he stood fully revealed atop the rooftop. Who are you people? The man asked coldly, his eyes sharp. And what era is this? Granny Waishin and Earlyong Kurosaka exchanged knowing smiles. We're your friends. Friends. New. Just then, as the three spoke atop the roof, Megumi Fushigiro's little owl swooped up with him in tow, crackling purple lightning striking down around them. Granny Waishin dodged the lightning and continued. You died because of the Gojo clan. The young man before you is the Six Eyes student. Six Eyes. A cold smirk crept onto the man's lips, as if he suddenly understood everything. It all makes sense now. Under Megumi Fushigiro's astonished gaze, the man formed hand signs, channeling 10 different shadow techniques. Kirching Bull. A massive bull burst forth from the man's shadow, charging ferociously toward Megumi. This guy? Damn it! Megumi's heart sank. Then Shadow Technique. Which member of the Zen'in clan is he? There was no time to ponder. Megumi quickly formed his own hand signs, summoning his most powerful Shikigami, the Chimera Beast, Maharaga. With a powerful swipe, Maharaga's claws seized the piercing bull by its horns and flung it aside with a mighty toss. In the next instant, arcs of purple lightning surged once more, striking fiercely toward the man. The man's face remained impassive as he sidestepped the violet lightning, forming the hand sign for new and flying straight to face Megumi Fushiguro. He spoke in a calm, detached voice. My name is Toji Zen'in, head of the Zen'in clan. Are you one of the Zen'in? Megumi showed no sign of surprise, holding his battle stance steady. I'm not a member of the Zen'in clan. My name is Fushiguro. And besides, the head of the Zen'in family is Zen'in Zei, my teacher, not someone like you. Oh really? Toji Zen'in paused for a moment, then let out a chilling laugh. If you're not a Zen'in sorcerer, then you can die here. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive elephant, rivaling the one summoned by Zen'in Zei, plummeted from the sky, aiming straight for Megumi. At that very moment, Suguru Geto sensed the overwhelming surge of cursed energy emanating from Toji Zen'in. This power, it feels so familiar, Suguru narrowed his eyes. That's the 10 Shadows technique. It's neither Zei nor Megumi. Who the hell is that guy? Summoning his devil-flying fish curse, Suguru lifted himself high above the battlefield. From a distance, his sharp gaze quickly spotted Megumi locked in fierce combat with a tall, wild-haired stranger. Looks like Megumi's at a serious disadvantage. Suguru coolly assessed the situation. He wanted to rush in and help, but the responsibility of breaking Satoru Gojo's seal weighed heavy on his mind, leaving him torn between choices. Sensei Geto. From below, Junpei shouted up to Suguru. Hurry to the 5th basement and get the prison realm back. We've already contacted Megumi's father. He'll be here any minute. Is that so? The image of a man in a black bodysuit flashed through Suguru's mind, making him twitch at the corner of his mouth. He nodded, then continued flying in the direction of Shibuya Station. Meanwhile, Zen'in Zei got in touch with Suguru via phone, learning that Satoru Gojo had already been sealed. Zen'in Zei couldn't help but rub his forehead. Just as he'd feared, Gojo had still fallen into the trap of fate and been sealed away. Thankfully, he'd anticipated that Kenjaku would never stage this incident without leaving some deadly snare for them. If not for that foresight, He shuddered to think how many friends might have died tonight. Zen'in returned to the very spot where he and Gojo had first entered the barrier. Now, within the shrouded area, countless curses and modified humans ran rampant, feasting on life and spilling blood. There were scarcely any survivors left. Zen'in let out a weary sigh and strode into the heart of the chaos. As soon as the curses and modified humans saw a living person, they surged forward, lunging at Zen'in. Chidori flow. A surge of lightning erupted from Zen'in's body as he pressed both hands to the ground. The insulation of the earth seemed to vanish. Countless bolts of electricity shot from the ground, charring every last curse and modified human to a crisp. After swiftly resolving the situation here, Zen'in looked off into the distance. The fully manifested Susanoo stood motionless on the eastern edge of Shibuya. Farther out, a dark crimson cube trapped Xianin within, his bizarre spatial technique proving useless against the Uchiha clan's inherited barrier arts. Though Sasuke had never used this particular technique, he still remembered how it worked. Kinsaku, cursed spirits. Today, Shibuya will be your burial ground. Shibuya Station, Inno Kashira line, at the main street entrance. Zen and Naoya led Maki and Nobara Kujisaki down the stairs at a measured pace. Naoya drew the katana from his waist and said coolly, "By the way, aren't your sister and the others from Kyoto Jujutsu High coming?" "How would I know?" Maki retorted, drawing her own naginata from her back. What drew attention, though, was the massive sword at her waist. The special grade curse tool, Soul Devourer. After Zen'in had obtained the Kusanagi sword, he'd handed the not-so-elegant Soul Devourer to Maki, marking the passing of power between two generations. Senpai, what's going on?" Nobara Kujisaki asked, puzzled. "Why are you both suddenly ready for a fight?" "Idiot." Naoya seemed to chuckle, then said to Maki over his shoulder, "Keep an eye on her. Don't expect me to babysit this one." "Shut up, will you?" Maki scoffed, unimpressed. This guy really couldn't resist running his mouth when he had the upper hand. The three made their way to the station's main hall, a vast open space supported by a handful of thick pillars. A red octopus, draped in a hood, slithered out from behind one of the pillars. As it opened its mouth, countless human bones spilled and clattered to the floor. It was none other than Kinsaku's monstrous Mount Dagon. This wicked, man-eating cursed spirit had fully evolved through the relentless devouring of humans. This thing, even Zen and Naoya, young as he was, recoiled in horror and disgust at the sight. "Are you mocking me, you bastard?" If his father, Nabito Zen'in, were here instead, he would have already rushed in and used projection sorcery to strike the creature. Jujutsu sorcerers, today is the day you all die. Water pillars surged forth around Dagon, launching straight at the trio, his water manipulation technique unleashed. Naoya reacted instantly, dodging to the side and activating his own sorcery, replicating the scene before him and moving at blinding speed. Dagon tried to strike, but in a flash, he turned into a mere sheet of paper. With a swift swing of Naoya's katana, the paper shredded, scattering fragments like confetti through the air. At this moment, small cuts appeared on Dagon's forehead, and he couldn't help but view the young sorcerer before him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Maki and Nobara Kujisaki had narrowly dodged the water jets, and they too saw that Naoya Zen'in had already rallied and was preparing to counterattack. "You've gotten so much stronger?" Maki teased with a smile. "I thought all those years spent handling clan affairs had turned you into nothing but a bureaucrat." "Better worry about yourself," Naoya Zen'in replied coolly. "I'll say it again, don't you dare die on me." As his words fell, Naoya Zen'in vanished from sight and reappeared behind Dagon, pressing his hand against the creature's back. "This human is so fast." Dagon was startled, quickly swinging his fist behind him. Yet once again, he was frozen into a paper-thin form, only to be smacked away by Naoya Zen'in with a single blow. At the same time, Nobara drew her nails and hammer, charging them with cursed energy, and together with Maki's naginata, they slammed Dagon hard against the wall. Dagon was smashed into the wall, the impact spreading web-like cracks across the surface from the force. "Nice teamwork," Naoya Zen'in remarked impassively. "But there's still room for improvement." "You arrogant jerk." Dagon climbed out from the wall and unleashed his technique once more. Suddenly, countless droplets of water materialized mid-air, forming into arrows that shot toward the three of them. Naoya Zen'in remained unruffled, meticulously replaying the scene in his mind as he mapped out every evasive maneuver, then began rolling forward to close the distance with Dagon. Maki and Nobara dodged the water arrows as best they could, but without Naoya's speed, several arrows had already grazed their bodies, drawing blood. TCH. Naoya Zen'in clicked his tongue in annoyance. The sound of the two women's distress distracted him for a split second, just long enough for Dagon to land a solid punch, slamming him into the wall. Damn it, I got careless. Human, losing focus in a fight is never wise. Dagon seemed to see right through Naoya's concern, sneering coldly. I'll be sure to give the ladies my undivided attention. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Naoya stared at Dagon with icy resolve. You slimy octopus, I bet you're feeling pretty proud of that sneak attack, aren't you? Harnessing his projection sorcery, Naoya instantly launched a punch at Dagon's face. Seeing this, Dagon immediately crossed his arms to shield his head. Naoya's overwhelming strength forced Dagon several meters back. In a flash, Naoya appeared behind him again, palm pressing forward to propel Dagon in the same direction. Once more, Dagon was transformed into a paper-thin state. Because Naoya had preset Dagon's motion to be continuously pushed backward, he was able to manipulate Dagon's trajectory at will. Naoya sliced the paper-thin Dagon with a horizontal blade, then delivered a powerful whip kick, sending him flying back several more meters. Nobara. Together, Maki drew the soul-devouring blade from her waist. Together with Nobara and Naoya Zen'in, the three of them formed a pincer formation, surrounding Dagon from three sides.